pushing with a double red gun. It gets pretty wild, and as we said,
Golden Boy with a hammer. Oh,
that was something.
One of the lowest points in Halo history.
Refresh this.
He was so proud to.
Chat, we're back.
Is your final score.
Talks about it to this day.
In Stronghold's recharge, going to Bound and Legend. Now Slayer Livefire will be a must-win for Formal and Renegade, alongside their teammates.
Hopefully that fixes it. That's the only thing I think we're doing.
Send this one to a game number 3. This is not just a 3-game series, but a best of 3. So a must-win for Formal and Renegade here in game number 2.
One thing I love about the fact we have Livefire and Origin.
All the good thing you're doing was you stop stream and then immediately restart it.
To play with. I want to see some big shots coming out of our qualifiers, our tournament qualifiers for this show match as well. I want to see Deputy Goober going for that sniper rifle. He's saying, look, Legend Bound, I know you're good. Let me do my thing.
I think in the pro-am,
do my thing.
In the pro-am, it was only.
Did that seem to fix it, maybe?
To allow the amateur players coming in. It
still buffering?
Amateurs because these guys
I have no idea what to do.
Quite some time, but on the main stage for the purposes of the pro-am, to allow the AM players to grab the snipe off the rip would be exciting to see what they can do. And to be honest, here's the Goober play. Look at this turn. Yoink!
I'm gonna be honest. If I'm in this show match, which is unlikely,
and good for professional reasons.
If I see my teammates who are the professionals going for the sniper, there may be a way with Nate.
Yeah,
going top middle.
Could happen.
Just saying, it can happen.
And then you just say
the quality I can still only go is 1080p.
And then you just say, my bad.
Sorry, guys.
They might hate you forever.
You can just disguise it amongst the other grenades are going in the opening rush, and then you're like, that's good news though. I've got snipe. I'm bringing snipe back, guys.
You got to make sure that you're insta-sploding the frag so they don't clearly see the blue tick marks.
They turn around, just see me hitting the floor twice, mid-air.
Off the spawn.
Sorry, guys.
No one else go elbow. But Slayer Livefire, of course, will also see a sniper rifle in play. Only one of them, so it will be a highly contested weapon. But you got to think, Formal and Renegade at least want to send this one to a game number 3 just for the bragging rights.
I just realized, by the way, speaking about team nades.
Yeah.
You are the ultimate culprit when it comes to team nades.
Actually, I'm actually going to say, based on what we saw yesterday, that Legend is the ultimate culprit.
I mean, he's done it once. He's done it once.
Yeah, he did it once in a 49-49.
Maybe bigger stakes, I'll give you that. However, the silence that comes from your microphone, and you're a great communicator in game. However, I know when I go, how did I die? And then there's a moment of just 2 to 3 seconds of silence,
but then
then you just go, one shot Pink Street, and I'm like, okay. And then at the end of the game, you're like,
well,
that was me.
No. I know how easy it is to tell when
yeah, I don't even know how to change anything. I don't know what I would fix, honestly.
I know I can't in this game.
I don't know what to change.
A few times. However, I have to mention, never on a 49-49 main stage.
No.
Speaking of, OptiGaming is going to have to shake off just how crazy of a weekend it's been, and I think they come in. You could just tell by the look on their face. We saw them walking in the venue this morning. They made it to Championship Sunday. They did the hard work, and I can't wait to see what they bring out. But also, man, we're going to have a lot of time to talk about it later today, but the top 4 are the top 4 that we expected coming in. They all had very different roads to this grand final. That'll be coming, of course, not just later today, but a ton of matches before we get there.
I can
We
try.
are geared up for a fantastic Championship Sunday, but before we do, we have to decide the OptiGaming Pro-Am here. Slayer Livefire is going to be your game number 2. The question
I just closed it, so the only thing I have open is the stream we're watching, and then like my Twitch stream manager. Let me know if maybe that fixes it. That's literally the only thing I can think of.
There's been opportunities where I've gone there 4 dead and then I die and I'm like,
I have to fix
that's
it.
fine because they're 4 dead. It just kind of evens the tides just a little bit.
You're trying to split a spawn. You're so smart.
See? It's big, brainer, pro, gamer, moves. We're into game number 2.
Here we go then, everybody. Livefire Slayer. Let's see who's going to go for that sniper rifle. Who's going for it? Driven knows it. Get it. Don't leave it.
He's holding the angle. It's a good bait.
Definitely Goob's got it. Hits one.
Let's see it, Goobs. He's already done it once. Wasting.
Pre-shot. Trying to see the future a little bit there. Legend gets another one, which is going to get
for Bound.
To 2.
The respect given from Deputy Goobs.
I hope it's respect.
Oh, Chad, I can give you the rundown.
Otherwise, we're having a
For Shopify.
I'm going to go with the respect angle. I like that story better, and I tend to create my own.
A little rundown of our any major appearance like this tournament. We Shopify entered Halo in. I'm also still eating, chat. Entered Halo in 2022 In 2022, we played in the Kansas City Major, placing 25th. And then we placed in the Orlando Major in 2022. We placed 29th. Which is a little upsetting, but that's all good. Because after the Orlando Major in 2022, we didn't make another major until Arlington in 2023, where we placed 9th. 20 places improvement in, a few months. Or in less than a year. It's kind of crazy. From there, the 2023 Fort Worth Major, we placed 5th. World Championships of 2023, we placed 7th. Last year's Arlington Major, we placed 4th. Last year's London Major, we placed 3rd. We placed 3rd at last year's Salt Lake City Major. And last year's World Championship, we placed 5th. And then, with our current roster, we played at a invitational event. That was like a big land in-person event. Put on by one of the FaZe guys. And we won that. We also, in the last 10 tournaments since signing the current roster that we have, we are 9 and 10 in first places in our last tournaments. The only tournament that we didn't place first, we placed second. So we're kind of going crazy this year. Then our roster, we have a coach. His name is Best Man. That's like his tag. His Best Man. He has been coach more or less since day one of our roster being a thing. We had a different coach when they first entered, and that coach was with the team for, I think it was January of 2022. They picked up a team. We competed in 3 different tournaments in 2020 in that January. And we had that coach. We then didn't compete again until March, where we picked up Best Man. And he helped us get to that Arlington Major and get us that 9th place. He as well. Oh no, not he. He's a really good coach. He was up here earlier. If you watched it when they were doing like MVP stuff of the tournament, he won. He was named like best coach of the tournament. Then our actual roster. We have the the most tenured player on the roster, who have been in Shopify the longest, of Cycle. He's incredible. He joined in June of 2023, and our first real tournament with Cycle was the Arlington Major, where we had our best placement yet at 9th. And then our win at the FaZe Invitational that we competed at, that was Cycle's first LAN tournament win. So that was huge for him. And we then have another first LAN winner at that FaZe Invitational with a last shot. He is like a 1v1 demon. He never misses. He's my favorite player on the team. He barely misses his shots, and there were There were 4 off-season tournaments between World Championships and the new season starting up. And he played in 3 of them and won all 3 that he competed in.
Just in case you're just joining us here, all these players working their
which is
way
insane.
through the 1v1 showdown bracket this weekend, earning their spot here in the Optic Pro-Am.
And then,
smiles and fist bumps.
like I said, the Foods Invitational was his first LAN win.
For this Champ Sunday, but a lot of fun to watch.
We then have 2 players that have teamed with each other for, like, legitimate years. It's been like 10 years that they started teaming together. Frosty and Royal 2. Their names kind of go hand in hand. They also bring a ton of experience to the team. Both of them have been competing for like the last 10 years in Halo. Psycho's only been around for about 5 years. And Last Shot's only been around like 3 or 4, I believe. So Frosty and Royal 2 have a huge ton of experience bringing to the team. Bestman also had a whole bunch of experience. He was a pro player before becoming coach. I think results-wise, he's been a better coach than a player, which tends to happen sometimes.
Honestly, it's true. Like, we've seen so many players,
Royal 2 and Frosty, as a team, are also 3-time world champions. Their most recent one coming a couple years ago in 2023. Especially like Goober, right? This is not the first time he was just picking these shots perfectly and just continuing. And
not just kills, but as you saw, killing sprees.
Since
like this, it's quite a statement.
we signed, I'm gonna take it. Sorry, I'm eating. Also, I needed lunch. As we signed Last Shot, Frosty, and Royal 2 in January or December of last year, it was a whole brand new roster. That's mostly never played together. So it was kind of a little nerve-wracking to see how well we were gonna do. But since we've signed them, we have not missed a grand finals in anything we've done. And we beat Optic on LAN at the FaZe Invitational, so I think they're our biggest challenge right now. So fingers crossed we win this. Unless they lose this match, we're starting with Optic versus SSG. In losers semis, so whoever loses will be out of the tournament. Unless Optic somehow fumble this, after more or less just getting a warm-up in this show match, I think we 100% guarantee it. But if Optic make it to grand finals, it'll be a tough match. I'll give you guys a little rundown, actually, while we have 5 minutes of the tournament. So yeah, we're gonna be looking at just Pool A, where we were. That's Pool A. So we played all 3 of these teams. One of these teams, Darkside, came from open bracket. So there were like a ton of teams. There's 64 max teams. I think there was around like 50. 50 teams showed up. The top 4 of those 50 teams got through the open bracket and got to come play and fill in the last 4 spots in each group. And they were Darkside, SWAT, Latin America, Ether Gaming, and Mind Freak. In our first match, we beat Cloud9, 3-2 in Capture the Flag. We lost 40-50 in Slayer. We won King of the Hill 3-2, and then we won Oddball 2-0. We then went up against Infamous, 2-1 over them in Assault. Yeah, 50-43 Slayer, 3-0 capture the flag.
Nice, looking good.
We then played Dark Inside, beat them 250-84 in Strongholds, 50-38 Slayer, 2-0 split Oddball. Guaranteeing us
hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce S&D
to move on to playoffs.
The newest competitive mode coming to Halo Infinite later.
From here, we already played Optic today, or yesterday, which is insane.
Here's how it works.
They lost against Team Nemesis, the team they beat yesterday,
With one team starting on offense and
which screwed up the which kind of screwed us because we almost got sent to losers, like really early. But we clutched it out. We lost 0-2 in Oddball. We stole barely 50-49 in Slayer. Lost capture the flag 3-2. One King of the Hill 2-1. And then we kind of dominated them in this last Slayer, 50-36. We then 3-0'd Space Station, just swept them. 2-1 in Assault. 50-42 Slayer, 2-1 Oddball. Let's bring this to our first match. This will be in like an hour and a half. It'll be after this game. We'll see Optic versus Space Station. Then we'll see Shopify play. They're playing FaZe. We've beaten FaZe a few times, so I'm not super worried about it. So I think we guarantee second place minimum. We have at least guaranteed, though, that we'll be at the Dallas Open in a couple weeks. May 23rd, yeah, in like a month. We'll be at the Dallas Open at DreamHack, which is nice. And the least we get is 30K. But I think we beat FaZe, so I think minimum we get is 60. Yeah, I'm really excited. We've been looking really good. We've had some really close games and some games that we've somehow able to win after not looking great. So we'll see how it goes. But I think it'll go well. I have high hopes.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second.
Also, chat, we may, depending on how I'm feeling, we may check out some of the other Shopify stuff going on today. Our Shopify's Apex Legends team is playing one of their next match days today. And day 3 of the NA Regional number 4 for Rocket League is today. And we play once in that. So we'll see how we're feeling and how time's looking. If we might tune out, check out those two.
Back to the HCS Optic Major in Arlington, Texas, here at the
Well, this is the main focus today.
One of my favorite stadiums, I will say, across the entire country. It is so beautiful on the outside, but even more gorgeous on the inside. And I think there's a number of reasons. The main stage is epic, the desk is epic, and the gameplay even more epic. So just epic all around. My name is Lotte Van Praag. I'm joined by Goofy and Tony on the desk to break everything down for your championship Sunday. Gentlemen, we have an elimination semi-final to talk about, and I am so excited about this one because it's the first time we will have seen these two teams match up. Optic versus Space Station. Goofy, just overall, what are your thoughts when you're looking at this series? What's your mind telling you?
I'm really excited for this series, Lottie. I mean, the storylines write themselves. You have ex-teammates going up against ex-teammates, Formal versus Lucid, Renegade versus Frosty. Renegade versus... former
Snake
Snake Bite, sorry.
Yeah.
I was blanking, but yes, the storylines right
Oh yeah, this is actually interesting. So last year's world champions were this SSG team,
100%. We'll have to
it
find
was
that out. Let's talk about Space Station Gaming first to see, you know, what they've got.
it was
left in this weekend.
Eco,
You're looking
Stellar,
across, we've talked about
and
how
then
great
Bound
this
and
roster is on
Legend.
paper. What do they bring to the
They
table,
recently just
though,
signed
Tony?
Snakebite and
In
Lucid,
terms of
and by
their
recently I mean like
skill,
January.
what they're capable of as a team, do you see this dynamic really going
But
forward
Bound
this
and
season?
Legend are on Optic Gaming now, so the other team that's just about to play against them,
You got 2 MVPs on the roster,
which is
Lucid and Stellar.
very,
And
very
obviously,
interesting.
You can't forget about Snakebite and Eco at any given moment. They could pop off and really be those do-it-all players. I believe in this SSG roster.
So we'll see how it goes. This game goes.
What time to pick it up?
SSG's not bad. They're seeded third, I think, in the tournament.
On the first major of the year.
I think one of the things I'm looking out for here is for every single member of this SSG roster to step it up. We've seen it from the likes of Stellar and Snakebite so far. They have been really outdoing themselves in the Slay department, the objective department, and not to say that Lucid and Eco haven't, they have, certainly have indeed. I just haven't seen a flow state from them yet. I think that's going to pick up with the team and the timing of this dynamic. Timing is key to Space Station Gaming, Goofy.
Definitely, and we talked about it for this team, for SSD. The name of the game is going to be Power Weapon.
It's kind of crazy too that after winning Worlds, half of the team left, more or less.
Hey, we don't need to overcomplicate this, right? Just play our game, do the fundamentals of Halo, control the power weapons, control the power-ups, have good small talk, and that's what it's going to take against a roster like Optic.
We're seeing right now the CTF at the bottom here, the stats. That's because CTF is actually map 4. Going to be a big map here, Aquarius CTF. A bread and butter for a lot of those pros that have been doing that for quite some time now. And obviously, you know, a map we know and love can be very fast-paced at times. And it's about that hybrid movement. Can Space Station Gaming slow down Optic Gaming?
Yeah, this will be.
In order to get
It'll be an interesting match.
create the pace they want to. Tony, when it comes to the series layout, there's one map in particular that I'm looking at, and that's that map 3.
I definitely think most people have Optic going over in this.
Of a map. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because I feel like, you know, Space Station Gaming
I don't
has shown
think
that they've been very good at
your Space Station roster has beaten
game types.
Optic at all.
Optic, so have Optic. They're fast. They win pivots, and there's never any time.
Yeah, they have not been able to beat Optic.
Gets slays to the moment that they hop
They've
into
not
the
beaten
objective.
Optic
Going against
since
that is really tough.
World
Going
Championships
up
last year.
against a couple of main slayers, or maybe even 4 of them, is also very tough. Because on the other side we have Optic Gaming. Now we
And
did
they're
see Renegade
usually
earlier
not
on in his
close.
event commendation, and he has been
So yeah, Bound and
looking
Legend
so
used to be
good all
Shopify.
weekend,
Not
despite
Shopify.
some of the losses, some of the
SSG.
early bumps in the road that they have faced.
And with
He's been
Snakebite
consistent with
and
his slays and KDs, and that's kind of what we expect out of a guy like
was the
Renegade.
other Ross
But then
half of
coming into a
SSG?
head-to-head for this team
Where are
as
they
well,
from?
we have Legend, who actually has a higher KDA when you bring
Snakebite
assists
and
into the
Lucid
column
used to
as
be.
well. So I'm really excited to see
Snakebite used
how
to be
much Legend's gonna
FaZe.
bring to the
Lucid
table,
used to be
especially for
Optic.
this series. We saw him just
So
now,
Lucid left Optic to join
he was
SSG.
he was shooting straight.
Yeah,
Snakebite
I
left
said it yesterday as
FaZe.
well, and from my perspective, you know what you're going to get out of Renegade and Formal, right? Renegade has been kind of classified himself as that dominating slayer on the
Your highlights.
Formal is just the definition of steadiness and that IGL for this roster. Really what it's going to come down to for me is Bound and Legend. These are the two run and gun, X Factor, fill in the spaces type of players.
Chat, also keep an eye on the Twitch chat for this stream that we're watching.
It certainly will indeed. It's really about filling the
Some
spaces
people
where
hit some
Renegade has
banger
already
lines
somehow
last night.
managed to worm his way around because he is
They were
everywhere all
very
the time,
funny
just
last
running and
night.
gunning. And then Formal, you know, Tony, just an absolute turret, an anchor of the team in so many different ways that you could say, gameplay-wise, and honestly, leader-wise, physically for that team as well. A little bit of stability coming forward from him. Really excited to see how they kind of pick things back up again. I mean, they had an electric reverse sweep yesterday. Surely that
Reverse
momentum
sweep
can
was
carry
kinda
them
crazy.
forward here.
Yeah, man, I'm happy that you mentioned Bound and Legend, and you also brought Formal into the mix, because the one interesting thing about Optic is that they all activate each other. Renegade's able to slay out because of the damage that Bound puts on, because of the speed that Legend brings to the table, because of Formal anchoring and watching their backs. They all seem to activate each other, and when they get into flow state, they can win.
They certainly can. You're looking right now, obviously, at the statistics between the two, Legend and Renegade. And actually, Legend, just in terms of his column, actually does look a touch faster than Renegade in certain areas. I mean, the damage difference per minute, damage per minute as well, just edging him out ever so slightly. It just shows how speedy this team can be. But Goofy, can that also be a detriment to them? If they don't control when they need to speed up and slow down, can that also be an issue?
Yeah, I think that is their biggest Achilles heel is that pacing and knowing when to pick and choose your
Alright,
fights.
Gamble. There's usually
The skill set on this
a
team,
poll.
everyone feels so confident where they take every challenge, they are over aggressive in certain scenarios, and sometimes it comes back to bite them, especially against a really kind of fundamentally sound and strategic team like Space Station, when you have the likes of Lucid and Snakebite and Ego, which all kind of thrive on the other team making mistakes. So if you're Optic, that's really what you have to focus on, is choosing the right battles.
Damn, like all the phases up here. That's insane. FaZe have actually been having an insane tournament. They've not dropped a map at all tournament. I think there's something like 15-0 in maps this tournament.
As we saw earlier on the main stage, picking up his medal for the main slayer of Arlington here. He's ready to go. He is absolutely ready. He's lasered. Every single time he gets on that main stage, all he wants to do is get a gun in his hand and make sure that his enemy feels his presence. And I'm excited to see that happen and work his magic here. Now, when it comes down to the both of them, obviously haven't seen them before play on LAN whatsoever. So can you tell me anything, Tony, about this series?
Shit, I'm not super invested in this game, so
or are we really going to go back and forth?
energy might be a little low for a bit.
Does actually favor Optic Gaming, but for me, I'm looking at this game number one. It's oddball on streets, and we hear us consistently talk about starting off the series on the right foot. And yes, Optic are undefeated here in Arlington. Yes, Optic are the number 2 team all of 2025 in oddball. But what a statement it would be if Space Station Gaming can beat them on their best game type here in Arlington. That's how you set the tone for this series. So although it's one of Optic's favorites, well, maybe they could break down the green wall.
Yeah, in terms of the series layout, honestly, this looks good for Optic. We heard Formal on the Optic Halo podcast mention very candidly, very openly that they
Chat lunge is done.
on the newer
Oh,
game
yummy.
types. They struggle on the assault game types, and we've seen them have a little bit of hiccups in Slayer as well. But as a whole, this series layout, Lottie, actually
chat.
favors
I'm
Optic.
gonna put my
So to Tony's point, if SSG
get all my
come in and
dishes
take a
put away
stake
real
in
quick
game one,
while they're
that
going
would
through the
really
analysis
help
of game
advance
1.
in the series and move
Chat, give me like
forward in
a
this
couple minutes and I'll be right
I
back.
also think that game 5 might be a little bit sticky for SSG as well. They're currently 0-2 on Slayer Origin. I mean, it's not much better for Optic, but they have more reps on it due to their journey, and they're 2-3, so at least they do have 2 wins on that map as well, so they know how to get it done. I'm looking for, you know, a really competitive series here out of SSG, and I think they're going to need that. I think despite what happens at the end of it, whatever the result is, I think it is super key for them, Tony, moving forward in the season to show that they are able to keep up with the best of the best. You know, with Shopify Rebellion, it's always the 3-0s coming forward. They are right there. They are so close to taking a map, but it just doesn't happen. With Optic, do you see this being a different situation?
I mean, I really do. I mean, we're talking about Optic versus Shopify. I mean, let's not forget, they were 1 team grenade away from ultimately 3-0ing in that very series. Obviously, Optic were dropped down in lower bracket round number 1, and it's been one heck of a journey to get here. But even if they manage to beat an SSG and they go up against a Shopify Rebellion, I'm not counting Optic out in any series. Not on Championship Sunday. Come on now.
Okay, we back, chat.
That is enough from us because we want to see this match get things going on the main stage. We have our elimination semi-final on Championship Sunday. One of these teams is going home, one is going forward. It's Optic versus SSG.
Game 1 of the day. If I remember the bracket correctly, there's this game, there's Losers Finals, there's Shopify's game, there's Grand. So there's 4. Nope. 5, including Grand Finals. Possibly 6. It is double elimination. So if the losing team going into Grand Finals, whoever wins Losers Finals, whoever wins that, if they win the first set in Grand Finals, it will reset the bracket. And then the winners finals team and the losers final team will go one-on-one. Not one-on-one. They will go for another best of whatever. It might be best of 7. So it might be first to 4.
Rise and grind, Arlington. We're kicking off the elimination bracket.
Let's see.
It's
Chat, I'm excited.
Championship Sunday. I'm Clutch, joined by the legend Dave Walsh, and we have a match that traditionally.
That's a crazy prediction. 3-2 SSG over Optic. That's crazy.
And, I mean, just getting into this series, Dave. So much history. Both these two teams were in every grand finals outside of the one phase 1 last year. Obviously, the rosters are different, but we're used to seeing the banners of the gold and the green clash in grand finals. Not going to be this time, or the case this time around. And as we look at these two teams, the journeys to get here both.
So yeah, for we won best last shot won best objective player of the tournament. Royal 2 won best support player of the tournament, and then best man won best coach of the tournament. Wait. Chad, I'm predicting. Do I go all in? My pick is Optic. I do think Optic takes this. Should I go all in? All almost 4,000 channel points. Do I go all in? I think we do it.
But there's also times we see them cowering in a corner like we saw against
all in.
No time to waste here on Championship Sunday. We're jumping right into
39.70. Chat, I'll either go broke or I'll almost double what I have.
I feel like SSG's oddball game has been
almost 4,000 channel points. Close. Now we'll see. Here we go. Who gets first blood? This would be huge.
We're going to start this one with Formal and see how he kicks off Championship Sunday.
Camel, they... Ooh, Space Station's not fucking around. They already have the ball. Lucid did get... Ooh, Lucid killed Legend already. One down for Optic. Formal gets one down on SSG. 200,000 points in Wayne's. I think the most I have is Moist Criticals with, like, 150k, I think. Space Station has a lead right now. Ooh. Not good with the camo. So far, SSG has the kill lead. Not that kills really super matter in this. Yeah, Optic takes ball. 2 down for Optic. 2 down for Optic again. 2 down for SSG. Optic was not really to get a lead at all. Ooh. Renegade one shot. Renegade down. Still pretty even. Ooh. 3 down for Optic. Wow.
Yeah, so many times, even though Stellar has won MVP, we're like, sometimes he gets slept on for no reason. Maybe he doesn't have as flashy of play with his personal POV going as quick around the map, but you see him consistently hit those nose scopes.
So I think, so Oddball, it's best of 3. First team to win 2 rounds of Oddball in a row. And that's the game mode. I don't think I played it all on my Halo stream when I played. I believe you have to get 100 points to win a round, or have the most points at the end of the time limit, which is like 5 minutes, but it freezes whenever someone has possession of the ball. Can Legend do something with this camo? I think Renegade had the first one, or no, they just said Legend second. So Legend had the first one, and he didn't really do anything. So we'll see what happens. Can't really do anything. They do. It is 2 up for Optic. What is that guy doing? Eco?
Trying to rotate this ball out. Renegade in a one-on-one now against Snakebite. Snakebite buying time for respawners on SSG, but Renegade looks to approach his respawners. The Shroud once again making things difficult, but Renegade still finds the backs to Space Station. Renegade is so
3 down for Optic. Do they get possession of the ball again? They do, and they didn't even really rotate it out. They just took over the spot that Optic had kind of locked down.
SSG that wins that fight as well. They rotate the ball into PD, so they're going to continue to build what is now 54 points and climbing. The ball going to get played now that Optic has had time to respawn, get a solid
good nade kill from Formal.
2 members of SSG go down, but a great play ball neutralizes really inability or any ability for Optic to get any significant time.
But it's 3 down for Optic again.
Perfect sidelines off respawn to try and compete. Formal last guy alive, and SSG already on top of that ball once again.
SSG have been so quick to grab that ball. Anytime
You would think they'd be warmed up after just doing a doing the show match, but they just haven't. They just can't, you know, get a good start. 3 down again for Optic. It's almost 3 down again. 3 down. Oh my god. This is like an insanely holy. Optic just can't get a ball rolling. Lucid has now doubled the lead, doubled the amount of points that Optic have, and now they're 25 off of a win for round 1. Optic have the ball again? Yeah, they do.
Against Space Station twice. Space Station gets set near PD, or they get set near Tram, and they aren't able to get the ball far enough away so that Optic are able to get those kills and get a set of their own in that ideal
someone from Optic come, or SSG come in and get that.
Now Renegade by himself with the ball. Snakebite versus Renegade. Old teammates find new clashes here in the back of Tram. Renegade coming out on top, and that's going to reward him.
They're starting to rebuild the lead again, or rebuild Optic.
So Optic have work to do in round 1 still.
Look at that, Renegade scrapping up all this time, decides to revert back towards Tram, see if he can get some slays.
God, shit. I gotta run to the bathroom, chat. Give me like, pick up a minute. I'll be right back.
Those kills, the rest of your teammates will grab that objective and take care of everything else.
A 4-on-2 right now on the map for Space Station Gaming. They're going to be able to get the ball, get it back in Tram, and with 77 points and climbing, Optic have 1 push. Any kill that could stagger Optic respawners would be big, but Snakebite's the first to drop. Optic look like they have an opportunity to break this setup before this game ends.
Now we have to see how Space Station decide to play this. Do they try to rotate and get this away, or do they go for kills and try to disallow Optic from getting a full setup? That's 1 pick, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Good Stellar gets another stick, though. That will be enough. Optic will not be able to get set up in Tram at this time, even though they have camo.
Highway robbery as Stellar picks up 2. That makes the defense from Optics so much less of a fortress of what it would have been. Formal, though, with this camo, trying to make the decision. Does he need to pick up the ball? Does he need to slay? Well, Space Station's here, and now Formal gets some solid damage, and I love this rotation by Formal. A perfect throw to his teammate. Camo does run out, but a good rotation of the oddball will reward Optic with some much-needed time to get back into this.
And just with that spawner positioning by Snakebite over at A Tower, it stops Optic from making the rotation. They wisely play the ball into the court, but they're stuck in a difficult position. They're all stuck on B. They're getting pinched from both sides.
Yeah, Optic had 2 down, but a big win, I believe, from Bound right there as Eco gonna slow this one down, play on the stairs, knows that multiple members of Optic are gonna be passing through the driveway. Multiple members of Optic all pass through by Eco. The routes don't match up, but 96 and climbing. You need 4 points. Snakebite able to drop towards the trash cans, and Eco's got over his shoulder. Nobody from Optic can get there, and round 1 will go to Space Station.
What an insane scrappy step there by Space Station, realizing that they put the pressure onto Optic there. That was not a setup that was going to work out well for Space Station in the long run. They knew that they just wanted to scrap those last few seconds and close out round number 1.
Space Station starts off hot here in game 1. Exactly what you wanted to see if you want this series to go the distance, because you know Optic are capable of coming back from any deficit. They've proven that throughout this weekend. A beautiful start for Optic Gaming here as they kick it off with 3 straight kills. They are the ones that prioritize the early off all time. They're going to get the early camo as well. And at 25 points in climbing, if Bound can make a play with this camo, this second round could get ugly.
Bound just spotting out every single player as he can there. I loved also how after he dodged that very first grenade on the camo pickup, he decided to go towards the edge of the shroud and then just spot out where all these players were going. Many times after someone grabs that camo, it's just a predictive nade over towards ATM and you're spot.
Renegade finds a double on the kill feed. Lucid trying to hunt down this player by tower. It is Renegade that he's finally able to take down, but the damage is done. 3 go down for Space Station. That ball not in the hands of Optic right now, but a beautiful lead for Optic Gaming at 37-0. You'll take that after the round 1 performance that we just witnessed.
And now with that 37-second lead, Optic have 3 down again, and they got a tram set up. Eco, sorry, I should say Lucid has something else to say about that. taking 2 down, but still, this is still a time where Optic can grab this time if they would like, but it can be very uncomfortable if you have 2 down, because the last thing you want to do is give Space Station a full set to get back in this game.
Legend in pure warfare knocks 2 players to no shield, trying to play his life, going every angle, trying to cut off where Space Station is putting him. Can't stay alive though, and because of it, 2 members of Optic go down, followed by 2 members of Space Station. Great trades across the board, but here comes Lucid once again. Out of the tires, into your face, able to find one. Big shots from Legend will take down Lucid, and trades across the board are going to benefit Optic Gaming in a moment where this ball, not in a particularly safe place, it is going to be rotated towards B, but with Camo coming up, that's got to be the priority for both teams. Oh my God.
Camo up definitely being the priority, but we now see ball back in the hands of Space Station. They're in a similar setup to before where it's not fully set up over at Tram. I want to go to a Space Station listening to hear how they're going to rotate this ball and take advantage of the situation.
Two shot, front trash now. Front trash traded. Yeah. Check it out.
I'm gonna die. 2 on me. One front trash, ball guy's trash, 1 more C.
Can look B1 here.
Get everyone involved.
Halfway to
Probably
victory.
probably go.
Tommy out.
Gonna be tired soon.
I'm gonna slide. Yo,
No.
Ivy bound weak. 2 shot, 1 shot Ivy, 1 shot C bound.
Walking out.
1 shot back Ivy, he's on the plants, Tommy, 1 shot. B-roll guys, B-roll driveway, I think. Yo, disruptor and C down. 2 shot disruptor.
1 shot back Ivy and top Ivy. There's 2 in there.
Disruptor, I don't see anything.
Enemy team nearing victory.
We're playing so fucking good, boys. Keep it up.
What was it for?
Defeat.
Not the listening we wanted as a player. Unfortunately, no longer in the server with us, but he'll be back shortly, I'm sure. But that round 2, Dave, let's talk about it. Optic, a much stronger performance there. And what did you see that really made the difference between rounds 1 and round 2 from Optic Gaming?
I saw Optic not afraid to get that ball before having the perfect scenario. It felt like previously in round number 1, Optic would wait till they have 2, 3 down and all 4 of them alive to grab that ball and rotate it. Sure, that's a great time to grab the ball, but to beat a team that you're going near even in slays with, you have to find more advantages. You have to find more opportunities. You need to grab that ball sometimes where even if it's a 2-on-2 and you say, well, we know the 2 of them are across the map. Let's grab this ball. Let's grab 5 seconds and rotate it from tram to driveway and
towards
then reassess.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. And I think that that's something we saw SSG doing so well in round 1. It's something that I think we should talk about is the prioritization on the objective itself. How quickly they went for the odd ball at the start of the round. How often do you see teams not choose to just duke it out and the winner of the slays gets rewarded with
Sorry about that, chat. I'm back.
SSG that said, you guys can fly around the map.
My apologies.
We'll bring it back towards
my lunch went right through me.
And from there, we'll try to duke it out and play around it. And it honestly worked for SSG. Maybe it caught Optic a little off guard of how willing and how desperate of
I didn't mention this last night, but that one player, I think it was Bound, he sits so goddamn close to that damn monitor. Hey, that shit's so goddamn close.
That was the only concern I had going into round 2 is it felt like
He plays,
SSG.
he has like a monitor setup like he's a fucking Valorant or like a CSGO pro.
Perfectly, got the kills, delayed, and closed out that round 1. However, that's a very it's a very specific situation. You can't do that throughout the rest of the game. You can't worry about scrapping.
Where is it? There, the chat. I told you, this chat for the main Halo stream is insane. HCS needs a barber on staff at these events. The fuck does that mean? Why do they need a barber?
Get back in their comfort flow of getting some slays, getting a little bit more control, and rotating the ball, getting a near full setup. Bring it back towards PD. Bring it back towards Tram. They seemed viable in either of those locations. They took whatever positions they had, used it to their
Remember they had
fullest.
14K? Damn, almost on mainstream.
As we wait for the game to get underway or back underway, we'll get an official result as to what the
This happened a lot last night.
two teams, I'm sure. Looks like
How convenient when Optic was down 2-0.
Keep in mind that SSG is up a round.
And now it seems to be a tech pause?
To around 3 if Optic are to win, but they will have a very comfortable 42-point advantage.
It's a little silly.
I did the math right. I had to double check.
No, you got it.
Yeah,
I was just gonna point out.
Usually you're
one
the
thing
math
when
guy, so when I did it, I was like, I just stepped out on a diving board on.
Oh, Chad, I don't know if you remember on Friday's stream, I said that a transformer in front of the venue, like, blew up or something, and sent a power outage. Optic was playing, so all day yesterday, when Optic was doing bad, everyone in chat was like spamming, "Oh wait, everybody, they're gonna shut the power. Optic's gonna shut the power off again." It's so funny. I expect that to continue to happen today.
That probably is a healthy balance. I've always been a big fan of not having just a specific oddball guy, because when he's down or he traded in a situation where he like had to trade, it was a good thing that he traded a kill in this situation. Somebody else has got to be prioritizing that. So Eco, Snakebite, you have to think that as this team develops, as this team grows stronger, oddball will be probably one of their stronger game types, because their ability to always be objective-minded, making the correct decisions as far as their routes being taken towards that oddball, which we can't say for everybody. There's some.
This is also interesting. I wonder what the tech pause could be. Because they're playing on console.
Yeah, jokes aside, it's like
Halo HCS runs all their tournaments, like LAN tournaments, on console.
But you're completely correct.
So I don't even know like what the issue could be.
I can see Snakebite fully just being like, Lucid, Stellar, I want you just killing everything. Please just slay. Don't worry about objective. Me and Eco got this handled.
Right.
Yes, you'll know the time that you have to grab. There'll be a time where there's all 4 down. We're both down. Grab that ball.
Yeah.
Wait till we're up. Pass it back.
Yeah, I'll let you know in the comms. Hey, get the ball, by the way. Nice shots, great triple. The ball's over there. And yeah, when I respawn, just throw it to me, okay? Like, go crazy. And I think that that's strengths of multiple players in this series, right? Some of your
Do I
best
have any cool
players,
emotes for Shopify? I don't think I do.
the Stellars of the world, like, you want them.
I don't know who that person
The
is.
outcome of the game further
He
away,
has
like,
no.
more so than
Cycle's been on this team for how long, and he has no emotes.
But like players that are
I've lost access to Royal and last shots. My sub expired.
They need to be set
Unfortunate.
because eventually, I feel like if your renegades of the world are the ones holding the oddball, that your setup is less strong because they're not playing to their strengths.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a similar feelings to that before, when you had like Renegade team with Snakebite and like being like, oh, I knew ball was being taken care of by Snakebite, but there's times where some of that slack I felt like was not being picked up on that old roster.
Working through the kinks still. It's only the first major of the year, so by the time we get to Worlds, we will be talking about these teams, these players in a completely different light. As they grow, they learn, and the meta will shift. Even in year 4, we will see new
hopefully we'll have higher hopes then for Apex. Chad, I don't think I've ever talked about Apex esports. They're run like dog shit. It's some of the most exciting esport I've watched. One of the most exciting esports I've watched is Apex Legends, and even in the 5 years that they've been going, they have consistent desync and like disconnect issues on LAN tournaments like this. Granted, it's a little bit different because here it's like you're just trying to get like 8 people in a lobby and then like someone to spectate. Where in Apex, you're trying to get 60 players in a lobby and then a couple people to spectate. But still, it's insane. There's always disconnects and tech pauses, and they usually go like half an hour. It's insane. Hopefully they're not going too long here. At least I thought they played on console. I just saw the keyboard there. Maybe they don't.
Shopify yesterday. Really, the only close game was that game 3 Streets Oddball. SSG came out hot, won round 1, but in rounds 2 and 3, didn't put up nearly as much of a fight, I feel. And is there something about what SSG is doing that you can catch on to very quickly and counter for rounds 2 and 3 that Optic is potentially on the road to performing, similar to what we saw from Shopify, or is it just Optic starting to get warmed up? First game of the day.
Okay, I had a feeling SSG was going to win that first round. I missed that. I had a potty break. And then there was a tech pause after that.
They're on the back foot and they know how to play out those situations. Unless someone pulls off something miraculous, like we saw, I believe it was the Stellar double kill over at the Commando earlier, when you saw a near full setup from Optic. those are the game-changing plays where it should have been, oh, Stellar goes down, and all of a sudden they have 3 alive, and they have ball set up.
Pushing respawners, have so much space and a strong setup, and Stellar gets that double, and then all of a sudden now your oddball guy's going to be pressured very quickly.
See, someone's already saying it. Someone went after the generator again.
It's also just kind of figure out who's on fire, who's hot today.
Suddenly power goes off in Arlington. So many people are going like, oh damn, Optic's gonna rig it.
Especially as you got in the second half of that Nemesis series. They're playing good, but it's not the same level as last night. Wonder how much gas we got in the tank. Those guys had a long day. They had to play early in the morning against Nemesis to lose their pool play match. And then they had to close the day. Close to, what, 12, 13 hours later against Nemesis again.
There's pros and cons to that, though. I was the type of player, I don't know about you, but I was the type of player that, like, the longer the day went on and the more games I played, the better that I would be. It wasn't ever, like, at tournaments, my adrenaline was going. I don't know if you guys remember me as a player. I know I had a short glimpse of my career. Unlike Dave Walsh, he was there for a decade or so.
Some would say too long.
Yeah. But I was the kind of player that, like, when my adrenaline was going all weekend, like, you couldn't tell me to get off the sticks. Like, I was not tired. I was never going to be, like, exhausted. Too much Halo was not going to be a thing this weekend. I had prepared through several nights of playing with Neighbor, and Mason Cobb will make you play just one more game every single time, and
just one more game isn't what it seems.
One more game turns into your 9 a.m. chemistry class that you're walking to, which happens several mornings. But I think it's something I struggled with as a player was not getting enough of a warm-up and getting into, like, series.
Tech pauses take forever.
Comfortable. But the days that were long, the roads, like, there was elimination bracket runs that I went on, and, like,
I'm sick of it.
Back to grand finals. Those were the tournaments where I was like, yeah, I was playing good because I was playing so much Halo.
One more series, you start to get your groove, and it makes total sense, especially when you're able to go in from meaningful series to the next.
That's so funny that people are now talking about WrestleMania because this has gone too long.
A practice mode where they're running either some Octagon or some free-for-all, and when you're on those modes, you're just trying to challenge and fight and shoot versus, all right, how much am I focusing on the macro picture? How much am I worried about communication? How much am I playing my life? Which, in a free-for-all and those things, you aren't as much. You're more like, all right, well, can I do something sick right here?
100%, yeah, I'm chowing everything and whatnot. And in all honesty, on the BTH days, they would make me warm up against Cloud and Octagon, and I don't get to warm up. Like, Cloud's just
warm up, spamming the jump button?
Cloud is black screening me for 15 straight minutes. I'm like, Scotty, you look like you're on fire, so we should be able to win this series. But that being said, Cloud was the best player.
I think it's, other than the power going out Friday, I think it's the only, like, tech issue they've had all weekend.
Like the beating dummy for him?
The test
which is kind of nice.
Absolutely, I was. And I would never take that back because as long as he's hitting snipes, we got some opportunity. I got the flag. You know what? I'll go get that ball, bud. Yeah. Never a good sign when players aren't on the stage, just if you're taking a look at the broadcast. Still stalling time, still figuring out the lobby situation. I do believe we did get that score 70-28 will be the score kicking off round 2, and surely Optic can get into a groove early on in this round because it sounds like it's a significant lead, 42 points, but if SSG come out, they get 4 dead, they get the first camo. 42 seconds is one push, and against a camo guy, all of a sudden now we're looking at a tied round. You kind of feel robbed from the pace and like
the start of the game is
Can we hurry it
up? The game kind of playing out, being in this
having ball in
obscure
the back of train with a full setup.
Yes, it's very different from that. So yeah, obviously that would be a bit of a roller coaster here for the Optic squad.
Nothing these guys haven't dealt with. It's year 4.
Yeah,
we've seen it all outside of a generator blowing, and we saw that too.
All these players here have been on the stage countless times. They're veterans at this point. They've been in series where they're up 2-0. They've been in series where they're down 2-0. And they've come out victorious in both those situations.
And that's the thing about this this Optic Gaming roster we could touch on. The fact that they dropped into elimination bracket round 1, Lottie asked me earlier on the desk, and I was thinking about this last night after everything surpassed and we got to where we are today with the 4 teams left. Optic Gaming has 2 members that hold the greatest losers bracket round or run in the history of Halo. It's SSG at Salt Lake City last year, dropped in the elim round 1 and wins the tournament. 2 members on that Optic Gaming roster. So
why does I noticed this, but I wasn't thought for sure. Why does SSG have like desk chairs, like gaming chairs, and why does Optic have like folding chairs with padding?
Especially at least connected to a duo like what is it like the next
See,
time something like this happens?
I think it's all of Optic.
You already have proven that you can make it out.
Yeah, you proved to yourself. Obviously, you're talking the talk as you go in the situation. But let's also note, too, you have that ability on both
That's so
sides.
bizarre.
You have also Eco and Stellar on the opposite end of the stage. So both these teams have been making some miraculous runs. But you're right. As you go through practice, eventually you're going to have some major comeback. And just being able to get that done in practice is one step towards that belief. Next, doing it in tournament when
Bring your own chair major? That'd be insane.
and coming back and making the right play.
Could you imagine? Not only do you have to bring your own like controller or like mouse and keyboard and all of your shit for the weekend, you also have to bring your own chair.
I can see the lobby starting to get created here. Dave, we saw a glimpse of game one, just about half of it so far.
Are they gonna completely restart game one?
Not great in SSG's favor, but have they showed you enough with the sample size that we have that this series has the potential to be a great one?
I do think so.
Would bring crazy shit if they did. Probably, yeah. I mean, people already bring crazy shit to tournaments. One of, not that it's necessarily crazy, but it's the only person I've ever seen do it. One of Shopify's Smash Brothers Melee players, Zane. I can't really shit on him for doing it because he's like one of the best players in the world. But he brings a pillow with him to every major, and it's like the same pillow every tournament that he travels for. And he rests on his lap for him to rest his hands while he's playing. So it's like you just see this guy doing some crazy shit with Marth in Smash Brothers Melee, and then he like pops off and he's got a fucking lap pillow, and it is the definition of like looking like a dork. Because it's like he looks so calm, cool, and collected, and like fucking cool as hell, and then he pops off with a fucking pillow, and you're like, okay, that's.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I know it's early on Sunday, but you guys have been quiet. I hadn't heard any Optic chants. I'm gonna be the first one to call you guys out. I heard the Stray Ribbon and Final Boss chants back in the day. I better have to cast through that if I had to play through some of y'all. I know y'all were there, Dave.
Okay, here we go. Seems like the game's getting back up again.
That you're the favorite up on the stage. There's no better feeling letting the other team know and letting your team know, have that confidence saying, hey, we're the good guys here in the story. Let's win this.
I love being the bad guy, Dave. I love ruining people's Sundays. Woke up with that mentality, and let's see if SSG can perform the same, or are the heroes here to provide a championship run?
Oh, okay, huge. They just restarted here. Restart. 26-66. That's not awful. This is still winnable for SSG if they lock in.
The SSG start perfectly, has been studying it, or he just knows how to sniff out the perfect opportunity every single time.
We said Renegade wasn't the player you want with the ball.
But also, we saw that Optic was able to get some big sets of points, and SSG just couldn't really break it. But that's 2 down for Optic. Maybe 3 down? Lucid does have camo? Ooh, SSG does have camo. And the ball. And Legend goes down? Legend's down. So Optic can control the ball again.
And also the fact that SSG weren't able to play ball.
Probably. I think it was winnable. It's just SSG couldn't get a setup early enough. So Optic probably takes round 2.
3 points away from tying this round up. It's going to be 1-1 going into round 3.
Game 1 going to round 3. Optic making slight work of the rest of round 2, and kind of foretold that, kind of foreshadowed it with the way that Optic was playing in that round 2. But this is where all the marbles are game for game 1 here in this series. Renegade.
So this will decide who wins map 1. And SSG is taking it.
This could be difficult though. SSG are stuck over at caution in this corner. You're going to have Optic be able to collapse in from multiple angles. Now can they secure the kills? It's going to be 2 down.
Yeah,
the
Optic.
This next battle's going to be crucial.
3 down for. Oops, sorry. Oops. They still have. They have a small lead. 7 points is a lead. Good trade. Good little double kill in the trade. Oddball resets. Renegade has camo again. Snakebite takes ball.
The rest of his teammates ended up taking the hits. Renegade now with his second camo of the game. Trying to find an opening here. It is going to be 2 down for SSG and just formal down for Optic Gaming as Renegade gets information that Eco's back tower, but he's dealt with before Renegade focus on him. Lucy gets caught out as well. It's
big kill. Still has camo.
2 members are now staggered coming off respawn. Snakebite tries to push up. He is able to take down Legend, but Renegade trades it out.
And Optic gets ball.
Very well with this camera. The ball now in Optic's hands, rotating towards Cafe, and all of Space Station will be degress on the end of the map to where this should be Optic getting a significant lead.
Yeah, Optic trying to rotate this through, and Renegade has the flank behind enemy lines. And look at that, Ego decides to back down. Renegade sniffing this out, saying, okay, they let me go. He always does such a good job of dancing just right on the edge of danger. He knows that when he can push his advantage, or when he has to back away and run. That's what makes him such a dangerous flanker.
Great shots.
Renegade losing trade?
As I say that, Legend picks up the second camera of the game. He goes down. 4 go down for Optic. That ball time.
Ooh, that's not good. 4 down Optic is not great. That's not. Obviously, it's not good. Especially because now SSG can set up and take this. You know, someone's right there. You know, there's 2 right there. Surprisingly, no nade. Just for like that close guy.
Ball cannot be played. Eco's just gonna have to try to get a trade here, but it's gonna be a full clean wipe there. Optic killing all 4 and taking no casualties.
And look how progressed Legend is on the map here. 29 to 20.
Yeah, Optic's really good.
Already a top B rail. It's gonna be difficult for Space Station to get.
Was the pull that I went all in on, was that for just map 1 or the series? No one probably remembers. We'll find out in about 3 minutes.
Setup stay strong for the first round of Slays.
And just look at this difference in setups. You saw Space Station kind of sticking near PD, holding heaven, barely pushing towards B, whereas when Optic had the chance,
yeah, I think Optic may take back.
They made it difficult for Space Station to even push
Optic seems like they might take map 1.
Renegade is 12-2-3. He is in championship form, and when that happens, Renegade wins championships. Right now, finding out Eco inside rep.
I think the tech pause definitely helped Optic win. Maybe.
Wow, a beautiful plasma grenade is going to take down Stellar. You cannot hide behind those flowers with that nade on that wedge.
That is such a good nade.
Renegade takes his time. I love them taking the time after it to not make sure you push, but as I say that, does get a little distracted by that off ball. Is traded out, and 3 go down for Optic Gaming. Last player alive, Legend. He's doing his best.
4 down for Optic.
For 3 members of SSG, and the ball back now.
That might not. That's not good.
Here we have Space Station taking up more ground this time. They know a player pushed over towards ATM, but I like this play by Stellar. Getting behind enemy lines, he knows all the players are spawn, so he's not worried about blocking a spawn, but now he has to actually do the damage. Gets taken out by Bound.
That's not great. Stellar needed to do a lot more there.
This is trouble. It feels like there's so many times where Space Station gets a setup, and they sometimes try to push the advantage, but 2 players just fall too quickly.
How does Eco play this camo? This is such an important camo in this series, 66 to 38. You still have a little bit of it left. Respawners are going to be coming behind here. He's able to trade out. That will make the setup of Optic Gaming weaker, but you never want to trade when you have a power-up like camouflage.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite wait long enough for his teammates. It's a 2v2 on the map now. Renegade
Good shit from Renegade.
flying into PD. Lucid trying to trade it out, but in the meantime, Lucid's going to get
The same thing, but Lucid gets repicked.
capitalize on Snakebite's damage here. The ball is in the courtyard, Bound trying to clear PD, doesn't quite spot Stellar immediately, but eventually takes him down.
How did Stellar lose that?
Get back in the courtyard where he goes down. Pure chaos taking down in the courtyard right now, as no time can really be allocated to either team, and that ball will reset soon.
Yeah, when there's players at A and the other team has PD, you can't really scrap up time there. It's just gonna be a fight to see who makes the misstep and who can secure the Renegade these past couple engagements, always taking out Snakebite.
It's going to be a long series and a lot of fights between those two members of SSG. Cafe and Legend deals with both.
Damn, Legend. Go off. And gets the ball.
That's going to be Legend's key to get this ball, and he chooses to take it tires. Is this a mistake? No, he turns the corner, no shield, and that's going to be more time awarded to Optic Gaming. 83 to 38 now. SSG with Snakebite on respawn have got to push because this round will end, this game will end in Optic's favor.
Yeah, it looks like Legend still just grabbing that time. They're letting Space Station's hand and can try to sprint towards it. They're not able to get the pick. Snakebite has no choice but to charge
that's
towards
GG's
the ball.
map one.
GG #1 going towards Optic Gaming.
Rounds 2 and 3 go to Optic in dominant form, and Optic Gaming close out that map 1 in their favor. And they looked like a different team, I say, between round 1 and rounds 2 and 3. Very consistent play, and I think they were led by Renegade the whole way. His 1v1 pivotal fights, and the fact that he
I don't remember what the prediction was.
Members of SSG to try and focus on him after he's already gotten a kill.
Yeah, let's see. SSG comes back. I don't know what the rest of the map, the game modes are for the series. Let me check.
There would be a chaotic situation.
Rest of the series has.
Space Station do the overextension. Space Station be the engagers.
So next is Slayer. King of the Hill, capture the flag, rounding it up with a Slayer.
Yeah, staggered respawners was a big.
I don't know who takes this.
Of that second half of the game.
I really don't.
It's so difficult when a team like Optic Gaming gets you 4 down and also has 4 members on the map. How progressed Legend was on that B rail, specifically that one play, that is such a difficult setup to try and break on the side of SSG. You saw them try several different ways, whether it was down the spike stairs, whether it was up driveway. So many different options that Optic have to be able to flex towards and break you down. And once they get that first pick, these guys smell blood in the water better than anybody. They make sure 1 turns into 2, which turns into 4 very quickly.
Yeah, they did such a great job every single time at the end, but once again, partially in this lane department, felt like those opening kills is what created those opportunities. But this next game, it's all Slayer. We can't talk about any objective besides getting those kills. And it's gonna be Slayer.
This where.
These 2 squads. What do you think about that one?
This is where SSG could take a map off Optic.
It could go 2 ways, in my opinion. You have the S7, and I think it really does rely on whose hands does that fall into? Does it fall into an Eco's hands where the game will slow down to a stalemate and you allow Eco to get picks? Or does it fall into someone like Renegade's hands and all of a sudden now you're getting full court press and he's using it as a shotgun rather than a sniper? So often do we see the S7 being the tone setter, I feel like, for the pace of this game. And if I'm on SSG, Dave, I want this game to be a methodical game. I don't want this to be off respawn, I'm sprint G-sliding into combat to try and third party the action that's already going on. How do you slow down Optic Gaming is the big question.
That's a great question, because I do feel like we didn't really get to see that answer as much on Streets. Yes, Streets can play a little bit quicker, and the map's a little bit shorter, so you can fly across, but here on Livefire, I mean, there's a few different areas you can run and escape, but you, at some point, might just be delaying your demise. You might just be saying, all right, yeah, I go in rat tunnels, but they have so many times, and they can push in through key door, through dummy door, through pillar door. There's just too many avenues that they can come down and finish you. So at some point, it's going to be, can you out-damage in the positions that you're at? Because I do see a lot of times where we're at these stalemates that Optic is putting out more shots, hitting more shots than SSG.
We talk about a team that thrives off confidence, off momentum. Optic Gaming have grabbed momentum now here in this series after a dominant 2 and 3 rounds in oddball. Game 1 goes in their favor, and they've got to be feeling a little bit more confident, a little bit more awake, and ready to go on this run.
Let's see how this Slayer goes.
To win, to put down SSG here in the elimination bracket. And let's start this one off with Bound and see if he's going to set the tone here in Game 2, and what can Space Station do against the pace that he is known to put on.
Wow, must be some sort of error. I see a lot of people just jumping around, so we'll probably get this.
Okay, huge. That was for map 1.
We'll get a rule into the TO, but I assume this will be just a fresh restart.
They're doing another restart.
Back turn towards where the enemy spawned and G-sliding towards the scoreboard. So, bear with us once again.
Chat.
Optic Gaming fans,
we got the first prediction right.
Get this one underway. They want to see
I got 75K. Do I go all in again?
That's a match made in heaven, in my opinion. We talk about Frosty and
Renegade probably takes these.
historic plays that get made by those individuals on these maps.
Renegade is probably the right pick. If I want to go all in again.
Like some old map, I don't know, library. What do you guys got? What did you play back then?
What you guys play back then?
Renegade has had an insane week. I don't know. This is very open-ended. I'm not gambling.
Just were 2 seconds ago. Watching Baum move around this map, I think it's just a one-to-one, like a one-to-one fit as far as like perfect map for this guy's play style to be.
Bet 3K, too late. Predictions over.
At the highest level of Halo that we have. So
I'll have to do it on the next one.
Back off with him when we get an opportunity to start this game back up.
Yeah. On the flip side, though, I remember seeing something like Lucid, Season 1 specifically, on Livefire. Just felt like when he was previously on Optic, they had set the bar as to how this map should be played. They were the ones that were fully exploring the sandbox. They were the one using utility and equipment like no other. Now, can we see, does the old strategies and the old innovators, can they hang out with the new guys? Yeah. Someone like Bound, who's flying a little bit quicker. Someone like Legend, who's hit ridiculous no-scopes on this map.
Kyle Elam on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. National champion himself, U.S. champion. Is that what the title was? That
the free-for-all was, I believe, U.S. or national champion. I forget what it was called.
Well, he won a national championship on Straight Rippin', a U.S. champion. This guy's a winner. Won a bunch of, a part of all the banners holding above our heads here in this arena. As SSG's year last year is nothing to be forgotten, and now the two teams playing against the two sides playing against each other here in this series. You know, both sides won another banner. They're always going to be hungry for more championships.
Ooh, sniper on this?
Game 2 loading up. And it's an even fight here. 0-0, no harm, no foul. No momentum gained, but Optic sure feeling good after that game 1. Let's kick it off with Bound. He's going to choose to hit the bottom mid route right
Different
now.
route this time, yeah.
He's going to run into Snakebite. Wants to repulse up top mid. That snipe is gone, probably in the hands of his teammates if he's not looking behind him. And Snakebite able to trade with Bound out, but Renegade already has that snipe top tower, and this could be bad news bears for the SSG fans.
Yeah, this can be tough to get his hands, or even if he starts getting the follow-up kills.
Wait, are you doing another prediction?
He doesn't know plays right there,
Oh my god, I can bet 3K.
It had an interesting trajectory. Very well could have flown up to that.
Stayed on the map.
I'm gonna do, I'll bet 3K on Legend.
I do want to go into an Optic Gaming listen in here and see how the boys are feeling after that game 1 win and this game 2.
Well, I just got my 3K. Ooh, listen in? Hey, Legend.
Oh my god!
Let's just trade after trade. I think me betting for Legend is costing Optic. I don't really care who wins, but I do really think. I believe Optic wins the whole this whole series. First time they got a lead all day, or all day this game.
He's on the jump. He jumped over it.
Almost down, tied again.
Yeah, here it is. Can you make a play before the time comes up? Just wait till you're on this camo.
they have camo, though, man.
I'm trying to go. Next week you go. One point back to two.
Take her down. Three but they all aped it. Three.
Push again.
In A, yeah. One's in A cellar.
Right here, right.
Top A. Two A still.
The lead SSG has is going. Or is building. Renegade has snipe.
And after that listening, we're starting to hear how they're coordinating during some of these fights and some of those battles. It was interesting. You heard them wanting to make a play before that camo or before that sniper came up. It seemed like Space Station had the exact same idea. It was three of them came flying over towards bags.
Yeah, they're looking like the Avengers when they hit that A plant right there. Melted Renegade in that situation, but a close game. 3 kills separate the two. SSG in the lead for now, but Formal has gotten the second sniper of this game. He's backed up in the house, and the game kind of slows down. Does Formal find a pick, though? I don't believe anyone from SSG is going to be trying to hit top middle. I say that. Nico's going to poke his head out, get the information. Formal's there, and Formal with the overchow. Eco just sitting him down right there is massive. Eco gets damage onto his second, able to get traded out. And Formal going to regret chowing that for now, but it looks like Optic Gaming have done a good job to minimize the damage here and actually made some of the deficit up. Just a 1-kill game. Renegade with snipe in hand.
Yeah, and I'm actually still surprised that...
Still 6 shots left in the snipe.
With the sniper, especially given that play that Space Station made towards bags. Usually if you're making that play right before a sniper comes up,
5 shots.
Seconds before and you get that first pick, you're able to go back, grab that sniper, and go whichever direction you'd like, but I don't know exactly what happened after that bags play.
Renegade, 5 bullets in the chamber. A repulse in his back pocket. He's going to be a thorn to try and deal with here. It's going to be very difficult to push him. Where is SSG allocating the resources to? They are dropping on the map a little bit as Renegade hadn't spotted any combat here. He is going to poke out big door Tommy. Wilson, you jiggle.
Clean shot.
You peek, I teach, Renegade says as he rips out Lucid's face there. He's going to just continue to anchor this tower position. Space Station don't seem to have an answer just yet. Camo is coming up, and they will be forced to make a play.
Just like that, Renegade always finding the...
Another nice shot from Renegade.
Knowing where people aren't going to challenge him, and where people might be peeking out. I like this. He knows camo's got to be a focus. Now SSG has to decide, do they go straight for this camo, or do they have to get an angle on Renegade first? And wisely, they get some shots on Renegade first. However,
only 3 shots left.
From Bound takes out Lucid. That's going to be 2, make that 3 down. So without even the snipes getting picks here, Optic racking up so
Chad Slayer is first to 50, so 32-36. Optic's 14 off of the win. Legend himself alone has 14 kills. Did I predict right? Did I predict right that Legend is going to have the most kills this series? Or this game?
And this has just been falling apart at the end here for Space Station. They were neck and neck the entire time, but after that sniper started to get settled down, you realize Space Station started giving up
Might have
all the higher
10 kills off.
They're kind of fighting all these individual battles.
Bound. Crazy.
Again for Space Station Gaming.
The routes by Bound have been perfect on this spree.
Okay, Legend, I need you to step into gear. Legend did just sneak around somebody. 5 more.
5-32 now. Optic, 5 kills to go up 2-0 in the series.
This one is tough. I don't really know how SSG gets out of this. They somehow need to first stop the bleeding and get a clean spawn without dying. But secondly, needs to get the sniper, rotate.
That was like 4 down almost for Optic. That was crazy. Come on, Legend. Get a couple more kills. Or chat, I guessed right. I bet Legend was 3K on Legend was gonna have the most kills that game.
Every single time Optic got those slays, they'd push that advantage. They rolled it into the
36.
And they would always be one step ahead as well.
36, 434. Chat, you see that shit?
At the very end there, snake bite, got a garage spawn, trying to help his team.
Tenfold my fucking bet back.
But just as that time was going on, Legend blows
Chat,
through the garage,
I might be addicted to gambling.
and continues kills, so you gotta wonder at some point.
I think it's the most I usually don't, but I thought it'd be something stupid to do. Well, on stream today. That was crazy. I don't think I've ever gotten that much. 36,434.
commensurate kills ahead of him. And
Go to me and 8 others. 8 other people.
As several kills are going in their favor. From SSG
Speaking
side,
of which,
I said
I'm
maybe they
gonna
can
boot
slow
up
the
the
game down,
Lacho.
but it seems like in this, at the times the game
So many
it
people
benefited Optic Gaming more.
Yeah,
just lost
challenge that you have is when your
betting
team
on
slows
Renegade.
down, you have to
Did
let
anyone?
one game
Where did
pick it
everybody
back up.
else
That's
bet?
just right there. It's a 29 to 31 game.
Nobody
It's
bet
kill
for
you,
fucking.
but all the
That's
rest of the
crazy.
players
Everyone went like fucking all in on Legend,
much everything
or on
except it felt like all these members
Renegade.
of the space station saying, all right, well, I don't want to be the first smoke out. I saw Lucid Guy's head ripped off over at Big Door, and they never found a time that they could really push out except for when they're running off a spawn.
Yeah, that being said, there was a lot of power up and power weapon control done by Optic. Never did we really get an opportunity to see SSG with the snipe in hand for very long. It was always a comfortable anchor
King of the Hill
opportunity
next.
that Optic could always rely on as far as, hey, back tower dummies, bridge is all clear. Like, Renegade saw nobody for a very long time. Then you see Formal with the snipe. He's hitting, yeah, the shots he should hit, but nothing flashy, nothing special, not a highlight reel by any means. Optic just playing high-level Halo, even without, like, having to do anything too incredible to create such a difference in the scoreline.
Yeah, just suppressing everyone and getting the body shots when you need to, but yeah, they just played it right. And you're correct also there, Wes. Space Station, I don't recall a period of time where they had Sniper for more than 5 or 10 seconds or ever really
What
got
an
south with it. Even the initial
insane
sniper we
match.
saw Renegade, we weren't sure if that one flew off the map.
Insane
Pretty
call
sure
from
that
me
flew off
too.
the map.
Yeah, I thought Snakebite would be able to get it, and we never saw anybody else touch another sniper until the next one came up. So for sure, a massive change of events when that sniper does fall off the map. So great call by you, obviously. King of the Hill is going to be the name of the game for Game 3. It's Recharge King of the Hill. And what gives you hope as an SSG fan looking at this from what we've seen so far, if anything?
I mean, it's tough because it feels like it's gotten kind of worse and worse. You saw what I felt was the best of SSG in round 1 on Streets Oddball. Ever since then, it's kind of just gone downhill a little bit by little bit. You saw Optic kind of reverse sweep that game 1 on Oddball Streets. It wasn't really that close in the round 3. As that Slayer progressed, it was even to the middle point, but some point when Optic has every single sniper, they're going to take
Games are
off
so close.
Sure, you might be able to hold them for a little bit. You might be able to challenge. You might be able to take out a sniper or two. They did, yeah. They traded out Renegade once. They traded out Formal once with a great challenge by Eco. But at some point, they're gonna hit their shots and they're gonna pull away, and that's exactly what happened. So, I don't know what the exact change we need to see from SSG in this point is, but somebody's got to start winning their fights. Somebody's got to stop worrying about dying together. There's so many times where I see them.
There might be
angle, like whether it's angled towards Nest. And
some roster swaps
too hard to work together.
coming up
when things are chaotic, you need people's instincts to kick in, saying, "All right, I'm gonna go here, and if
for
I
SSG, I think.
I'm gonna win my one-on-one and then rejoin this fight."
Right, and the words of Frosty yesterday as Shopify was in and listening against Optic, guys, start taking more pivs.
Yes, those individual fights, or what should I say, those standoffish fights where people are battling from a distance. They're choosing that battle because it's a safe spot that they can back away from.
Right, you're never going to kill that guy.
You aren't going to get them unless they overextend, which they likely don't do at this high-level play, or somehow you get the perfect double team. Where the real kills are going to happen is all the background noise that's taking place, all the people that are lurking about and trying to get an angle and joining that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man, it's tournament life on the line for SSG. Optic one win away from another step towards righting the wrongs and figuring out the path to winning this championship. And I can't wait to get it started. The players, obviously, after Game 2, they take their breaks. What's going through the minds of Optic Gaming? I feel like
they're going on a break?
A little bit, but it really does feel like the squad relies on momentum.
You should just play through.
Like confidence. And to be going through Game 1 like it happened, start slow, figured
There's
it out,
most likely
rolling.
one game left.
Really got the ball rolling. Game 3, this one could get ugly if Optic are feeling themselves like I think they're going to be.
Yeah, I mean, ever since Optic started the elimination bracket after that loss to Shopify, they've had the same mentalities.
Chad, I guess they're going on a break, so if you need to run to the bathroom, do it now.
They didn't want to start here, but
Game 3 starts
said, hey,
probably soon.
If you put us in the elimination bracket this early, we are making this run. And they're just going to take it game by game, step by step, battle by battle. And And right here, it's just another one on another team in their way, on their path to victory here in Dallas.
The bad blood between the roster breakup, the decision to break up the world champions of 2020.
Shopify's League of Legends team also has a game today, I think.
Up here, at least for now.
Yeah, they also play today.
Stellar be able to answer the ring of the bell here.
Chat, we'll see what's going on. Maybe we'll check out some other Shopify. I said it earlier. Maybe we'll check out some other Shopify stuff.
Be unheard of, but let's not even
depending what's going on.
I'm actually down to manifest that. I mean, like, I want to see a game 5. I don't know if it requires a full reverse sweep, but
yeah,
this series can absolutely
game 5 is what I'm asking for. I agree with that.
We need them to wake up. Obviously, they're in a difficult.
They did production did the same thing for Optic yesterday when they were playing Nemesis last night. Life support for SSG. Can they battle back? That seems so fucking mean. It's so funny.
Specifically that you want to walk in on and see very early on is with his tournament life on the line, does he step up and answer for his team?
Yeah, I want to start off with Snakebite. He's been such a veteran. He started off so strong.
Hey, King of the Hill.
We'll see. One of the greatest Halo players of all time, and I have not been seeing him get here when his team needs him the most. So let's kick it off with Snakebite here as we go into this Game 3 King of the Hill on Recharge.
Sunday Snakebite is traditionally a very scary individual to walk onto the server with. Optic have done their job so far to handle what he's brought to them, but kicking this off with him here.
Okay. Stellar looking for a big pick.
Top middle, and that ape is not expected by anybody on SSG. He's immediately
to start off.
3 go down for space, and you make it 4. And the pace
wait, did I miss the prediction?
Early game 3.
All 4, and just like that, Renegade.
Fuck, chat, I missed the prediction.
Sees anytime there's some timidness or an angle not watched by Space Station, and just charges on through and creates that for his team.
So it's Formal with the first camo of the game. They choose to give him shock as well. Renegade had his option.
Formal with shock and camo? That's fucking deadly. Granted, anybody that's good with shock rifle and camo is a deadly combo.
One thing to take into account here, if you're an SSG fan, is even though Optic got those initial kills, they got the shock rifle, they got the camo, they don't have that much time here on this hill. You'd expect so much more to come out
he
of
is
when
fucking
you have a 9-5
hitting.
kill lead and all these power-ups and power weapon leads. But I can see Optic trying to set the stage right now, saying, we are going to get more control, we're just going to outslay you so hard that we'll grab this when it's easier.
Formal starting to shoot like Formal does as he rips Snakebite spawning back, rips Lucid, and creates an opportunity for a full setup for Optic Gaming. Now the progression going to get to about halfway. SSG still coming off respawn. Now the power is kind of out of Optic's control, but they have earned over half the first hill with it.
Yeah, so it started off as concern about their objective efficiency has been answered over those next 30 seconds. Formal and Renegade grabbing so much time in this, and look at this, almost uncontested. Nobody from Space Station able to find these kills or find this damage.
Yeah, it's 2 down for Optic, 3 down for Optic, but they take the first hill.
Strong start. Perfect. The snowball continues. 3 go down. Eco with 3 kills. Snakebite, you asked to start off the game with him 0, 1, and 5 right now. Can't find a rhythm. He has been spawn killed a few times by Formal with the shock rifle, and that plays into it. But got to get his feet on the ground here, or his tournament will be over.
There's a couple great grenade kills coming out of Snakebite and Lucid. That's going to be 2 kills on the board. Lucid also has camo, and they're closing in here towards.
SSG is the second camo.
Another player is back here for Optic Gaming. Another player is spotted. The Batwedge taking no shield. Last player alive will be in blue for Optic Gaming. A trade for Lucid. It's going to reward some good time here for SSG, but let's see how strong this setup, because we saw a perfect setup in Hill 1 from Optic Gaming.
And we're seeing some rare desperation there from Optic. You saw Renegade kind of caught in no man's land over that batteries, trying to finish off that kill, giving up a staggered death.
SSG have a good lead on the second hill. They are on it.
They're close to tying this game up.
A good hold, bound, pushing long haul by himself, able to get taken down, but in the meantime, I believe the hill
kill onto Renegade, and the kill onto Lucid. No, Lucid gets the kill on Lucid. Sorry. Now I'm reading things wrong.
They did not know that Formal was back there, but the kill was straight out. Lucid
Snakebite and Lucid need to be careful.
Well, after hitting that out,
Or not, they just take the hill. Okay, 1-1.
Is that
Now they gotta start to rotate. Snakebite is actually already almost there, but he went down.
You trade off the kill, grab the hill time. That's exactly what Space Station did to secure that second hill.
An easy win condition, but the rotation towards the turbine was a failure for SSG. Optic Gaming,
Pardon me, chat.
hill time as you see Formal plants his seed into this hill and is not really under a ton of pressure. A lot of SSG stuck in pipes. This is a very difficult push for SSG, but with Legend going down, that's where the push.
They have shock rifle now for SSG.
Location where teams are already vying for elevator before they can decide to jump on the hill. Formal scooping up a significant amount of time for this hill. So let's see how Space Station decide to react.
They get the kill over towards the elevator, but Legend's made his way to
big hit.
Right now. There's multiple players pushing bottom middle as well.
It's that shot, I think.
The shots with shock rifle right now, some solid damage, but in the meantime, Formal swooped up the camo from bottom middle. It tries to find some damage on the player's top elevator.
Formal with the camo now?
This down. The hill is neutralized right now, and this is a massive fight to try and get P3.
And they know where all these players are. But just because you know they're all in there doesn't mean it's going to be easy kills.
Stellar down.
They're all stuck in the elevator, and you have to round this corner to get an angle on them. Looks like they do get picked off one by one. Snakebite, the only one left out of elevator, makes his way towards pit. Eventually taken out by Renegade.
And look, they were able to fight that combat loop as SSG was stuck in the back of the elevator in the hill. This hill already going towards Optic Gaming. You can see SSG slow this game down and play towards white and blue plat. That's where the hill will move next. But down once again in this game 3, tournament life on the line. Oh, and Optic's choosing to play time. They want to be able to rotate here.
I think they just don't either have the setup that they want for C plat, or they have the chance to.
I mean, Legend is right there.
They can say, hey, we're in a position where this next C plat is open, and they could.
I mean, I guess technically, if this goes to time, Optic win just because they have the lead on the hill.
Strategic play here by Optic Gaming.
Yeah, and Renegade actually gets a kill. You see Lucid push over to top alley. That's the whole white blue plat setup kind of broken. Lucid does pick up a kill, however, so he'll be able to rotate through white, but Legend behind enemy line sneaks through blue pipes, and Snakebite's not going to expect this. Doesn't have the timing in his head. Nobody spots Legend, and the blue setup gets erased. Legend with a perfect flank after the second hill gets capped.
All they have to do is just keep SSG off the hill for the next 2 minutes.
All these players are so slippery and so sneaky. Not going to be a time game though, Wes. We see how
Bound gets the camo.
2 minutes on the clock. Not enough time to fully drain that.
They always heard to cap on the hill for a little bit. Ooh, almost a melee. Has no shield. Stellar kill takes out Bound. Formal's down. Renegade's down. 3 down for Optic.
So immediately SSG break this setup. There is a player hiding back blue. Surely you clear this out. Surely you play for the last guy alive. We are not keeping track of names as well as we should be. If we're not going back blue after Legend, we have spotted him in blue earlier with the death of Snake.
Down.
A massive mistake as Legend able to
It is 2 down for SSG though. Could be 3 down. 3 down for SSG. Optic can go and just take this hill now, and possibly just take it.
As Optic get back in the hill.
Yeah, what feels like it could have been
Formal down.
free stagger kill on the Legend instead turned into their whole setup getting ripped apart. Space Station, just like you said, not tracking the exact names and exact spawns. And when some things are too good to be true, you have to check your back in Halo.
Game's not over yet, however. There is a player in blue that's hiding in the shroud, actually able to take down Snakebite. Lucid finds a kill. I believe that was Legend, but it bought time for the rest of Optic Gaming to get here. Now a minute on the clock, things starting to get interesting time-wise as win conditions start to favor Optic further and further. 3 do go down for Optic. Legend first to respond, of course. Should have good information that they will be stuck in pipes because you have elevator control as well. Halfway progress on this hill. You need kills right now if you're SSG.
Yeah, off the start of this hill, it made sense that Optic weren't willing to just slay it out. However, now there's only a minute left.
SSG tie the game. Back to another tie at 2-2. They need to take it.
We'll be seeing this hill go to time.
This guy Long Haul is Formal with a massive responsibility to try and kill Snakebite. He's able to do so. That player double sight made that situation so chaotic.
They might be down. I think it's over.
Answered back won by Eco, but it's just Snakebite to come off respawn here. They have
Yeah, I
to
think
break
it's.
this hill. You cannot go
It
down
might be
2
over.
points with less than a minute on the clock.
I think SSG needed to take this hill to have a chance.
They're gonna grab this hill time and see if they can force Space Station to panic and charge. If they get one wipe here from Optic side, they could get this third hill, which could be an absolute dagger to Space Station.
Yeah, no, that's it.
This could be devastating.
Space Station can't get Renegade out. Renegade stands strong. Renegade stands in the hill. And
Damn.
gets his team a 3-1 lead. 57 seconds remaining, and SSG on the ropes.
That might be game.
Considering how exposed this
I don't think.
hill is, Space Station
I just don't think SSG have the setups and the rotates to get 2 more hills to get a tiebreaker.
They will go Renegade, loud, proud, and on a killing spree. 31 seconds and ticking for Optic to find themselves. Advancing.
And Renegade has shock rifle.
Look at that, just all his snipes connecting. And this is the Renegade that's the scariest, the one who's grappling around here on recharge, hitting shock rifle shots without a care in the world.
15 seconds, Optic have no intention.
Yeah, there's no shot.
Space Station desperate for any sign of life, but desperation will not get you victories. Renegade will get you victories here. The shock rifle has found home so consistently for this Optic Gaming team throughout this game. 3, 5.
Yeah, no, that's it.
4,
3, 2, 1.
And the decision by the
Okay,
Optic
GG
Gaming
3-0, or Optic Gaming 3-0.
First time this year, and they will advance in the elimination bracket.
Kind of had a feeling I was gonna go that way. Optic and Shopify just have like such a fucking hold on how the HCS goes and how it's played.
Partial respect to their former teammates. Partial saying, work's not done yet. Many matches to go for them to get the place that they want in this event.
Taking a look at the stats, Renegade, of course. Who else would it be? It seems like he was on a mission this series. 21 and 14 here in game 3, and I feel like
Yeah, this probably guarantees Optic Shopify Grand Finals. I just don't think FaZe can beat Shopify, and I don't think FaZe can beat Optic.
Yeah,
Should at least it'll be an interesting finals.
Renegade, like you said
See,
yesterday,
we have-
stepped it up harder than anyone else on Optic, and then today, without doubt, the best player.
We'll probably go to like a 5-minute break chat,
This is gonna be a
and then come back with Shopify versus FaZe.
The road only gets harder as you continue to advance to the elimination bracket. Keep in mind, Shopify versus FaZe in our winners finals. The loser of that series is going to run into a very hot Optic, someone that came from all the way from losers 1 to get to where they are now in elimination finals, and not an Optic Gaming I want to run into. I think I'd rather take the easier road of why don't we just win winners finals, because like I said, we've said it all series, all tournament long, when this Optic Gaming team gets hot, and they look hot, they do bad things to teams.
Yeah. Just kicking off that one. Look at those highlights from this game number 3. Renegade started with some grapple plays and ended it with some grapple plays.
Tough to start a game with your Snakebite on the right foot when you're getting spawn killed by shock rifle camo with formal, but the battle for power, I mean, Optic had such starting strats games 2 and 3 that just put them in such promising positions, even though maybe game 2 didn't start off so significantly in Optic's favor. They were in a great position with Renegade top tower was sniped. That's all you could ever ask. Good things usually happen, and eventually, then if you fool me once, you're able to take down Renegade the first time, but the second time Renegade got top tower, the league got out of control. And this hill fight, I mean, it was incredible. Both players for Optic Gaming jumping up on that little circuit box and getting to see plat the same route could easily have gotten hit by a single frag, and we could be still watching some SSG versus Optic gameplay. Yeah, but neither one of them gets hit by a nade. Great teamwork, and to stand in the hill with camo and be such a difficult target. You know players are ADS across the map trying to shoot you, but such a difficult ask of any player, even the best in the world. And Renegade makes the play that solidifies his team moving on.
Yeah, securing that C-plat, the draining time over at the Needler Hill, everything's just played so well from there. I mean, you and I have broken it down, though. I actually want to hear from the horse's mouth himself. Blaze, he's down there with Formal. Take it away.
Formal interview? Okay.
West Texas, make some noise for Optic Gaming as they win their first series of the day. Let's get some H4Fs in the chat right now. I got Formal with me on the main stage. Formal, you come into this series going up against a formal rival in Space Station Gaming. You guys played them a lot last season, but how does it feel to be able to take them down right now in a 3-0 fashion in which you did?
I mean, it feels good. I know that Bound and Legend definitely wanted to beat them, so that was a great first match. I don't know, it's good.
Definitely is good, okay? They definitely wanted to take down their old team, and you guys managed to get that done. And not just you, I want to talk to you about Renegade as well. Renegade has been playing out of his mind throughout this entire event. How does that alleviate pressure for you guys and even makes the game that much smoother when he's in that flow state?
Yeah, John gets like so many fucking kills, and he's like been in MVP form this whole weekend, so I mean, it makes the game a lot easier when there's people dead all the time, and it definitely helped us out.
Definitely did help you guys out. Now, still a long road here on Sunday, and I want you to get back and prepare and get ready to watch this next series. But what do you want to say to the fans in this venue that came all throughout Texas, that's in the chats, in the watch party right now, that want to see Optic Gaming?
That's fucking a crazy line.
You guys get loud today. Loud.
Formal looks like Meg Griffin. Oh, they deleted it. Fucking mods, that's funny. Why'd you delete that?
Thank you so much, Blaze. That'll do it. Formal, requiring the loudness from the green wall in this arena. That'll get them going, indeed. Well, that's all they wrote for SSG. Off they go. Hopefully to come back to another tournament with a little bit more in the tank. Optic Gaming, though, looking supreme on that main stage.
Shot them for speaking the truth.
They had
I think the funniest thing about that too is I think I was saying this last night when we were just hanging out talking. Formal's in his goddamn 30s. Formal is 30 years old. Saying a 30-year-old man looks like a teenage cartoon character is so funny. Wait, why is my Discord open? Why do I have Discord open?
The lack of equipment for the other.
What the hell?
We saw SSG come out strong in that Streets Oddball, actually win the first round, but after that they weren't really able to establish their presence on the map, to your point as well, Lottie. All power weapon control, all map control, all power up control going in the side of Optic, and you see Renegade again. You heard Formal stay alive on stage. When Renegade is killing everything on the map, it makes it a lot easier for the rest of Optic to dominate, and this is what we expect to see out of this roster. This is the God Squad that everyone signed up for, and if Optic is going to continue playing like this the rest of the weekend, then whoever loses that FaZe Shopify series is going to have a really tough match against this red-hot green wall.
Red hot indeed, Goofy. Tony, I mean, Renegade was an absolute superstar. That has been apparent really from the beginning of this weekend, but I think when it comes to Championship Sunday, we saw another kind of step up from him, another level up of Renegade, even coming out post commendation for main slayer of the tournament. Renegade, do you think it gets better even from here?
It really does. I mean, Renegade really has been that main slayer, literally not only all series long, but all tournament long. He is that puncher. He just finds a way to get those early picks and really activates the rest of his squad. But also, as much as I want to give a shout out to Renegade, can also give a shout out to Legend, because before that game number 3, Legend was flying in the Slays department, flying in the damage department, had the most assists, and in that oddball, had the most time as well. Legend also really stepping up in that series.
100%. I think just to point out Legend there as well, in that final map on Recharge, he was always behind them.
Yeah, let me see how long the break is
He always had that incredible route, a heads up
in between this series and then Shopify and FaZe. Hopefully it's not too long. Hopefully it's like a couple minutes.
Might not work out in your favor. He somehow knows the exact way to do it, and it works out every single time, and truly belongs in that collapse of Optic Gaming. That is the exact thing you need out of Legend, going around and making things so much more difficult for your opponent. Incredible stuff from him. Goofy, anything else that you notice out of this series in particular that might have been either the catalyst to help Optic win the game, or something that led to SSG not quite closing out any of the games here?
Yeah, like I said, Lottie, I think Optic is just kind of firing on all cylinders right now, and that's what you want to see coming into Championship Sunday. I really think, kind of looking back at yesterday, Sunday, being down 2-0 against Nemesis, they potentially could not even have been here, right? They were one map away from being knocked out of the tournament, but in hindsight, that could have been really the fuel to start the fire.
I think that tech pause really fucked with SSG. I think if that tech pause didn't happen on map 1, I think we would be going to a game 4 map 4 right now. I think. I also think we could have seen fucking Optic lose if SSG maybe won map 1.
DreamHack Dallas is just around the corner. A few tweaks could go a long way for this team, and I expect them to make those improvements going into DreamHack.
I thought those were some really great points about Optic Gaming, specifically in this series though. One thing that stood out to me was Optic's discipline. Like, go back to that King of the Hill on recharge. How hard is it to cap back-to-back hills from Whirlpool over toward the C-plat? They're on two opposite sides of the map. What do Optic do? They're split seconds away from taking that hill. They step out of the hill. They draw in the offense from SSG and do not hop back into that hill until SSG get the first kill. What does that do? Forces SSG to no longer rotate early toward the next hill. Forces them to get a kill, so now that spawn is going to spawn over to where the C-plat goes. And now they're able to get a head start on the next hill, fresh off of taking Whirlpool. That doesn't happen often.
See,
honestly,
does this say when the match is starting or no?
Shows that they can play disciplined Halo as well.
They certainly kind of did. It was beautiful.
Bracket doesn't even say that Optic's beaten SSG yet.
Out so perfectly, being able to pinch
okay.
Hill as well. But you know, I think just uncharacteristically, I think of some of the players on SSG as well. We were seeing some quiet games from the likes of Stellar. I mean, he didn't finish with the best statistics. We need the firepower, especially coming up against Optic. It's the name of the game, really, when you're trying to compete with them. It just wasn't present. I truly believe that's because they weren't comfortable at any certain point on this map in particular, on map number 3, which usually they're pretty good at King of the Hill recharge. I do think it does come down to the power weapon control. When you have power weapons in the hands of Optic, they make your life so difficult, and basically not all 4 being on the map at one point many times is always going to be tough.
1.51 KD, almost 20k damage across 3 rounds. That's crazy. Stellar and Eco not doing great either. Almost 70 kills in 3 games too is crazy from Renegade.
You don't expect them to be behind you and flanking all the time, and he was able to do that, and they were just letting Legend be way too comfortable on the map and play his game.
When you talk about power weapons, you know, I think there was nothing so more perfect than that start of the King of the Hill. Formal grabs camo, waves Renegade off of the shock rifle, combines the camo with shock, and then proceeds to go off. And it just shows, you know, you can't be losing active camouflages and the shock and every other resource on the map and expect to be successful. I feel like that was kind of indicative of what happened throughout the entire series.
No, 100%. That was the worst start possible for Space Station Gaming and the best start possible for Optic Gaming. It just set a complete tone. Space Station just couldn't find their feet after that beginning. It was so difficult. They were constantly on the back foot, having to remedy things. And look, granted, they managed to do that, managed to get a hill, they had a nice hold. Lucid had shock for a second and ripped a face off here and there, you know, but it just wasn't enough. They never had that comfort that we saw come out of Optic Gaming. And hopefully, Optic can get nice
Enough with Optic.
Elimination.
Let's go to Shopify.
For their opponent, of course, because as you can see, they've had a very long journey in this elimination bracket. Would you believe it? It really is the gauntlet group. I mean, they had to take down TSM, Infamous, Nemesis, which was the revenge tour here, and that almost went quite a different story as well. They reverse swept Nemesis, folks, in order to get it done, and then meet Space Station Gaming in the semi-final. And I've got to say, they must have woken up on the right side of the bed, all 4 of them, because that 3-0 was hot, it was fiery, and they are out for blood. Winners side of things, though, we do have, of course, Shopify Rebellion and FaZe Clan waiting in the winners finals to see who will go on to that grand final spot, and that's the one you want to be in, because it means, folks, you only need to win 1 series against your opponent. We have seen it be done through the elimination bracket. We've seen a reset or 2 in our time here in Halo Infinite, but it's difficult, and it's difficult to do it against a team that are red hot, haven't fallen short yet, haven't had their flow cut short. Goofy, it's very difficult to take down a team that are feeling themselves, and I think Shopify Rebellion and FaZe, based on their journey so far, if they got it done and went to that grand final spot through the winner side of things, that momentum is difficult to cut.
It is difficult, but it's not unachievable, right? And if it's a team like Optic that is red hot, coming out of the elimination bracket, they have all these reps under their belt. The loser of this winner's bracket matchup is going to have to face them, and obviously, depending on how Optic's playing, depending on how the loser's playing, I expect Optic to make it to the grand finals. And if it is Shopify Rebellion versus Optic, I don't want to, get way too ahead of myself, but if we're expecting to see that Shopify and Optic rematch, I could see Optic resetting the bracket and pushing this to a second best of 5 series to determine the grand finals champion here. And
Okay, only best of 5. Okay.
Season and the phase case on events, Optic and Shopify, and at this event, there always is one game they win, one game the other team wins. It's just back and forth, so I'm expecting to see that here tonight.
Yeah, honestly.
Back and forth, but Optic has not been able to beat us. That's all I'm saying.
Sorry, excuse me, Shopify Rebellion. In any kind of means of a series. So I'm interested to see if FaZe have the same feet in them. Can they start to really push the boundaries of Shopify and push it even to a series win here? We're going to have to find out, folks, because we're heading to a quick break. When we come back, we do have your winners finals here on Championship Sunday. It's going to be the incredible Shopify Rebellion and the illustrious FaZe. We'll see you right after this.
Oh, the break. Okay, I guess they're gonna show more highlights. How long's the break? You got 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes. Then Shopify will start. Chat, we know wait for 5 minutes until something happens. I would recommend, say we could go watch some of the other Shopify stuff going on today, but it's not happening for like another 3 hours. I think Shopify's Rocket League match isn't until like 7. Our block for Apex doesn't start until 6, and I think our league match starts at 6 also. No, that starts at 5. So, chat, we're just hanging out for a bit. But next up is Shopify. That's what we're rooting for. Chat, actually, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some fucking ice cream. I almost muted the stream. I wanted to mute myself. Chat, I'll be right back. I'm getting ice cream. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be back before the match starts. Chad, I told you I'd be back before the game started. Wait, are these like the brand new ones?
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
And I'm excited for Shop when I have to play. I will go to Alternate.
Well, here we go, Spartans. It is your winners finals time here at the HCS Arlington Kickoff Major, hosted by Optic Gaming. Before the break, we saw an epic series on the main stage, and it certainly was amazing if you are a Green Wall
theme park
fan,
is that?
and if you're in the stadium to witness the greatness of Optic Gaming, 3-0 Space Station Gaming. They take them out of the tournament, and bye-bye, SSG. We will see you next time. And Optic, they live to fight another series. How far can they go is the question. But they're going to have to wait for their opponent, which will be coming out of this next one. So much to look forward to here this weekend, already at Major 1. But before we get into all the action, before I introduce the desk, I want to make sure you guys know what we have coming up very soon as well. Right around the corner, we do have DreamHack Dallas happening. It's, of course, our HCS Open. It's on May 23rd to 25th. Team passes actually are available right now, so make sure you go check out that link below on the DreamHack website. It's 4v4, of course, as per usual, and $150,000 on the line. This is a big one. All of our teams are already home or packing in the hotels right now, already thinking about this DreamHack one and what they can do better in order to lift that trophy at the end of it. So folks, make sure you mark your calendars, get your team passes, or make sure you're in the venue itself, because it's going to be incredible. Right, back to the action, because we need to crown a champion today. And in order to do so, we need to get through this winners finals. Shurs, hello.
Hello, people.
How are you doing on the desk?
I'm doing very well. Dan has abandoned me, so I was a little bit orphaned for a while, but I'm glad you two have adopted me for the short while I am here. I will say it's a bit windy up here, but I'm hoping that the main stage is where the ice really is.
It really is.
I'm taking map one.
Thing, right? We're freezing cold from all the ice.
We're dropping 20K on Shopify.
We love having you up here. Welcome. You know, I mean, we've seen already a great series, especially if you're Optic Gaming. How did you feel that went?
I think it went about as well as it possibly could have for them. I think SSG
what is actually the first game mode?
Still not meshing together as much as they would like.
What do we play first?
Renegade in particular, he
I should have looked at that.
in that series, and if he keeps doing that on Sunday, they might well lift that trophy.
Yeah, they
capture the flag. We kind of go crazy on capture the flag. We
series
probably
ahead
take
of them,
map
that's
one.
gonna be very, very tough, but we'll see what they're made of. In the winner side of things, in our championship bracket, Shopify Rebellion and FaZe Clan are primed, ready to go on the main stage, seeing who is going to get into that grand final spot. Tony, we kind of talked a little bit about this before the break, but Shopify Rebellion and FaZe are kind of unfamiliar about kind of what they're going into this tournament, right? They're both looking so clean in terms of the weekend, but who right now do you think has the upper hand?
I mean, that's why I'm a little bit torn right now, because I'm looking at, for example, FaZe. FaZe have had a very clean road coming into it, not dropping a single map coming into this winner's bracket finals. And for a team that largely is underrated, I think that's really good for their confidence. But then you have a squad like Shopify Rebellion, who had to go through an Optic in round 1, an SSG in round 2. I mean, if you're talking about battle tested, Shopify Rebellion definitely have an advantage there, so it's going to be interesting to see how these two battle it out.
Yeah, I think if you talk about battle-hardened teams, it's definitely going to be Shopify Rebellion. But for FaZe Clan, they've beaten every single team that was put in front of them. They've beaten every single piece of competition. They're 15-0. They haven't dropped a single map all tournament long. And let's face facts here. They beat Nemesis, who took down Optic. If you actually look at Nemesis versus Optic in a head-to-head, Nemesis are winning on map count. So the 3-0 Nemesis is an absolute statement. So of course we might say they haven't been tested like this before, but up against Shopify Rebellion, I don't think there's anybody with more to prove than FaZe Clan to show that they have players on their team who last season, like Suppressed, didn't make it into a grand finals. Every single time he got to this point, he would lose this series and the next and find himself as a top 3 placement. So I'm looking at players like Suppressed today to be the difference maker.
100%, and a difference maker he shall be, if anything is to go by based on this weekend. Let's talk about Shopify Rebellion first up, just in terms of where they're at, because right now they are so unstoppable, it seems. They have just been going from strength to strength. It's really hard to
Look at the boys
right now because they seem to be leading the way.
Oh, shot.
In terms
My
of
goat.
how to play the actual
Royal
game.
2. Honestly, our whole team's really good. But I watched quite a bit of Last Shot since him signing. More than Cycle, Frosty, and Royal 2. So I just... I like his vibe more.
Very well. Not only did they get together, of course, in Rostermania, and one of the first teams to be able to put themselves down on
They're so
paper,
good.
but they just seem to click off the get-go. That is something that's often really not heard of. It sometimes takes a little bit of time to get used to one another, and I think especially when you take the duo of Royal 2 and Frosty, who have been in a system for a decade together, who have barely made a change whatsoever. The fact that they're able to just pick up 2 absolutely talented young guns and make it work off the rip shows, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think it's actually the perfect blend for someone like Frosty and Royal 2. They've got 2 sponges, 2 young guns that will listen to every single word that comes out of their mouth. And listen, if you have 2 3-time world champions telling you what to do, you shut up and listen. You want me to push here, you want me to hold the ball, whatever you need. If it wins me a ring, I'll do what's required.
Very true. Hey, listen, you guys know exactly what you do and we'll follow suit. It's pretty much how it goes. You know, Tony, I think something I love about the gameplay that we're watching from Shopify is how they're able to weave in and out of one another while always being able to have each other's backs. I think that is something that separates them from the rest. Whether it's on one side of the map, having to make your way over, dealing damage, but then coming up to clean things up for another teammate, you're never letting really each other down. That is a mantra I love in Halo Infinite because it's high risk in terms of what you're trying to achieve and how much you're pressing your advantages, but high reward because you've always got someone there who has your back and support.
Yeah, and I feel like we've heard it a lot within their communications every time we go into a listen. And, you know, obviously Frost has really stepped up and been a play caller on this roster, but also Wyatt as well. Last shot, you know, he also is very vocal in the comms, and especially when going out to Cycle, going out to Matt, and trying to find where they want him in position and then where he's going to push. Those pinches, they come perfectly timed. I think it's because of that small talk. I think it's because of that play calling, and you said it before. It's very rare where skill and chemistry meet like that, and it has just clicked for Shopify Rebellion.
On the other side of the stage, we have FaZe. FaZe with that clean run. 15-0, you mentioned, Shurs, and it just doesn't get better than that. To get into the winners' finals, something that we really haven't seen for quite some time now in the HCS. Having a clean map record like that does so much.
Chat, everyone put your hand up.
As players, your momentum.
Suppress is holding us at gunpoint.
Play devil's advocate with you here. Is what happens when they go down a map? Are they able to kind of have the confidence to pick themselves back up? They haven't had that experience yet in this tournament. I know it sounds a little bit silly, but are they able to regain? Can they make sure that their mental is okay, going, oh darn, we just didn't get that clean, you know, finish that we wanted against Shopify, going down 1 in a series? You know, how are they going to handle that, do you think?
I think so. I think if you look at players, you turn
Oh, those are highlights. I thought the game was starting.
Like Penguin, they've been put in situations time and time again like this before, where they've been down a map, maybe even 2, and they've always shown composure and resilience. They'll make the right decisions. That's something that FaZe Clan have been doing all tournament long, making the right decisions, and when opportunities arise, they capitalize and they punish opponents. Now, the concern I have is when Rebellion give you opportunities, you have to make sure you capitalize and punish them, because they'll be few and far between. So when you get an opportunity for 5, 10, 15 seconds of oddball or a flag capture, make sure you get it and do not leave anything on the table, because if you do, Rebellion will punish you.
I think that was actually a really good question, Marty, because I look at it in 2 different ways. You know, you see FaZe being undefeated obviously is an advantage on its own, but look at what happened to Optic. You know, a little bit of adversity isn't bad. They dropped down the lower bracket round number 1, and they look locked in right now.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. Sometimes it's a good kind of mental switch, you know, like, listen, we're not untouchable. We're going to have to work extra hard and kind of, I don't know, go into that 6th gear. And if you have that 6th gear, you're going to need it against Shopify Rebellion. Fantastic stuff across the board from both teams. This is really the head-to-head we've been waiting for in terms of the winner's side, the championship bracket. Who is going to come out victorious into that grand final spot? Who is going to drop down to meet Optic Gaming? We'll have to find out as we have Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe Clan.
It is time, chat. We have never lost a phase. And I don't think today's the day. We are looking too clean. Every tournament we're getting better and better. I think we win this easy.
It's winners' final time here in Arlington at the first major of the year, and we have two teams who have undoubtedly looked a little bit above the rest when it comes to their performance so far here in Texas. Shopify Rebellion on one side of our stage, but on the other side of the stage, a FaZe Clan that looks a little bit different to maybe what some people were expecting coming into this tournament.
They do indeed. It's a perfect FaZe Clan. 15-0 so far in the tournament, going up against a 15-3 Shopify Rebellion. This will be your map set for your winners final. We'll kick things off on CTF Origin, then into Slayer Recharge, King of the Hill Live Fire, and if we need them, Assault Aquarius and Slayer Streets to round it out.
And you mentioned those map records of both of these teams. Now Shopify undoubtedly had a little bit more of a war to get to this position in this winners final phase. When you look at the seeds of the teams they've gone up against, maybe a little bit of an easier road, but the fact that they are perfect and the style of which they have been perfect is something that certainly caught our eye.
Yes, just like they said on the desk, it's two very different brackets.
Only thing I'm kind of worried about going into the series is the Slayers.
Against the Big Four. Let's not forget, Shopify has already taken down the other two in the Big Four.
We're not a fantastic Slayer team. We do okay, but Slayers kind of toss up depending how well we're gonna do.
Shopify Rebellion, as we said, map number 1.
So FaZe might take Slayer over us, but I think we take the. I think any objective base mode we take. Ooh, so goes with the Rockets. Okay, how are we already 2 up?
Question here is 3 do fall for Shopify. Frosty was your last player alive. See what Suppress can do with him on the BR. He takes him down. And I believe he bodies last shot as well. I should mention, I said good morning to Suppress on the way into the venue this morning, and he looked at me and he said, out for blood. And I wish I was kidding. This man is here and ready to play.
Yeah, FaZe really want this. If you needed to know what it means to FaZe, I think this tournament, maybe some of the
they got a pull on the flag.
People predicted them where they've been predicting them not to be a championship winning team. They want to come in and really prove themselves here.
They didn't get very far with it though.
FaZe after a hot start, Shopify Rebellion with a little bit of control of the snipe side.
Frosty stayed alive just long enough to make sure his team
Is that last shot? And you know someone's right there, right there. Okay.
Of course, a big priority for FaZe Clan.
Last shot's kind of like a capture the flag demon. He's gotten some clean plays. Ooh, it's 3 down for FaZe. 4 down for FaZe. Do we get the first flag cap?
And when you've got Frosty sat up on the top of the catwalk with a sniper rifle in his hand, for FaZe is lucky he's only got 1 bullet, but he still finds a kill with it.
Penguin got through. Huge opportunity for Penguin on the flank. Let's see if he's able to get here in the back of the base. He's going to get pinned down.
Nope, he's dead. Penguin's dead. Yep, first flag. So capture the flag is first to 3 or first to 3 or just whoever has the most at the end of the time limit. We are playing so up there.
Shopify Rebellion's Sunday Scaries. A lot of trouble for them on Sundays. Even a top 6 finish at the World Championship. Didn't even get to play on that final day. So much riding here. They want to correct that narrative. They want to change the story about how Shopify looks.
Jeez, every time I go look and see who's up from phase, there's 3 down. And we have another pull.
As another player comes off the respawn, and it's looking like this might be a 2-0 lead very soon. As the thrust
And cycle with a cap. Like, look how clean this is. We haven't even, no one on our roster has even hit 10 kills yet, and we already are 1 off away from winning. And we're like 2 minutes in. We're just too good. Huge rocket kill from Cycle. No way we have another pull.
Still to play with, and the flag was moving, but Falcated, as last alive, has stalled this flag for a second.
Oh.
Gave FaZe a slim opportunity, maybe to get off the respawn here and get this flag back home, but they're going to have to make some plays.
Yeah, Foul just staying alive. Penguin does a very nice job to get out of the cave there and avoid that rocket completely. Maybe we'll even get this kill here at the bottom of the base.
Yeah, Cycle gets taken.
Yeah, that's okay. I shot up 10. 10 and 5. 2 assists. Ooh. That's okay.
Allowed the rest of his teammates to get back onto the map. Without Foul getting those kills, this game's over.
Things slow down for just a moment as both flags do return. 8 minutes left on the clock, but you have the feeling as Lashot picks up another 2, by the way, he's 12 and 5.
There is still so much time left in this. This is still like
the amount of kills on the board is only maybe a matter of time before Shopify finds it.
FaZe can, you know, get this close. You know, like they can get this back to a close game. But I mean, we just got 2 caps so quickly. And 1's down. Oop, nope. We have 1 down. We have Frosty down. Our flag is taken. They have a pull on it.
I'd say quietly going about his business, but that's nothing outside of exceptional when it comes to a statistic.
Remarkable, and you know, just he can feel the opportunity here on this day with this team. Coming with excellence, however.
Ooh, last shot, you gotta push that.
As this flag continues to run, last shot needs to stay alive here.
Cycle gets 1, Trippy gets the kill. It's actually Penguin who comes in to help out. Falcated did get taken down, I think, on that flag run. So
okay, our flag is down.
Shopify making this one awkward, making this one difficult. But now the touch
And I think they might get a cap.
This could be an opportunity for FaZe to strike and get their first flag on the board. They put
Yeah,
this one home.
they get 1.
Will half the deficit. It's now 2-1 with 7 minutes remaining.
Really great pace here from Trippy. Notice how he let all those flags come through trench and bottom bill. He wanted no part of those. He lets all 4 of them explode before he goes for the flag touch. And right around the same time, his team is wiping up those kills. 4 dead.
Damn.
The response as well. There will be no counter. FaZe will continue with map control.
And now they're going to have an opportunity to trap Shopify in the back of the base. This is what FaZe needed. 1 flag, and then all of a sudden it doesn't feel like that much of a deficit to try and come back from. Inside of the base, Penguin got those rockets as well. Falcated found 1 with that sidekick, and they're suppressed picking up the rockets. It's 4 dead again.
4 down again for us? What the hell?
The Shopify map is turning on its head.
Oh, beautifully done. We talked about this new aggressive phase. You saw Trippy yesterday doing things he wasn't allowed to do based on other teammates grabbing the snipers. But yesterday and today, they are showing up in a huge way. It's back-to-back 4 deads, and it is back-to-back caps for FaZe Clan. Just like that, we are tied.
You know what I'm saying?
Seconds or so between those 2 caps.
It's so easy. This game went from like guaranteed win to next flag wins.
As all the attention moves towards it, Falcade's still doing so much work with that sidekick, by the way. Last shot's trying to stick through to the silver. And Trippy aware of his position. This is a 2 dead situation on both sides, but now it's a 3 dead for Shopify, and Trippy says, hey, there's going to be no one here to stop me. I'm grabbing this thing and I'm putting it to use.
Amazing. 3 dead again. Look at the control coming in. It's a staggered 4 dead. Spawners in the elbow here. They have the setup. Might be able to convert again and steal this game out from underneath Shopify.
And something like Lockett, Falcate impressive inside the base, pushing past his teammates. Looking to
Huge kill from Royal.
Trippy can't quite connect on the big shots that really matter in that situation. A couple of headshots.
We do only have 1 snipe left, or 1 shot left,
Gets the stop just in time.
which is kind of whatever, but
let me take that last bullet, see if I can put it to use. 2 dead for both sides here.
Royal 2 just looking for a pick here. Ooh, timing not quite on his side this time. Penguin not looking at him though. Gets bodied, but keeps himself still breathing. 5 minutes now left in this game. 2 minutes elapsed.
Wow.
let's go Frosty.
Last checked in. And those 2 caps from FaZe now make this a very nervy feeling end to this game. Frosty going for this flagpole. 2 dead here for FaZe. He needs to get this kill. Cuts him down.
We got a pull on it though.
The bridge is so huge. Just look how this would have been different. Flag is still running, by the way, so it's a must kill for Penguin. However, they might
Ooh, wait, we still have it?
just yet. It's still 2 dead. Last shot gets another as well. It's 2 dead again for FaZe. 3 dead in momentarily. Rockets are coming up, but nobody's going to worry about that on the map. It's all
Is this it? Is this game? It is. Let's go. Map 1 done. We up 1-0. Map 1.
Shopify Rebellion who pull out that 3rd flag and will take you game number 1.
Wow. Amazing way to start the series. You thought that might be a little bit of a walk in the park for the side of Shopify, but instead FaZe
That was
rallies
quick.
back. They dig deep.
That was really quick.
In the end, it's only an 8-minute game.
We're looking good though.
Does not go the distance time-wise, but certainly goes the distance in terms of total flags that you can see in regulation. It's 3-2 in the end in favor of Shopify. They will take game number 1, but it's clear that this series will have a lot to offer.
And interestingly, when you're looking at that win, we got a little peek at the statistics there. Frosty, a little bit quiet in that game, 9 and 14, but no
Yeah, not a huge game from Frosty.
up in those player pitches. The last shot,
18 kills from last shot though.
from him, outclassing everyone in the lobby.
Almost 20 kills in 8 minutes. It's we're just too good.
So good last year that you couldn't ignore him. Now he finds himself on the number 1 seeded team. Same with Cycle. What do they do with this year in terms of their career, their legacy that they're building?
Royal 2's doing good too. 16.
And they understand what is riding on not just this year, but even this event off the rip. And they're putting up the numbers to back it up.
Lots to take away from that game number 1. I want to take you back to the moment actually where Trippy had the sniper rifle towards the cave, looking at those spawns that were coming in from Shopify Rebellion. It was a 3 or 4 dead situation, and he had the opportunity. Not easy shots. This is the exact situation we're talking about. Hits a nice one there, but it was the follow-up from that. Shopify Rebellion, you have to give them credit. They make them difficult shots. But if, and it's a big if, Trippy hits...
I didn't know our flag was still running at that point.
Yeah. Falcated maybe lives, and
Okay, Slayer's a little scary.
game, but that kind of been the story for
Even if we lose this, if we just take it on King of the Hill and Assault, we're a good Assault team. We're kind of good with any objective move. It's kind of just the Slayer where we tend to kind of struggle.
That's the question. And with that win, Shopify Rebellion will not only steal game 1, but they will end FaZe's unbeaten streak here at the Optic Major.
Oh my god, that's true. That's the first map FaZe has dropped all day. Or not even all day, just all tournament. So Shopify goes 16-3 in maps. FaZe goes 15-1. We're the 1 in 15-1, and soon we're gonna be the 3 in 15-3.
Pretty good, but they're not exceptional. There's a few weaknesses. There's a few games that slip through their fingers when it comes to game number 2s. And for FaZe, when you look at this lineup, it feels like a team that's built for success in Slayers. One thing that you're going to have to do as any team in the Halo Championship Series when you go up against Shopify is if you get a shot up and you're taking a 1v1, you have to win it. And when you're looking at the type of players, I'm looking at Suppressed, Falcated, it's very rare that you'll see them lose those fights. So if they can keep that momentum up, if they can win those important must-win battles where they have the advantages, I feel like FaZe have got something to say here.
Absolutely, and let's forget yesterday, right? Frosty was like, hey, make sure we're winning our 1s. Let's take these individual battles. Let's not team shoot as much as we can, if you caught that in the comms. And they're going to bring that into this game 2 Slayer as well. Let's forget FaZe is also, of course, as a result of their record, undefeated in Slayer thus far. We'll see if Shopify can do it again here. We're underway in game 2.
This man started off with a no-scope in the last game. This time he's got the battle rifle in his hands and doing some good cross-mat damage to allow Trippy.
He's getting a lot of damage.
Almost uncontested it looks like, but look at that poke. And that coordination coming out of Shopify Rebellion. 2 players just fly through the tower, but the damage was enough for Trippy to clean both kills up. Walk out of that situation with Cameron, the lead, and a little
We're the only one that has kills right now. Also the only person on FaZe that has not died. We need to play for this camo more. I feel like this is usually our downfall in Slayer, is we usually just don't get camo. And we just lost Shock Rifle. I think camo's gone.
Turn a double into a triple, then he's repositioned, and all of a sudden, you got a Shock Rifle Frosty to worry about on the map. But Trippy played that really well. Now he's playing his life. And the trade inside of
Huge, we get Shock Rifle back? Or not? Ooh, or we do?
just has this 2.
Somehow last shot from the back ledge with absolutely no shields nor health. Gets a little bit of a death stick coming out.
Okay.
The game now tied at 9. 2 dead for Shopify. They're going to have to reset here together off the respawn.
Falcade did not grab shock rifle? I think it's still a shot.
Shopify Rebellion, who are in and around the elevator. Now they've moved out a little bit to try and take some space, but it means that they're kind of walking into a couple of phase players, but they win those individual fights again. Royal 2 and Cycle all rotate back to elevator. Cycle should be able to clean this one up.
Okay, good trade.
And you have to say in that situation, which felt like a bit of a disadvantageous one,
damn.
Be happy to come out with that double.
Yeah, staggered 4 dead. Gives FaZe Clan now a 1 kill lead. And still top gold control. Spawns coming in glass as well as long haul. But just like that, last shot right off the rip. We're tied 14-14.
Camo coming up in 3 seconds time. See that FaZe is trying to get in a position to contest this. Trippy's on somewhat of a flank here. Has that commando. There's multiple players here.
Ooh, let's go Royal.
Big win. That's also a tough angle from Trippy. As 3 fall. Falcade was the last player alive bottom middle now at Orange Door. Gets away with camo, does not. Oh, it's a camo burn.
Ooh, that's actually huge that we got camo down. If we couldn't get it, if we can take them before they get it, that's big. He popped it too, I think, too. 2 kills from last shot. He gets his 3rd.
Now bouncing around long haul, that's not easy. And like you said, there was
a
domino effect, a knock-on effect, where Shopify has now taken the 3 kill lead.
Biggest lead of the game so far.
On the right, on the right.
One as well. Last shot looks left, looks
yeah.
right, a little bit late.
It's pinched, he wasn't gonna get that. He still got some shots off though, which is nice.
On the flank, picks up 2, and it's a 5 kill advantage now for Shopify.
And now
Who knows if Press is there? Nice job, Cycle. Or Frosty.
26-20. Let's get into a listen in here with Shopify Rebellion.
Chat, boys be common, boys be common.
Yo, camo 15 Matt when you spawn, okay? Yo, 2 top gold guys, not moving. Red stairs. Yo, I'm getting to Preston, I'm getting to Preston. Yo, turban weak. Turban and 2 in a row.
You watch that top cat?
Mango weak. Hell of it.
Camo 5. You right?
Okay, good trade. Mr. Royal. Oh, and we have camo. That's big. Royal has to kind of play slow. Psycho, get that? Let's go.
Yo, run at this guy, run at this guy. I think he's on A. I think he's hiding in the corner. I'm checking it. Nobody, we're good. They're hard spawning back.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. Okay, he got one. And we just come in and clean that up. And 4 down. 9 kills until we go 2-0 against FaZe. Yeah, that was so close.
Once again, if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, you love the comms that you're hearing. These guys are so intense, and undoubtedly the most intense that we have within the top 4 in terms of speed and excitement within the comms.
Nice job, Frosty.
But it feels like we're going to watch the home stretch first. We'll be able to break down that listen, and only 6 more kills to go.
Kills. Last shot again. 14 kills.
How many 5 shots does he hit when someone is G-sliding across in front of him as well? It's not just a case of worrying about your strafe and
okay, Cycle needs to be careful.
If you can't hit the G-slide, he'd hit you anyway, even if you're moving as quick as you can on this map.
Last shot for the 2nd game in a row. Look at him leading the entire lobby and the team. 14-8 here. Cycle not far behind. 13-8.
Usually Royal 2 and Frosty do a lot better due to their experience, but Cycle and Last Shot are showing up in this series. They're looking really good. Okay, we've gotten a few kills. 4 more kills. 3 more kills, because we should get that kill. What? We should have gotten that kill on Trippy.
2 dead.
3 kills.
Would require, we'll just say it, a miracle to come back in this one, but 3 kills to go.
Express trying to chase down last shot. Again, last shot just such a nuisance. Just knows he hasn't got any support. Just bites a few more seconds, and even though Suppress gets that kill.
Psycho wins this. Or not. Okay, one more kill. One more kill. There we go. There we go.
Final score, and Shopify look hot.
FaZe Clan comes in undefeated, and they lose the first 2 against Shopify Rebellion, who had their number in each of these game types. It's a decisive.
I cannot believe FaZe has never beaten us at this, like, in this current form. I can't believe people thought just because FaZe have gotten undefeated against, you know, like, the weaker bracket to get to this point, thought that FaZe was gonna beat us. We've been playing out of our mind all weekend, and have already played some of our toughest games all weekend. FaZe is like just getting into their really tough games, and just because they got lucky against an EU team that beat Optic, they're just too good. Trippy went crazy, getting 14 kills.
It's amazing to hear the intensity as we take a look at some highlights from this game. When they're up by
Trippy
10,
did really good that game.
Kill, they're popping off. They're like, last guy dead. When they're up by 10, it's amazing to listen to. This was a challenging battle here for Trippy, especially against Royal 2. That's not easy to win. In the end, the domino effect, look, it was 17-17. Royal 2 then, who just stayed alive, as you said, gets the kill on foul. They burned that camo.
Shopify posted a clip of them calming that dead that they're talking about. Hold on, check this out.
One out. Yo, run at this guy, run at this guy. I think he's on A. I think he's hiding in the corner.
This gives us better quality.
Nobody, we're good. They're hard spawning back.
Gets the kill. Dead! I think it was Royal 2 screaming.
Let's not forget, we heard him doing it yesterday as well with huge play calls of take your own
kills.
Step further, he says let Matt die just before he makes that play call as well. That means that don't leak extra deaths. Don't try and keep Royal 2 alive in this situation, because we can give up 1 death, but if you try and keep him alive, it could be 2, could be 3, and then we all know what happens off the back of 3 or 4 dead at this level. So all of that kind of thinking, it's not just communicating what we're doing now, it's let's think about a lifetime. Let's think about what our next priority is. Let's think ahead and see if we can keep either our...
Chat, I had these emotes, but my gifted sub to Frost Royal is gone. I can't believe people thought this would be a close series. The capture the flag was close, but the Slayer I thought was gonna be a lot closer. We usually don't do that good on Slayer.
Is that go-no-go call, like you just mentioned. Halo Infinite is all about, off of the spawn, you have to immediately decide, are you helping teammates, are you part of this current fight, or are you not? And that's why
is that the Fate? No, that's Royal. Is that Royal?
Let Royal 2 die.
I think so.
Flying off spawn to help him. We are letting him die. We are setting up elsewhere. The flip side
really,
of that,
this person.
the opposite call and be right back in the battle and continue collapsing.
This person can see SR taking the series? Wow.
Well, for FaZe, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep if they want to go directly into that finals. Otherwise, it's going to be a date with Optic if they cannot fight 3 games in a row here in that elimination bracket final. And let's remember, of course, if Shopify Rebellion win this next game, they have a series advantage as well. Whoever comes to that elimination bracket will have to beat them twice in the grand finals if they want to be crowned champions. With the way that Shopify are playing, that seems like a tall order for anyone.
Okay, chat, I have to put my bowl in the sink from ice cream, so I'm gonna do this while we go real quick. Wait! Never mind, that was just me getting... How much did I get? 25k! Huge! Wait, that was the map 1 prediction. They didn't give us one for map 2. Okay, I'm gonna put my bowl in the sink, chat, before game 3 starts. Give me one, or map 3 starts. Like 2 seconds.
So there may be something to work on here for FaZe.
Chad, I need to gamble first. The Shopify Rebellion 3-0 phase. Yeah, I'll go 25k in on yes. Okay. I gambled, chat. 25k in channel points is up
Shopify, as we said.
I think Shopify 3-0s. I'll be back. I gotta go put my ball in the sink.
King of the Hill, but if we had to pick one, or I should say, if FaZe had to pick one game type that they'd want to play in King, or one map specifically, it would be this King of the Hill live fire. So, if you are a FaZe Clan fan, a fan of these players, this might be an opportunity to come back into this series.
Well, looks like FaZe are getting situated and ready to go into this game, and it is a must-win game for them if they want to keep this series going. Otherwise, like I mentioned, it's a date with Optic Gaming, and it might be an awkward date, one that doesn't go too well for either side if they will go into that elimination bracket and fall to the green wall. Looking at some of our stats, some of the players to keep your eyes on, 2.06 kills per minute, the highest in the entire tournament. That man, Royal 2, when it comes to King of the Hill, is a little bit different.
And like we heard at the K-Stan Showdown, Royal 2 saying he feels like he needs to kind of reprove himself, which is crazy to hear from
Chat,
a player
you see
of
that
his
shit?
And a player with his legacy. But
2 kills per minute
you're redefining a new era
for
for
fucking
himself.
Royal 2?
And what a weekend it's been so far. We'll start things off with him. We'll see if he can do it again.
Well, let's see if FaZe have got something to say about this series. Let's see if FaZe can answer back. Trippy with the first kill of the game is going to give them somewhat of a foothold. It's actually going to be 2 dead off the break here for Shopify Rebellion. And there's a grenade that's going to give Trippy the info.
This is not a great start.
As well. It's FaZe who grabbed that snipe off the break.
It's a great start for FaZe.
Trippy a snipe again. That's not great.
Historic clips that I feel like we're going to be seeing in highlight packages all season long, with a triple followed by an over on this exact map, and he's going to look to do the same amount of damage yet again. Starting things hot, taking down Royal 2. That's the first priority, as they have some good progress here on hill number 1 and still a man advantage.
Yeah, really good start here for FaZe. Bearing in mind that they didn't have the best of spawns when it comes to live fire. If you have the opportunity, you want to be spawning closer to that first hill. In and around the garage, they had to fight for it, and they already got half of it progressed in their favor.
Okay.
Hammer got traded out as well.
Looking for the, where's the snipe?
It's somewhere
looking
up
for
here.
it. Might have fallen down that little crack.
Any sniper
That thing could be pesky little. Hasn't found it yet.
Yeah, forget about it at this point. Shopify inside of that hill.
I suppress just hanging out back here.
They're trying to get the numbers. They do get that first pick as well, but there's 2 players stacked, and there's a flanker for Royal 2. So this is going to make it very, very difficult now with Royal 2 continuing to flank where he knows the rest of Shopify are not looking. But FaZe turn around at just the right time, but the damage and the survivability here from Royal 2 is so impressive.
He thought he had a nade.
Should we take first hill?
He's able to stay alive with this battle. 3 dead, takes to the sky, and wins that battle. Last player in is
Nope, okay.
See if they can take him down. He's going to hold B for just a second. Here comes a collapse.
Penguin needs to buy time to get his shields back. Frosty's flying at him. It's half shields, but Cycle's already there to clean him out. And this is where we see both teams start to get a little bit desperate for this hill.
Go Frosty.
On the sides of FaZe, you get the feeling that if this push isn't successful, this one's going away of Shopify Rebellion. But Falcane with a big individual win. Shopify Rebellion are 3 dead, and maybe FaZe can steal this one away.
Very important win there. Still 2 dead. And they're going to continue holding here. There's going to be 1 more hold on the contest.
They're contesting, they're buying time, they're being
Cycle needs to kill this guy.
difficult to clear out this hill.
There we go.
Quite simply can't find them at the moment.
And
On the side of Shopify,
last
on
shot.
the side of FaZe as well. Last shot of the back of green, 2 players in front of them trying to stay alive. Hits the QT. Can he buy even more time for his teammates to arrive? No, they can't. Look how close it is on both sides here.
Take a look at Trippy. Needs
This is very close.
on the back. Cycle's the last player alive, and he's trapped in house. This should be a FaZe hill.
Love the push from Trippy, even though
Ooh, we're all back. We're all back. Ah, fuck.
For Penguin to cap that first hill, and FaZe will get the first point on the board.
Big for FaZe. As we said, this is their opportunity to get back in the series, and as you said, a must-win. It's 3 dead off the back of that as well, and it will be a suppressed camo. Perfect timing. Let's get to a listen in with FaZe Clan.
Yo, pillars, where they going? Nothing but dummy door, I think. Nest. Look, top mid. Dummy door, I think. Nest and bottom mid. On repost, probably. Yeah, on repost.
Andy is sniper.
Two. Bottom mid, last 2. Mid cut. Look, down. Yeah, cut still.
Chad, I think I'm gonna lose 25k.
Could be bottom mid. Could be bottom turning it all the way. No. I'm hunting this. Watch it. I'm seeing that. Good play. Yeah, good play, Mike. High prep. Nest.
5 sniper shots left though.
Pillars 2 shot in this. Yo, he's going pillar, going mud right here. Okay, one is going mud, guys. Get out. Jumping up nest now. Yo, gonna be top on tower. Yo, hide big door down here.
Yo, I'm here, Donnie. I'm here. Ready?
Play together. I'm here, Donnie. Look at me. Yo, out dummies.
Yo, back me. Kill this guy. Back me. Training.
Yo,
in the tube.
Okay. Yo, big door, weak. One shot.
In the tube. Tube should die. Tube, one shot.
Nest. Yo, Nest and big door thing. Big door out. Big door and hill, last two.
Watch out, big door. Absolutely. Last guy hill.
Dummies spawn.
Yeah. Yo, spawn. Yo, slime song, guys. Okay, last guy's hill. Watch out.
Going right.
I'm pretty sure. Murat. Here.
I needed it.
Watch out, roll two.
Yeah, slime, guys. Careful.
No.
Yo, top
Big door, weak snipe. Big door, weak snipe.
Alright.
I got hill.
I can use it. Ammo, 12.
We're dead. Watching screens.
My bad. Bullet. I'm looking back. I'm looking bottom mid, guys.
Watching keys, you don't need to.
Yeah, I have it.
Looking bottom mid. Ammo 10.
I'm mid half.
Got for sure.
Dummy door. Last shot.
Got for sure.
Go big.
I'm looking big. Stay on.
He's
He's gonna go
on
flat.
it.
Yeah, rad. Two big door. One's one. Nice trade. A plat going A plat now. Cycle. Last guy A plat. He's on the pillar. Sitting on the pillar. Not moving on the pillar.
On big door. One on the pillar. Dead. Back door.
Watch out, rat. Nice. I'm going up.
Yeah, we might lose King of the Hill.
Going tower.
Going mud.
Yo, tires on me. Last shot. Tires on me. Two shot.
Mud. Watch on Nest. Watching our flank.
Yo, listen. What's dummy door to pillar door now?
What is happening? We were playing so good. I mean, it's still...
Well, if you thought that Shopify were going to run away with this series, well, FaZe have answered that question. It's 3-0 for FaZe, and they have looked incredible.
We need, like, a dream. But this is... I guess winnable?
What a start from them, and also how great to get that extended listen with this side. And they sound so cool, calm, and collected the way they're just going about their business here and holding down the back of the base, really making sure they're isolating and focusing the exact areas of map that they need to. And for a second, it thought like Shopify might steal that hill. That is not the case. FaZe closes it out yet again. Frosty not done yet. See if we can put together, decent amount of time on the clock. I was going to say the same thing.
Can we get on the hill? Thanks.
Shopify Rebellion to formulate a comeback, but the more time that gets burnt off that clock, it's going to be more difficult for Shopify, of course, to cap those hills in time with 3 already gone. Frosty's body and a headshot and everything that moves at the moment, as you would expect of a player who has been one of the standouts so far this season, but time is a factor. Even though there
We
is
still
time,
have the hill.
Shopify are going to have to know that they can't really spend time outside of the hills. If they want to give themselves a chance to get back into this one, they've got about 30% of this hill already capped though.
Has to be said as well during the listen, and what a run from Suppressed, huh? With that sniper rifle
We need to cap this.
A huge part of why they're up 3-0, and still a lot of gameplay yet to play. We'll see how this last hill goes, but as you say, every second now getting more precious for Shopify.
Also one of the best call-outs in the listening we've heard in quite a while. Hide forever.
It really was. The call-out was to Falcated, and I believe it was Mikey Hide Forever, as they were trying to bait top middle, and might not have been a literal meaning of hide forever, but he certainly got the damage that he needed to. And as we continue to watch this mud hill, it's still now 147 left on the clock. FaZe is going to... Oh, my...
Those
damn.
moments can be game changers.
And they're going to get camo.
Trippy throws a blind nade top middle and gets the kill onto Frosty. And off the back of that, hey, think about what happened with the Royal 2 kill in the previous game. He gets camo, he lines up the shots, and now he's on a killing spree.
This is what camo and a 3-kill lead can do. You can go wherever you want on the map. Almost turns 3. Getting hunted down by Frosty. Oh, he stayed alive! He's so cool! He is so cool!
Yeah, I think it's GG go next for King of the Hill.
That was 3 dead. Home stretch here for FaZe Clan. 70 seconds left on the clock.
Little moments with big consequences. That is another one. This time it goes the way of FaZe. This time it goes the way of Trippy. And what a run that is from him. 1 minute left on the game clock.
I don't know why we're playing so poorly this game.
Complete control of the tower side of the map as well. FaZe are just burning seconds off of that clock and getting closer to getting their first game on the board.
Beautifully done here. 2 will fall. Trippy is going to be your last player alive and eventually taken down, so not over just yet. Shopify will jump in immediately. They will look to hold if they can throughout the entirety of the rest of this hill, and it looks like based on the numbers, they will get this one and they'll be ready to rotate.
Just under a minute left on the game clock, but still very doable. But it's going to have to be a hell of a performance from Shopify Rebellion on these next 2 hills. Top middle, such a difficult one to lock down. without taking damage, without having to step in that hill and expose yourself to grenades. Cycle's going to have to force it here. Trades will be big here for FaZe. If they can trade out consistently, they will win this game. It's 2 dead on either side, and Trippy has control of the tower. Such a vital spot to be holding at this point in the game. Also,
We got at least one hill. I'm okay with at least one hill.
Especially with the amount of time on the board. They get the first pick, which is massive, and they get the second, sending Frosty for a neck-breaking backflip, 3 dead. This should be the victory lap here for FaZe Clan.
Penguin smartly after that play relocates to the top of the tower, spreads his wings and says, Shopify Rebellion, you're going to have to go through my reticle, and if you do, more than likely going to hit you in the head. With this sniper rifle, smartly throws it off. It's 3 dead here for FaZe. 15 seconds left on the game clock, though. This should be the home straight.
No tariffs here for Penguin. You're not slowing this man down. He's going to spread those wings.
That's a crazy line.
As you say, the home stretch. Shopify going to try to make something happen, but is going to require an absolute miracle here. Watch these next few picks. This might be the end.
Suppress with a 1v1 win against Frosty as well. That's going to be a confidence booster for him. And even though Shopify is still inside of this hill, wait a minute, I say still inside of this hill. Falcane's last alive. There's still time. 13 precious seconds.
Imagine.
Here for Shopify Rebellion.
They might get this one. They're going to have to do it again.
We've seen perfect hills in that first hill.
There it is. Okay, the hill's on the board now. Need to
Wait.
rotate immediately. Hill is rotating. Penguin's going to be first there. They're obviously going to play time. FaZe already has back B. 10 seconds left.
This is going to be an all-or-nothing push, but FaZe are 2 dead. Frosty goes down.
Oh,
Royal 2. Going to put him to no shields. 3 seconds trying to stay alive. They get inside of it. Cycle has the sniper rifle.
There's no way we get this. There's no way this draws. Yeah, no. Okay. That's okay. We GG's go next.
First game on the board here in this series. It's 2-1 now. And they've shown that they can hang with Shopify.
Wild for that game to end 3-2 based on what we saw from the entire game.
Correct.
However, FaZe is not going to worry about that. They're only going to worry about the win-loss column. And they will take the win. They will stay alive to force us at least to a game number 4. Looking at some of the stat outliers, it's going to be Trippy. 20 and 13 in that game. By far the most positive, not just on the team, but in the lobby.
That run that he went on as well with that sniper rifle, with that camo, with that repulse, all of those little things, those little moments. It was the blind grenade to top middle under pressure that took down Frosty. Off that, goes to get the camo.
Yep.
Headshot. Gets another kill, stays alive back. All of these things, this is what we talk about. When we say, like, things have never been closer in Halo, like, it's those moments, right? That doesn't happen the first part, the rest of it does not exist.
We started playing that game way too late. We locked in way too late.
Knock-on effect, as you said, as it happened. Also, getting that camo lets him take crazy unorthodox dummy angles all the way in that kind of dummy corner. Last shot's not expecting anyone to be sniping all the way from that left side. As you say, picks up those kills, then just plays his camo so well to allow his teammates to push in, then hits the repulse. Really keeps a cool head in that situation. And let's not forget, with how close that game became, if he doesn't make plays like that, we could be at a very different point here. FaZe actually could be walking off the stage as that game ends 3-2. Also, this return to sender, that was beautiful as well. A little bit of a highlight reel from Trippy, and not surprising. When he puts up a 20 and 13 performance, you're going to get clips in the replays as well.
What point of view, what team were we watching the point of view of the sniper from most of that game? It's FaZe, right? It's FaZe. It's a very simple thing we keep reiterating, but the power this weapon has on this map cannot be underestimated, and Trippy is going to give you an illustration of a visceral example of exactly what. I thought he was going to get it.
I know, but I have to say, this is so well, right? You can just dodge. He's not going to shoot, not going to melee, and right when they get close, uses that repulse to get out of that. Let's not forget, we're still
Oh boy, chat!
This game to end 3-2. The fact that he's making those plays is buying his team tons of time. Penguin as well.
What's the next game mode? I don't remember. I think it's Assault?
The clock will tick to 0, and they will win.
Yeah, Assault. Okay, I think...
3-2. As we said, that was identified. We even talked to B-Man about it this morning. We talked to Best Man. We asked him about this whole series layout.
I mean, I thought... I don't know.
Remember the game types. We said, no problem. We'll pull them up for you. We have them right here. And we took a look at these game types with Best Man, and he did identify that game 3 was a potential tough one. It's also a very strong game type for Optic, so Shopify knew that there was going to be work to be done. In the end, it's FaZe Clan that capitalizes on that. And
okay, huge. We expected to not do that great, and we did pretty good.
Like we've got a series on our hands.
Doesn't it just, especially when we have this particular game type.
But we win these.
Take ourselves back to preseason. Now it was a flag game.
We win these.
Which was one of the grindiest Aquarius flag games we have ever seen. It ended 1-0, and FaZe, I think, captained the first 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And just ground out the result. Did not let their opponents inside of that base. So if, and it's a big if, of course, FaZe can get that bomb planted first, they know how to hold the map for more than a couple of minutes, shall we say. Aquarius is, of course, where we find ourselves. Shopify looking to close the series out, but FaZe looking to send this the distance, looking to send this to a Game 5.
Already underway. Both teams have very impressive bomb records so far, and now this is going to be a grueler based on what we've seen. Can FaZe Clan
we just need...
from that game?
We need to lock in.
Bring it here into a fourth game. Of course, keep in mind, should FaZe Clan win, we will be going to a series-deciding Game 5 Slayer.
It's 4 dead though off the rip here. Cycle
That's not good.
And the bomb is going to be progressing very, very soon as well. And it's a camo run as well with this bomb in the hands of Cycle. Drops it for a second to pick up 1 kill. And look at the damage output. Still alive somehow or other with his camo.
Should also mention Falcated, one of the best KDs on this specific game type at the tournament. We'll see if we can keep that going here up against Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify kind of trapped in the back of their base at the moment. Excuse me, FaZe are trapped by Shopify in the back of their base. I like the slow, methodical, deliberate.
Come on, Cycle. You get it. I got your stream. I got Wayne 4K20 later, and there's a new episode of Trog's called Columbo Podcast. Hey, who knows how long this is gonna go today? If I'm feeling good and Shopify still got stuff going on today, like their Rocket League and their Apex, this might go a little later than I expected. Do we plant? Do we arm bomb?
Should start the arm in just a second. It's a 2v3 in the back of the base. Cycle's still alive inside the base as well. And here comes the flank from Royal too.
Am I Falcated? Or not Falcated? Huge. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, yes! Clean, clean, clean. That was fantastic. We up 1-0. First to 3 wins this game, or whoever has the lead at the end of the time limit. Okay, chat. I'm not gonna go in as much. I'll do 10K. I'll do 10K for Shopify.
You also want to be the team who scores first here on Aquarius Bomb, because now you control the pace of the game. Shopify have to just make sure that that bomb doesn't advance too far on the map. If they get it onto the face side of the map, it makes life so much easier.
As I say, we have bomb.
Knowing the eyes have to at some point trace from bodies towards where that bomb is progressing. You can see the last shot's having a wrap back with this camera that he's managed to pick up towards.
Did we just have Trippy in our spawn?
Now they've cleaned their base out, and last shot, he's hunting again.
Absolutely, the one bomb cushion. I mean, it means such
okay,
a difference.
Camo's gone.
It's so much bigger than a one flag cushion, because you can really
We've done pretty good at keeping the camo, taking camos from FaZe.
You don't have to realize, oh man, we've got the camo, I have to be the aggressor. Instead, you could just work on game management, and they have a feeling that's what we're going to see from Shopify, just trying to play smart bomb.
Kill Trippy. Be in their spawn, on their hill. Take out Suppressed. What was that last shot?
Suppressed who takes out last shot in a battle that normally we see him win, and that's going to be a big moment here for Donny. He's going to keep himself going forward to try and pressurize, but Frosty with a double kill elsewhere. He's no progress on that bomb up the map here on Aquarius.
Okay, last shot's one, or Suppressed is one shot. Suppressed is down. Penguin is getting some kills. Penguin. Psycho gets him. I job Frosty. I job Frosty. And we got the bomb reset. I think that's Camo coming in up top there. This is like the worst that last shot's been playing. 4 and 6.
Certainly caught back up, but if we look at the slaying department, how about World 2 out of nowhere, 12 and 6 here?
Yeah, Royal 2 is going crazy finally.
Like we said, quietly going about
Frosty's catching up to him too.
Reminding everyone just how good he is at this game. Amazing numbers from him so far.
Camo was up a few moments ago. Not sure if anyone has picked it up as yet. Threat sensor goes down.
Falcated had it.
Keeps numbers on the map here for FaZe.
feels like Shopify has really had not just game management, but also, once again, if we look at that last camo burn,
Let's go, Trippy.
are able to force the burn,
Down.
okay, perfect. Let's just keep playing this exact
Penguin
game.
down.
The other side, when you
Falcated down.
comes in from Frosty, beautifully done, looking for the last one.
Oh my god.
Not going to allow that to happen. But Frosty
Disgusting, Frosty.
He's also double positive.
Just a classic Frosty play, right? He gets a double kill, he's no shields. He's not worried about the fact that he's got a double kill and survived. He's thinking, where's next? Who's next? Is this a fight that I can take? Can I turn a double situation into a triple situation?
And even if I can, I'm probably going to
Take a Penguin.
Take that opportunity and take that picture. More often than not for Frosty, those kind of plays work out.
Last shot tries to challenge bottom mid.
You don't have anybody.
Be taken down, but eventually, two did fall for Shopify. So Cycle knows off the respawn. He needs to make something happen, but an advantage here for FaZe. We'll see if they can move the bomb.
Yeah, and they.
Slowed down, but Frosty's picked it up. He's 15 and 8, almost double positive himself. But FaZe now, not for the first time, have got a little bit of progress on where this bomb is positioned. They've got it into Shopify Rebellion base. But
So we have bomb.
to even think about an arm at this point. 2 players fell on that push.
Surprising to see them go right in for that. You had a feeling on the timing. I think everyone watching as well kind of felt it. You have that spawn timer, kind of feeling that in your bones, if you will, and it felt like Trippy was just going straight to the arm spot. And there was a player back base, and it immediately shuts it down, and they find 2 dead. So they're going to need to make sure they're doing a little bit of that free slaying before they get that bomb in. Came up for Suppress, though. What can he do here?
He's going to take 1v1 and give his position away to Last Shot. Last Shot turns his attention to another fight.
Damn.
Pretty well. Just taking that moment to breathe here with the camo for Suppress. Psycho inside of the base. 3 shots onto him. Make that forward. Doesn't have any grenades to pick this one up against Psycho. He's being a nuisance. Suppress finally gets the headshot, but this is an opportunity now. Camo has gone. The kills on the side of the Shopify base should mean some progress can be made, especially with Falcated again being aggressive towards the pink side.
Look how long Cycle staying alive at the top of the base. Waste of the camo, right? As Cycle dies right away, that means Suppress flies into the util bridge still with camo. Instead, you just saw it dissipate because Cycle eats an extra 3 or 4 seconds. It's little plays like that that can make such a difference.
And that was 3 dead for FaZe, and now you got Last Shot in behind you. Flanking these P1 spawns. Finds one.
Let's have last shot. Did the second.
P1 at the moment. Target rich. To be damaged by Last Shot. I think 3 took down 1. Output damage onto 2 others.
Damn. Okay.
And it's going to be 2 dead for FaZe off the back of it.
We talked about just how important that first arm would be.
We go 1. Luke, welcome. You are here just in time to see FaZe win. Not FaZe. Shopify win. Please, fingers crossed that don't just jinx us. We're doing pretty good though. So far. Ooh, wait, are we getting the bomb into their base? And we have camo? So Trippy dies, right? Huge arm from last shot. We need 1 more arm and we win. Or we just have to wait out for the next 4 minutes. Either way, we're cooking.
Feels like an impossible task for FaZe Clan, but they've got to hit the gas and they've got to do it now if they want to stay alive in this series.
Good damage output this time from Frosty as well. Still alive. Finally Suppressed with a grenade towards the Jet. He's going to take him down. And the bomb now starting to move. Cyclone's going to take him down on the bottom of the car side.
That's not good. Okay, Trippy down. 2v2.
That bomb has progressed. And Royal 2 behind enemy lines are going to get the numbers on his side.
We got Royal 2. Frosty 24 and 12 is disgusting. Good trade.
Time and time again, Frosty is 25 and 12, still double positive at this stage in the game.
That's an insane statistic, 25 and 12, and there's still 3 minutes left in this game for him to add even more. Liquid slides out, manages to take down 1, slowing down Frosty for just a few seconds. It's 3 dead here for Shopify Rebellion, but
Ashok got 1. That's not too bad. But Frosty's back, Royal 2's back, Cycle's back. All 4 are back.
Moving this bomb in soon, because time again
First pick goes to Shopify. That's going to really slow down the push here. Second pick does as well. Now in a momentary 3v2.
Big trade.
That situation, which is going to just clear his side of the map. Cycle inside the back of the base. He gets his trade as well. Trades are great if you're defending your base. If you can trade, it means the spawns, they're a long way away from that bomb. They're a long way away from your side of the map, and they're a long way away from your respawns.
Important touch on the bomb here, but the help needs to come, and it needs to come fast. They have a momentary man advantage, and they do get the touch. Can they get the slays here to get the arm?
Similar situation to what we saw. No nades here for Suppress. Maybe had a frag grenade.
Ooh, Suppress is down. No, 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 no. Ooh, Penguin down. Huge save from Cycle.
For FaZe Clan, Shopify Rebellion need to hold on for 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Wouldn't answer back. They just continue to get that first pick, and when they don't, they find a way to clear out the back of their base. Now, what felt like it was going to be a FaZe Clan arm opportunity is shut down immediately, and that bomb is right back out of the table. Last shot, however, last player alive.
Last time his last player alive, he managed to at least pick up one kill, do damage to another. I like this play from last shot. I like this a lot. Like it back, but a really good recognition of the situation that someone was missing. Hector goes back to his base, gets that kill, 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. And this time Suppress had a couple of grenades, and it might take a couple of bodies. Cycle in the back of the base.
The Cycle's down.
With the last player alive, is last shot. Where is that bomb?
4 dead for FaZe as well. 4 dead for FaZe, and last shot is shooting bodies. And it felt like FaZe would have had 1 player left, but instead they're completely slayed out in the end.
I think Bond just got reset.
And now with only 1 minute left in the game.
I know FaZe has a minute to try to get an opening. Huge shot from last shot. Another great kill.
At the moment, who's taken damage, he's running around the map, he's having a little bit of fun. He turns back to say, hey Falcate, I know where you are with that bomb. With 30 seconds left on the game clock, this is looking like it is going to be Shopify Rebellion. And last shot, who's now 20 and 20, he was a little bit slow, and now he's pulled it back. Who will be taking this game?
Some celebratory bomb melees as well. The man goes coast to coast, flies back to his base, brings it right back to Falcated actually, and knows that with 11 seconds left, he
They just don't have time.
to a grand final and an HCS major.
Delivers FaZe the bomb.
There's no time.
For the entire game. Let's see if it's going to be.
There we go. We win these. Guaranteed second place at least. At least.
FaZe Clan comes into this series undefeated, had not dropped a single game all tournament, but in the first meeting of the Big Four, they fall in the series. And Shopify says the Sunday Scaries are no more. They win their first series here on Championship Sunday with a 3-1 win. And lock in a grand finals appearance. The first one for the organization, and now also, as we said, for the 2 young guns on this squad. What an opportunity for them. They seized it so far in the winners final. And FaZe Clan still
Let's
more Halo to play. You
go.
can tell based on Suppress reaction there. Disappointment, but there's a lot more Halo to play for them, and they might find themselves right back up against Shopify, but it'll be a long road to get there.
Yeah, stay comfy, FaZe. You can stay on that main stage for a little bit longer. Like I mentioned, they got an opportunity to play against Optic to make it to that final, but when you look at the statistics...
27 kills from Frosty. 26 from Royal. Jesus Christ.
When you look at the Shopify team, even when 2 players are doing that, the other 2 players still pretty even across the board. Output damage is just... The unit seems to work so well naturally together. It almost feels as if they can get better.
Yeah, and also what I love, what I'm seeing is you have different players and even different duos of players popping off, right? Sometimes it's the Cycle last shot combo. In this one, you see Royalty and Frosty putting up big numbers. So it's amazing to see just how good every single one of these players is. And at any game's notice, each of them can pop off. And like you said, there were several moments where you felt like FaZe should have had the arm done. But what was it? 1 player in the back of the base winning a 1v1. 1 player dealing a little bit of extra damage, maybe getting 1 extra trade.
Surviving for 1 extra second. We saw that a few times as well.
And last shot exchanging there. He saved it very wisely for a player of his age. Saves the shots to the body for when he was pretty sure mathematically it was done. By the way, I love the absolute just tour of the map with the bomb at the end. He goes coast to coast back to his own base to get the kill, then brings the bomb straight to the front door and says, here, you take this. 11 seconds left before we are in a grand final. Here's your final series layout.
3-2
Let's go.
50 to 40 Slayer recharge. It was the King of the Hill, which FaZe probably thought they had an opportunity, and Shopify knew was one of their weak game types that went the way of FaZe. And then it was a 2-0 Assault Aquarius win to close out the series. You want to hear from a member of Shopify?
I think we should. There's been a man who's been doing some great comms and some great IGLing. It's Blaze on the stage with Frosty.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Texas, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion. They move on back to the grand finals. You know, first grand finals was, I want to say, Shopify Rebellion as an org here, and first grand finals you've been to since London. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels great. Pairing up with this squad, it's like getting a grand finals first event. It's an amazing feeling.
It definitely is an amazing feeling. Now, coming up here against this FaZe Clan team, you know, they had not lost a map before they, you know, ran up against you guys. You know, seeing that on paper, planning for, what was your game plan to go up against them and kick the series off?
It's honestly just making sure we're doing our thing. They're a strong team. As long as we weren't, like, just falling over, giving them free kills, we were going to be able to get ours. And, I mean, that was pretty much the game plan.
There you go, and it worked out very, very well. Now, as you go to a grand finals, you got two new teammates you're going to be playing with in the grand finals, their first grand finals. But talk to me about how proud you are of Last Shot and Cycle for the skill in which, you know, they've shown all weekend and the composure to make it.
Yeah, I mean, super proud of these guys, like, doing what they're doing this early, like, with how much experience they have, competing against, like, world champions, you know what I mean? They're doing such a good job.
Yeah, keep in mind, Frosty and Last Shot, 19 and 20 years old, pretty much.
I'm pretty sure it is. And lastly, get the Shopify fans hyped up all around the world. What do you want to say to them as you get prepared?
Hey, I appreciate you guys as always. We can hear you out there, and much love, much love.
All right, you guys, that's going to do it for me, Frosty, and Shopify Rebellion on the stage. Lot, take us away.
That 15-0 from FaZe Clan was clean, don't get me wrong, but when you meet a road bump that's in the form of Shopify Rebellion, it's just too big. That was incredible. I mean, my goodness me, Shopify Rebellion just lights out on the main stage, shows.
Yeah, I think if you're going to compare what those two losses in a row were like, it's like you wait for your public transport, you're waiting and waiting for a bus, and two come back to back. Those two losses were a dagger to the heart for FaZe Clan. They did manage to recover in Game 3, but the Frosty show, that kid's as cold as the bathroom floor in Game 4.
He very much is. I can't handle you sometimes on this desk. It is, you're right, the bathroom floor is very cold, especially if you have a certain type of tile on there. But yeah, the tile is frosty, to say the least. Incredible. There's so much to talk about, honestly, and break down in this series. Tony, first things first, before we really get into things with Shopify Rebellion and how good they are, let's just talk about what FaZe were able to do and how they were able to keep up to a certain degree. That map 3 was like a whole different team. They were able to take everything.
That is actually insane. We kind of did so good. We were playing so well map 1 and map 2. Fumbled map 3 like crazy just to come back and dominate map 4. What the hell happened on map 3? Like what? How did that happen?
The Slay's advantage, it was only 3 kills in favor of Shopify Rebellion throughout the first 3 games, but that game 4, that was something else.
Yeah, I think you look at the story of the series was maximum efficiency. Game 1, Shopify Rebellion put 2 flag captures on the board immediately. FaZe do find their footing. I think Penguin went from 1 and 7 to then all of a sudden he was 10 and 12, and all of a sudden it's a 2-2 game. But again, maximum efficiency. FaZe Clan give Rebellion an opportunity. They will take it. They will punish you, and they did that time and time again in this series.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed. I've got to say, in terms of stardom power coming across the screen, Frosty is the man of the hour. Rightfully so. It has been really all weekend long. He has had so much ice, so much ability, so much confidence in every single gunfight that he takes. To be honest, he had a quiet game 3. Don't get me wrong, he had a quiet game 3. FaZe were able to zip him up a little bit, but my goodness me, was his gameplay yelling across the screen in that final one. He got the job done.
Yeah, I think game 3, you got put in a body bag for a little while. Trippy was just zipping them up and putting them away.
Yeah, chat. We're gonna end up watching FaZe and Optic.
Again, Frosty, you know, he's been in these big game moments, and oftentimes we find these series that it can go 3-0, particularly for a team like FaZe Clan who haven't been in the grand finals all too often. You look at players like Suppressed, sometimes the occasion can get the better of you. These these series don't really live up to the billing, but this time we've seen a really competitive series, and but for Frosty to take over in moments, especially when his team needed them, that was huge.
Yeah, I feel like coming into this tournament, I did my power rankings and I said that Last Shot was the #1 player coming into this tournament, but I feel like Frosty so far has had an MVP tournament here in Arlington. One player that hasn't really got much shine here on the desk is World 2. How consistent has World 2 been, and specifically in this series? I mean, as when it comes to KD, when it comes to winning a pivot and watching the backs of the rest of his team that he sees flying around, I think World 2 was very impressive, specifically against FaZe.
Yeah, I think Royal 2 is akin to heavy artillery. It might take a long time for him to actually move, but when he does, he hits pretty hard, that kid.
He certainly does indeed. I gotta say with Royal 2 specifically, we didn't see a whole bunch of POV screen time for him in that final map. The fact that he's putting stats up there that are basically the same as, if not, up there with the likes of Frosty, who was popping off. I think it just shows you how important it is to have that relief of those slays from somebody like Royal 2 across the map. He's doing the kind of dirty work behind the scenes. He is making sure that the team cannot get in it. He is making sure that his team live up. It is so important to have an anchor player on your squad, and Royal 2 does it so well. And lastly, a player that we don't mention too often, which honestly I don't know why we don't, but Cycle. How many times did you see a double kill from Cycle save the day across the map?
Jeez, Royal. 70 kills, 65 from Cycle, 63 Last Shot, 60 Frosty, 20. Jesus.
Today in Arlington here, obviously with the commendation.
Frosty, the only one not getting over 20,000 damage in that series.
It is so easy to compliment them because they really are, Jersey, right now the very best.
Yeah,
Penguin went kind of crazy, 21 damage.
With Royal 2, and he told me he was going to collect his commendation, and when he told me what it was, I was like, are you sure they tallied up the numbers right? That's not normally your play style, but I think you're right with Psycho. When it comes to winning pivs, he done it time and time again, particularly in that series, when they needed a player to hit the shots, when the base was under pressure, when FaZe Clan did get there, Psycho made sure to clear it out.
Certainly did indeed, and finally Last Shot for me as well. We kind of were talking about it watching the series, and you mentioned it's so strange to see a kid of this talent, how young he is, to have the kind of wisdom, the mindset of a vet. He looks like he's been playing at this level for 10 plus years. The decisions he is making, what he's doing, his patience, it pays off time and time again in every game. You said to me, you almost don't see him make a mistake.
Yeah, when you talk about players that, you talk about a career of an esports player, Last Shot's still a rookie to me. He still has a lot to prove. He still has a lot of work to do, but he doesn't make mistakes. He just keeps on hitting shots, getting kills, and even at the end, giving Penguin, who's won a fair amount of championships, you start shooting his body and showing him what's what. I think the sky is the limit for this kid.
I feel like you can find experience in esports in many different ways.
Honestly, part of my why I love Last Shot so much is kind of his ego, and he knows he has an ego, and he can keep it in check, but like he can keep it in check, but sometimes he's like, I gotta show it off a little bit. He's like, I gotta show off my ego a little.
So I will say, although here in Halo, very young and maybe a little bit inexperienced, when it comes to playing a team sport, he's been there, done that.
Now, FaZe obviously do get a second chance at things here up against Optic, and I will say, something that I want to see taken from this into this next game is the fact that they were able to keep their head up, even 2-0 down in the series. That map 3 was lights out. It wasn't just close. They had the game in their hands. It was full control for FaZe, stunning across the board. It was a shame with Assault because I think Shopify are just too skilled, too kind of, I don't know, instinctual in certain senses. They are relentless. It's so hard to control them. With that Assault, you can see time and time again, FaZe nearly had it. They were very, very close, but they just couldn't get it done. So FaZe need to keep that up. They need to bring that to Optic. And also Trippy, stepping up against the big teams. He had a fantastic KD. He was slaying. He was able to do his thing. That's going to be massive. He needs to keep that potential going into this Optic game because they're going to need as many stars on their roster as they can get.
Yeah, when you spoke about looking at the stats lines, you're talking about, Frosty in that game 4, how he popped off, but Royal 2 was right there with you. I think you need 2 players per game to pop off. You can't have any stragglers, any passengers in a game. I think Tony mentioned that you need every player pulling their weight. I know kickers get a little bit of stick in football, but they're important too. So I think you need players to pop off at every given moment, and there's no time for slacking. I think Trippy in that game 3, you spoke about in the lead up to the series, what happens when FaZe Clan win or loses game number 1? Are they in trouble? Is there issues and concerns? And then they went down by 2, and you and I looked at each other like, ooh. I think I built them up saying that they would have composure. We've seen composure in game 3. They need more of that, and against Optic Gaming, it's going to be a good one.
There's hope yet. However, folks, I am seeing some bodies dribbling into the arena. I'm also seeing seats being filled. It must mean one thing, that Optic are playing next. We are heading to a quick break. When we come back, we have our elimination final. We have a place still yet in the grand finals. Who will it be? Optic versus FaZe. We'll see you right after this.
Another break, chat. Another like 5 minutes chat, and then we get FaZe Optic to see who faces Shopify again. Shut, I'm done gambling until Shopify plays again. Boom, 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 boom. Oh God.
Nice, looking good, looking good. Oh, totally biffed it.
The fuck was that?
We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. And we're here to bring you the cleared with Halo Infinite competitions from all around the globe.
more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Think next series is starting up soon.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday here at the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming.
Here we go.
We're kicking things off here in the HCS in a big way, bringing you the best competition that we've got here for year 4. So excited about this matchup, and I hope you guys are too. I hope you've been enjoying the entire day, the entire weekend, and of course everybody that is along for the ride in this stadium.
Is there a new drop that they're talking about?
I'm not a kid anymore, I'm 30 years old now, so I can say that phrase. I've got Shurzy and Goofy on the desk. Shurs, my goodness, we find ourselves again in another elimination match with Optic Gaming. But I feel like they've turned a whole new leaf. I think they have risen to the occasion of Championship Sunday. They are looking awfully good, despite everything that they had going against them. We're going to take a look at the elimination bracket right now, and Shurs, this journey has been incredible for them. They have managed to get through the most difficult of occasions against some of the series, especially Europe, and I know that you are often quite familiar with the European scene and even the players that go with it, but take a look at that, Shurs.
This was a long and arduous road. I think they went down to Rebellion. I think they found themselves against TSM, Infamous, and indeed a rematch against Nemesis, but this time they managed to come up with a response with a 3-2 win. It has been a tough old road up against Space Station as well, who of course are 4th seed coming into this, so
I'm assuming Optic takes this one too.
If they're going to win it, it's not
Just how good they are.
For FaZe Clan, they'll be hoping the Optic Gaming that comes up against them here will be the one that lost Nemesis in pool play. That's what they'll be hoping for. The issue is, from what we've seen against Space Station Gaming, these boys look hot.
Goofy, you can see no sign of FaZe Clan in that elimination bracket until that final moment where they meet Optic here. I mean, Optic, they're battle-hardened at this point, right? And FaZe, they've just been tested for the first time against Shopify Rebellion. How do you see the sway of this series going? Because FaZe, they've had such an exceptional journey here, and Optic, they're going to be difficult.
Yeah, I think momentum-wise, there's no doubt about it. Momentum is in the favor of Optic Gaming right now. To everyone's point, coming from that elimination bracket run, they lost in winners round 1. And then they found themselves in the elimination bracket round 1 and played like, what, 6 or 7 series before they got to where they are now. And Optic and FaZe, going back to the history of the FaZe Case on Invitational LAN tournament, Optic actually beat FaZe 3-1 in that event. So they do have a bit of a leg up here, and they have all the momentum in their favor. I do like their chances, but going up against this FaZe squad who has been playing well all weekend long, it's going to be tough.
It's certainly going to be tough indeed. Let's talk about FaZe's chances though in this one, because like you said, they're Goofy. You know, they have played Optic before in that Ksan LAN tournament. 3-1 was the final score for Optic Gaming, and FaZe, they bowed out in 4th position. Not what they were looking for. Very different story here though. They have been able to get a leg.
I would be shocked if FaZe win this. FaZe has never beaten Optic also, has never beaten Shopify, so...
However, FaZe showed some promise against Shopify Rebellion. We know that there is something within them that are able to gain control and really push that forward and be super aggressive with all of the capitalization that they can take from an opponent. How are you feeling about their chances?
Well, I think if you're looking for some extra motivation for FaZe Clan, for these two players, Trippy and Penguin, it's almost like Woody's nightmare where Andy dropped them and said, I don't want to play with you anymore. That's what Formal said to them last season. They found themselves on this FaZe Clan roster. If you want to really get one back on Formal, win it here, send him home, and get yourself back into that grand finals. I think that motivation has got to really light a fire in their stomach. If they want to win their series, they're going to have to find another gear, something extra, and then it's got to come from something like that.
Goofy, how do you feel about FaZe when trying to find their foot in an occasion where it's just not going their way mid-game? I feel so far it's been a very weird ratio where you're either seeing them doing great and have full control or none. I mean, and I think that's the most difficult thing, is how do you come back from a situation where you have nothing to work with? Do they have that capability? Because you're going to need it against Optic.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to small talk in game too, right? And we heard the listen in comms in that last winners finals matchup, and I really liked what I was hearing from FaZe Clan, right? It's a little bit different than what you hear from Shopify, and I like Shopify's comms as well, where it's a lot more energy, it's a lot more almost chaotic, but it's a controlled chaos. FaZe on the other side has that kind of slow, confident, a lot of small talk, and that's what you need to get out of some of those difficult situations in game. You need to be able to small talk with your teammates and work hand in hand.
Yeah, I think if you're FaZe Clan, what you need to do is look at what Space Station did, but look what they did wrong, okay? You gave Optic Gaming almost every single power weapon, every single power up, and if you put weapons like sniper rifles in the hands of Renegade and Informal's hands, they're gonna really do you damage. I think what FaZe have got to do is shut them players down early, but more importantly, if you're just holding the sniper rifle, then it cannot be used against you, and that has got to be a priority.
But what do Optic need to do? The complete opposite to that. They need to grab every single power weapon, every single power up to get this one done. And when you do have those toys in the hands of Optic Gaming, it's a very scary place to be
chat.
playing. I mean, every single
As you know, I have a water in my room. Hold on, it's just next to my bed. Hold on, chat. Give me a second. Give me a second, chat. I was gonna go get water, but I have one.
They know exactly what they need to do to win this series. Can they get it done?
I think you say when Optic Gaming have all the toys, it's a very scary play. I think that's what you have to think about here. You've got 4 superstars on this team. Bound and Legend coming off the back of very impressive seasons, winning 4 out of 5 tournaments, an almost complete clean record, only dropping 1 in London. They can blame time zone, which is there. Maybe Legend can't, but some of them can. When you look here, you think to themselves, it was a history of second places for Optic Gaming.
Chat. Shopify has posted a clip of inside the arena of them beating FaZe. Let's peep the clip. Wait, maybe? Is that them winning? No, this is them winning game 1. This is not them winning the game. This is them winning game 1. Okay. Back to the match at hand.
That bold decision to leave and team up with the likes of Formal and Renegade and creating what everyone's been calling a God Squad. But once again, that history of second place has been creeping up on this Optic Gaming roster once again. And I really expect, I want to highlight Renegade in this series. He's going to be that player to watch for me. Renegade has been dominating all tournament long and beating a team like SSG. Optic Gaming kind of starting off their championship Sunday with a victory over SSG. That's going to be a big confidence boost for them as well.
Huge confidence boost, and I think both teams are going to need all of the confidence to get this done in this series. Here we go, folks. It is time for your elimination final. 1 goes home, 1 goes into that grand final spot. Who's it going to be? Optic versus FaZe starts right now.
Last match before grand finals. Here we go.
It's elimination finals time. Clutch here with the legend himself, been here all weekend long with Dave Walsh. And we got one more series to cast here this weekend, and it is the elimination finals between Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan. 2 different roads, we can say, to get to this point. Optic having a long Saturday, entering the elimination bracket so early on and steamrolling everyone in their path to get to this point. The ball has been rolling downhill. They've gained all the momentum, and FaZe Clan coming off a hot loss, Dave. How are you feeling about these two teams entering the series how they are?
Undoubtedly, like you said, momentum in Optic's side. FaZe, the only 3 games they've dropped all tournament was that last series. However, these guys are pros. They're going to bounce right back. I think they match up very well against Optic. One thing I looked at in the previous series with Optic versus Space Station is Optic were taking all those one-on-ones. Anytime it was an individual fight, it was going in Optic's favor, it felt like. I don't feel that's going to be the same thing here on FaZe. Some of these boys are shooting hot.
Yeah, I think FaZe showed you enough life to convince you that this could be a great series. On board with Renegade, the man
here we go.
of the tournament so far for Optic Gaming. His stats have been unbelievable. The Slayer of the tournament awarded the medallion, but unfortunately he goes down without
First one
being able to
down.
find a single kill. And FaZe Clan start this with a little bit of momentum. Let's see if they can transition it to camo control.
And look at these teams posturing a little bit slower play right away. Not everyone's just flying right out. And with that, FaZe is gonna grab the batteries. They're grabbing this camo. Penguin's trying to escort his teammate Trippy. Trippy does get away.
And Trippy has been doing this all tournament long, where he has been on top
Penguin,
of the power
or not Penguin, Trippy has camo and they have a double cap. Taking the lead. But they would just lose B. They just ignored C. Alright. Are they recap B? And
all those strongholds, B is going to be one of the most hotly contested ones. That can be contested all across the map.
Big kill on the bound. Suppress also takes down Formal. That clears out all of Elevator for FaZe Clan to try.
Ooh, FaZe triple cap. They cap A. No, can't get the cap on C.
FaZe Clan lose a couple members. Trippy does enough on the map to keep FaZe Clan's stability.
Or do they get a triple cap? They take the lead. You do triple cap. They're gonna take a big lead now. Unless Optic immediately go and take A and B.
Definitely alive. Trippy is gonna want back. They were in a very promising position with 3 down, but Optic have broken the
Okay, not a
setup
huge
since.
sound.
Now on board with Bound. As Optic take the lead here, A and B in control. Bound looks to approach C, and if they get a pick, Bound is gonna fly into blue.
In such a good position right here. He's just waiting for them to make the first misstep. They can either go for camo or they can run to long haul, and then Bound can make his move. He knows that camo is snagged, but does not have the angle. Gonna get attacked by suppressed, and that's gonna be a unfortunate missed flank there by Bound.
Penguin does have the next camo though.
Timing and execution.
2 camos in a row going to FaZe Clan. Penguin getting caught out after he does a little bit of damage to 2 different
Can't really do anything with it though. 1 in 4 with 7 assists is Penguin, not doing a lot. Trippy and Falcated are doing pretty okay. 12, 16, 17. 11. FaZe has the kill lead. FaZe are getting the kills. But Optic has been able to keep capping points. Damn. Clean.
Unfortunately, in the meantime, the players over at B lost to the reinforcements to Optic, so it's Optic with a BC hold for now.
Yeah, you gotta wonder where these members of FaZe spawned. They spawned elevator as well. Okay, the gig is up. They know elevator spawns took place, but looks like they're gonna hold this obscure set for a short time. A and C. FaZe cannot hold this for an extended period of time.
Here comes Renegade and Legend.
Divide and conquer too easily.
Here comes Renegade and Legend. The split spawn coming. Only 1 minute.
Yeah, FaZe kind of needs to get B.
Times, and this time they paid off. They will transition A
But
back
they
into
lose
their
A.
favor, and Optic will begin to gain the lead again.
You know, Optic happy to trade that out. They're saying, hey, if you want to go try and grab C right here, we will happily trade elevator for C plat.
This is where it could get ugly, Dave. Renegade picks up the shot. All 4 players of FaZe coming off respawn. They're stuck in Ellie, and I'm not sure they expect Renegade to be here with Shock, and Penguin for sure doesn't. Has his head ripped off.
Nice shot from Renegade.
Able to use it to block off some sight lines from the players on Melly. Relocates to the catwalk here. Can't hit any of the headshots, but a lot of damage to FaZe.
I think the kills are about to kind of go.
For the one stronghold they have, points still being acquired for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, throughout that time, Optic not fully overcommitting there in the elevator. Just doing everything right. In the end, Renegade does trade out with Trippy, but the damage has been done. Points going on the board for Optic throughout that whole engagement.
It's the 3rd camo in a row, though, for FaZe, doing a phenomenal job of getting this power up, something that they are going to need to do throughout this series if they want to stay in. Not only is it important to make sure the enemy team has it, but the buff that you can get from this, That's a helpful benefit you can use to your advantage.
Needs it
Losing
more now
teammates,
than ever, though, considering that 2 of his teammates just went down. Suppress now has to decide, does he try to be a hero, or does he play the waiting game and wait for some teammates to spawn? Looks like he gets a nice little flank over into elevator, and this is going to be the breathing room that FaZe Clan needs.
Huge flank from Suppress. He gets behind enemy lines. He's able to find an easy kill with the stick, and that's going to be A being transitioned as well. AC hold untraditional.
This is just not.
They won't hold this for
I don't know why they keep doing this.
opportunity to maybe get some slaves and conquer B as well.
Yeah, FaZe's ultimate goal in this situation would be to take B batteries while giving up the C stronghold. But the fact that they lost 2 members here, they're just going to have to sit back and wait. They're going to have to say that Optic can take B, Optic can likely take C, but somehow there must have been some great play taken over at C plat. Somehow FaZe were able to take control of C, or keep control of it, even though Suppressed was over elevator, not a part of that engagement whatsoever.
Yeah, Suppressed over anchoring elevator, like you said. Falcated in the meantime, finding some kills, getting the reset on the C.
How are they about to tie this up and then take a lead?
One thing I always highlight in these games is it's a team game. If you take a look at that stat screen right now,
2-13 and 11 is crazy.
2-13 and 11 with a crazy stat line like you said, Wes. He has more assists than his entire team combined and doing everything right. Generally, if you're having, let's say,
This is so bizarre. Now you're going to cap B? Oh, I guess you got if you take the A cap.
Yeah, and all the players are very aware of what the stats are throughout the game. Everyone's pressing the back button throughout the death cam. If you're 2-13 and 12 and you're winning, that's a recipe for success. Right now, FaZe in the lead. Penguin doing everything he can to make the game easier for Suppress, Trippy, and Falcated, having success so far. FaZe continuing as we cross
Splitting AC in this is kind of strange, but the fact that they're able to get back to an AB hold is pretty crazy. You're building a pretty okay lead. About to be up by 40 points. But Formal's able to cap A. Yeah.
Eventually, you're still scoring points. Unfortunately, Optic Gaming won the fight over towards elevators. The FaZe Clan have work to do. They only have B controlled, which is honestly the most difficult stronghold to have, but we've seen the success FaZe was able to have with an AC setup. Now Optic given that same opportunity here.
Yep, here's that exact same play. Optic are waiting for their opportunity to see if they can take those batteries. They're hoping that FaZe make their way over towards C, and that way they can set up.
Oof. Tough for Suppressed. It seems like just as quickly as FaZe getting their lead, they're about to lose it. Yep. Lead is whatever lead they had is gone.
As Bound takes him out as well. 2 go down for FaZe Clan. 1 player is over at elevator. It's a trade with the elevator player. Now Bound has his eyes set on B. Pressure into B. Bound handles pressure like diamonds and figures out a way to trade that out.
Yeah, trying to, once he saw that that A or the C pressure, trying to snag that B stronghold. Nobody else really jumping just yet. Actually, it's going to be Renegade. Going to grab B, so there's the ultimate trade that Optic wanted in the end. They trade one of their strongholds, and they get the AB setup.
4th camo of the game, it's going to Trippy as well. FaZe Clan continuing to dominate the power-up story. Optic has not had a single camouflage throughout this game, but they do have the lead.
That's crazy.
What camos amount to? So far, it hasn't been much, but eventually you have
Not a single camo has gone in the way of Optic. But I think I think most power weapons have gone the way of Optic this game. Yeah, the triple cap. Can they catch back up and take another lead? They take B and C, and they can't get caught up.
Moment in time for FaZe as they start to get back in that game.
Yeah, what the trip cap. That's the issue, is what the score was or what was the score going to be after a trip cap from FaZe. How long could they have held it if no technical issues happen is going to be a question that's lingering in the back of FaZe Clan team and the fans' minds, as that game was neck and neck just about every step of the way. And something I pointed out along the way, Dave, is the camo control for FaZe was perfect. They might not have gotten anything or too much done with it. There wasn't any flashy big-time plays or kills done with these camouflages, but I mean, at the very worst, you're not dealing with the other team having it, which I think is a win in of itself.
Yeah, at some point it's just removing it from their hands. I think Shurzy covered it very well, and the analyst does it up there.
So is that...
One, you give your team the benefit of being able to do something with that, but secondly, the other team just doesn't have it. Yeah. And them not being able to get a snipe, them not being able to get a camo, changes everything.
Oh man, what a way to kick off this ELIM finals. If you weren't frustrated already coming from the winners finals and maybe not playing the best that you have,
is that map one?
Shopify knocking you down to this position, and then finally when it feels like you have total control of game one, you have an opportunity to gain a lead and see how long that trip cap can last. We've seen trip caps like that last for the rest of the game, have ended games. Was FaZe Clan feeling that momentum, getting that opportunity, and to have that ripped away from you? That's a heartbreaking feeling, but like you said before we started this, these guys are pros. They're going to have to sift through this, and they're going to have to figure out a way to come back on the other end of this restart and be ready to go to war.
Yeah, and this won't be the last up or down in this series. There will be moments that FaZe are going to be ahead. There's going to be times where FaZe are going to be on the back foot and behind. And so these players know how to go through those ups and downs as these series go along. It's just the game's too competitive at this point. Too many good teams that you can't have a weak mental, lose a game, or have something unfortunate happen, and then just drop the rest of the series.
Yeah, you got to stay locked in. You are too far into this bracket to not have ambitions of a championship. And both of these two teams have ambitions of getting a chance to play Shopify Rebellion again.
Wait, I thought they get... Is it a tech pause?
Of the grand finals. It's going to have to be 2 best-of-7s when they get there, but they can't think about that. Game one against each other is the only thing that you can prioritize in your thought here, sitting on that stage.
I see what happened. Game over?
Looking past the other, I guarantee they will not be making their way to the grand finals. You need to focus on the task in front of you.
All right, as this gets underway, I mean, we're waiting for the lobby to obviously be reset, but we get an opportunity to kind of cook up some storylines and mention the success that Optic has had against
reset
FaZe
the
Clan.
lobby.
Most recently on LAM would be the case on event, and it was a very close series. I think it was the 3-1, but if I remember correctly, I was left.
Chat, how is it there another Optic game one where they're winning and it's a tech pause again?
Powerhouse that Optic is, thinking about the rivalry that we know Shopify and Optic have already kind of created throughout the offseason.
He's creeping up. Royal 2's creeping up.
Opponent that I don't think is getting enough respect, and maybe they earn it here today.
Yeah, taking a look at the KD leaderboard. You got a couple members here on this FaZe roster, top of this top 5 that are matching here on Optic. Slaying is not going to be a big problem here from FaZe side. I do think that they're coming in with more firepower than this previous match that we saw from Optic versus SSG.
A lot of it has to do with the power weapons and just your opportunity to get more kills and the damage output that those allow you. We saw the shock rifle starting to come into play. And if we're breaking down just a little bit of game one, I thought it was a massive mistake for Suppress to grapple into the top white window, knowing that there were going to be enemies in front of him, kind of forcing himself into a situation where he either makes an incredible play and gets out alive, or he hands over the shock rifle. Mistakes like that you can't make.
Yeah.
You don't want...
Not this high level play, no. You don't see that happening as frequent with Renegade. When he's grappling in somewhere, he's hitting that shot, or he's jumping out to the side of the map right afterwards.
Yeah, and it's just a shock rifle on the first 2 maps of this elimination finals. Solitude Slayer being game 2 of the series, and we've seen the damage that a player like Renegade can do across Halo 5, across Halo Infinite. With power weapons on a map like Solitude, he'll go off, so we'll see a little bit of the S7 later in the series.
One thing I was actually curious there from that bound shock rifle play, it almost seemed like he had the headshot, but maybe Falcade was nearby. I couldn't tell if that was a giveaway that there was a second player there from the electricity.
Just
arcing.
Felt his presence. Getting an update. We have a little bit longer of a break here as we get an opportunity to break down some stats. Stronghold Kings. And it's no surprise that 2 of the teams that have played a ton of games this weekend On each side, Legend and Falcade.
What the hell?
Having a ton of success with the KDs, but what's sticking out to you on this graphic?
Oh man, just the fact that even though he's slightly ahead on that KD,
damage per minute.
Damage per minute is equal. Let's be real.
Come on, Foul, you can't give me one more shot?
One more shot, put him ahead.
Yeah,
but yeah,
actually.
Damage per minute just from these players. Every single minute, almost putting out 6 players lives worth of damage out across the map.
And it's awesome to see Falcated, honestly, on a graphic like this, like shining on a team like FaZe, a team that, or a player that I feel like has been great for a long time, but
we need to hurry this shit up.
Accolades or the the placings to really back up how strong of a player he's been in our scene. I feel like all of Halo Infinite, Falcated's been jumping rosters and trying to figure out how to climb and find himself in a grand finals, in an elimination finals. Finally, Falcated is here. Dave, for a player that, it's tough for me to remember how many elimination finals or grand finals Falcated's played in, but I know it's not many, if ever. And at this moment for him on this team, I asked him the other day, I asked Suppress, I said, is this your best team ever? Suppress said yes. I'm gonna think that this is also
Falcade has to say yes without a doubt as well.
Best team ever.
Yeah, we've always talked about the path to becoming one of the best players or on one of the best teams in Halo, and it's a long path for anyone.
For some, it happens
Halo.
instant, like Snipe
yeah,
down.
Sometimes it rarely happens where someone rises much more quickly. But some of these players who've gone through, taken 5 to 10 years, they've had to work their way up. They've had to go through
the ebbs and flows,
teams, and so to get what you consider one of your best shots this deep in the career has got to be so rewarding.
Yeah, absolutely, and well-deserved. Falcated has put so much time, and asking Lethal about him over on the BTH watch party. Lethal was sitting down. I go, what was it like to team with Falcated? Not a lot of people know a lot about Falcated. He's a very quiet player, and he's like, I love teaming with him. He was like the perfect level of aggressive, like got his kills, individual skill was phenomenal, but he always took good routes. Like it wasn't like he was doing this stuff in no man's land, like not affecting the actual outcome or the win conditions of the game.
Yeah, sometimes you get those players that kind of rise through at some point just because they have such a good shot, but they don't have the whole package. There's sometimes you're like, why'd you make that play? Or
right.
What are you doing there? But yeah, you see such smart decision making consistently out of that player. So huge props out to Falcade to make it this far. And
Teams acquired and consumed. Base.
Yeah, not down in the series.
I honestly might order dinner soon.
Here, so big moment for this FaZe Clan team, a team that I think has been doubted.
Thinking ordering some goddamn Wheaties.
Earlier that Formal picked his team and nobody stuck with him outside of the 5 grand finals that they played in last year. It's
give it a little bit.
To me that we made 5 grand finals last year. Yes, second happened, but
it doesn't feel like you're that far off. You're like, all right, we need to throw the whole book out.
The respect that I feel like this FaZe Clan team is getting with
actually,
the likes of someone like Trippy.
It is time for dinner for my cats. While we're doing this tech pause, I'm gonna go feed my cats dinner, chat, and I will be right back. Give me like 5 minutes.
Together, I should say. And they found this team, and instantly it feels like they have the ability to compete. I know Shopify wasn't their favorite series, but they have played phenomenal Halo all weekend, and if they can figure out a way to make this series competitive, figure out a way to win this series, there's going to be a lot of decisions that were questioned during the offseason.
100%, because like you said, when you kind of come in with that chip on your shoulders, when you are the team that's maybe putting together more of a squad of misfits, a squad that wasn't the very first pick, you're not the one who's instigating the team changes. Instead, you're trying to find out who's available and what squad are we putting together. For them to come out and be this strong, to already be top 3, to only got 3 games this event, to Shopify, who's in the grand finals already, FaZe are looking phenomenal.
Yeah, just a bunch of, I see FaZe as 4 players. Everybody can do everything at any time, and they're all consistently just great. Like it doesn't feel like they have the superstar necessarily. Maybe Suppressed is going to be that
like
player.
Also like Trippy having some moments
He's been a superstar this weekend. Turns out when everyone is doing everything, it makes it a lot easier for everyone else on the board, so that when you're given the opportunity, when you're given the S7, the camos every single time, you get put in the moment and the opportunity to make the big play. And I call him Big Game Trippy for a reason. It's because in big games for the past 3 years, Trippy has showed up and has showed out in those moments. That, I mean, that Optic team does not win a world championship without Trippy being the player he is.
100%, and you're right. I think there's something special about certain players who fit into different roles when they're on different rosters. So someone like Trippy before, when he's playing with someone the likes of Lucid, he's like, you know what, I'm going to make sure we give you the sniper. Yeah. I'm going to create some space. I'm going to do this. And all of a sudden, when that player's not on the roster anymore, he's like, well, check out what I can do. Yeah. Look what I can do.
It's my turn. It's kind of nice to have a turn every once in a while, right? Especially when you've been playing some great Halo all weekend long, and we've seen the damage Trippy can do with that S7. We saw it even in the Shopify series, that live fire game. He was popping off with it. Someone else who's been popping off all weekend long has been Bound. I feel like an under-the-radar player. Hadn't seen him on many statistic boards.
Yeah, not like the top 5 in a lot of these breakdowns, but...
But you watch his screen, you know good things are happening because Bound's doing things.
Yeah, he just moves at his own speed. One of the fastest players in the game. And when we've seen Optic looking at their most unstoppable, Bound has been one of those driving forces.
All right. Players look like they're locked in. They got to be shooting guns, waiting for it assumes to be the face side of the map, and maybe a little bit of an advantage here for Optic Gaming, as it looks like they're still thumbs on sticks.
Yeah, they're like, we'll keep warming up. Let me practice this little fight right here and get on ready for this. But like you said, at this point, these players, they want to be here for the long haul, so making sure everything is looking primed and ready to go before they restart this one back up.
And for a team that came through the elimination bracket round 1, you ask yourself, how much is too much, Halo? Doesn't appear they've hit that mark just yet. Maybe a second best of 7 in the grand final.
Okay, chat, we're back.
Start to become a different story, but right now they are locked, loaded,
and still back before the tech pause is over.
This series is to not just them,
Yippee.
but the organization that they represent. When you play for Optic Gaming, it is bigger than just you. The green wall is strong, but they're loud, they're vocal, and they're passionate that you have a responsibility to bring home trophies when you play for Optic Gaming.
Both these sides of the stage,
honestly,
some legacies within the esports industry. So huge and proud to have them represent here in the HCS, and like you said, they're representing something bigger than themselves.
Who's it gonna be? FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming. I feel like we've been through a tornado so far this weekend.
It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter which game we're talking about here. These are always two of the powerhouses that you will see.
The faces change, but yeah, the organizations seem to always figure their way out onto a championship Sunday.
The faces change, the games change. Sometimes you have someone like Formal who's represented any of the games.
Yeah. Formal changes games. He played for FaZe that one event. Oh man, the tension's got to be looming, and the frustration. How do you weaponize that? That's the big question. How do you use this dead time to kind of rebound and make sure you come out hot? I was always a part of different teams, and I always thought, like, for example, players specifically benefit from something like this.
They need to fucking hurry up, chat.
Other players struggle getting their feet back on the ground. Icing, for example. One of the players that comes to mind that had some famous historic H2A runs with all the mess that was going on back then, Snakebite, was someone that when there was a game reset, for some reason, this kid like always started off like on a frenzy on the next game, and it was like such a
So I'm looking at the other things for Shopify that are going on today.
These players, obviously, they've been competing for years and years.
Our league team plays soon.
And if you know Formal's history,
our Apex team plays in an hour.
These guys have been pros for a long time. It's an expectation that they start off hot, but it's not always the case.
And then our Rocket team, our Rocket League team plays in 2. Still potential. We check out a couple things.
This far in the HCS anymore with that weak mental or not being able to take those twists and turns.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, you wouldn't be this far into the tournament. But now if there's somebody that can really shine or thrive out there, I don't know. I kind of look at the Optic side and I think of really Bound and Renegade being those pace setters for this roster. Even though I think someone like Legend is also an incredibly fast player, I still think Bound and Renegade have shown that they really set the tempo for that squad. And so we're going to have to see, does Renegade try to force some action early on in the game here on Recharge again? Last time he kind of got punished, and they lost one of the early hills because of that.
Right. Wasn't expecting that player to be top red and got caught off guard. And Renegade, a guy that's, like you said, that when the pace is being set by Renegade, good things happen for Optic Gaming. There's a reason that they've been on the run that they have been through the elimination bracket to this point. But if you're Renegade, this elimination bracket run is another Saturday, Sunday for you. You want that championship at the end of the day, and to get there, it's going to be through FaZe Clan, so you can't take any series off. Are you expecting him to continue the dominant performances that we've seen, or is FaZe Clan at least going to slow him down and force Optic Gaming, the rest of Optic Gaming, to step up here?
I think it's going to be one of those two, like you said, because if he's charging through the way we've seen so far earlier today, you're not stopping that. You're not letting that happen.
I was about to say, you got to watch him be stopped before you'll say he'll be stopped.
Exactly.
We're back in game, man.
No, they're taking a look at the end of that last game.
We got some new tech where we started off.
Yep, so just taking a look at the very end there, you saw how Optic able to break through at the end as that player was lagging out. So we'll get, like I said, that final score result from the TOs before they get to this next game, and they'll start it off where teams are appropriately scored. But to your original point around stopping Renegade, or how do you play against something like that, at some point you have to set some traps of your own. You can't just give him
Okay, come on.
and have that chaos situation and let him sort of lead every single step of the way. You have to take some of your charge of your own. You have to have that own spidey sense, those call-outs saying, hey, we haven't seen him recently. We either need to force some action on his teammates, or let's set our trap for him. Let's see if we can actually catch Renegade making the first misstep and mistake, punish him, and then go on the offensive.
Another question for you. As we took a look at that highlight, I finally got to come back down to earth here and see what the score was. It was about a 10-point game. 10 points in strongholds is whatever. If you start at 180 to 178, however, you're playing to 250. There's not a lot of time. There's 70 points that basically
each team is going to... It's one or two engagements really going to decide this.
Does that change how you played the break on the new reset?
Yes, it does. I think you can be much more risky and aggressive at the start of a fresh game where it's 0-0. All of a sudden, you can't give up that very first step on recharge if you know it's only a 70-point game, because all of a sudden they get to potentially roll that into a full setup.
And a camouflage.
And a camo. It's just too risky, and so that's going to be a situation where we're likely not going to see the same sort of aggressiveness out of someone like Bound or Renegade off the rip offense. Or if they do decide to get aggressive and it pays off, that's where you see Optic get off to a massive lead.
Right. I think it's almost like loading into a Slayer game, 45-45. And then all of a sudden, like
someone will be the hero.
Yeah, you're not G-sliding time for snipe anymore, are you? Like, you're definitely more passive every single.
This is taking forever.
At this point, with the score being so close.
Is this longer than the last one?
Not being so far away. We're running a 40-yard dash here. First to about 70 points. No room for error. You cannot get put in a trip cap with 70 points because the game will end right after that.
You're also not going to see as many like forced aggressive plays when they have an advantage. Like, you're not going to see a forced trip cap. If a trip cap comes to them and they have the opportunity to take it, they will take it. But they're not going to get the two and say, hey, like early on, let's put this pressure to put the pressure on the game.
Because the risk isn't worth it?
Exactly. The risk is worth it earlier on in the game, because if it's a 0-0 game, you're like, hey, if this pays off, instead of getting a 30-point lead, we might get a 75-point lead.
Right.
Whereas here, you don't care. The difference between 30 and 75 obviously is significant, but you're also risking
one of them ends the game
you lose
here.
your setup.
Yeah, one of them ends the game here.
Yes.
The other one, potentially puts you in that same situation. How often do you see a trip cap go right into another trip cap from the other team based off an overextension? It'll be really interesting to see, especially knowing how aggressive Optic like to play in strongholds, how they like to push those trip caps. Do you think they have enough discipline to slow their roll down here a little bit and play a little bit safer?
They have the experience. You have someone like Lunchbox behind saying like, hey, you can still be aggressive without forcing the trip cap. There's a difference between forcing a play there, charging towards Z-Plat, and maybe peeking a little bit towards long haul, maybe taking control of control.
Yeah, and even to go further into this meta, when you're telling a dog not to jump, the dog wants to jump, and immediately you start to play a little bit more hesitancy. Does that negatively have the risk of impacting, like if we're not naturally playing how we would naturally play a position based off the situation that's at hand?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's times where people are not playing the way they'd like to. You see that happen at times where a team, let's say they're up 2-1 in a flag game, and they've been holding them off the entire game, and all of a second they're like, oh, well, we don't need to get a cap here. They start to turtle up, or they start to play a little more passive. And that's where you see these teams start to make those comebacks into the game.
That's where my head went.
Is not playing their exact same style.
So we're taking a look at just moments before the issue happens, and it's Trippy with camo. Great shots onto a player hitting C. Legend will go down. It's a trip cap now into effect. You're down 30 points here, but trip caps with 30 points is absolutely nothing. Give me about 10 seconds and you'll get those back. Penguin still in the game right now. As Trippy backs into this corner, just wants to bait this C stronghold. And you could tell
about any second here. Because also I feel like the moment that you see the player name disappear, I feel like there's chances that there's generally issues prior to that moment. So I would guess that it's, like you said, Wes, we're around a 10-point game.
Yeah, you can tell Trippy throws the what the is going on signal with his hand, and that's when you knew something was wrong. Also, the observer mode will show you a player's missing if you don't want the hand signal from Trippy, but he let you know immediately something was up. And that'll put us, like we said, 10-point game. FaZe doing a good job of battling. I was very concerned for FaZe coming into this series. Fresh off a loss, probably didn't even have to move their stuff.
Chad, I'm gonna pull something up, just something watch that's not this. I'm kind of bored of just listening to these guys ramble.
When things like this would happen to you in your time, what did you do individually as a team to make sure that the series before didn't impact the series that you're about to play, especially against a team that has been so hot coming out of the elimination bracket and on the run that they're on?
Yeah, you got to get everyone's attention focused on the future or the present. So in a case like this, you can't have people talk about, oh man, I had this or had this. You have to say, snap out of it. Let's talk about this. What are we doing off the start here? We knew last time Renegade went here towards top catwalk side. Is he going to do that again? Likely not. How are we going to catch him off the rip of this game?
You're talking game one, map one, and mode.
Exactly. You got to talk through the next moment
Very
in time.
specifics. What is Optic like to do on this? Like,
it has to be
immediately
specific, especially at this highest level of play. No longer are teams just doing vague generalities. They're not going to say on Aquarius, they're not going to say, hey, let's hold
getting
more than some cars.
so
no,
boring.
About, hey, we need to hold
Unironically.
over on this car side because they've always been.
Yeah, what are their tendencies? What do we do wrong when we play against Optic in these situations in order to better our chances? Whew. All right, let's.
But yeah, very specific. Very focused, dial in.
Are they about to swamp or no?
The only thing that you can do if you're trying to make a slight adjustment is talk about that adjustment, and it has to be a minor thing. You can't have your team do a full 180 change and expect that
chat, we're gonna
going into the next game. Instead, you have to talk.
I don't even know what we're gonna do.
Can we play our lives a little bit longer? Can we get 1 or 2 more seconds out of each life to extend this and give ourselves some more time and some more breathing?
How do we feel about Shopify seeing this happen? And actually, great question. When you were sitting in so many grand finals that you were sitting in, through the winner's bracket, I only did once, so, and I knew who I wanted to play. I was gonna ask you, did you actually have a preference of who you played as a player? Because I actually.
What the hell does that mean?
Had a preference of which team I was.
What do you mean tonight we fuck music?
In the one opportunity I had, I said, let me play Soldier 187, please, dear God. But you had so many different ones that, did it just become like it doesn't matter who we play?
You have to have that mentality of, hey, we're ready for whomever. But yeah, of course, in your gut, you're either rooting for someone who you're closer friends with, or you're saying, hey, Carbon's looking kind of scary this season. I wouldn't mind to see an upset here from a 5K or from a straight or whomever throughout some of those seasons. So it was part watching and rooting for that, but then a lot of times too, just really outside of like watching the first or second game, really focused in on just warming up and playing our game plan. I don't want to sit there and watch the whole series and get all hyped up and watching that and be like, oh, I haven't shot in 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's how I was. I only obviously had one, but I was just shooting the whole time. I could care. If I couldn't have any determining factor that I was responsible for.
You look at a stream or something like that, but for the most part, it's I'm focused on what are we doing to warm up, how are we going through our routines. Some players like to warm up nonstop and keep their hands super warm. Some people can seemingly roll out of bed and hit 4 shots.
The Royal Twos of the world.
Exactly.
Hey, scrims were 30 minutes ago, but where are you? And then he gets on and drops +20 in game 1. I'm like, all right, well, that'll do. Well done, kid.
Yeah, I was the exact opposite of him. I was like, I need to warm up for like an hour or two to feel like every single facet of my fights, whether it's close range or long range fights, are on point.
Okay, we're gonna mute this for now. Can I pull it up? I can't. Okay, chat, we're gonna do...
Incredibly high off of player skill.
I'm putting this in chat real quick.
Not a good champion for me. Yeah, I cannot play Lucian at all.
From people that walk in. League of Legends.
Quick to trade him away. I'll be playing the Pokevarus, thank you.
League of Legends watch party until Halo is fixed.
Been having a good early game here so far. It is a slight gold lead the other way for Loki, so honestly, really nothing to write home about in any of the individual matches.
I don't really know what's going on here. I know.
But that's just the call difference.
Yep, is not
I know less about League than probably any game that Shopify is in. Shopify's not playing. They play after this match. Is it C9 and FlyQuest?
Kind of matchup compared to the Corki or the Tristana. Tristana just kind of scales and has this long auto attack range. And you can kind of just get shielded and walk forward and hit. Lucian kind of has to dash in, like you kind of have to get in there because your range is pretty short. And Corki, obviously, you can just be scaling up and using spells to clear wave if you're, uncomfortable spamming out rockets.
Don't worry, I'm pulling up.
Yeah, so we'll see.
So I can still keep an eye on you, chat. I'm pulling up Halo on my phone for when it comes back up, and I can just bring the stream back up.
Daisy summoned up to try to block some of these spell shots from being able to connect with the Nautilus, but no, it's the full commit from C9, and they've already found the kill on Busio, but now they got to be careful because Thanatos is taking a ton of damage here in retaliation.
So if quality goes down a little bit, that's why.
Support for support traded as the fight continues, and Loki's eating a ton of damage from Quad. Whippo finishes the kill on Blabber, and FlyQuest gets a 2-for-1.
Yeah, they get that 2-for-1. Nicely done by FlyQuest. As Cloud9 tried to look for this play.
Yeah, Shopify's League team plays after.
Really intelligently, doesn't even bother flashing out. Instead, on the teleport, he just turns and just roots up Thanatos to set up Masu to get so much damage down on Thanatos. Because with that passive auto, if we watch it back, it sets up the chains of corruption. And just
okay, chat, I lied.
Not make it to a grand final, so I want to hear you guys.
We're
if you're rooting for FaZe, they're gonna need
they
you because I
just said that the lobby's coming back.
that are wearing green in
That they're making the lobby.
No,
I like to poke all the bears.
It's the calm before the storm,
I'm putting it in chat so people know that we're changing.
They're ready to see these teams get back into it and battling it out.
About damn time. Holy shit. We've been in a tech pause for at least like 20 minutes. Chat, I'm ordering dinner.
Going into this replay.
It's a healthy lead, but nothing to really shy over in strongholds.
It shouldn't.
Yes, I eat dinner kind of early.
But this isn't a insurmountable lead at some point.
Yeah, if you're FaZe, you don't feel like there's a massive weight going into this game, similar to what we witnessed earlier with the SSG and the oddball. When you're down like 50 points in oddball, it's like, would you rather go to round 3? Maybe.
The only thing this does change maybe slightly for FaZe is that they may get a little riskier if they get that dub cap and try to go for the triple cap.
Because they have more room to make up.
They have to make up that little bit more room. They might say, hey, like, feel free to press our advantage if we have it here, but at the same time, it's still, they can close that gap, that 30-point lead with a dub cap set up at the start of the game.
All right, Bound's got his hand warmers in.
Chat, we're getting a chocolate frosty today.
Up. I see one player missing. I'm not going to call him out, though. There he is. All players are in the lobby. What's hit that play button? Lottie, can you press that play button?
Let me check my debit card. Chat, I could be broke.
She's over there talking.
We will get this start today, Sap, though, but man.
There we go.
A little bit of icing there for some of these players. Let's see them all bounce back. You see fist bumps being shared across the stage. We're going to be jumping
About
back into
damn time.
Charge strongholds. It's a 30-point lead here for Optic Gaming. FaZe has the work cut out for them. This first game can be a massive momentum shift for either of these teams to go into the series.
As we jump into this remake, I want to go straight into an Optic Gaming listen-in, and let's see the vibes.
Chat, Wendy's is on the way.
Lead. How do they sound coming out of this remake and going into this game 1 of an elimination finals?
Hopefully, DoorDash is telling me the truth and it'll be about 20 minutes.
Here we go. Bound playing passive towards C. Gonna take towards towards elevator, realizing that it's not going to be successful. Trippy gonna get the first one, taking out Legend.
Bound eyes on camo right here.
Not burned. It's a battle for that camo. Bound,
Damn.
the only one alive at the bomb site.
Oh wait, hold on, let me fix it.
Trippy, the only one alive for FaZe. And that's going to be some points early here on the board for Optic.
There you go.
Let's get into that Optic Gaming listen and see what Bound can do with this camouflage.
Bound's still up? No, he's down. They have the triple cap though. No, they split A and C. FaZe has the cap on B. Excuse me. Ooh. Falcated is down. Legend gets him.
Oh my god, he's yeah, just not trip face, mate. You're gonna hear right there. I was playing tower 2, let's go. Yeah, they save that. Trying to play T here.
Ooh, suppress the shock rifle. And even though FaZe gets A, ooh, they have the cap. They're getting points now. FaZe used to play like perfect Halo, and that's the only way they win this. They win map 1, is they need to play perfect Halo now. No way Legend is up. Last one up. And is able to get a cap. They cap B. Oh my god, is Optic in a triple cap? Damn. And they start losing B, but 4, 6, 8, GG's.
Just like that, Optic close out that first game. You heard some
Just like
great
that.
calls there, especially from Lunchbox and crew, talking about, hey, give up that one. They're talking about that A stronghold being converted. So picking and choosing their battles wisely. They're not just going to contest a hill every single time. They're making sure they're taking high percentage plays in battles.
Yeah, one of the big things I heard during the listening was Bound stuck by himself, last guy alive. He's in pipes. Renegade says to him, just play your one, like forever. Play your one. Just make sure whatever happens, you get yours. And Bound, that tells Bound immediately he doesn't have to like take some fight or feel pressed about the guy in B getting the stronghold. Like he just has to let a favorable fight come to him rather than taking an unfavorable fight, pushing out pipe doors, trying to fight the guy top alley, somewhere where he's going to be at a disadvantage. That was phenomenal comms, and Optic Gaming looked and felt locked in that entire remake. They were in control just about the entire time. There was that one moment where they had to slow it down, but it was all green wall.
Yeah, when you're at this highest level of play, you kind of have the exact opposite comms to ranked level of play. In ranked comms, you're like, where's my help? What's going on? Get involved. Help is the objective. Whereas at the highest level of play of these teams, they all want to be selfless players. They know the team objective at hand, and they're reminding each other, hey, here's a situation that I need you to play selfish. Your best play for this team, the best way to reward us, is for you to get a kill and for you to stay alive.
A phenomenal way to kick off this elimination finals for Optic Gaming, especially to show how strong they looked. Kick it right off the break. This 30-point lead that they play with this remake jumps into about a 70, 80-point lead, and then all of a sudden, the room for error for FaZe is just too much.
I don't know.
We talked about it, like all of a sudden now Bound is able to play his ones forever because they're up by so much that it's going to take a lot more than just you losing one favorable fight that you take for us to lose this game.
Yeah, when FaZe got put in that position where they're down by 70 or 80 points at the end, it's like they have to not
So we play next. Slayer. Optic wins this for sure. There's no way. Oddball, Assault, Slayer again. Optic probably 3-0's phase.
All right, as we take a look at the series layout, recharge strongholds. That's one and done from Optic. They'll take a
I think that's what's gonna happen. I think Optic's gonna 3-0 phase.
Slayer as game 2.
We'll do 5-minute break. We'll get Optic SSG. Optic Shopify.
Every single camouflage, something that will benefit them heavily if they're able to replicate that same strategy. In a Slayer, you're kind of able to do your own thing a little bit more, and why is that, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, on Slayer, they're going to be able to play without the objective forcing them out at any single time. So they're going to be able to spend that next 30 seconds or the previous 30 seconds just saying, hey, where do I want to be? What's the best way to set myself and this team up to get this next power-up? So expect them to be able to just play a little bit slower, but also, like I said, it's their choice of how quick they want to play. They don't have time ticking against them.
Okay,
so
we've had a bumpy start. We've had a bumpy start to this elimination finals, but let's pick up the energy in here. This series matters so much to both these two teams. Game 2's kicking off. Formal on board. The battle for camo underway. Legend's going to be the first player to drop, and as Formal knows that he's going to get pushed, tries to meet.
FaZe taking an early lead.
But unfortunately, he's going to have repulse and win that one-on-one.
But just a quick lead. Not huge, not too big.
Trippy almost turning that fight against Legend, but he sets up his teammate Penguin to get the camo and get the finish. But that camo wasn't picked up until around the 11:25 mark. Both these teams realizing you can't just jump up and grab that unless you have control of the map.
Yeah, it's not worth losing map control at all. Unfortunately, Penguin trying to choose the right target there, chooses wrong, and because of it, Optic Gaming kind of spread out since they had spawned over towards Snipe, able to take down Penguin. That camo gets removed from the map. The removal of FacePaint's lead is also the case. It's an 8-8 score line, but you had
immediately tied up.
Could have benefited far more from the map control that they once just had.
Yeah, I mean, that score line's not what you want to see if you're a FaZe fan. They had a 3-kill lead, they had camo, they had shock rifle, and all of a sudden, that's been diminished, just a 1-kill lead. And this game's also just halted. I don't think the game halting is actually a bad thing here for FaZe.
Not with shock in hand.
Not with shock in hand. Not with how quick and having players like Bound and Renegade to play in those ridiculously quick environments. But yeah, you want to just slow it down, get your own step, see what picks you can have.
The game is slowed for now, but in 10 seconds, camo will be coming up and Optic's hand will be forced. There will be a battle in the middle of this map. Can Valkated make a play with the shock rifle? If he can find a pick and open up the floodgates, this could be where FaZe kind of open up the map.
Also, I'm just a little surprised seeing all this action taking place over Yard and over at Poster Stairs.
FaZe might. They're slowly, like, they've been consistently able to hold a lead over Optic. And even when it ties like this, they're able to take the lead. Legend has camo though.
Still a tight game, but for how long? Legend with camo on the back spots a ton of players, and look at FaZe going all stuck back U-turn. How do they trade out of this successfully?
Two down for FaZe. One down for Optic.
Exchanging the members of Optic, and they're up 15-14 now.
I believe Legend's camo is gone.
Does get another kill, but there's more FaZe clan members to deal with, and eventually Optic only come out on top by 2.
Okay, Optic with the 2-kill lead.
If you're in Optic's shoes, no longer than a minute ago, they were on the back foot, worse spots, and they got FaZe into a spawn trap, and now have this 3-kill lead. This game's moving quite a bit slower compared to game 1, though, Wes.
This is going slow.
Yeah, this game's gonna start to
almost down.
The pace very quickly here as the middle of the map isn't really being determined by either. One is established by one. The others will try to slow it down, but for right now, there's a massive battle for map control, and that's a huge pick by Penguin as he tries to push into dip after finding that kill. Knows that there's several members of Optic in blue, but there is still one to snipe a beautiful nade as he predicts Legend.
That was a really good nade. And they're tied again.
From the front, and now they can isolate these players to snipe as well.
Yeah,
It's the shock rifle shot.
They're stuck over at Market. They're stuck over at Snipe, and he's right in between. He can pick and choose which fight he wants.
Okay, got a trade.
He's joining both. And honestly, both those picks,
another trade again.
Somehow Renegade gets a trade with the shock beat down, death grenade right there, and That slows down the tempo for FaZe just a little bit. One more player from FaZe isn't there. And now Optic Gaming still on the ropes a little bit.
I thought this was for sure like an Optic win.
The name of the game is can you get in their face quick enough?
I don't know if it will be.
And Suppress gets there. But a trade is unbelievable.
That's okay. Trades are good. If every kill now until the end of the game is a trade, not Shopify, FaZe win it. FaZe only need FaZe only need about 20 more kills. Optic just hitting halfway, but just like that, it's almost tied again.
This game, he is the kill leader here for FaZe Clan in this one-kill game.
This FaZe Clan, anybody that's in position to pick up the kills.
They had the lead, but they lost it. Bound trade.
Bound with another trade will make this a one-kill game once again. Trippy did have the camo, but that's long gone at this point.
2 kill up there. Let's see. Okay, it goes up.
Teamwork from FaZe will take down Legend and give them a 3-kill lead once again.
Just those bait switch right there. Was looking for that quick finish over at LR.
FaZe has been able to hold the lead for, like, they have a pretty good lead.
This is a 4-kill game. This could go to an 8-kill game very quickly if Optic are not careful. Bound going to try to be the first player to make his way into yard. You see Formal and Renegade now trying to create some kind of space here. FaZe are trying to deny this space. Look how hard they want to control yard. They know Optic want this yard control, and they are not going to get yard control. It is now up to 7 kills for FaZe Clan.
That was such an incredible push by Suppressed.
Hold
They
on,
knew
chat.
Penguin wasn't going to be able to charge that nade, but Suppressed flew right into yard, getting that finish. That mixed aggressiveness that you had here with the FaZe roster is paying off.
Trapped in blue, still Optic on respawn. 8 kills separate the two now. FaZe Clan look to tie this series.
10 kills off of the win.
Get 10 more kills here in game 2.
A lot of battling going on over at the loop. Valkated playing his own life though. We've seen some of these situations before. One of my critiques earlier of watching SSG play is they would always be focused on the one point of action. Instead,
Still 7 kills down, 6 kills down for Optic to a tie. FaZe need 8.
This is a wild situation right now. It's a 5-kill game. Valkated trying to get involved.
4-kill game.
Teammates left, right, and center. All of Optic Gaming is spread out across the map, and all of
3-kill game. 4 kills. 7 left for the win.
Finish off Legend, but at what cost? A 4-kill game now for FaZe Clan. Still with the game in their control, but Optic's map control right now makes this very difficult for him to sift through.
Yeah, Valkade loved this.
Did you not see that guy?
Player on the perimeter instead goes right towards the player at Snipe.
This is close. This is really, really close.
And you're hoping maybe for a bit more of a comfort zone there if you're a FaZe fan. But the pressure isn't stopping. I like this play from Suppressed. Both teams kind of have a little flank of their own. Renegade and Suppressed behind enemy lines. Renegade's flank paying off.
That's a big
Shut down
kill.
Renegade.
Able to finish off Renegade, even if he gets a double, it just gets you a little bit closer to 50. Still a 4-kill game, but now look, this is where Optic were just moments ago. They are stuck in blue. They're going to try this yard push. Does Bound have the same level of reinforcements?
He does
Ooh,
not.
3 kills for FaZe. 7 for Optic. It's a 4-kill difference.
Backup right behind him.
Yeah,
no
they're
one's
coming.
just peeking into yard without support.
Yeah, and that's the big difference right now is FaZe were able to hold that push
When is the
deny
next
map
pre-planned
control
Optic
space.
PC crash scheduled?
Optic were trying
That's
to
so
get that situation.
crazy.
When Optic were in that situation, Bound did not have the reinforcements. However, though, Formal in a 4-kill game has a shock rifle. The game turns into a stalemate. Camo will be coming up in 18 seconds, and Formal, if he can find a pick, would be massive.
Oh my God.
That's 2.
That push by FaZe. They
Oh
do
my. But FaZe is 2 away from the win.
It's now a 1-kill game here for FaZe. They should be able to find a trade here, but the
1 kill away from FaZe. All they need is a trade.
do have that shock rifle. Well, these members of FaZe, they can hide around tight corridors. They'd be happy. No one wants to charge Suppressed, even though they have an advantage.
Damn.
FaZe Clan answer back. FaZe Clan
Squeezing it out.
on back U-turn and are able to get that 50th kill. I thought it got scary when Formal hit that double with the chain damage paired with Renegade's damage, and then all of a sudden slid into yard and got the third. I was like, oh no, but that one grenade that honestly killed the guy that was falling from yard, no shield, that trade is everything.
Yeah.
To give you what it should be a 48-47 game rather than a 49-46 game.
But I love the mixed aggressiveness from FaZe. Some teams, when they get in that position, they say, other team has snipe or they have shock rifle. Turtle up for a little bit. And they just turtle and they never make a move from there.
Wow. What a game. That was fun. That was a fun game to watch.
commit to something, right?
1-1 now.
So often do we see the team that sits back often is the team that gets punished the hardest, and the team that slips up and loses the lead. But FaZe Clan, we talked honestly at the start of the broadcast, we talked about this FaZe Clan roster and how strong they were at Slayers. Slayers keep them in this series and bring them back to life here in the elimination bracket. Slayers tie this one up, and everybody knows Game 5's end or best of 5s always end in a Slayer. And wouldn't it be something if FaZe Clan can just figure out a way to get one of these objectives done and find themselves on Aquarius, and they know that they have what it takes to win these Slayers against a team like Optic Gaming. We're talking Oddball, Livefire is Game 3, and Assault Fortress is going to be Game 4. So which of these two can FaZe Clan figure out a way to manifest some success is the big question. What we've seen from Optic, let's talk about Game 3. Let's focus on the here and now. What we've seen from Optic Gaming on Oddball and on Livefire has been unbelievably impressive.
This could be a back-to-back, like a very back-and-forth series.
For them. How do you feel about FaZe Clan's chances going into this map?
And I hope it is. The 3-0s, you know, this late in a tournament are kind of boring.
And it feels like they can turn any of those positions into a power position. Like Tower, they're over at Tower, and it can take so long to flush out someone like Renegade, who could be jumping up around A in the boxes, going over towards back mud.
You give these guys a pillar, and all of a sudden they're unkillable.
But even same, when you look over towards back green or something like that, someone like Legend can stay alive for so long and buy time. And so there's different pockets here where members of Optic can just really shine. On the flip side, though, you look over at FaZe. I think the most impressive clip we've had all weekend is Trip.
By far.
That
clip of the weekend
spree.
for sure. The fact that he pulls out the snipe as the guy's no shield just for bonus points. Oh yeah, that was awesome. That's something I would do, and then I would get yelled at for putting my snipe out as I missed that shot, and 2 one-shot guys just live. But Trippy, obviously we've seen the success he's had. The S7 is obviously going to be an extremely vital piece to the puzzle when trying to have success. And as we look at the stats for ball carriers, it's, you know what, the same 2 guys that we showed with the Stronghold stats.
You know, always picking up that OBJ. But one thing that's surprising here is Legend. 40% of the team's doing so much OBJ work here. I mean, it's tough to choose who is going to be the OBJ player or who's going to do majority of it on that roster. I don't know why I'm more surprised that it is Legend.
I think it's a player that plays as fast as possible and then is usually progressed on the map, especially if you're playing with the likes of Renegade and Bound. They're off usually doing side quests on the map, but I mean, they go on some exciting side quests, don't get me wrong. But it's probably like, yes, somebody probably needs to rotate towards the ball as that's going on.
Now, the benefit and the downside of this is, whereas you look at Falcade at 27%, that's maybe arguing if the rest of his team is on a similar amount, they're almost all doing an equal amount for this FaZe roster.
That's ideal.
Now, the benefit and the downside here for someone like Legend and Optic is, if Legend's getting that ball, he is going to be well practiced and knowing exactly where he needs to be rotating and prepared to make those moves. However, if Legend is not in control of the ball,
chat, dinner is on the way. It'll be here soon. I'm excited.
To clear that path and know exactly where they do want to move that. But, you know, you have those pluses and negatives when you have so much time indexed on one player.
And being able to read the skill set and being able to read that in real time before you're a second late. Because if you're a second late in Infinite, somebody's already in your face.
Yeah,
like,
it's too late. You have to be making the rotation before it even is the rotation. You almost have to be faking that rotation, saying, hey, I'm going to start going towards tower. All right, we're actually going towards tower now.
Right, and exactly. You have to lean towards that. But being able to, like, the skill set behind being able to read those situations just based off your screen, obviously, but the comms are more important. Because a lot
chat,
of the
this is more important. The Shopify Rebellion League team is on. I'm watching them on my phone.
And you're getting info that 3 are going this way.
But this tournament's a little bit more important than just like a seeding match in
It's your
League.
responsibility that this ball doesn't end up, if we are to go down, that this ball ends up in a contestable spot rather than you just gave them a full setup that anything positive we just had and had achieved is immediately removed and honestly overcome on the other side.
We will have to see which one plays out here. Is it going to be Legend grabbing most of this ball time here for the Optic roster? Our FaZe going to be stepping up here in game number 3, going to try to get their first lead in this series.
And I know that this has been what feels like a long series already with what's taken place, but when I looked at the map layouts and I saw Stronghold's Recharge, and then I saw Solitude Slayer. I said 2 pretty fast games. 2 games that you could find yourself down 2-0 very quickly, or you feel like you haven't played a lot of Halo in order to determine your elimination finals. Finally, here in Game 3, Oddball's going to make sure that you felt like you played some Halo.
Game 3 and Game 4. A Fortress Bomb, that's going to be taking a minute.
Yeah,
Suppressed also
will be
pushing towards pillar sides, not seeing a single player. I like this play from Suppressed. Rather than take the long flank, he's like, I'm just going to join right back in the fight. We don't have to worry about any flankers, and we also have to know we're fighting against an even amount of opponents.
And it pays off. He forces Renegade to drop out of middle with that snipe. Renegade still has that snipe. Renegade actually
Like I said, he's so tough to kill here. He's got the repulse.
Yeah, when you get repulse and snipe, Renegade's so good at whatever he does at the start of games.
Okay. Oddball, FaZe. 4 down on FaZe already.
Will go down. It will be a member of Optic, not only with camo, but one of them has snipe and one of them has the ball. This is a perfect start for Optic Gaming.
Yep, and it's going to be Formal with the ball this time. Setting up his team. See if he's going to make a rotation or if he's just going to play this in the back of tower if he receives too much pressure. Looks like he's going to be dropping the ball and slaying.
How awesome is it right now that just two members of Optic Gaming are forcing all of FaZe Clan to have to rotate towards House. Meanwhile, the ball is cuts. Like, you would think that you could maybe leave these guys behind House, but Optic Gaming are too strong. They will figure out a way to flank you. Renegade now, as his teammates have gone down, it's his time to shine. Wow. Love this play.
This is kind of a big lead that they're taking.
Gets the ball all the way to the tower, and this is an objective, efficient play out of Renegade, who is not known for this special occasion, but this is an awesome way of showing that you can adapt and evolve as a player, because that play just got them another 20 seconds.
Yeah, Optic throwing all our talking points out the window. Every single person picking up this ball, putting time on.
This is such a big lead, but this is so, like, losable still. I think Optic might take this. I think Optic takes this map.
Surely he'll get some points eventually, but I mean, Renegade's still
And then FaZe might take the next one. I think this series will go at least 3-1 for Optic. I think if this somehow goes full 5 and they have to play the last Slayer map, I'd so up in the air, especially after that last one. But if FaZe can just kill like they did in that first one, they win this easy. They win it easy. Because they had such a good showing. It was such a good showing.
Pillars, he gets taken down. It feels like FaZe Clan have finally got some footing here in this first round, but what can they do with it? They still have reinforcements. Renegade is already off spawn in front tower. Such a fast player in order to get into that situation. Camo just went into the hands of Formal. No, Camo actually fell up in front. Formal not able to find that Camo.
That's such a big lead.
Start to win the fights over here. Maybe they will be able to get this Camo. Maybe they will be able to get a ball as well.
Okay, now it's FaZe's turn. They have the Camo. They have ball control.
FaZe has empty sniper and camo. Brand new sniper now. Nice snipe. Did not try to clear behind him.
You need more than one, in my opinion, to stop or come back in this game. And right now, being top middle, he gets caught out immediately. A good job by Optic to eliminate him, even though he caught the first player off guard. Wow. Penguin gets his head ripped off. Jesus Christ, Formal, what was that shot? The ball is being rotated, however, so even though 3 members of FaZe go down, they will have to slay again because of the rotation of this ball. It's beautiful.
You're 20k. God damn. It was hype, I guess.
They know there's got to be somebody flicking through. Somehow they don't spot out Suppressed. They eventually get the pick on him, but throughout this entire time, FaZe only had sniper for that short little bit with Camel, getting that first pick. The rest of the time, they've been.
We're able to. We're getting close to closing out this lead. Like really close.
They aren't in the perfect position to grab this ball. We don't even know exactly where the FaZe clan spawn will be.
Okay, chat. My dinner is here. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta go grab it. I'll be right back.
They will. And although FaZe Clan made this a 20-point game, it's going to be another 40-point game by the time FaZe Clan are able to formulate some kind of a push. Now, Quantum Snipe in the hands of Formal, and in all honesty, that's the first shot I feel like we've seen Formal miss with this snipe. You do not want to test him. Trippy does just that, and doesn't have to pay for it this time around. He is getting shot in the back. One player overextending towards green is Suppressed, and Formal now stuck in really a difficult situation to deal with. FaZe Clan break the setup, but like I said, back to 40 points goes the score.
Yeah, that was just the benefit that Optic had in that situation where they were able to hold that that ball so far away, when you get them spun all the way across the map, especially when you have something like Snipe, you can watch one whole lane of the map. Time is going to be racked up. Can FaZe answer? Can they close this gap a little bit? I mean, 35 points is almost a full setup time, so you almost need 2 full sets for FaZe to really get back in this game.
Yeah, but the issue is Camo just came up, and the fights were lost by FaZe. Because Suppress and Trippy both get taken down on the Camo side of the map, so they do play the ball, but with this camouflage, that and multiple deaths going down for FaZe Clan, that ball gets immediately brought right back to tower.
And let's be real, too. Play balls are not all equal.
Chat, Wendy's is here.
Or you do a play ball and your team loses full control, no one's really there to guard that play ball. They can just take that ball right back to tower.
This bitch got a motherfucking Frosty.
Wasn't really an effective play ball from the FaZe side. We're at the 94-point mark. I don't see anyone from FaZe who can really stop this. That's going to be round 1 going in favor of Optic.
And in all honesty, a dominant round from Optic Gaming here in round 1. We said that they've been looking great on Live Fire. They just showed you.
Give me an extra big bag.
At Live Fire, no matter what the mode is, this is where FaZe Clan need to find some momentum here. Bound, taking his time, waiting for the grenade. Such a patient play.
Why'd they give me 2 different spoons for my Frosty?
No matter how patient he was. And at that point,
big door, they say, nobody there. Okay, don't got to worry about it over here.
I shouldn't put you there. There we go. Chad, I almost blocked my bag of you with my bag of food.
yeah, how often does that work out? Probably pretty often. When the second you whack the, or you're given the information no one's there, you kind of overextend and find yourself out in the open. So that's what Bound was playing for. Unfortunately, it didn't work out this time around. Somehow, like the start of every Live Fire game, Renegade has Snipe top tower. It's almost like he spawns here with it at this point. The battle for Camo is definitely the focus of Renegade for now as he approaches this cut. It's a dangerous place to be with Snipe, but he lands a body, and that's going to back up that one member of FaZe Clan in a 2-on-2 situation. He's going to choose to go top mid.
Damn.
He's going to choose to rip faces.
Yeah, just playing this so good. I didn't see what ended up happening with that can't tell if someone from Optic grabbed it or if it ended up being burned off some of those trades taking place at scoreboard. But ball time being racked up here for Optic, but they have to get
Because every map, someone from FaZe goes crazy.
ball over at scoreboard or house. There's no real good way to play ball here. You have to slay out, or the other team gets that setup.
Renegade can't hit the no-scope, and Falcon is able to finally take him down. Snipe is going to be out, however. This setup only lasts for 14 seconds for Optic, though, so a good job by FaZe to break it fairly immediately. Unfortunately, you don't get any of the S7 to play around. Not too much damage done here in round 2, and FaZe Clan will have control as 2 members are coming off respawn. How do they play this inside of the house setup, though, is the big question. We didn't see much of this at all in the first round.
Yeah, Falcon has been staying alive for a long time there. Unfortunately, does a premature reload, ain't able to get that finish there. Formal, relaxing at the window with the ball.
As I was saying, adjusting the volume.
I was like, is something wrong? But no,
yeah, I thought
he doesn't have time to take a hand off the wheel.
My heart sank as I thought something was going on. Just Formal's ball.
Like, Bound is just going crazy.
A little bit more, says Formal. 28 points now and still climbing. Renegade forced to quantum back towards green. He's going to have assistance from another player, but that leaves Formal by himself with the eyeball. I guess it did get rotated towards Big Door here, so that's massive to be able to play that ball if they are to lose this setup. But Falcon going down there tells me that Optic are going to be able to hold this setup potentially. Trippy and Suppress both getting back down from Renegade. He is everywhere on the map with that quantum. A little bit of an overchow, but you'll take the damage done from Renegade here in that one.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling
20 kills already is insane.
If they're fighting one of my teammates, I will also get involved in this engagement. But it's just such a challenging kill to kill someone like Renegade. He makes it so difficult, and he's not afraid to re-chow at times to get that damage.
You never know. You never know when he's re-challenging. You never know when he's relocating. It's such a difficult player to try and flush out of situations, especially when he's given the quantum translocator. So good luck if you're FaZe Clan. Luck is something that they're going to need. They're able to take down Legend. That's a good start to maybe a potential comeback here. It was a 40-point lead.
Are we making the comeback?
2 snipers in a row getting taken down, so Trippy opting not to go for that snipe, but able to win the battle against both of them there. That's massive for FaZe Clan as they still attempt to hold this setup, but continue to get near his ball carrier. Multiple players
Doesn't seem like it.
are in-house, and they're coming for that ball.
It doesn't seem like we're taking the,
But the bigger story here on this
we're getting the comeback. Or FaZe is getting the comeback.
Optic here on this game. You look at a couple of these score lines, Penguins pressed -7, squad like Optic.
Yeah, when you think of a player like Suppress, it's traditionally the main slayer for this squad, so having maybe not his best game 3 so far, but there's a lot of time left, potentially. The ball is going to get played. I believe, no, it just drops down back tower. It's actually a good no-play ball,
worked out better.
Yeah, because they were on top of that play ball. Because it stays back tower, it's going to be a couple of seconds denied from Optic Gaming, but you still have Formal with Snipe to deal with. And in all honesty, if you don't break this setup right now on this push, you're going to have one more, or game 3 goes to Optic.
Yeah, and Optic just let FaZe make their push, and FaZe taking a little too long with their push here.
Yeah, I think this might be going to game 3.
Traveling Trippy, going all the way from green, all the way to sneaking towards front C, to back tower just to receive no scope, and that's so frustrating because you take the right route, you avoid these long sight lines, and in the end, you still just get taken out by a no scope.
I mean, the worst part about it was you had Quantum, so if you get bodied, you're just Quantum back to your original place, but you got headshotted. Like, what do? Formal doesn't miss. That's not fair sometimes, Trippy, I'm sorry. But this ball's still in the hands of Optic Gaming. Needs just 10 points, and then Penguin has to go. He feels the need to go. Bound picks up an easy triple, or a double.
Yeah, that's it.
Maybe it's a triple. And FaZe Clan go all 4 down. Optic dominate. And I said dominate, Dave. Game 3 is taking 2-1 lead here in the elimination finals.
FaZe had their work cut out for him. I was trying to praise him before, saying that these FaZe boys, individually skill-wise, they're able to go toe-to-toe with Optic. They're able to win some of those individual fights, but some of the stars I'm looking for, and especially in the form of Suppress, was not there exactly on game 3, was not able to match Optic, was not able to break through.
I think when you look at that game 3 and you compare it to games 1 and 2, games 1 and 2 felt like they were a little bit closer. Game 3 felt like a bit of a blowout. You look at the power weapon control, look at the power up control. It was pretty much all Optic in that game 3. At all times they had Snipe, at all times it felt like they were in better position for the camouflages and whatnot. And that's what it looks like when Optic.
Insane numbers of kills.
You might not be doing much with the camos, but at least they don't have it.
Yeah.
And when the second Optics start to get those power-ups, those power weapons, the second this series starts to get a little bit uglier, it appears.
Yeah, I mean, we even highlight a couple of those examples. You see Renegade off the start of each of these rounds, getting sniped, bringing it back towards tower, and being such a nuisance to kill. Whereas on the flip side, I feel like the limited amount of times we saw Sniper in the hands of players, we saw a player like Trippy had like a camo snipe and was actually taken out after just getting that one kill. Like you said, one is not enough when you have Sniper and camo.
Yeah, and it's just so tough. You're trying to find that opening pick. You're trying to create a staggered respawner, create a 4-on-3 opportunity, but the second...
Someone's again, I'm eating on stream. Apologies, but I need food.
From Optic to be close enough, but have different angles to be able to trade each other out. Optic's teamwork starting to figure itself out.
I need sustenance.
Run they've on. And this is a product of the entirety of their LAN tournament here now. Starting to figure it out along the way and play better and better every series. I believe that this is the best Optic we have seen, especially after that game 3, because this is the highest competition we have seen since them entering the elimination bracket. This FaZe team, I know that game might have looked easy for Optic, but there's not many teams that can do that to FaZe. And right now, they're going to be backs against the wall, tournament life on the line, Fortress Assault in their hands.
You know, you talked about that entire game, how often Optic were able to get control of that sniper. If that same story happens here on Assault Fortress, I foresee Optic just closing the series out 3-1. However, if you can see someone like Suppressed, he can hold that sniper, do some work here, give his team a chance to play that neutral game, play it on even footing. FaZe can absolutely work their way back to a game 5.
Optic Assault. Looking at the leaders for the KDs on this side, and it's Renegade and it's Bound, and it's probably the 2 last guys you want in your base on a map like Fortress to try and flush out, because these guys, we talked about how good they are at staying alive, like in places that they should. Fortress is a map
chat, I'm spilling
like these 2 right here.
An empty water bottle.
Yeah, they are going to be doing some nasty work over at that BR/Spiral side. Both these teams vying for control of that half of the map. But I'm excited to see what happens with these snipes. That could set the tone for this game. We're gonna have to see what goes on with that initial OS, those initial snipes. Is anyone gonna be trying to make any initial push for a bomb arm? Or are we gonna try to set the tone of this game? Outslay for a little bit, get them on the back foot.
Optic Gaming entered the elimination bracket in round 1. They are now 1-0 one game away from a grand finals appearance, a rematch against Shopify, someone they have been battling all off-season long for the #1 seed, and they want their revenge. They can taste that revenge, and one game away. Can you put FaZe Clan to bed? Can you send them packing and focus on a championship?
Oh, the Optic has to.
Neutral Bomb Assault.
They're 3-0 in Assault at the major.
And FaZe Clan on the ropes right now. Let's see how Formal treats the kickoff of this map for.
Renegade already with the sniper.
With the snipe. See where he decides to move from there, and that's going to be 2 picks. That's also going to be OS in the hands of Bound. First 2 kills going in favor of Optic. Can they make anything more of it?
Renegade not missing with snipe. Hadn't been all weekend long right now, and that body shot onto the player and Suppressed had the FaZe Clan snipe. So FaZe Clan snipe now also in the hands of Optic Gaming. I believe it's Formal and Renegade. Worst case scenario if you're FaZe Clan with snipes, and Formal is at your base. You have so much to worry about. These
That's
snipes
not great.
are so difficult. The bomb is going to be underneath, not being able to be played.
An interesting grab there from Trippier FaZe, because the bomb was already up to what, like, let's say 15 seconds before resetting, and they tossed a little bit out towards courtyard. I can't tell if they want this just to buy a little more time for their courtyard, or if they want this to reset in the bomb center, but I feel like Optic is fine with either one.
Yeah.
The fact that they just got touched there means that they're bringing in, that's going to be 2 down. That's Formal's go sign to go take over the BR side and spawn FaZe over at the elbow.
Formal was going to snipe you Suppressed, but he'll let Renegade do it this time. He's going to get the bomb. He's going to be able to gain the lead here, I believe. Nobody on FaZe Clan looks like they're in any position. And we warned you, FaZe Clan, if you give them both snipes, bad things will happen.
Jesus Christ.
Only 2 members from FaZe at the start of this game. Penguin and Trippy able to secure a kill. Just not able to find those angles. It's so tough, these sight lines. When you get stuck in your base, it can be so difficult. Able to eventually take out Formal and grab the snipe. Can they do anything with those last couple bullets, though?
1-0 lead. Everything from Optic into play from the lead from now on. We've seen how long some of these Fortress games have been throughout the offseason. Sometimes it's 1-0, and now Optic get the comfort of playing with that lead. The pressure building on FaZe Clan with their backs against the wall. This cannot feel good, and it definitely doesn't feel good that Legend just stuck away with this overshield.
Yeah, Legend bringing that OS towards the basement. Unfortunately, each one of those melees, but still doing such a great job on a killing spree. That's 3 down for FaZe. Almost all 4 down.
All 4.
That kill from Falcated will give it.
That has to be another bomb, right?
To stop this arc. Yeah, bomb is coming in. But not having Legend still alive there could be everything.
Optic won't have Legend in order to try and deal with these respawners, but they're doing a good job.
I guess not.
2 of them. One of them is going to have to kill this player backstairs. He's able to do just that. 4 go down again. Bound in the arming circle is going to
This one will be.
a 2-0 lead. What you thought was going to be 12 minutes might be 3, Dave.
Yeah, I was going to say we're about to see a lot of Halo being played. We talked about games 3 and 4 going the distance. I don't see much distance in here. This might be a sprint, Wes.
Neither one of these feel like long games right now. Snipes are coming up. The saving grace may be some potential, but look at Renegade's position behind enemy lines. The Suppress now he's here. Suppress is going to have to hit a shot. You're going to have to hit a shot. The tournament's going to get over. Renegade can't quite finish him yet. Oh!
Cover the back wrestling around, chat. We're moving it.
We'll have the FaZe Clan snipe once again on their backstairs.
Gotta be sniping, and yes, you ideally would like the BR or Armory side of the map, but at the same time, if you have a sniper, just as good. Takes out 1 base. They're pushing in for the killing blow here. 1 or 2 more deaths here from FaZe could spell disaster for the final arm.
Oh, they're just not missing at this point. The flow state is occurring. Bomb in the arm circle, forced to drop it, and it's the other sniper, Legend, right now.
But now they got the spawns they want. So they're happy to trade out a couple kills there. Optic now have spiral side.
Checking in. When does
They just have to let a couple kills
Apex
flow in,
start?
especially from Brown.
Well, 2 dead
from tower side, and then they can start the arm. Penguin panicking, finds gets his own teammate.
Oh my God!
Renegade clutches it
Ooh,
up.
Apex is on right now.
That's game. That's game. That's series. That's match. Go FaZe. Optic Gaming. Oh, the name comes through.
Ooh, got it at the last second.
And they let him hear about it. Optic Gaming, and the most impressive Fortress bomb I have ever watched, will be on their way to the grand finals. From elimination bracket round 1 to the grand finals. A date with Destiny and Shopify Rebellion is up next.
They They just outslayed so hard right there. That game was less than 5 minutes. I saw 42 kills on Optic side. Every single member.
It's so funny.
They had, I want to say it was 13 kills.
That crowd.
13 kills to 42
So
kills.
funny.
Just a massive outslaying. Getting 3 arms. It's the first time I've seen them really chirp this weekend.
Yeah.
Optic got humbled early on in the event. Worked their way brick by brick through this lower bracket and made their way all the way to the grand finals where they'll be facing off against Shopify Rebellion.
They believe. You can tell they believe. They're all of a sudden starting to play like Optic Gaming is supposed to play. Those last 2 games were absolute slaughters, and that was the most impressive way to enter into a grand finals from the elimination bracket that I have ever seen. FaZe Clan going to be left kicking their feet a little bit, wanting to play it a little bit better, but how hard is it to stop this Optic train now that it has gone from elimination bracket round 1 all the way to this point? And when you started seeing them in oddball and in assault, that is insane.
Taking a look at those kills. 14 kills total there for FaZe.
That is insane.
And it's everybody on Optic.
42 for Optic.
It's everybody. It's not just
every
one.
single player on that roster.
It was perfect.
6.0 KD is the lowest.
Legend, you gotta step it up, bud. It was perfect. It was perfect. That's
Oh,
how
it's insane.
Textbook Fortress Bomb. I mean, it's obviously to say when you get both snipes and every overshield, like, game's a lot easier, but
winning every single challenge.
They're hitting every shot.
So many times, Renegade just in that last shot fight, taking out one of those members. Times where I expected, and you need someone like FaZe to ice up. They're just falling just slightly short. So huge kudos out to Optic. Starting this tournament with a lot of questions. People being curious, are they the real deal? Well, we got a finals match to find out, Wes.
They're
looking good to me.
I think if I'm Shopify, I'm watching that and I'm wishing it would have been a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Okay, let's lock in. The battle of the Titans that everybody wanted coming into this weekend. You wanted a grand finals with Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming. Guess what? You get
Here we go, chat.
With Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming. And if we've seen anything between these two when they play, in every single series, it feels like it goes to Game 5. It goes to Game 11. We might have 2 best-of-7s. Ladies and gentlemen, grab your popcorn, get a beer, sit back. It's going to be one hell of a show.
You heard him, chat.
I can't wait to be a fan in these
Get
stands
drunk.
watching this thing go down.
No, we got some incredible games in front of us. And if Optic are playing anything like that, there could even be a reset. Who knows? I don't want to predict it too early. But the way that they're playing, they're going to be a difficult squad to beat.
All right, Dave, it's been a pleasure all week, and you're an absolute legend. It's an honor. We're signing out. I'm throwing this back up to LVP on the desk and the boys to crush this one last death segment, and let's get this grand finals underway here as soon as possible.
Thank you so much, Wes. Walshy.
Wow. We got this. Oh, God. I didn't think I was going to play. Chat, don't listen to that. They're saying slurs. Don't listen to that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Chad, this is a really big deal. I just meant to talk about it earlier, but now it makes sense. At least now we're like with his grand finals. Since Valorant Game Changers of last year, when Valorant, when Shopify Rebellion Gold won Game Changers World Championships last year, this is our first grand finals in a major, which Game Changers World Championships was.
They do just that indeed. But I think they're picking up the pieces, and I think teamwork is the dream work. And Goofy, when you're seeing stats that are very even across the board for Optic Gaming with 4 absolute superstar slayers taken from every corners of the HCS the past 4 years, and you're seeing them work together efficiently, that is extremely scary to play against. How are you feeling about the team?
Last Game Changers tournament was in November. Was VGC Championship, World Championship. So since November, this is our first major appearance in any game. and the closest we've gotten to winning one. Not counting like fighting games, Shopify does have some Smash and Street Fighter players, and we won a couple of tournaments in those games. But for like one of our like team games that has like your typical like season and then like with regionals and then big international LAN tournaments like this is the first one we've made it to grand finals.
Series. Are you looking back at Renegade with how well he's been playing all tournament long? Is there a specific person that you want to see start to really make some?
I also think this is the closest, like the one we have the best chance at winning.
That's going to be formal, and for good reason. He's the only real common denominator between the old team and the new team. He was the reason that the changes happened. He was second places all last year. He has this new roster. He has the team that he wants. Is he going to be the difference maker when it matters most in these grand finals to make sure they turn silver into gold? And that's exactly what this Green Wall wants.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure coming on the shoulders of this.
They better not cut to a break. I swear to God.
It was happening behind the scenes even during last season towards the end of it. And I think after the Ksan tournament,
they probably will though.
They were looking at themselves thinking, we've really got to get this done here in Arlington because there's a lot of people hoping that we are this squad we claim to be. Right now, doing an elimination bracket run the way that they have, so cleanly, so well, and honestly progressing as a team to this very point against FaZe bodes very well for their chances. Now, Goofy, we talk about momentum a lot here on the desk because it does play into certain factors. How much do you think it's going to play into Optic Gaming here, going up against Shopify, considering Shopify
this is where we win.
Watching, obviously staying warm, but not quite as warm.
Hopefully we're still warm. We haven't played in a bit.
No, you really couldn't ask for a better situation.
Thanks to like the 40-minute tech pause, Optic, fucking fucking around.
Handedly 3-1. Now, if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm feeling super confident because it seems like
hopefully we win this.
These two teams match up, they always have that slight edge, and it's because their play style, it's because they always press their advantages and they give the other team no room to breathe. So if you're Optic, you have to control the power weapons, give Renegade the sniper, control the power-ups, get map positioning, flank the other team like we saw Legend do in these series. It's going to be a big opportunity for Optic to finally shut down the haters and get a championship here in their hometown.
Yeah, I think the longer the wait goes on for this championship, whether it's here or whether it's further down the road, every single time we show up to this land, we're always going to have the same conversation about when the roster was built, why it was built, and until they get the chip, those questions will remain unanswered. I think, Goof, I'd love to pick your brain a little bit. You've been in this situation before. You've gone on deep runs. With us being so early in the season, there's still a lot of reps that these teams are going through. The fact that Optic Gaming have had an opportunity to play even more games than Rebellion and are coming into this thing really hot, do you think that stands to give them a little bit of an advantage?
Yeah, it's going to play in their favor big time, right? Momentum is totally in the side of Optic Gaming right now, and they need to come out strong in this series, Shurs. Optic Gaming, and their recipe for success is win game 1, win game 2. Like you mentioned, their Slayers are weak. Don't fall down in the Slayer game type early. Keep your foot on the pedal and start the series off hot. You don't just have to win one series.
What team is he talking about? Is he talking about Shopify?
Right. So
I was eating. I didn't tell.
Definitely in Optic's favor, but on the other side, it's a sleeping giant. Shopify Rebellion have not lost a series all tournament, and they don't plan on losing one tonight.
I just want to give a quick GG's to FaZe. It wasn't the Championship Sunday that you would have wanted, coming out of the bracket looking so good, 15-0, so clean, meeting Shopify Rebellion, falling flat there. And unfortunately, meeting a red-hot Optic Gaming in front of their home crowd is never easy. I think there's so much to progress on, though, for FaZe going into DreamHack. I will say, though, that oddball for me was the catalyst. I think it was a big concern for the rest of the series, and just not really seeing players like Penguin and Suppressed really, like, push themselves to the limit and step up for their team. It was a little bit quiet from them. I just don't think you're going to get the job done against any kind of top roster if two of your players are kind of going missing in action for the most of the time. But lots to progress on. Shurs, what do you want from FaZe coming into DreamHack to kind of hold on to and push forward with?
Yeah, I think a lot of cause for optimism for FaZe Clan, it has to be said. There was a lot of good work being put in. They went unbeaten until they matched against Shopify Rebellion, so there is obviously things they've worked on in the offseason that they have improved at, and all the reps they have had to get to this point. They've made it to Championship Sunday. They've fallen short twice when the call has come their way, and I think for players like Suppressed, again, he finds himself in the same situation where he's losing in Winners Finals and Ilium Finals. So I need players like you said, Suppressed and Penguin. When these moments come knocking, you really can't stand on ceremony. So players like that need to step up. You see, we're already seeing 4 players from Optic Gaming firing on all cylinders. You can really not have any passengers in series like this.
Well, if you're a FaZe fan, folks, don't you worry. They will be back with a vengeance soon at DreamHack. And if you're an Optic fan or Shopify Rebellion fan, I got great news for you because our grand finals is coming up next, and both will be on that.
They're
main
going to a
stage.
break.
Get some snacks. You're probably in for a long night here at Arlington. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Oh my god, it's like 6 minutes. Okay, I have an idea. As long as this works, I have an idea. I don't know if it will. It will. Chat, it will. We'll have to sit through an ad. Maybe. Okay, huge. Chat, we're gonna watch League. Shopify's playing right now. We're currently losing. Our League team's not that great. They're okay. They're still also very new as a roster as a whole. Oh god. Here we go, chat. They currently played Team Liquid today. In League. We're currently down 3-0. They've not got any towers. They do have one objective though. We just don't. Hopefully we can clean it up soon for League. What the fuck? I don't know why I thought that was going to get me who I want.
Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce S&D Extraction, the newest competitive mode coming to
Who's
Halo
talking?
later this
Oh,
year.
don't care.
S&D Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode. Here's how it works. 2 teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps, with one team starting on offense and the other on defense. Your goal on offense is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites. Defense tries to stop it. Good news, you don't have to worry about carrying a bomb. Once you get to a site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted, the defense will have 1 minute to convert the extraction to win the round.
2 minutes.
Teams will alternate
2 minutes
defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone will start with the Bandit Evo, but at the beginning of each round, you'll have 30 seconds to purchase your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and movement abilities with you for every round. S&D Extraction is a one-life mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts. That is unless you've got enough credits in the bank to buy back into the round to support your team. It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet hurting for a while.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to announce that we partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for S&D Extraction. Both parties have contributed $10,000 to give this contest a whopping $20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking when S&D Extraction launches later this year. Head to forgehub.com to see the rules and map guidelines. Our playtests on S&D Extraction have
We're
been
doing okay in
so
League.
far, and
We're getting
can't
there.
Wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the forgers in the
Wait, we just stole Cloud Drake? That was huge. And we just got another kill?
I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. And we're here to bring you the clears with Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
They still have gold lead. Did we get a kill and we got Cloud Drake? Oh no, we just got Cloud Drake that fight. Oh my god, chat! We gotta go! Halo's on! That's so funny. Chat, so Moist Critical, big streamer, is part owner of Shopify Rebellion since they merged with Moist Esports. So I was just looking at on the main page of Twitch, Moist Critical, who's also doing his watch party of the Halo tournament, also was watching Shopify's league match until the major came back on.
Major of the season here for the Halo Championship Series, and this is going to be the first time that we see these two in a grand finals. Will it be the last? I'm not too sure. Both are exceptionally talented. On one side, we have Optic Gaming coming from the elimination bracket with an incredible run under their belt. Flawless, to say the least. And then on the other side of the stage, we have Shopify Rebellion, who are really out for blood. They want to get things done. They have done it the right way in the championship bracket and have it up so far.
Chat.
My name is Lottie Van Prague. I am joined by
Grand finals time.
Why Not Be Casting to talk you through this grand finals. Now, before we get into all of the business on the main stage, I do want to let you guys know that we do have an amazing season coming your way. And up next, we have DreamHack Dallas, and tickets are available, so make sure you go to the DreamHack website May 23rd to 25th. If you're free, which you should be, mark your calendars, make sure you get down there, support your favorite team.
How is she supposed to know what I'm doing that day?
If you want to go and compete yourself, there's team passes available as well. Can't wait to see you guys at DreamHack Dallas. Make sure you do come along for the
How does she know what I'm supposed to be doing?
Infinite. Right.
She doesn't know me.
Business. On the main stage west, we have two
I could be busy that day.
One of them,
I can't go down to Dallas. I might be busy.
They are the favorites coming into this tournament just in time.
I have a Halo tournament to watch.
Every single open, every single scrim, they haven't let up so far this season, including the Ksan Invitational. Granted, only 4 teams were allowed at that, but they got the job done. They're in the winner side of things. Can they get it done here today?
The boys are
to
back.
Done, but this Optic team gives them everything they can handle every single time they play. But what we have seen from Shopify is a mix of veterans that have been there before and done that, having played at the highest level, and the young guns stepping up to each occasion so far thrown at this team. And this is a first grand finals for Last Shot and Cycle, and what a moment it would be in their careers. A moment for Shopify Rebellion and the organization, for them to lift and hoist that trophy at the end of the day.
It's career defining, Clutch. It really is. For these guys, this is the biggest deal in the world. Just for everybody at home to understand this a little bit further, this is what they do for a living. This is the job that they have decided to take, and they are awfully talented at it. But it really does come down to this situation right now, this series, this moment. And it's a lot of pressure for 2 young guys to shoulder here. But with the likes of Frosty and Royal 2 on their side, they're willing them into this championship. They have been here, gosh, Wes, how many times? Countless, way more fingers than we have available,
I was about
even
to
on
say,
this deck.
the second I run out of fingers, I stop counting.
And honestly, mine and Tony's combined either wouldn't do it justice. They are willing these guys along, and I think that says something, Tony, about this team. They know how to win a championship. Do you think they can do it here today?
I really think they do, and luckily for Shopify Rebellion,
Chad, I'm gonna be so stressed out for that next like half an hour. You have no idea.
Grand finals here in the major. Well, that's why they started so early during the off season, during the early season, and even the FaZe K-Son event. You know, they have a lot of tournament wins under their belt so far, but this is a major.
Wes, it seems to be
Against Cloud9, against Optic, against SSG, against FaZe, against some of the best teams, and we've only have dropped 4 games, and we are undefeated in series.
Shopify are going to have to play better Halo than they were against that Optic Gaming in order to beat this Optic Gaming that is currently on fire right now with the journey that they've been through. I need to see Shopify weather the storm that is going to inevitably come early in this series. With the way Optic are playing, you are going to have to read the pace that Optic are playing at, catch your balance, and then let's go play Shopify Rebellion Halo. And when they can do that, they can lift that trophy.
Tony, who are you spotlighting in this series for Shopify Rebellion?
Well, you know, Wes, when you're right, you're right. You came into this tournament talking about Frosty and him being that #1 player here on Shopify Rebellion. You said #1 player in the league, and dude, Frosty has been that guy. When you talk about what he's been able to do on the stat sheet, as far as intangibles, the play calling, he has been the full package. I'm looking at Frosty.
All right, we'll have to keep an eye out on Frosty and Co. to see if they can get the job done this time around here in Arlington. But on the other side of the stage, we have Optic Gaming. We have quite a few things to
I've never
take
heard of
into
them before.
consideration here. This is their
I only know
hometown.
Shopify Rebellion.
This is their green wall. They're doing this in front of.
Sorry, I had a
not only
baby
that,
cough
a
real
journey
quick.
That would be historic. Elimination round 1, folks. That's right.
I'm kind of
Very
anxious.
early on in this tournament.
Both teams could win this. I'm hoping it's us.
How much weight do you put into momentum? How big is that going to be for a roster like this?
It depends on the team, but for a roster like this, it's everything. I think throughout this offseason K-Son event, there were doubts that were kind of creeping in this Optic Gaming's team. They weren't the God Squad we expected this team to be. The run that they have been on, what they have accomplished this weekend, going into this series, this is why this team was formed. They are starting to believe that they are the best team in the world. They are starting to handle business. Everyone's starting to individually be great. And when these 4 players are great, they're going to be impossible to beat. I'll be the first one to tell you. If Optic Gaming can keep up their momentum, they're not going to lose the series or the next best of 7. I truly believe that they grew throughout this process. I'm not a big fan of saying that loss was a good thing, but maybe that loss to Nemesis early on and the loss against Shopify, the growing pains that we've watched this Optic team go through this weekend,
I have to throw my trash away before the game starts, and then my butt is gonna be glued to the sheet. Chat. Grand finals coming up. Give me like 2 seconds.
And that's win every championship this year. Obviously, you got to start with road #1. It hadn't gone the way you planned, but you're here now. Let's get this job done.
It was a very different journey for Optic Gaming than it was for Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion getting into the grand finals through the winner's side, but as you saw on that graph, from elimination bracket round #1, you said you're not a fan of it. I'm going to say, I think staring down the face of adversity, a little bit of adversity for this squad, actually helped them out a lot. I actually like saying that. I like what I'm seeing from Optic Gaming, and I'm excited to see them here in the grand finals.
I might be pulling something out of thin air here, Wes, but I know you'd be the one to tell me if I am or not.
Oh, I will.
I know you will. Do you think there was an element of Optic putting together this God Squad, which I think, on paper, you're wowed by? These are superstars from every corner of our seasons, every single one of them. Do you think there was an element of kind of like complacency putting this together, just thinking it would work and not having any kind of problem or competition along the way, and suddenly they just get hit in the face with Shopify Rebellion, the likes of FaZe, all sorts of teams coming out of the woodwork because of the disruption of rosters that they had caused, and suddenly they're realizing actually they need to start putting in some work?
No, I think you're on the money here. I think Optic expected people to fall over and bow
Okay, we're back
to the Kings like they believe they are, and I think
game time.
struggle that they
Maybe
had to go through, the growth, the
they might do
learnings
some
about
more bullshitting for a little bit.
picture perfect, but what happens when our back's against the wall? What happens when we go down 2-0 to a team that has already 3-0'd us in this tournament? What happens when we have to go through the gauntlet of SSG, a phase of the team that we lost to previously? Can we do this? And now there is the belief. Now they have been there, they have done that. The only monkey that is still on their back is Shopify Rebellion, and arguably a series where they know they made the mistakes. They feel like that series against Shopify in winners bracket, Shopify didn't beat us, we beat ourselves. And let's not let that happen again. This team is locked, loaded, and ready for 2 best-of-7s.
They certainly are indeed. I actually want to look at the entire journey of Optic Gaming just because of how impressive it truly is. And when you look at the entire bracket as a whole, there is a difference between the Optic we saw coming into this weekend and the Optic I think we're going to see coming out of this weekend. And I think it is down to the fact that they are putting work in and they realize how high the level of competition really is here at Arlington. It's pretty incredible. Now, Optic Gaming start things off, of course, in the upper bracket, and it was very, very difficult from the get-go. They had to face Shopify Rebellion, and that's because they were second seed in their pool, obviously not getting it done against Nemesis on either day that we had to see that series in the morning as well. And then as they push down into the lower bracket, things start to get a little bit dicey and hairy for them, especially in lower 7, where they see Nemesis once again. And I think that's where we truly started to see the pickup of Optic. That's when we started to see everybody have to push together. Everybody has to be doing what they do best. The teamwork is certainly coming forward, Tony. What is it you love about this Optic Gaming in the second half of the weekend, especially to do with the teamwork, that's impressing you so much?
I mean, for me, I think we saw a very disciplined Optic Gaming. We saw Optic show that they can be that fast-paced team that we know them to be and play that bully ball. What really started to impress me was their ability to slow the game down. I talk about that series against Space Station Gaming specifically. It was that King of the Hill on recharge where they pulled out of that hill for a few seconds, but they literally could have capped it, forced SSG to make a move, forced them to push that back A side where it was at Whirlpool, and then got a head start over towards the C. We saw disciplined play coming out of Optic, and when they're playing like that, they might be the most dangerous team in this tournament.
I love that your answer was pacing because that's exactly what I was thinking, and it has been the biggest thing for Optic. Wes said it first, literally on day number 1 about Optic, and that's what he needed to see from them. That hybridness that Shopify Rebellion do so easily, and it comes so naturally to them. Are you starting to see that from Optic, Wes? Is it enough for you to go up against Shopify Rebellion and really give them a run for their money?
It absolutely is. At the start of the tournament, we did predictions, and I picked Shopify to come out on top over Optic Gaming, but I would go back and change, I think, right now. And I got boys on Shopify. I would love for Cycle and Last Shot to get their first championship, but if they stop this Optic Gaming roster, they deserve it. But stopping this Optic Gaming roster, I've seen teams like this in the past. When you come in this hot, it is very difficult to slow this train down, and I'm not sure what it's going to take to stop it. Optic Gaming look like they are min-maxing, playing big picture Halo better than I have ever seen this roster play. And then you talk about pacing, and I think when this roster formed, everyone thought this will be the fastest brand of Halo we've ever seen. I think that Fortress Assault, I mean, I'm scarred from that game against FaZe because that game was perfection. Everyone clicking on all cylinders, max damage, everyone staying alive on an assault game. We all thought it was going to be 12 minutes long. It wasn't. It was about 3 minutes long, and it was utter domination from the green wall. That was eye-opening. That was a different level of Halo, I feel like, that we've seen from anybody. Shopify can answer, but it's going to be very difficult.
Tony, do you think, obviously, with this grand final, 2 best-of-7s, that's what Optic has to get done here? That's a lot of maps. There's a lot of maps and modes, a lot of combinations. We heard on the Optic Gaming podcast that there are some they do not like very much. Yes, we have seen for sure progress and discipline on the ones that they don't like, and we have seen some success on them too. This is Shopify Rebellion we're talking about though, and they're going to be buttoned up on pretty much everything. How much weight is this series layout going to have in this series, in the grand finals? Because I'm looking across here, it's a lot of maps, it's a lot of modes to get through. What are you thinking in terms of stat-wise? I know that you're a stat man, you always have the answers for me. you know,
Oh
how
boy,
they fare
oh
in.
boy, oh boy.
I think this actually series layout actually works out a lot better for them than expected. I know before they probably didn't want to see Fortress, but as Wes said, their Fortress game has been very good recently. Origin hasn't been their best, and in fact, we saw them lose a Slayer to Team Nemesis on that very same game mode and map combination. But when it comes to the Strongholds live fire, and even specifically that oddball recharge, I like that for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I see this map pool, and I look at live fire Strongholds, and I know it's game 1. Optic have to win this game. Origin Slayer is something Optic have been haunted by Shopify 2 times now in Game 5's Kason and Winners Bracket throughout their journey. And then you look at CTF Fortress. I'm not convinced. I mean, Optic looked great at Fortress Assault against FaZe. Shopify Rebellion are the best Fortress team at this tournament.
Yeah.
And for them to have some strengths earlier in this series, in this map pool, I love the idea that Shopify, even if Optic do win game 1, they're going to be able to weather this storm. They're going to be able to extend this first series. If Shopify get the house money that live fire Strongholds might be, this series all of a sudden could go in their favor.
Chat, this will be a nail-biter for sure.
As the first champions of the year.
I do kind of like Opal Recharge for Optic Gaming here as well. I do think Recharge typically with the toys on the map feeds really nicely into the members of Optic Gaming. They all love that shock rifle, and I think Bull has been pretty decent for them, Tony.
It really has been. I mean, just in this tournament alone, you're 5-1 right now. Only dropping 1 oddball is actually an amazing map record for Optic. So yeah, I agree with you. That Strongholds live fire is going to be strong for them, but that oddball recharge could be a bounce back game just in case they lose Slayer Origin.
Now, I do love this first series now, but you know what I love more? A second one. And I really want to see what we've got coming our way, just in case. You never know.
There's no way. This has got to be bad juju.
Hey, we always look at both of them just in case, because you never know what we'll be talking about up here. But funny enough, the second series is Assault Fortress, something we just saw Optic Gaming demolish FaZe on. How are you feeling about this series, Leia?
Shopify is the best Fortress team in the game, so I think if they are to have the bracket reset on them, I think it's a good thing for them to see that as game 1, because you've already lost a best of 7. How do you rebound? You want to rebound with one of your strengths. I think even as strong as Optic looked, I have to see them do it against Shopify in order to convince me that they are now the best Fortress team in the game. So right now, I actually love the way that this kicks off for Shopify to be able to get back on the saddle if they do fall off the horse in the first series.
You know, I had to really check my stats for a second, because my man Austin in the back said it to us. I was like, but there's no way this could be true. Both Optic and Shopify Rebellion here in this tournament are undefeated on Assault. That is actually crazy to think about. That is great. 3-0 for Shopify Rebellion, 4-0 for Optic Gaming. Wow. I was surprised seeing that, especially with how much we talked about how Optic, one of their weaker game types was Assault. Clearly, they've been working on it leading to this event.
That's actually crazy to think about. Now, you're right. I'd be like double checking everything as well. But do you think that might lead us to, when it comes to the mode Assault, an absolute grueler, a battle up against one another? Do we see a long drawn out back and forth Assault from these guys then?
I think on a map like Aquarius, I would say yes, but on a map like Fortress, it can come down to just who gets the power weapons. I think a lot of it has to do with, hey, if they got both S7s and an overshield, every single one of those players on that stage is capable and more than wanting to pop off in these moments. Give them a reason, you're going to end up on respawn back to back to back. The score could get ugly quick, as we saw against FaZe.
It certainly can indeed. We're waiting for a few things on the main stage to make sure that we are absolutely pristine up there for all of our players. So you're going to listen to us for a couple minutes more. Hopefully that's okay with you guys.
All right.
I actually wanted to talk to you a little bit about power weapons and power-ups, and we harp on about this, and it's kind of like, yeah, sure, we get it. Yeah, you got to get them.
No, it's important.
It's important.
I'm saying it's important, but I'm not able to translate how actually important it is.
I know. It really is the difference maker in a blowout at the top teams, even. I mean, and I know it sounds silly to say, if you just cannot get your hands on a weapon that completely converts a map into your control, that's where you start seeing blowouts. And it's funny because I'm sure a lot of fans and people at home walk away thinking, wow, that was terrible. That wasn't close at all. And it's like, no, it was down to one thing. They kept that weapon out of the hands of their opposition and wouldn't let them get back in it. And it's funny because
they need to start this goddamn game.
Able to get a little bit of both, and it's kind of even in terms
I'm
of how
sick of waiting
around.
around.
Tight maps those tight series, and it comes down to the wire. But it's so funny that we're not really.
I need Shopify to win this.
Well, that's why you've seen over the years of Halo Infinite, you've seen this new strategy of wasting snipe ammo, throwing the snipe off the map. I think Snakebite probably started to like do that and create that meta, and the reason is because he's very aware of what happens when Renegade and Legend both get snipes. Bad things happen. If you can eliminate that snipe by just wasting the ammo or throwing it off in a situation where you are 80% going to die, 20% of you might hit a random no-scope and keep the snipe, you got to play towards the percentages and get that snipe off the map. It is worst case scenario that they get the snipe rather than it gets deleted from the mathematical equation that's going on as the game continues.
And as much as we've been talking about the sniper, when I think about specifically how many times we're going to see maps like a Fortress or Forbidden, you know, what are teams like Optic's win condition when taking over and dominating on those type of maps, specifically on CTF? It's grabbing both snipers, having them in two sides of the map and completely locking down your opponent's spawn. Those snipes are going to be important. We can't undervalue.
I see them back there. I think they're over here on this side.
I want to say a mistake I've been seeing against teams playing Optic. I talked about it with Dave on the cast last series, but like, how in the world is Renegade able to, like, we start every single live fire game off with some point of view, and then 10 seconds later, Renegade is top tower with snipe. How does this keep happening? Someone's got to counter them. On these live fire games, I have to see Shopify stop Renegade from being that comfortable.
Is it another tech pause?
To get him off that tower. When Renegade has snipe in a power position where everything is in front of him, the game is going to shift in Optic's favor. I'd be shocked to see Shopify make the same mistakes we've seen just about every single team it feels like we've seen Optic play against so far this tournament. Keeping the hands out of specific players' sniper, or the weapons out of specific players' hands has got to be a win condition for these guys. And it's the same thing with Frosty.
First time stream for
with a lot of these guys.
Mainstream is buffered for me all day.
Make them uncomfortable. If they're going to get the weapon, do not allow them to get the weapon in the place that they want the weapon. At that point, you're asking for a disaster.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's imperative, and I think also between specific teams, and usually it is between the top four because that's where you see the absolute monsters on a roster start to come to life. And I think it's all down to momentum too, right? It's like you start feeling yourself with the power weapon in your hands, you feel unstoppable on a map. You feel like you are literally God when it comes down to it. And it is so scary to play up against that. You start just losing all kind of flow and feeling or structure if you're the opposition. It's so important. I want you guys at home to make sure you're really checking that out because it's going to be the make or break of both of these teams here as well. We are waiting for the stage. We are so close now, guys. I promise you, so close. While we are getting closer, I kind of want to know if you think we're going to be seeing a second series here, Wes.
I absolutely think we are. I think if Shopify are to get their feet on the ground in this grand finals, it will be throughout like, the middle of this first best of 7. I think Optic are going to come out hot. They can prove me wrong, obviously, but I think when these two teams play, it goes to game 5.
Oh my God, they're just repeating themselves.
At the case on land, they split maps, but yes, Shopify come out on top in the grand finals. These teams trade games every single time they play. What in the world would make me believe that they're not going to continue to trade games? At least get me to a game 7 in the first series, and I would be rooting for Optic just because I want more Halo.
All right, he wants more Halo. Tony, what about you?
I mean, I love more Halo as well, so I'm definitely going. Let's get a bracket reset. I will say, I don't know if we're going to see that game 7 in the first series. After looking at the layout, I do think it favors Optic, and I can definitely say I think Optic can get it done in 6 games. But then going into the bracket reset, that's where things get a little bit mixy. That's where Shopify Rebellion starts seeing some map and game mode combinations
forever.
that they really like. So I'm going to say this goes to 6 games in the first series. We get a bracket reset, and then let's restart it.
And then let's restart.
We should make Tony pick the games.
I'll pick the games right now. I'll pick the games right now. Go ahead, test me.
Actually, speaking of picking the games,
okay.
Do you have a favorite game from Shopify? Like, if you could pick a map and a mode for Shopify Rebellion to go to town on, what would you pick?
Origin Slayer. I mean, you've already rocked, and Optic have nightmares on Origin Slayer against Shopify. If I'm Shopify, that game 2, Origin Slayer, get that loaded in as fast as possible. Get me on the server. We have beaten them in multiple game 5s on this. They know we're better than them on this game type. So when Origin Slayer shows up, I mean, if Optic are able to win that, that'll tell you a lot about how this grand finals is going to go. But right now, I think Shopify loves seeing that as early as
How
possible.
did it go at the Kaysen Invitational?
For either of the teams?
I hate that I'm going to sit here and copy on that one. But when it comes to Shopify Rebellion, I'm going to say Origin Slayer. Back in Halo 5, we used to call it frosting the sniper. Grabbing that snipe, going in for the
So the Kaysen Showdown, the Invitational.
Mimic that same play.
Shopify won 4-3 in a best of 7.
I will say, on the Optic side of things, I will say I'm going to switch it up a little bit, and I'm going to say that Strongholds. I think if you can beat Shopify Rebellion on one of their stronger game types, and it's still one of yours, give me that Strongholds.
All right, okay.
Oh,
I see where you both are
shit.
coming from. And hey, Tony agreed with you. That was a huge compliment.
Chad, I fucked up.
It is Tony.
I can't see you. I sent you away.
There's a couple of other faces in this arena that we also do love, and why not bring them in on the conversation while we're waiting for things to go on the
Hold on. Welcome back, chat.
How are you guys doing?
I accidentally closed out of the tab.
This incredible finals.
I'd argue we're waiting impatiently. Yeah, we want to get it going. We want to see these two teams throw down because, I mean, every single series we've seen between these two teams on LAN has gone the distance so far. It's been game 5.
Chat, I accidentally sent you guys to hell. Don't worry. You're back.
This is going to be something pretty similar.
Yeah, and like you guys have been talking about in the desk, there's clear favorites across these two series, and as we've seen, they're very different depending on if you're talking about Series 1 or Series 2. I couldn't agree more. I think you guys nailed it on the head. There's a few swing game types in this series, really that Game 1, that Game 3, that are really going to decide whether we see a second series or not.
Indeed, I'm kind of curious as well to know what you two think. You know, you are
We're
right,
back after
obviously,
3
when you say
days.
That, you know, they always go the distance. This always is incredibly close. Why do you think that is? What is it about Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion that allows them to have these insane, intense series?
I think it's just bring the best out of each other. It's something that I notice. Everybody realizes how much weight is on every fight, every decision that's made, and they respect each other. Even though there's bad blood in this series, we know they want to beat each other more than anything. There is that professional respect in, if I make a mistake, it can cost me. So I think there's just this back and forth, and everybody wants to beat each other, but there's the respect which makes them play at their best.
Yeah, I think at this level of Halo Infinite, what we're seeing, and we started to see it develop last season as well, I think you're seeing that, for example, the last player alive, they won't force those 1v1s, right? They're going to play a little bit cautious because Mark said, like, there's a level of respect here. So
shut the fuck up.
Kind of one spawn rotation for one spawn rotation.
Just play the game, please.
Those tend to be about 50-50, and that's about what we've seen in the series so far in terms of the entire season.
And do you fellas think we're going to go the distance? Do you think we're going to see a second series? Are you guys strapped in, ready to go for a second series to cast?
Oh yeah, that's all I'm giving you.
Ready to
go. That's all I'm giving you.
The cross fingers, no one has a clue. It's okay. If everyone's listening at home, on the radio, on their way to or from work.
Mark crossed his fingers.
Mark crossed his fingers,
I'm not a good poker
guys.
player.
Indeed. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We will literally be back on with you very, very shortly, hopefully, making sure everything is good on the main stage. We'll catch them a little bit later on. But while we're up here, we're just chilling. You've actually done this for an hour before.
Yeah, you guys want to hear about my national championship again?
I do, actually. I do. Honestly, for
Just
viewers
a
at
joke.
home, what was the actual difference between a national championship to world championships that are coming in more modern times?
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
A lot more money. About 4 times as much money. No, about 10 times as much money, something like that. I don't even know. You guys are rich nowadays, and I'm just a man of the people.
You're a man of the people, that's all right. You know what, we're also, I was going to say men of the people, women and men of the people.
That'd be news.
Yeah, and I'm going to let you guys have a quick bathroom break because, of course, we are rambling on up here, but we are waiting patiently for this grand
my
finals. So,
God, they're gonna send us to another break.
whatever you need to do to prepare for this incredible series, we're going to see you guys right on the other side of this.
How long is the break? They're not even gonna tell us. Chat, we don't even know how long the break is.
Dallas, Texas, and we're here to bring you the clears with Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Oh, don't look at that. This is taking fucking forever. Oh my god, it's another like 3-minute break.
Nice,
Chat.
looking good. Oh, totally biffed it.
This is ridiculous. Oh god. Chad, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna crash out.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Are we finally getting it? Is it finally gonna start? Are we starting, or are you just gonna keep playing videos?
This is your Championship Sunday, Optic versus Shopify Rebellion on the main stage. Everything to play for, so much on the line. And Clutch, it comes to moments like this where we see the best Halo played.
Chat, I thought this would be over by the time, like, all of other Shopify's like games for the day were starting. The fact Grand Finals hasn't even started yet. Our league match is already over. We lost. We're already like 1 or 2 games in. I think 1 game into Apex. And our Rocket League stuff is just about to start. And we haven't even started Grand Finals. And there could be 14 games ahead of us. It's been 7 hours. 6, I lied.
And it's literally the first actual tournament that these guys are playing in on LAN, but they hate each other. You can tell. Watching the K-Sun event when Optic Gaming won and what Legend yelled, standing up, the emotion that it meant to him, and we're at a show match, by the way. It was very breathtaking to watch and very obvious that it means something to Legend that this Optic Gaming team gets the better of Shopify Rebellion. You saw the pop off the Shopify had in the grand finals of that K-Sun event as well, and you could tell just as much how it meant to Shopify Rebellion as well. So I expect a lot of passion here on the stage as this series goes on. I expect the trash talk to be there, and I expect the big moments to be met with more energy. And I think both of these two teams, they have players that feed off that energy. You see Renegade, you see Legend feeding off that energy so often when big moments happen for their team. And then you
So sick.
When Roll 2's
By
popping
the time
off,
this game
that's a fun
starts,
team
I
to be
fucking
on, let me
know.
tell you. And last shot, he's
Can
got
we
a little pop
fucking
off in
get
as
it
well.
going?
So I'm looking at those 4 players specifically.
Holy shit.
To give their team that extra bit of energy that's going to make Sunday night a long one, but feel like you were there, like you weren't exhausted along the way, because with how long these days have been for these guys, they're gonna.
This guy knows what he's fucking talking about.
Indeed, they are going to need everything.
Hey,
It's gonna
stop.
require so much, Tony. Are you ready to see
Stop.
this new
Just
rivalry
this
blossom?
guy. Stop. Just this guy. Can I go lay on my back and throw a ball up and catch it over and over?
Let's get this grand final started, baby.
Please. It's only been like an hour.
Down to this. It is one weekend, 8 teams, 1 or maybe
Chad,
2
stream is gonna be
series,
over after
4
these
chips,
games.
1 trophy, and 1 moment to get it done. Folks, this is your Arlington Grand Final. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic
Oh
Gaming.
God, we get another fucking video. Just start the games. Is this what they were waiting for? Were they waiting for someone in production to make this video of just highlights? This is literally the clips from the game they're showing was literally the Optic Shopify game from yesterday when we beat them. That's literally what they're showing. They're showing gameplay from yesterday. And this is all they've been doing, is just like compiling clips from the last few days. Alice, I believe you're the only one in chat. So you can pick what you want.
Thousands of players that came into this weekend with one goal in mind.
50,000 people watching Halo.
Sunday. Now, 2
I'm
squads
very
have risen
aware.
to the
Okay.
occasion, but only one can stand atop of the summit. That is the Halo Championship Series. Now, Texas, are you guys ready to crown a champion?
That trophy is so small.
Get ready, because here comes the rebellion. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion. We got Frosty, Psycho, Last Shot, Royal 2, and Coast Bestman. Ready to get it done. One more time, make some
It's a
noise
very
for Shopify
Halo Infinite ass trophy, you're correct. It's so small. Look how fucking good they look. The jerseys are tight. The fucking hoodies, the fucking Shopify merch is tight.
Getting ready to set the stage ablaze. Here comes Optic Gaming. Give it up for Bound, Renegade, Legend, Formal, and Lunchbox. Optic Gaming ready to and get it another chip.
How has Formal competed in Halo for this long and still looks so awkward on stage? That's like a genuine question. How long has he competed in Halo? He's been competing. How long? 2011. He competed from 2011 to 2014, and then came back in 2021. How does he still look so awkward on a stage? Like being introduced like that. He looked so like he didn't know what to do with his hands. And I'm not saying that I would know what to do either, but still.
Think about Optic falling to Nemesis, get revenge. They take down Space Station 3-0. They look dominant against FaZe 3-0, and now they come back for revenge against Shopify Rebellion. This is your grand final series layout. It's a best of 7. And remember, Optic will have to beat Shopify Rebellion twice if they want to become a champion.
And it has to be said, the question is,
I just remembered about these posts that Shopify posted last night.
And how will they break the
excuse me, chat. I have to show you stuff they posted last night.
It must be said, this brand new Optic Gaming was formed for one reason.
They posted
a Halo World Championship, and to stay ahead of the pack, they have received
so they posted
place finishes over the last 12 months.
They posted this last night just because it's so both teams are green. Halo Esports then did this edited clip from Seinfeld, and Shopify's response is Optic versus Shopify Rebellion, Jerry. I thought this shit was so funny.
It was a reverse sweep from Optic Gaming. Then in the grand finals, a game 7. We get on the main stage here in Arlington, it's a game 5. There is so little between these two teams. They bring the best out of each other.
It's such a funny. It's so funny.
It's been Shopify who have stood tallest.
It's crazy that they're on stage and they're still talking.
Every single meeting between these two has gone the distance. They've come into so many series, whether it's online, whether it's at the preseason event, or whether it's here.
Best man's got his iPad.
Down the middle, closer than maybe any teams in over a decade of competitive Halo. It's amazing the speed at which this rivalry has formed, and it's not surprising given, as you said, the bad blood on the sides of the stage following the off-season team changes. So much riding here. Let's also not forget a chance for Cycle and Last Shot on your screen to record their first official
Okay,
win here.
Look, Cycle's even got the energy sword deck list. How do we lose? Not Cycle. Last Shot. How did I fuck that up? There he is! Friggin' yoked.
One of those gentlemen you can see on your screen right now, alongside his teammate Cycle, to put that to bed, to get the first one in the bag and think about moving on to maybe go on a run.
Also, you heard a lot of game type talk from the desk, and I think they nailed a lot of it. I think we should also mention that Bestman, we talked to Bestman earlier, he said the game types in the first series that they had against them really favored Shopify. However, here we have a lot of back and forth, a lot of things to like for both teams, and as you can tell by the analysis from the desk, it's hard to pick in this first set of games exactly where it might go.
Where is this person from?
I think there's a
SR40. Stop doing that. SR40 so we can all go to bed. Brother, it's 7 o'clock. This guy definitely is like late 30s, 3 kids, married, has work at 6 tomorrow.
They certainly are indeed. The first one going to be Slayer Origin, and then the second one's going to be CTF Fortress. So no bomb to worry about in those newer game types in this first series. And more linear game types. Slayer, we know you've got to do. You've got to kill your opponent, right? You go to CTF Fortress, you cap the flag. It's something that everybody is comfortable in doing. And we'll have to see if that benefits Optic Gaming in this first series. Well, the players are loading in. The rivalry is set. The fuse has been lit even before a bullet was fired here in Arlington. But at the first major of the year, we reach our grand finals. We have Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. It's time to get to our first game.
It is time, the final that everyone came here for. If you've been watching off-season Halo, if you've been following the drama, all the team changes, all of the bad blood, every single online qualifier, every single match this weekend, you know that it only led to 1 point. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming, we're underway.
Here we go then, everybody. This is the match we will all
We also need
this is the match
Frosty have snipe.
Looks like we might have a little bit of a restart.
Clearly, not something that they wanted to see in terms of setting
No
up the stage and immediate
way we're.
from Last Shot's POV, telling us that whether it's a specific game type setting or what it might be, looks like we're gonna go ahead.
Oh my God! Another restart. There's no way.
Have that unbeaten record, and it really will be an opportunity to see two of the biggest teams, two of the best teams that we have in the Halo Championship Series really slug it out to see who even goes up by 1 in this first series.
I mean, it's perfect, and it's not surprising given the.
How is everything not ready after they've been sitting here for hours?
Teams that they come into a game number 1, both undefeated, and so tightly matched, even in just game number 1. Shopify.
Also, it's like, how has Optic every single game today have had some sort of issue in the game? Even if it wasn't them, every single game Optic has played today, there's been some sort of issue.
Shopify currently has Optic's number. CTF Fortress also Shopify having the number. We'll take a look at the series layout in just a second, but really games 1 and 3 are the swing games of this series that Optic needs to make sure they're taking just because of how good Shopify has looked in Slayer Origin and CTF Fortress.
Yeah, still one of those away, and all of a sudden you send the series a little bit deeper, then it starts to get a little bit more favorable for Optic Gaming. You start looking at game types like King of the Hill Solitude. They've looked very, very good, whereas Shopify, not so good. You get to that Slayer live fire at the end. This is the game type that Optic won 50 to 47 to complete that reverse sweep. So all of these good feelings, these good memories, they're at the back end of this series, but to get there for Optic, to send themselves into even having
this is
a chance
absurd.
of resetting the bracket here and going into that second best of 7, they need, like you say, to be involved in these first 4 game types or so, to get some of those on the board, to make sure they get the chance to have a go at some of those game types later on.
Certainly, and we cannot write off Optic out of games 2 and 4. Just to be specific, that Slayer Origin, there was a lot of talk about it on the desk, but also let's not forget, Shopify lost
Thank
Origin
God
Slayer
we're starting.
50 to 40. That's a pretty big blowout at this level. So for them to have lost one of their kind of prize and favored game types with a margin like that, certainly they'll have looked at that, and I even got to talk to Frosty and Last Shot about exactly what was happening in that game type. So they'll have had a lot of time to think about that since Friday. However, Optic can certainly steal one of these early game types, and if they start to split games around the middle of the series, as we said, once we get late into the series, they do start to favor Optic more and more. Optic Gaming wants this to be not only series number 1, but to send us also to a second series.
Also to get the crowd energy high, right? They want the crowd to be behind them. Optic, for Shopify Rebellion, it's about keeping the Optic crowd quiet. We're now back into the game. This one looks pretty good to me. Shopify versus Optic. Let's get it on.
Underway here in Manny. Like we said, the margin.
I think Frosty snagged Sniper.
Feels like every opening rush,
he did.
Kill is going to be so important. Frosty starting to burn a little bit of ammo early on.
So Optic have the beat.
Nice.
Shopify towards B. Legend is already trying to cap that one, and it will be B and C early on. That's going to be captured by Optic Gaming. There's bounce.
Huge.
And there goes a body for the first time.
I don't like that Optic got the first, like, real cap.
What a way to start for Frosty and so many players this weekend. It feels like it's too fall for Optic Gaming. It feels like there's a new
we triple cap B and C.
Players in the game, just redefining themselves and what they are capable of in game.
However, it's going to be an early triple cap actually coming in for Shopify Rebellion. There was a momentary 3 dead. We will talk about
Huge. Camo down. We can now cap A or C.
Frosty says, you keep the POV right here. I'm the one with the snipe. And he absolutely rips off Bounce Face, who thought he was going to get away with a little bit of a C plat jump.
Big win from Formal though, big confidence booster for the man who put this roster together. Winning those 1v1s, we're going to talk about it a lot throughout this series because pivotal moments will be decided by pivotal battles. A and B in the control of Shopify Rebellion, but barely a point between the two teams.
Very good damage from that entire life from Formal. That'll pave the way for Renegade to clean up the scraps. They do find themselves with a momentary man advantage. We'll see if they can turn that into control. A starting to flip as well.
Huge.
Middle means that he gets away from that battle without trading. Formal finds himself
Huge from Royal.
by those frag grenades. Royal 2 shoots on the floor to get those shields down and take him down as well. Optic will flip
that.
B, but you can see the ends of the map here. ANC control. There's a really smart flank coming in from Optic. Royal 2 going to fall into Formal once more. He picks up another kill.
3 dead. Cycle was the last player alive, so all the momentary lead there for Shopify will now be switched. Optic Gaming takes the lead narrowly here, but very well timed 3 kills in succession paves the way for this hold.
One thing I loved about that from Optic, the timing of it, right? The timing of that push onto A. The cap comes in, yes, but it felt like Shopify felt like they had an extra few seconds that Optic didn't give them. A little bit caught off guard by the double push from the scoreboard side, and Optic were able to get the kills, flip A, but again, it's Optic who have the lead at this point. It's Shopify now try and transfer A back to their hold.
Legend waiting and fading. He does have that QT back at Crane, so who will be able to
Okay, we have A.
However, with an AC hold, that QT
Huge.
that much of a help.
Not great.
3 dead for Optic Gaming. Their Shopify responds.
Perfect time to get those kills as well.
And we have Camo.
Collect that first. Camo of the game for him. And he should be able to deal with Formal, but Formal, a little bit of pole dancing from him means he caps A.
Huge from Formal. Or from Frosty.
To capture as well as look for these slays. He does have a little bit of help alongside him from Cycle. And that's going to be those kills picked up and A flip back into the possession of Shopify Rebellion. Bound with some shots at the back of Camo, but might have given his position away because they're 3 dead now. Optic 2 players.
Bound now has finally gotten some kills. He's had no kills for a minute now. Ooh.
And luckily for Optic Gaming, the camo will dissipate. Look at Frosty very wisely once again, starting to burn a little bit of ammo off the rip. Wants to make sure it does not go into their opponent's hands.
This is very interesting from Frosty. He's not even trying to take angles. He's burning ammo immediately while not being under pressure. And I think he's just saying, we think we could beat Optic if there's no sniper on this map. We think that is such a massive swing for Optic Gaming. We can get it done without it. And you can't really argue considering they're going for a triple.
Ooh, that timing.
It's just really interesting risk management coming in from Shopify, right? They know that, sure, you can start to burn ammo once you're under pressure, but why not control all of the risk? Why not know exactly how many shots are left and make sure your opponent is not able to use any of it? And just like that, they're up 84 to 44.
Optic do manage to make a play onto B, though. They will flip that into their control. A couple of kills will go in the way of Optic.
And there's only 1 snipe left.
This push across top middle. Formal will collect what's left of that sniper rifle. 4 bullets to work with. A little bit of pressure coming in on him, and it's going to be Last Shot who gets that kill on Dice and will be able to reset C.
Just like that, he gets picked off, tries to get a little bit of extra damage on Nestbridge here. Things are starting to get a little bit closer, but let's get to an early listen and hear how the comms are on Shopify Rebellion.
Yo, three watching the tires, backing up, tires. Yo, one's look right. Yo, he's caught him hitting big door. Yeah, caught him going big door. I'm going around, going cuts. I'm getting shot from small. Yo, Camus one. Screens in an A. Screens in an A.
Okay, huge trade.
Big door. Yo, Camo, man, we're going in. Yo, hey, Tom to beat. Camo 15. Yo, one shot in vent. Two Tom mid, A plot. Cuts. Yo, Camo guys.
Huge nade.
Dice. Yo, it's scamming. Hit him 3 times. One shot. Cuts down.
Huge nades.
I'll go. Screens. All you press. Okay, elbow now. Over here. I'm going C. Yo, cuts in small. Guys, 3 shots. He's outside small. Nice. Inside B. I've got still tires on me. Yo, can you live by? Yeah. There's a guy around wide. In B, weak. Yo, back B, one shot. Push it, guys. One guy, One shot B. Two there. On the wing. Light side wing. 3. One guy. I got one more.
Well, out of listening, we need to talk about Bound. How did he just stay alive that long and didn't Last Shot regret not going for that kill?
Unbelievable. Last Shot tries to engage Bound, gets into 1 shot and cuts with Bound.
We have snipe again.
Off of C flat to just stay alive long enough, and not just that, they don't even trade out the camo. And as a result, it's Optic Gaming with a trip cap during that listening, and then they maintain the AB hold. And now, just like that, in what feels like no time at all, they are leading 160 to 84.
And they're looking for the triple cap. It will be Shopify who should be able to flip A, but no, they're flying in. Bound will get the reset. On A, it's a triple cap here for Optic Gaming, and look at where Formal is. He's up on the tower, and we've seen him hit this shot from this angle before.
It's still 3 dead. Cycle needs to make something happen here. He's got a little bit of help from Frosty. That sniper will not play. A few shots left in it. And Cycle makes it happen immediately. 2 shots left and connects with the first shot instantly. A lot of work to be done. All 3 of them flipping simultaneously.
Yeah, 3 dead for Optic Gaming. That's why they can do exactly that. And a triple simultaneous traversed into
that
a
was
triple.
nice.
Like you say, everybody from Shopify won their individual fights across the map, and all of them were around strongholds.
What a response from Shopify. That's unbelievable. Let's not forget, moments ago, Cycle was the only player alive in a 1v1 on tower, and they immediately flipped. So down by about 100 points right now, but the game is far from over.
Frosty, huge.
But immediately that's traded out as well. Optic working on flipping C back into their control. It's 204 points to 112. It's a commanding lead here for Optic Gaming, but they find themselves 3 dead, and Renegade finds himself as last alive.
Yeah, exactly. Last player alive here. We'll see what he does. He's going to try to hold tower. They do get 1 pick, which is going to even up the tide a little bit, but they're trying to flush out tower, but easier said than done because Renegade is still alive at the tower. And Frosty's your only player alive for Shopify, which paves the way for a formal camo grab. Game in his hands right here. They're about to trip cap again.
That spawn is not nice for last shot. He just got absolutely melted, and it's a triple cap.
Jesus Christ.
Here for Optic Gaming. Formal with camo. Frosty in his sights.
That's map 1.
From Formal. It's a perfect first game from Optic Gaming. They will be up by 1 in your grand finals.
Oh, Jesus.
How about that for a start for Optic Gaming? We said that game number 1 was a swing game. Could go either way. Both teams undefeated. And Optic Gaming makes quick work of Shopify Rebellion, taking game number 1.
Such an impressive run from them. That triple cap they had around the mid game and then towards the end game as well. That was where things got out of control for Shopify Rebellion. Looking across the statistics, there is a very quiet game for Frosty. We'll talk a little bit more about that decision to waste the sniper ammo and the effect that had on the game. But here are your statistics. On the Optic side, everybody breaking double digits. And
what happened to Frosty that game?
For Optic, and he's leading the way again in the grand final. He is on a streak at the moment, 15 and 11 for him.
A lot of people have been saying the Renegade looks different than he has in quite some time in terms of the level of consistency and excellence that he's bringing into this tournament. And as you say, he picked up exactly where he left off. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game, but it was an early Shopify lead. When we got into that listening, let's not forget they were up not only by, I would say, 20, even 30 plus when we got into that listening. Tied around the 22 mark, they started to run away, but man, it was all Optic Gaming during that listening and then thereafter as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. It's this triple cap that came in around, I think Shopify hit around 100 points, and then Optic got control. There was a 3, a 4 dead, and off the back of that, they were able to continually keep that triple cap locked in, cycling those spawns and managing to keep numbers on the map, whereas Shopify just couldn't spawn. This is the moment here you see 142 points on the board and another 4 dead situation that just occurred, 158 and rising, and you can see that Shopify, when they're spawning, everybody has an LOS. That's how well they were splitting those spawns. You've got multiple members of Optic looking at you.
And even though we saw some really good pressure there, right, like we said, immediate response from Shopify to get their own trip cap in the game. Optic Gaming just not slowing down whatsoever in the late game with really impressive late game composure to come out of that triple cap, making sure that Shopify does not put a rally on the board, and they end it 250 to 112.
Hopefully we win this Slayer
which sets us up for a rematch on Slayer Origin. As a reminder, it will be
get
the 3rd time these two
get our mojo back.
On land. It was a 50 to 44 win at the Quezon Showdown. Game 7, by the way, that Shopify exited that tournament on. And then earlier this weekend, a 50 to 36 Shopify Rebellion win in the winner's bracket quarters. So it goes without saying that they have the statistical edge. The question is, what has Optic done? We've been talking about their Slayers now for weeks. What have they done in the days since the opening of this tournament to make sure that they come into game 2 just as hot as they came into game number 1?
So much weight on this Slayer game types in the series. There's 3 of them in this best of 7. So if you can find a bit of form when it comes to this game type, you get closer and closer to closing out one of these series. It's going to be Origin, one of the newest maps that's been added for our Halo 5 fans. And it's going to be conversations again about the sniper rifle.
Yeah. There's a few things to watch. Obviously, the sniper rifle and rocket control. You're going to see on the side of Optic, they want to get it out of the hands of Frosty. Also, watch players having presence around the silvers to cut down angles. We'll see which team can get it ahead early.
So many creative angles can be found here on Origin. And it's about not just recognizing that you can take them, but where you might be shot from as well. And Formal, start this game. There's creative use of the silvers. That's a double for him.
Come on, what is happening?
Sniper rifle and Formal goes to work.
What do we say? Control of those silvers, control of those angles. That way you can easily get in and out of fights. Formal right away puts it to use. 4-0 off the opening.
The very essence of a perfect opening strategy coming in from Optic Gaming. Now the attention moves towards the Rockets, which are still up, I believe. Cycle has a little peek. Let's Formal know where he is and just waits for the pressure to come in.
Once again, look at exactly. Shopify goes to control the silver first before they push out to snipe. Keep an eye on that part of the map. Finally, they get shut down.
Thank
just like that.
God.
What was a 4-0 lead is now 5-3.
You can see Formal just not quite sure where he's getting shot from. That's what we talk about. Creative angles. Bound G sliding.
Okay, a trade.
The max speed towards Royal 2 and gets the trade in a situation where honestly he had absolutely no right to.
Yeah, cutting down that distance so quickly. Now Formal trying to make the push. Not going to be easy, but stays alive even longer, trying to keep teammates alive as well. Getting really scrappy there in the back of the base. 10-7, still a 3-kill lead for Optic Gaming.
2 dead for Optic. Numbers on the map here for Shopify, trying to be aggressive.
Come on, we can't trade right now. What?
Gotta be one of the longest times we've seen in competitive play, in official LAN play especially, that the Rockets would still be up, finally grabbed. And they will fall without one being fired.
Oh my
Still
God.
a kill lead for Optic. They've done well to hold this on and hold off Shopify.
And you can see the risk, right? You can see the risk in front of you. Frosty goes, I think I've got a timing window. I'm going to try and force this. Not only does he die, but he falls by middle. Boy. Renegade collects them. And that's a double. It's a second triple of the game.
What is happening?
Optic Gaming, and this time it's Renegade who lights it up with 3 stars.
Oh my gosh, the discipline from Renegade. A Renegade of always tries to finish that battle. Cycle somehow comes out of nowhere through the maze and gets the kill, but you could just tell how disciplined Renegade is right now, because I think 99 times out of 100, Renegade from the past few years goes for that over. In the end, he has triggered discipline to try to let the team finish it. Still a 5-kill lead for Optic Gaming. They look good here as we get closer to the mid-game.
It's like this game is still winnable. It's just... We're getting in fights that, like, just, like, shouldn't be happening.
It's usually around the 20 to 30 mark, but at the moment they got to that mark with a lead intact. They're starting to win some fights.
Like, I don't know how we let Formal get, like, 3 kills off rip.
Damage there. Legend, though, going to work with Renegade and Trench to make their way across the map. Royal 2 tries to get it down, but Renegade with some beautiful shots from the disadvantageous angle to shut that one down as well. They still lead by 5.
Another 1v1 here. Somehow last shot
always
gets the stick.
Sticks are crazy, man.
That man's got one of the best sticky games in the game. Sniper rifle just dropped, by the way. Have to see where that has gone.
Big moment here.
Doesn't feel like it's in the hands of Optic, as Formal will take a lot of damage from what you presume was a sniper rifle bullet.
World 2 picks up another one front base, which means Cycle now has the rocks. Doesn't see him yet. 180s there on Renegade.
Gotta check your corners.
Getting a little nervous there, some vertigo as Legend just stays alive on the sneaky with only 2 shots left in the snipe. And you knew he was going to hit that one. His last shot's reloading on his way to the sneaky, which is going to give Legend way too much time to hit that. One more bullet left, and they still lead by quite a margin here. They've extended it to 6.
Everything went very slow motion there for last shot as he jumped up and saw Legend leaping towards him with that sniper in his hands. No more ammo to play with for the Frenchman, though, but he's going to take a new angle towards top rockets. And Formal's playing very, very sneaky on the elbow, waiting for damage to come in before he's going to flank in on these Shopify players.
Optic doing so well to slow down. As you say, also just stay in their pesky corners. 3 dead yet again. Last shot's the last player alive in grass. He will be flushed out immediately. It's a beautiful collapse without forfeiting any trades whatsoever here. They lead by 11.
I love the pace that Optic are playing at as well. They are not letting Shopify settle on the map whatsoever. 36 to 25 is 11 kill advantage for them at the moment. And I have to say, in the second night, Shopify a little bit surprised at the pace at which Optic have come out the gates here. They are flying at them.
Yeah, 10-kill lead here. And for a moment, Shopify was able to bring this game back.
Oh my lord.
Optic is just playing way too fast. They're just immediately engaging on the spawners, collapsing on the last player alive so consistently, and that's given them this 10-kill lead.
10 kills to go for Optic to go 2 up in this series. Royal 2 will win his fight against Renegade, but it's 2 dead for Shopify once more, and moment by moment, kill by kill, they seem to be falling into the hands of Optic Gaming. Formal, by the way, 16 and 8. At this point in the game, that is a monstrous line.
Lots of talk online about Formal's Slayer game, and I think he's silencing the critics without a doubt. Like you said, 16 and 8 to be double positive in a grand final like this is going to silence just a little bit of the chatter around this Optic Gaming squad.
Well, if Shopify want to make a comeback, a lot of it is going to be on the shoulders of Frosty here. Has 2 rockets to work with. It's something for Shopify to get a pick, but that grenade from Bound out of nowhere takes down Royal 2, and now the mistakes are almost 0 for Shopify Rebellion. to make the comeback in this game. Frosty finds one, but Bell gets a trade on.
We just don't have time. Every kill is being traded. We just don't have time.
Require a Herculean effort to bring this game back. Shopify could do it, but against an opponent like Optic Gaming will not be easy. Blind fires the rocket, which will not connect and gets punished by a beautiful rocket bait from Optic Gaming. 4 to go.
Royal 2 will find one, but as you say, it's only 4 to go here. Formal hunting down some damage that's gone in bottom middle. But he finds himself now against last shot, and I tell you what, Optic are starting to get cycled a little bit here. All of a sudden, this is a 7-kill game with Optic on the respawn, on the back foot. Bound gets one though, which could be massive, just to make the
Yeah,
comfortable.
this.
Shows no
Okay, I guess we go next game.
Yeah, exactly. Two more kills to go here at the 49 mark. One more to go for Optic.
Legend gonna try and line it up.
We're gonna get 8 kills before they get 1. Yeah. Oh my god. These games need to be so much closer. We need to be making these games so much closer.
Full-body chills here as well, and how about Legend not even reacting? That might be even more terrifying than the shot itself. You've seen that man pop off many times before. Instead, he just hits that shot like a stone-cold assassin and gets ready to load into game number 3. That was a statement in every way. The entire way the game was played, stealing that game type after losing it twice on land. And then to hit that shot with that confidence on the BR and to not even say a word, it's terrifying. And Optic Gaming look terrifying. They lead 2-0.
We got to talk about the pace that Optic are playing at. It is different to what we've seen so far from them. It's showing a new gear. We'll take a look at the stats before we get into that conversation. On the Optic side, we mentioned Formal 17 and 10 for Matthew Piper. Big performance in a Slayer. If he does that consistently for Optic, Optic are going to have a lot of success.
We already talked about how game 1 was a swing game. As we take a look at some highlights from that, as you said, unbelievably fast-paced right away. Look at Formal, takes to the silver. What does he do? Picks up a double and a triple to open up the game. That set the tone for them. But for any Shopify Rebellion fans in the building, in the chat, you knew game 1 was a swing game, but you probably had your money on game number 2.
How are we not?
Now as we look at the series layout, Shopify needs to start putting wins on the board. Otherwise, we're going to get deeper into the series where Optic Gaming is just going to gain.
These games need to be so much closer. That's all I can say. We need to make these games closer. We're getting Optic is getting these wins too easily.
Off the opening break, and on Origin, that means sniper rifle goes to you. That means the rockets you have access to. Eventually, it'll take quite a while to get there, but it gives you the chance to build the lead. And that was what Optic has struggled with before. They always felt like they were chasing their tails a little bit, but now they're establishing some of these opening strategies. They're getting the better of Shopify, and from there, they can piece by piece build it up. That is absolutely disgusting. Do you know what it reminds me of? Do you remember SLG at Wembley? Did something very, very similar in Halo 5, that kind of shot. Strong Side was casting that. Very
Chad,
similar.
I mean, 50 to 41's not bad, but it can be so much closer.
Like you say, it was a punctuation mark of what was
At 250 to 112, that needs to be a lot closer.
That game almost ends differently when you watch that either from a third person or on a death cam, when you see, or even, heaven forbid, from your own first person. That is just, like you said, it's a statement, and Optic Gaming is coming into this. Let's not forget that not only had they lost this game type exclusively to Shopify. Take a look at this one more time, which I think is only right. And look at this, Royal 2 on the beat. Doesn't out of here. Unbelievable. Just pops up, doesn't waste any time, and hits a fantastic shot to close out the game. But let's not forget, not only had they lost that game type exclusively to Shopify, they were 2-3 in that game type this weekend. That was not a winning game type for them. And if they're digging that deep, they're kind of suggesting, hey, whatever stats you might have in the back, we're not really interested in those. We're here to play 2 series of Halo and take a championship.
Now we get to see a game type which is going to really test both teams here. It is certainly going to test Shopify Rebellion being down 2 in the series. We are heading into an oddball game on Recharge. There's a head-to-head of 2 of the players. You can see the statistic for yourself who have been the standouts when it comes to this game type for their respective teams. But I mean, for Optic, they took a moment, stepped away from the stage there, maybe trying not to get caught up in the moment. Know that there's a long, long road ahead. They have done a great job to get 2 up, but 2 up means nothing. We've seen that on either side of the stage when these 2 teams play each other. They've got a long, long way to go.
They do indeed. We've seen many times before, like you said, we've seen reverse sweeps, we've seen big swings in series. There's a lot more to play, but Shopify certainly must be thinking, okay, we need to lock in right here because Optic is bringing a different tier of gameplay, and I think it goes without saying that Optic has looked not only the best that they have this weekend, but I would say in terms of all online qualifiers, the case on Showdown, and this entire tournament so far, they are playing at a pace that we maybe haven't seen them reach just yet.
For Shopify, the memories of beating Optic a little bit earlier on, maybe starting to fade. They realize they're in a series now as we head into game number 3. Oddball recharge, first to 2 rounds. Will be the team who takes this game away, and if it's Optic, they'll find themselves 1 game away from resetting the bracket here and sending us to a second best of 7.
I don't mind a reset, but at this rate, I don't want a reset. The only way I won't be freaking out during a reset is if we lose 4-3. If we lose 4-3 and then get reset, I'll be a little more okay with it.
Shopify needs to dig deep. They need to find something special now to get back into the series.
That's been what Optic have been doing all weekend, digging deep, finding something special, finding a way to keep themselves alive. Well, now, boy, are they alive, and certainly this series is alive as well. This grand finals is alive. Legend, the man who no-scoped Shopify Rebellion into a 0-2 series.
Okay, huge from last shot.
Last shot inside of the tower now. Camo is going to be still available down bottom middle, as he's now turning his attention to keep his teammate alive side.
Very conservative start from both sides here. 2 do fall for Shopify, which means Optic is probably going to try to go on this pressure, but once again, the kills are traded out perfectly. 2-2, and there's no ball grab yet. Finally, it's a late camo grab. 36 seconds in. Very, very late, and that indicates to you just how conservative the opening was.
Formal has it? Jesus Christ. Why are we not making a play for camo? Now he's just going to get an easy 2. And it's 4 down.
We talked about how the teams have so much respect for one another. That's why you see a kind of dual conservative opening from both sides. But as soon as they get the camo, they pounce perfectly. Formal with a great route, great timing on the back wax. That's going to be early time for Optic game.
Row 2 manages to get through though. That grenade almost took down Frosty, by the way. The Formal threw up towards the ceiling cycle in the 1v1 versus Legend. It's going to be Renegade who joins that fight in and manages to clean him up. Oddball is down, but Optic have that lead. And that means, like we said before, in these game types with an objective in mind, if you can take a lead, you control the game. You don't have to focus on that objective half as much as your opponents.
So much damage from Legend over the past 30 seconds. Just poking and peeking, and Frosty with a very well-placed green gun to make him retreat for just a second. And what a 1v1.
Okay, Legend and Renegade down.
To help as well. And now 3 dead for Optic Gaming. The reset. The reset is very unfortunate. That would have been an easy pull back to gold. Instead, the ball will go bottom middle. Now camo popping as well.
Camo's coming up. Look at the sports as well. They're over at back blue. That reset is an absolute lifesaver for Optic Gaming. If they spawn over at pipes, they're Shopify Rebellion. They can get that ball back into pipes. They've got time for the ball, but instead, they're forced to fight for the camo. Optic don't have to worry about that ball getting away for them as Renegade adds another triple kill to the collection. That's 2 in 2 games for him.
Born to rack up time, forced to fight for camo. Unfortunate there for him. Optic Gaming will continue scoring based off of all the chaos. They'll bring the ball bottom elevator.
Ball is down though, so Shopify don't let Optic get it comfortably. And now you can see from the spread on the map and the way that Formal's playing, that Shopify have a setup in and around the elevator.
Look up there.
Formal just waiting for damage. Now that the damage has come in, you would expect to see the likes of Bound, Legend flying in front of Formal. To clean up these kills. Royal 2 picks up 1, but it's 3 dead. There's the break, there's the damage from Formal. It's played off of perfectly by Optic Gaming. They break the setup from Shopify, and now they have that ball back in their hands.
Let's see what Renegade can do as well. They're going to be looking for opening damage. As you said, it was an easy 3 dead. Now we get to hear how they're going to hold here. Let's get to a listen in with Optic Gaming.
Ready, bottom here, I think. I think I saw bottom here. Two back, two.
Enemy has the ball.
In beer. That's two right. I got one. Yeah, no, turn right again. Respawn C flat. Hey, what is it? That's out one. Watch it. Nothing's coming in 10, guys. Camo in 10. Just play this down. You have shots up? Yeah, shot. Hey, yo, bound on shot. Straight bounce. Just try to get it. One shot top tower. Two guys top tower. Two top tower. Ivy chase one. Frosty. Hurdy. She bought right now. She put.
Yo, top tower. Front tower, shot.
Bottom rear weak. One to see. Yo, back to you. Nice. Turbo. Spawning A probably. Yep. He's popped there. I'm walking A.
What? Why are we fumbling so hard?
Pipes now. Pipes going back to turbine. He's pipes now. He's pushing pipes. Good. Yes, combo here.
Watch out, front tower cycle weak.
Yeah, I'm gonna separate. Go right. Check corner.
Watch out, gold stairs, guys.
Once it goes,
go back up. Up gold stairs 1, John. Up stairs right now. Gold stairs 1. He's combo.
Let's get pipes. Probably 100%. Spawning weird. Turbine weak. There's 50 seconds. Look at the time, guys. Look at the time. We're done the first.
Watch out, roll zero.
Very weak.
Yo, single stack, just sitting behind it. If it doesn't that,
Well, enjoy this life from Renegade. Enjoy this round from Optic. 38 seconds left in the round before they can close it out. And Shopify can't get near the oddball until now. They're starting to get desperate. But we need to talk about two lives in particular. Last one from Renegade and then Bounds previously with that camo. So much damage and the shots as crispy as you like.
Unbelievable damage, unbelievable movement. We'll have a little bit of time to talk about that shortly because as you heard Lunchbox say in the comms, only 20 seconds left. Amazing game management from Optic Gaming. They're going to continue slaying here.
Last shot trying to fight, keep them off of Frosty here. That ball is down on the trippy corner, so difficult to access, and it's even more difficult with Optic picking up kills on both Cycle and Royal 2. And now they get an LOS on that ball. Now they get a camo in the hands of Renegade as well, and it will be the first round of oddball here. On recharge, going to Optic. Boy, they look up for this one.
How do we let that happen? How are we letting any of this happen?
Feels like they came straight from Origin, and they landed right here on recharge, playing the exact same way. That was once again a suffocating round, and it feels like that has really summed up how Optic Gaming has played each of the games in this series so far. Such a clean round 1 win. We'll see if they can do it again.
Frosty wins his fight bomb middle. The camo is in his hands as well, and it's going to be 3 dead here for Optic now.
Okay,
Shopify
weird camo.
need to get themselves together here. Need to dust themselves down because they've been battered, by Optic Gaming.
Here we go.
In the first 2 games. And the first round
Shock rifle and camo. What?
when things just aren't going your way.
There's no way he knows we're up there.
I think we're all thinking the same thing. Of course, with the benefit of observer view, there's a player coming gold stairs, and Frosty gets back there with camo and shock, and what could have been a pretty solid hole gets blown wide open. Formal does not get the trade against World 2. Somehow stands strong top A and will continue holding the ball. So a rotate opportunity coming in here towards teammates.
Manages to just about make the cross. Optic will have to wait. And it's going to be a lead here for Shopify Rebellion. Legend flies in.
What is Legend doing? We kill that guy, right? Okay.
Last shot will start winning some fights. But as we always say, if you can get that fight,
How the hell did they get the ball?
blue and you take a couple of kills down, the likelihood is you're
Did
going
he fall off the map or something?
You can grab that oddball, and that's exactly what Optic tried to do there.
Important first kill. Also, Frosty gets the second kill, so this should be a
That was clean.
overall. They've made their way very difficultly across the entire map, but based on the spawns, it may be for nothing here. We'll see if Bound can spawn his teammates and hold down pipes.
Bound 13, make it 14 and 12 as he goes on a killing spree. And Optic have that ball back at pipes, and Optic looking like they're going to be able to turn this early advantage that Shopify had over. Last shot, last alive. He's just fallen as well. And even though the odd ball is going to drop off, everybody from Shopify Rebellion is just coming off of the respawn screen. So Bound's going to move this one away from that LOS. He's going to get it back towards his respawning teammates, and Optic will go into a lead.
Very nice rotate. Notice how he doesn't go gold. He immediately goes long haul to cut down the angles. Much less sightlines that he's vulnerable to, and he comes away with it. What a beautiful set of plays from him. It also paves the way for Renegade to grab camo as well. Renegade is 23 and 10.
Just Just let that sink in for a second. 23 and 10. And we're in the second round of oddball here with only 40 points on the board for Optic. You get the feeling that another one hits. Perfect shots for Renegade. A killing spree for him. One for Bound, one for Renegade. Last shot trying to fly into the pipes, but the oddball still being held by Optic. 50 points on the board for them now.
I mean, look at the total slay numbers. Suffocating is the only way to describe it. Amazing slay control and overall map control coming out of Optic Gaming yet again. They find themselves 2 dead, but it's immediately.
How are we fumbling this hard?
Renegade, he's now going to watch C-Plat.
Cycle's going to be flanking towards that oddball, so I wonder if it's going to be a game of get the slays before we get that oddball, but I think Shopify just starting to recognize that they need to get some time on the board here. And Cycle's going to wrap this one away before playing it down bottom middle. Now flies in, Cycle deals with him. Renegade now trying to clean up the damage, but recognizes there's multiple members and has to just escape and play his life.
Let's not forget, this one's far from over, even though we've seen dominating play from Optic Gaming so far. It's still just 55 to 25, a 30-point round. Anything can happen from here, but Shopify's going to need to find the ingredients that they need. Psycho, last player alive, he will be ready to play the ball momentarily.
One player that needs some more from is Frosty. We talked about him being an X factor. A lot of talk about him being the best in the game right now. He's 8 and 18 in this game number 3, and he's been relatively quiet throughout this series so far. So Frosty obviously has a lot more to give here for Shopify Rebellion, but it needs to be found sooner rather than later.
Yeah, there's still time for him to turn this game around, for the entire team to turn this game around, but I agree, a pretty rare stat line from him, especially with low OBJ on the board as well. You have the feeling that if he starts
How are we 3 down again?
this game can get a lot closer.
Optic still with this lead, 56 to 33. Forward knows that Cycle's close. Also wants to try and help out with some angles that he can hit with his shock rifle. Plenty of ammo to work with as well as he hits the reload. And Optic just waiting for Shopify to make their move. And with the shock in their hand, they can do this, Andy. They can wait. And then they can hit straight.
Notice just baiting the ball there as well.
What's Formal doing?
See if they can get the kills. Then they'll start to hold on a solid 3-4 deads. Ball will reset. No time there, but still 20-point lead. Just over that for Optic Gaming. 2 dead for them.
2 minutes on the game clock here. Shopify will grab that ball as Optic will still have 2 dead. Cycle can be pushed here. Has to avoid that sticky grenade. Manages to do so. A lot of pressure on him with his shock rifle to hold down this pipes, look and keep his ball carrier alive. Formal's going to poke. Oh boy. Cycle's going to tease. Now he's going to slide out and look for more.
Huge
Bound
kill.
is pushing. Bound should be traded out in this situation. Cycle's done his job perfectly there.
Huge trade. Why do we not have the ball?
Good gold pressure though. Going to give them an opportunity to try to get a grab, but with the ball still down batteries, Renegade's exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, frustrating moments here. Shopify Rebellion, they're winning some fights. But Renegade,
How does Renegade live that?
29 and 15 is 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. The oddball
Oh my god, ball reset.
batteries as the reset comes in, but Optic don't have to worry about
We have to get...
They have the lead. They could just pin Shopify back.
Even with 3 dead there, that ball sitting batteries meant that Shopify could not get time on the board. They're also still 2 dead. Risky push! A risky push solo there. Last shot tries to make something happen, but it's going to continue to stagger their spawns even further. 63 to 36 with 108 left on the game clock.
How many perfects have we seen from the POVs of Optic players in this game? You've seen them from Bound, you've seen them from Renegade, you've seen them from Legend, and of course you've seen them from Formal. Win your ones. That was the name of the game when Formal put this roster together, and that's exactly what they're doing.
1 minute.
And it's Shopify who are reeling. Less than a minute left in this game. Camo burnt bottom middle, and Bound last alive.
Yeah, Renegade might have burned the camo, and also way past the 30 mark now. 30 bomb has been cleared, 31 and 17 with 47 seconds left on the clock.
Shopify needs to get that ball. Let's get it in their hands. Still time for them to play with here. Frosty picks up 2. Frosty trying to push on that long haul as well to keep Optic trapped.
It's not in a good spot.
Might have a little timing window here to fly
We are
towards
not in
him.
a good spot to hold this ball.
Taken down importantly here for Shopify Rebellion, and hold your horses. Last player alive is going to be taken down. It's everybody falling into the death screen here for Optic, and there's life from Shopify.
It's a good trade from Legend, but is it enough? Bounds your first spawner, probably flying at this point. You see exactly where he is. Here comes the 4-man Optic push. If Shopify can hold, they can force a round 3.
Well, Formal will get the first pick.
Oh, we're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose it.
Right now. Nowhere near his oddball carrier. Last shot's trying to get in a position to play ball and does so. But there's only 12
No way, ball reset.
but 22 seconds is the problem, and Royal 2 being last alive is a bigger problem for Shopify Rebellion. It's a few moments left, and Optic will be up by 3.
Good covering fire there from Formal to deny the Royal.
It's like every single game, it's just we lock in too late.
Has to happen now. Renegade
We need to grab that ball now. We can't be worrying about Formula.
He can't get his hands on that ball, and Optic are up by 3.
Renegade goes 34-18 in another decisive Optic Gaming win. And if you've just joined us for the first time this weekend, you might be thinking, how on earth did Optic Gaming lose that first series? How on earth did they have to fight through the elimination bracket all the way here with what they've brought on Championship Sunday? But guess what? The championship whites are on, and it is very clear it's a different Optic Gaming that has arrived here in the Optic Arena. Final score 132-67 across the 2 rounds, and Shopify is shocked.
Shopify are shocked, Shopify are shook as we head towards CTF Fortress. Now we do mention that these series tend to go the distance, but it's a long way to go for Shopify Rebellion to do that.
Come on, boys.
If this continues, this pattern, like a bracket reset, is going to come in almost what feels like record time for Optic Gaming.
Man, taking a look at some of the highlights from that, it was once again a masterclass from Optic Gaming. I think we saw some solid exchanges of play from the side of Shopify, but they have largely been silenced this entire series, and it's a completely different matchup between these two than we've seen all season in the preseason as well as Arlington so far. And we talked a lot, by the way, this from Renegade. It was just punishing everything we saw from his POV. Gets a double here as well. Everything we're seeing from Optic Gaming looks to be flawless. They are not making any mistakes. That's why you're seeing the score lines that you're seeing. Make no mistake, these are blowout games. And Shopify, we talked all about how these teams are exchanging games back and forth so close. Guess what? Optic Gaming's writing a different story here. This is not close.
Yeah, 250 to 112 first game, 50 to 41 second game, 2-0, and it felt like a big 2-0 in that oddball game. Optic are dominating this series. And the way that they are shooting is so standout to me. And you're seeing some of those fights with bandits in hand. It's 5-shot max. That's how it feels at the moment. It's maximum damage output. And when Renegade is running around and everything seems to be kind of falling into the way that he wants the game to go, single kills turn into doubles for him. Then he gets involved in the next fight. Renegade playing like this means Optic are playing like Optic need to.
What I think is so tough as well, every time we're on Bound and Legends POV specifically, notice the G-slides that they're hitting, and the second they are in mid-slide, they're hitting not just the first shot, but all 5 shots to get it perfect while they're moving exactly where they need to be on the map. And man, is that ever impossible to play against if you're on the side of Shopify, even with the talent that they have. As we talked about on the desk, CTF Fortress, an opportunity for Shopify to get back in the series, not just because their backs are against the wall, but specifically, you heard Clutch talking about it. Fortress, one of Shopify's best maps. They've been putting up numbers on this game type, and Optic comes in with a losing record on this game type. Shopify needs to take a breath, find a way back into this series. If they want to win the finals here, they will now need to reverse sweep the first grand final with 4 straight wins in a row.
And we could do it. I know we can.
Reset in the bracket in our grand final, sending us to a second best of 7. Capture the flag on Fortress is where we find ourselves, and we are going to see some headshots. 2 sniper rifles on the map, and of course that overshield down bottom middle as well. And this is almost the perfect playground to see if Optic can close out now, or is there going to be something in this for Shopify? Are they going to find their stride here? We have to. It would be rude not to. It would be disrespectful not to start off watching Renegade.
Let's capture the flag. Oh boy.
With a map this size, 2 flags on the board. It could be a quick one, or we could see quite a lot of gameplay here. Kills exchanged each side, 3v3 on the map, but Renegade doing some early damage here. 2 dead for Shopify.
Or 2 something alive in this situation, however, to keep that sniper rifle in his hand. Somehow peeks back out.
Okay, huge Renegade down.
It's 2v2 on the map at the moment, but look how far up the map. Bound finds himself right now.
How are they just like in our base?
From Bound, we know he loves a challenge. We know he likes to take the fight, but he's hitting the shots as well. And Legend now says, "Remember me from Origin? I can do it on any map."
Bound and Legend are hitting a certain amount of damage efficiency that is scary to watch. And I think anyone that's played or watched enough Halo Infinite knows exactly what we're talking about when we say that. Just not wasting any time, any frames, as they move across the map and deal damage all at the same time. 2 dead, however, for Optic Gaming at the moment.
Let's get taken down.
Okay, that's huge.
Members falling all around, so pressure on their base is going to be coming in. You see Frosty flying in, he gets the trade, he's 3 dead. Here for Optic Gaming, Bound is last player alive, he's down bottom middle, somehow managed to get the kill, an important one as well. Room 2 cannot find him. Wow. Finally does it. Look at the damage he's taken.
Bound, kind of reminiscent there of what we saw a lot last season from the entire SSG roster. When there's a one player alive, guess what? There's a whole lot still to deal with, and Bound not only gets... I can't even finish the sentence before I talk about his 3rd kill. Gets a kill bottom middle, deals the damage, then picks up a 3rd kill. That's what I'm talking about. Just because Bound is the last player alive does not mean your problems are solved. In fact, actually, you have a whole other slew of problems, and Bound reminding us of that.
From being last alive here, Bound finds 1 kill, stays alive, does damage, comes back out, no-scopes another player, and then, all of a sudden, Shopify Rebellion. 3 dead. Overshield now, coming up bottom middle. Shopify Rebellion in a good spot. Oh, it's going to be stolen away. Legend, no! Is he going to pop it?
Almost. That would have been...
Almost, but not quite. But last shot does pop it. And Shopify is starting to move that flag as well.
Talk about almost being robbed blind. Highway robbery. It was 3 dead for Optic Gaming, and now you're overshielded. Last shot's going to get this across the sideline. Still with a lot of overshield to play with. Nice little slides all the way back. 4 players alive, but he should have the timing here, especially with the overshield. Goes wide, actually. Flag's going to be away, so he has to wait.
Love that timing window recognition there.
We need to... Last shot needs to stay close to the flag, so he can get a touch on the flag when needed. Go back to the flag!
Trying to hunt him down. It will be a trade inside of the base from Frosty. First time we've seen a flag standoff for quite some time.
Yeah. And this is a high-stakes flag standoff because you already get the feeling that if Optic Gaming wins this flag standoff with the way that they tend to play objective game types, they will play the most obnoxious, annoying, control-based rest of the match. 3 dead here for Shopify. Cycle last player alive.
Oh, is it 3?
Cycle is near that flag. He's trying to get some spawns, but is there anyone close enough to help Cycle in the situation? Bound flies in. Bound with another killing spree. He's going to go for that return. Formal with the sniper cross map, and Optic should be able to send this one home, but can they cap?
Should be able to. Flags right there on the stand. Going to delay for just a second. Formal, once he gets the shields, you know he's not going to waste time. Roll 2 though in a 1v1.
Formal bodies him. Formal now under pressure. 2 dead on either side. His last shot, who stands on that flag, trying to force this return. Optic can't cap quite yet.
Last shot forces the bottom of the base. There's going to be a touch here.
And they're going to cap. Okay.
Last shot could not fight off the players that are dropping on him. And Optic Gaming, they stay cool. They stay collected. They get the flag in. They now lead 1-0 in what could be the series winning. Renegade not done yet.
Renegade is on another planet today. Last shot last alive once again here for Shopify Rebellion, and Formal will not need to be asked twice to start moving that flag.
How about Bound, a casual triple positive right now at 12 and 4. Just another day's work for Bound. 3 dead, World 2, your only player alive. Formal's going to hit the slides and bottom mid.
Here comes the second one. Formal's moving. Formal schmoving. And that flag is back inside of his base. It's going to be 2-0 as Formal gives us an exhibition of how to run a flag here on Fortress.
Optic Gaming saving the best for Championship Sunday. 2-0 here. Quick work, 1 flag away from 4-0ing. Shopify Rebellion in the first grand final.
Another kill goes the way of Optic Gaming. Cycle does manage to trade out, but it's a numbers advantage momentarily for Optic as they get equaled out by the end of the sentence 2v2.
How are we getting just smoked?
They need an overshield. They need something to go their way here.
Once again, Bound and Legend are not even, it feels like in every battle they're not even getting down a shot, let alone losing battles. So difficult to challenge them with the way that they're playing. And I think the numbers tell the story here. 12 kills for Bound, 10 for Legend.
Now maybe thought he could get the better of Frosty there with a cheeky little re-peek, but the grenade from Frosty was good. And Optic again earned the right to play slower inside of their base. The repulse comes in from Royal 2, but the damage still superior on the side of Formal. Cycle's going to push him. Royal 2 finds one under the base, and all of a sudden Optic just under a little bit of pressure here. They're 2 dead. That's 3 dead, and is this the little window of opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to get something going? The flag is away.
Frosty's some initial good shots as well, and they get the help. And I was just about to say before that flag was pulled.
Is that their flag or our flag? Okay, huge. There we go.
On the board, a controlling ring. Now Overshield's about to come up as well. Legend tries to fly to cause some problems. Cycle on the jungle gym, manages to find himself an opportunity to get that flag back, but the overshield did go to Frosty. It's 2 dead here for Optic. There's a sniper in his hands, and Royal 2 is running that flag as well.
Numbers still on their side here.
Why did you grab the flag?
They might even get the kill A1. If they do, this flag will be guaranteed home free.
And why is Legend in our base?
Legend might get the triple kill from Legend. The Frenchman is going nuts.
What did we say? You cannot leave a single player from Shopify. You cannot forget about a single player.
Okay, I guess we'll bracket reset.
Huge, a triple kill to stop the flag run.
Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous from Sabri.
I guess we'll just have to go in the bracket reset.
It's going to be 3 dead. And Frosty probably a little bit shell-shocked.
Unbelievable stop there. Still a lot of time on the clock, but plays like that are really going to be morale hits there. As Shopify thought they were home free, and Legend picks up a triple kill, and it's still 3 dead. Cycle, last player alive bottom base.
And he's no shields as well. He gets cleaned up. 2 snipers in the hands of Optic Gaming. They get the return, but now the worry for Shopify with that chance falling through their fingers. What can they do against this onslaught from Optic?
Every time it feels like Shopify can take an inch, it feels like a player on Optic steps up and hits an unbelievable shot, if not 3. Formal gonna hold here. Gonna hold down this elbow angle.
I mean, Shopify coming out of their base at the moment. Cycle gonna challenge as a body into trade as Renegade will clean up the damage. Shopify 2 dead once again. Now Royal 2
We are just constantly in a constant state of 2 down.
Know where he is. Renegade's gonna try and hunt him down. Optic do get that toss of the flag out of the base, but the position of Royal 2 is making Optic think twice about this.
You can tell once again, everything's gonna slow down. So much on this flag and so much on this overshield. Renegade should be able to get it for free, and he does. Kills traded out initially.
Frosty does some really good damage to that overshield. Now he's been a nuisance. But Renegade will hunt him down and use that.
Okay, you started to pull their flag?
That battle is 3 dead for Optic, and I tell you what, Shopify have got that flag out once again. Now, is there anyone in position to do something big, similar to what we saw Legend do a few moments ago? I'm not so sure this time, but look, the overextension's coming forward. Somehow got this flag running for Optic.
It was 4 dead. Somehow Formal pulls that flag all the way to Arches. I cannot believe it. See what Bound can do to stay alive in Cave.
And all of a sudden,
That's such a not great spot for our flag.
Frosty will be able to get this return by the looks of things, even though Formal will get that kill, and all of a sudden they get the return.
Holy shit.
And we have a game on our hands here. It's 2-2 with just
Come on, boys. Just one more. Just one more pull.
Series riding on this flag. Shopify has rallied back after trailing 2-0.
We need Frosty to wake up. Frosty's been playing not great at all this series.
With a sniper in his hands. Last shot, almost with a bullet in his visor, just managed to step away and slide to his left. To keep himself alive.
But this is what we've needed to do. We are making it a close game.
See what Formal can do. He knows he has you can tell by the way he's angling and isolating these sight lines. He knows he needs to get the right damage, ideally a pick, to help his spawning teammates make sure they can push out.
Scary moments for Optic. You can tell they're just a little bit worried about the pressure that's starting to be applied by Shopify. In the back of the base, you have to hit shots. These fights in the back of the base. That flag is away. Big. Legend finds one off the body.
Royal 2 down's not great.
Shopify is starting to swarm though.
Down is down.
Overshield coming up in a few moments time.
Last shot down's not good. 2 down for Optic. Formal's 1. Cycle, please.
Most importantly, there should be an overshield in the hands of Shopify on this push as well.
Royal 2's got it.
This is big here. They got 2 dead again. Royal 2 still has some overshield to play with. They're going to start running this flag, and they have the damage they need. Oh, Frosty!
Huge Frosty. Huge Frosty. Who has the flag? Who has the flag? Why aren't we running? Run the flag. Can we run the flag?
The run is so staggered. The run is so staggered despite the fact they got the kills. Finally, they're
Okay,
running it here.
we run the kill. Start the flag.
Formal's going to overextend.
No, no, no.
He comes back through the arches and manages to slow this run down. It's 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Legend. Maybe not
Legend just once again in our base.
Maybe thinking countercap.
Oh, the flag is still out though. Let's see if that flag returns. Top mid.
Royal 2. Royal 2. Royal 2 gets the touch. 2 gets the touch. At the last possible second.
That is so big.
Finds himself having to go hero mode again.
2 dead though. down ring 1. And you have the Shopify flag down here on the porch.
I mentioned the overextension from Bound. Well, that stopped the initial run. That was why it was so stagnant. And now we're seeing the counter pull coming in from Bound. 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion.
We need a touch. We need a touch. We need a touch. If we don't get a touch, it's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. Yeah.
We go again. Here in Arlington, 4-0. They sweep aside Shopify.
Just when you felt like Shopify was going to put together a last-ditch effort.
Don't tell me they're going to a break.
Gaming shuts it down. Absolute carnage in those last few Slayer exchanges for all those flags. We saw multiple flag standoffs.
Are they really going to go to a 5-minute break?
Once again, it's Optic Gaming that see through the smoke. Identify what they need to do. Get an unbelievable return. By the way, Royal 2 running flag with Overshield with 3 dead. And somehow, Optic Gaming off the respawn find a way to prevent that flag from being ran. It sat right next to the repulse there, next to ring 1, for far too long. It felt like Shopify had everything they needed, the timing, the overshield, and the run. Instead, it's Optic Gaming that gets much more than just the game-winning flag. They get the first grand final. It's a 4-0 win. It's almost an immeasurable amount of momentum. And they reset the bracket here for a second best of 7.
I think if you were to ask, and I'm including the Optic fans respectfully in this conversation and in this question, what do you expect to see in this grand final? What do you think the score is going to be? I don't think many of them would have said 4-0.
Right. Even the boldest of Optic fans.
Exactly.
I don't even think Optic would have said 4-0.
That's what we see in front of us, though. And it's a 4-0.
That's at least close. That's at least what I wanted. We got at least a close game.
Top level. They are dominant performances. Then we see the steel that has been on display all weekend long from Optic Gaming in that game 4 to close it out.
Also, how about Legend?
That triple?
Legend last player alive, and he gets a triple kill to stop the flag run.
Immeasurable impact on that game.
Unreal. We'll take a look at the stats in just a second. I think Bound led the team in the kills category. Just top to bottom, amazing from Optic Gaming. And that game itself had everything to be a 2-0 game as we take a look at some of the highlights that would then go 2-2. I'm excited to watch these because, man, that felt like an absolute saga of gameplay. And Legend and Bound, they were heating up early. It felt like it was going to be a very quick game. Instead, Shopify let this one go, I mean, to a fantastic rally, but wow, just what a game 4. And I'm blown away by what we saw from both sides.
I mean, even this return here, look, Legend plays that corner, gets the kill, keeps Bound alive. Like, all of these little moments start to stack up. And there was something kind of, it almost felt like the script writers were out. It was Formal who runs that final flag in, right? Just marches towards that capture point to get that final one on the board. Optic up by 2. You have to give Shopify a lot of credit for the way they fought back in that game. A lot of teams would have just capitulated and thought, you know what, let's think about next series. That series is gone.
Here it is, Legend. Look, stops the flag run, hits the brainer, no scope for the double, and this, not easy. Has to hit the perfect triple to stop that run, and does exactly that.
It's generational talent. That's all you can say about Legend. Those kind of plays are almost instinctive, right? It's just individual brilliance that leads to Optic staying alive in the game. It could have been very, very different at that point. Formal starts getting involved as well. He's like, that looks fun. I'm going to have a few quick scopes go my way. But when it's all said and done here, bro.
Look at this one. Excuse me, Formal gets brained as well. There's 2 players to A1. How does this flag not go back? How does Optic
Why were we not running it?
on paper?
I feel like Royal just should have kept running.
And somehow they find a way. And that's what Optic has brought to Championship Sunday. And as you said, poetic that it's Formal, who assembled this roster for one reason. You got to be careful whether you have a camera or not. That Optic pit, that green wall's getting dangerous. And they are hyped. And for good reason. The series layout tells the story. It is a clean 4-0 from Optic Gaming to send us to a...
These first 3 games need to be a lot closer. I'm happy that at least this final score was close.
Nobody really saw coming. But Shopify Rebellion, they've got to take a deep breath. The deepest of breaths. They did win, of course, that winner's bracket matchup, which means they have a chance to still be crowned champions. Now, obviously, after the Sun Invitational, there was a lot of conversation about winners bracket advantages and the format there. Well, Optic Gaming will be happy, of course, just to be still in this final with an opportunity now with one more best of 7 to turn things around, to call themselves champ. This is the triple kill, though. It is just, I mean, firstly, great work from the production team in the back to show us that in slow motion, to show the level of ability, skill, and presence.
Frosty had such a bad series that game. That whole series.
By 3 kills, everyone else being shut down on the side of Shopify.
Look at Frosty stats. Says everything you need to, right? It's Frosty has not had a presence, not had an impact on this series as yet. Certainly didn't have it on that one, but this is a new one coming up, and he will want more than anyone to turn those stats around.
And I know the desk is going to be ready to break it down. I know we were saying we shouldn't look at the second best of 7 just yet. Turns out.
Oh my God! Don't break it down. Just go to the first best of 7. Just go to the next best of 7. Don't break it down. Just go to the next best of 7. Please, just go to the next best of 7.
Here in terms of where we've seen game type records, when we've already seen these teams play these 2 game types. Game type records here in Arlington, and I think that's going to give our friends on the desk quite a lot to talk about. Lottie, take it away and get us ready for this.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much, Bravo, on set. You're right, we have an awful lot to discuss here on the desk. Wow. I mean, there was only one story in that series, and it was Optic Gaming all over every single page, the blurb, everything. The chapters were just the unfolding of Optic Gaming and the unraveling of Shopify Rebellion. Wes, I mean, it didn't look too promising until that final map that we just saw in the series. We saw a little bit more life out of Shopify Rebellion, but it was all Optic Gaming. You mentioned how on fire they were and that you can kind of see another series coming our way, and that was for one reason, momentum. They had so much momentum heading into that, and my goodness, they did not slow down whatsoever. What did you make of Optic's gameplay there?
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. This is an on-fire Optic team coming from the elimination bracket all the way back from round 1. We keep saying it, but this is a product and a result of everything that they've gone through this weekend. Shopify were not able to catch their ground. I thought it was going to be Origin Slayer, but the second they fell behind early in Origin, they kept trying to play catch-up, and Optic kept their foot on the gas pedal the entire time. Once that game went out of their direction, and this went 2-0 to Optic, I knew the series was over. It was a matter of what time. How fast are they going to end it? Fortress CTF map that we know Shopify is the best in the world at. They still lose that. It was scrappy, and there were so many plays made to really determine the very end of that game and go into Optic's favor. But you got to worry for Shopify. The hotter this Optic team is continuing to get, the harder it's going to be to stop it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I said along with you, like that. This journey so far to get into the grand finals has been absolutely amazing for Optic. They look better and better, but here in the grand finals, they hit a flow state. They hit a level that's been even beyond what we've seen so far in this tournament, and so far what we've seen in this year. The way Optic are playing right now, they may be your champions here in the first major of 2025. That was scary.
No, incredibly scary. I don't know how you stop that. And I think maybe the only way you do stop that and kind of interrupt that flow state to cancel it out is by having a game type in the next series that is going to cause them a lot of chaos, something that they don't love. And let's take a look at that second series layout, because that map number 1, that is going to be Shopify's way back into this thing. This is going to be a piv of a map for Shopify Rebellion. Wes, we did see a little bit more from them in that final map, again on Fortress. CTF, they were able to kind of mix things up a little bit for Optic Gaming, although Optic didn't slow down, to say the least. Even though they were starting to see a bit more life out of their opponent, they weren't fazed by it whatsoever. This Assault Fortress is going to be huge for Shopify. What do you need to see from them?
It's everything, and I need to see more from Frosty. Let's call him out. Those stats are not Frosty. Like, we've been saying that Frosty's the best player in the game, has been throughout the offseason. Well, Renegade says otherwise. That series, this tournament has been Renegades up until this point. Frosty has got to get involved and has got to start changing the impact of some of these games. It's brutal, man, and we've all had series like that. Even the greats, even the Frosties of the world have series that they want back. Fortunately for him, he's put himself and his team in a position where they get a second chance at this tournament, a second best of 7 to right some of the wrongs that just occurred. And I can't think of a better game-type map mode combination for Frosty to get back in this series, to make his name a pivotal name in this moment than Fortress Bomb. So I'm excited to get this one kicked off. I'd love to be able to start it with Frosty if we're able to. And I need to see him immediately jump on the gun, because Optic is not waiting for you to make a play. They are making plays everywhere as individuals. You saw Formal hitting shots, Legend with the most disgusting triple kill of the tournament, Renegade, like I said, it's been his tournament, and even Bound. I mean, Bound is on a mission as well. So everybody on Shopify has got to start really stepping it up as an individual and creating equal amount of plays that we're seeing from Optic, or this is going to be another quick series.
100%. I mean, if you look at how to take down Shopify Rebellion, you take down one of their star players, a player that we have been talking about constantly throughout the entire weekend, which was Frosty. I mean, Tony, do you think that's a targeted hit? Was that something that they needed to do in order to make this a not close series, to just get the job done in this first one and reset the bracket?
I mean, with the way they were able to lock him down, it very much could have been. They could have been calling him out by name and trying to find out where he is, make sure he's the first one to go down so that they can ultimately activate the brood. That the good thing for Frosty is, outside of that one series, he's had an MVP-like tournament so far. So I could imagine we could see a huge bounce back. And then from there, what do Shopify Rebellion look like? That could be exactly what they need to turn this train around. A huge pop-off from Frosty.
I do think there's a lot of promise in how that CTF kind of ended.
Okay, here we go.
It looked like it was going to, and Optic got an early 2-0 lead throughout
we did good in that capture the flag. I think that's what we needed. Know that we can take close games to Optic. And I think this is where we finally start to lock in.
You started to see them match the pace of Optic Gaming throughout that game. That's why they were able to tie it up 2-2. And it was pure chaos in order to try and get that last cap in. Optic got it done, obviously, but I think Shopify feel a little bit more comfortable than they did throughout the rest of that series completely in those last moments of that CTF game, that give you a lot of hope if you're a Shopify fan to say this series is not going to be a sweep. It's going to go potentially the entire distance, so let's buckle in.
On the other side of things, you look at Optic Gaming and how they played throughout that entire series, and we're talking about pop-off players across the board. What Formal and Legend were able to do, not only in the KD department, but also in the objective department. What Bound did consistently in the damage, and we've been talking about all tournament long. Renegade has been the main slayer. When he's popping off, this team is winning.
I still don't know how we let Formal get away with that. That triple kill, that was insane.
You couldn't have asked for a better start in this Slayer, by the way. Formal just doing everything he needed to do to just get the leg up here over Shopify Rebellion and getting that power weapon out of their hands almost immediately, alleviating so much pressure on this map, which we know Shopify absolutely love. They are so good at Kali, but Optic Gaming, it was like they just had their number every single time.
7 hours.
And it's the first time, I will say this, I've ever seen Shopify look lost on the map.
Formal having that game 2 is incredible, strictly because the game 5 on the same map mode combination earlier on Saturday between these two, Formal had an abysmal statistical game. So for him to really step up in game 2 and continue the momentum for Optic Gaming, I think was everything for this team to put like their feet in this grand finals and really start to run away with it. I think as soon as that Origin Slayer was where Shopify was going to turn it around, Formal said absolutely not. And now Optic reset ground foot, first of 4 games, we will claim a championship here. And for someone like Formal to be the one that steps up, I mean, we haven't mentioned it really all this weekend, at least I hadn't heard it, that anybody remember what Formal placed last year at any of the events? Second, and a couple more seconds, I believe. He's got to be tired of it. Someone that's used to winning championships, one of the most prolific FPS players of all time, to have that many seconds, the fact that it didn't break him, the fact that he is still out for blood, still wants more. This grand finals cannot be a second for Formal. He stepped up, but it's not done yet. Optic Gaming have to assure that they get this championship to rewrite what's already happened in this Optic Gaming franchise over the past year. It was a year of hell from a second place finish perspective, and that can't happen again. They have to win this series.
I think looking right now at the stats based on the upcoming map set, you're looking at a 7-3 overall for Shopify, a 9-7 overall for Optic. You look at that and you just think to yourself, okay, this is a really great comeback opportunity for Shopify Rebellion. But I really do feel like this is a different Optic gaming that we're seeing based on those statistics. I really think that Optic have just stepped up to the plate and have probably learned from every single game, every single series they had to go through the elimination bracket. Just to remind you, from round 1, by the way, that's an awful lot of Halo they've had to play this weekend. They probably learned a thing or two about how to step up to the plate when it matters most with your tournament on the line. It is huge. This map is going to mean so much. If Optic take this first one, Tony, I don't know even what to say for the rest of it, because I think we could also be seeing a clean sweep across the board. This map 1 is everything. It's the biggest piv I think we're going to see in this grand final.
Yeah, man, I feel like we say it often how important these map 1s are, but think about it like this. Both of these teams are undefeated in Bomb here in Arlington right now. It has been known that this is a specialty of Shopify Rebellions on this very map. If Optic come out fresh off of 4-0ing them in the first series and come out and take map number 1 in Shopify Rebellion's house in Assault Fortress, I don't know what to say. They're winning. If they win map 1, they're winning.
I keep saying it. How do you stop the momentum that Optic has built? And Shopify doesn't have an answer. Nobody in the elimination bracket has had an answer. I don't know if there is an answer. This team is too hot right now. They are playing the best Halo. It is up to Shopify to come up with something the rest of the bracket could not in order to win this grand finals.
I have an answer. You got to rip faces off Optic Gaming. And there's only one way that you can do that, is stepping up to the table and having a very steady reticle. It's going to be very difficult because Optic are going to make your life incredibly hard. But if there is a team that I know who can take faces, it's Shopify Rebellion. They have shown us every single series this weekend how good they truly are. They have put together a highlight reel. Not only have they won series, but the way they have won series, it's just like stunning. Everything that they have managed to do is beautiful. I need to see more teamwork coming forward. And I know it's easier said than done, but teamwork is going to be what makes this roster shine in this series. And they have the best teamwork here, Wes.
They did. Until this Optic Gaming team caught fire. No longer are you seeing Frosty be able to stay alive, finish his life, and impact some other combat loop that's going on across the map. We need to start seeing that again. How do you slow down Optic? How do you
as much as it's taking Optic out of their like flow and momentum, it's like
I mean, these players are some of the best in the world at it.
Easy
Obviously,
to
being
play.
the number 1 seed, coming from winners bracket, already having taken down Optic, we got to get back to that form if we're Shopify Rebellion.
I'm kind of happy you asked that question, though, because I feel like it's very easy for me to become a prisoner of the moment after seeing what Optic just did. It's like, wow, it's all Optic, 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 but you kind of put these in perspective a little bit. You know, what if Shopify Rebellion been up until this grand finals? They have been the hottest team in the league. They have been a tournament favorite. And if there's any team that can come back in the last shot, Frosty, Psycho, Royal 2, it's these boys right here. They're going to have to brush this off, and they're going to have to bring their A game.
Well, I've heard the Green Wolf fans screaming their lungs out in this arena, but two other guys who've also been equally screaming just as loud are our casters on the mics, and rightfully so, because some of the things we're witnessing, lads, are just insanity. The triple kill, just so much dominance across the table here. You two must be lapping it up. Are you having a good time?
Having a great time. How could you not, right? We can't help but scream in these kind of situations. The plays that we've been seeing made in that first series, the fact that we get to see another series between these two is just a special moment in itself.
Yeah, you made a great point as we were just watching the replays there. It feels like every single player at Optic Gaming was popping off multiple times in those games, and it feels like with the score lines they had, it was almost required, but putting on an absolute show. And I think, as we said at the end of the series, no one, even Optic Gaming themselves, I would say, would have placed a bet on a 4-0 that was that dominant, and almost punishing that they go right back into Fortress for Shopify, right? It's going to be a little bit of deja vu, feel like they're maybe still in that same blender, so they're going to have to mentally reset pretty hard.
Maybe a little bit of redemption. Who knows? Well, on set, you cross your fingers, you got your wish, so enjoy, fellas.
Maybe I've got more power than I should ever be given.
Yes,
but
sure.
let's find out what's going to happen in this next series. We did mention, of course, that the first game type is going to be
Come on, Shopify.
which is a little bit different because we always talked about Shopify Rebellion, how they just seem to be a little bit ahead with the newer game types, but it's different. It feels different. The fact that we've just had Fortress played, and that's the one where Optic reset the bracket.
Yeah, and it feels like there's two sides of this, right? I think first of all, as you heard the desk just say, I think rightfully Shopify is going to think, okay, right at the end, we're starting to find our groove. It came late, but we're starting to find our groove and starting to find our form. I think they can bring that momentum into game one. They'll certainly try to do that, but I mean it when I say loading back into Fortress is going to be a little bit of a mental hurdle, just a total brain blender to be like, okay, we're playing the same team on the same map in a oddly, similar game type. And we're going to have to see what we can bring together in this series. You and I did catch Shopify backstage. They seem to be in I would say,
pretty jovial.
Given what we just saw, high spirits. I think they seem focused. They seem serious. Don't get me wrong.
That's a good sign. That's such a good sign.
Faces, but it does seem like they are ready to lock in. It goes without saying that the team you're looking at here, Optic Gaming, they are ready to keep going. And Shopify has to find some way to get just a little bit of a foothold of some sort, right? It cannot simply be that they're getting 4 dead and some initial control.
That's a good sign. The fact that even though we just got all forward for the first time against Optic,
even if it doesn't mean that bombs are arming, they need to find some way to just remind themselves what they're capable of.
The fact our vibes are good
in the preseason
is a good sign.
But Optic Gaming have proved themselves not just for
after listening to like every team Shopify has talk, as long as our vibes are good, we're like, it's a totally different game. As soon as our vibes are down is when we really struggle. As long as we got good vibes, and it's still so possible.
We are here, one series to decide who is going to be your champion, who is going to get their hands on that trophy, sat in the middle of the stage, and who will call themselves the first major winner of the Halo Championship Series season. Shopify Rebellion, Optic Gaming, 4-0 in the first series to Optic Gaming to send us to this second best of 7. We're back on Fortress, but the game type this time around is going to be Assault.
And let's not forget, Formal and Optic Gaming assembled this roster for one reason. They split up a World Championship winning roster. They caused the craziest roster mania in over 20 years of professional Halo. And Formal on record as saying he would not compete this season unless he had these 3 players next to him. And you're starting to understand why. We got a second best of 7 to decide the tournament.
Okay, huge. 3 down already is huge.
Royal 2, the amount of kills and damage he's managed to rack up from this armory and spiral position. And they're already starting to move that bomb under the base here, Shopify Rebellion. Larson will find one!
Huge.
For Optic, that bomb is already moving in. And if you peek,
Huge.
Royal 2's going to take your face off. It's a double kill for him. And almost immediately the first
Already an arm. That's big. That's what we like to see.
What an enormous deal. We were all wondering how are they going to mentally respond to what they just received, what they just saw. A decimating 4-0, but they're right back in.
Huge.
It only took about 40 seconds of play to get the first bomb in on a game type which often ends on time. Still 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
Be careful they don't go back to back here with these bomb arms. Renegade's going to push Royal 2. Royal 2's going to stick him and
Huge Royal. That's okay. That's okay.
Finally, they flushed him out. My goodness. That's an electric start from Shopify, and boy, did they need it.
They needed it exactly.
If we can get a touch on the bomb too, that'd be huge.
Because they are showing signs of life, and like we said, early control as well. And what a time! Let's get into a listen in here with Shopify Rebellion.
Okay, is that camo probably that they just got? Oscar last shot.
One spawner now, might get off bottom. He is spawn fly, going snipe right now. This got me, this spawner.
Huge.
They're flag stairs again. Two stairs side. Yo, oh, John, OE drive. To top side. They're porch. They're bond. They're bond. Snipe down our left side. On me. John is side. Going back to their bond. Going bond spiral. Nice, good kill.
Huge kill. I think that's snipe down. Yeah, snipe down. At least one snipe down.
They're just shooting their base, doing nothing.
Big trade. Huge royal. And we got overshield.
I'm going top there. We'll get size one there. Yeah, there's snipe going up. Yo, Matt, they love hiding under the base, okay? Elbow right now, we. Could be one S1. On the base, 100%.
S1.
Yeah, under the site. Watch out. Behind you, hit him once. You got there. Watch out. One shot. Our wood. Our wood now. Ring that. It's ring bomb. One spawner. You got stuck. You're going the cubby. Got him. Oh my god. Yo, man, watch you. Top tower.
Matt's still owning their base.
Yo, no, they're poor Cerebro. They're both. Come on. That's not funny. Get serious. It's nice one. I think he's still sniping. Still sniping.
Chat, I'm stressing out. But so far we're doing good. Huge shit from Royal too. Wait, are we getting bomb? Bomb is under base.
He's on another killing spree, and Optic cannot get him out of this position.
I think the best man comp for something like Matt's still alive, just dominating their base, and he is indeed. He's 13-5, also leading the team in assists, 13-8-5 right now. And it is safe to say it is
Cycle is up. They have to call that someone snipe. I know Cycle's dead.
Royal 2 off the back of these 2 kills though, just coming from his teammates, is going to keep it alive, keep the focus there as the overshield pops in 3 seconds time.
Almost already there, Bound's already there as well. Optic with a very good presence around ring. We'll see who snags this overshield though.
Formal was taken down. Renegade might fall as well. He goes.
No. Okay.
Kill and finally cleans out Royal 2, but it's
I don't like that we just kind of gave them bomb.
Finding a sniper rifle of his own, and Optic Gaming have been peppered so far in this game. They've really spent very little time outside of their own base.
It's really impressive to see the resilience and the bounce back from Shopify here. Not easy to do after we just saw what happened in the first grand final. Cycle stays alive on the elbow as well.
They did not get bomb very far at all. Can we get a touch? But
for now, a little bit of a standoff here. A lot of time has elapsed though. 5:30 left. Cycle still alive. Takes down
Get a touch. Bomb reset. Huge snipe from Cycle. It is 3 down.
Legend just gets sent immediately back to the black screen, and Bao might be next.
It was 4 dead there, and they even got essentially the follow-up kills. Nice shots.
There we go.
Still alive on the elbow. Might finally be flushed out.
And that snipe went. I think snipe went over the side, which is nice.
And off of that spree, Cycle stayed alive in the elbow for so long that he's 18-8 in the game.
One thing you got to give Optic credit for, though, it's still only 1 bomb that's been armed. It's still within 1 play on that objective. And for the first time in quite some time, we see Legend and a member of Optic on the Shopify Rebellion side of the map. Bomb will reset in around 10 seconds time, and with the kills going down in the Optic base at the moment, it's going to be up to Legend to have to flank it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Legend being able to do huge rotate like that.
Steals this game #1 after what we've seen off the opening 7.5 minutes from Shopify. They look fantastic, but the game is not over yet. Might see a bomb reset here.
I think Frosty wants this time.
Huge. Legend down. And Renegade down. Get a touch.
If he can do so, then Shopify Rebellion, having just picked up on Overshield as well, might be able to go up by 2.
Look at the timing there. He does not take any damage from Formal whatsoever. So, oh no!
Damn.
A little bit of Overshield left.
Damn.
That's going to stop that rush.
That's gonna stop the play.
Just a little bit over-aggressive there, not playing off of damage, just trying to take space, knowing they had that Overshield and Optic.
We're locked though. We're doing so much better.
Be able to survive. That bomb is still under their base though, and the longer it's there, the more they just have to play around it. They can't make progress up the map. They can't even think about getting that bomb towards where they need to in the Shopify half of the map.
Yeah, reset now here. Presumably, no, it's a touch. A player. It's Bob's arming.
We're getting another arm? Wait, Royal 2's still there. And the bomb's right there. Wait, last shot's right there.
Renegade will be able to get that one away. It is a scary few moments there for Optic, but upon reflection, in conclusion,
Does he have overshield? No, he just has regular shield. That was crazy.
Frosty flew in to get the last second touch after they had pushed up, and then almost, I mean, a moment away, less than a second away from getting that second sneaky arm, which
Form will become significantly less deadly in one shot of this sniper.
Optic have that bomb onto the Shopify side of the map. Not by far, but by far enough. Frosty trying to take down Formal will be able to do so.
Huge.
Not sure he had any sniper ammo left to try and hit a no-scope.
Yeah, we should be able to get it all the way back here.
Goes all the way to A1 without taking any damage. Really nicely done, and now they need to work around each other. But a lot of pressure on Frosty here at the bottom of the armory.
Optic a little bit trapped under their base though, in and around the spiral. And if they pick up
Actually, last shot.
how far that bomb is up the map, then this is a scary proposition for Optic.
Nice job, Legend.
Frosty will find one. It's 3 dead for Optic. Last alive is going to be behind Frosty. He gets the beat down.
That's okay. Bound is one shot.
Should be enough. The bomb is being armed. Last shot is there to protect. Cycle's got it in his hands, and it will be 2-0
Bomb armed.
to Shopify Rebellion. The regain is coming in.
I'm not gonna say this is game, but with the amount of time Optic has, and they just haven't been able to put something together, this is looking tough.
Not only a foothold in the series, but a firm control of the scoreboard. 2-0 with less than 2 minutes left to play.
Cycle is making Optic chase shadows. They cannot find where he went.
I don't know what happened to Shopify last series. It literally, this looks like a different team. This both looks like a different team. Like, look at this. 26 from Cycle, 22 for Royal 2 and Frosty. 14 for last shot. Not too bad. Could be better, but not bad. Last shot is 3 kills off of lapping Renegade, who's kill leader for Rebellion. Optic aiming. I guess Cycle just drops a 30 bomb, maybe? We have bomb back under their base again?
Man, this is his jungle gym. All your elbow are belong to us. Cycle cannot be flushed out of elbow. Now 1 minute left here. And this should be, once again, a victory lap for them.
This series feels very different. This game feels very different. But this is a reminder that Shopify Rebellion, when it comes to Assault, seem to have something a little bit special. It's a game type they would be very happy to see. But they
Damn, Cycle.
would be too sad to see Cycle no longer on their elbow. Finally, maybe when this game is done.
But not before he records 29 kills. He's 29 and 13. 30 seconds left to play.
Another one here for Frosty.
What just happened? This was like...
5 and 17. Welcome to the grand finals. Bradley Bergstrom. A quiet first series that we saw from him, but certainly announcing himself to the grand finals in this one. Last shot
Yeah, even if they get one arm, this isn't enough. This is guaranteed we win.
Stat padding, if I'm honest, in the last 2 minutes of play, but hey, all that will matter is the scoreboard. 3 seconds left.
Shopify Rebellion swept aside in the first.
Cycle's just trying to do trick shots. Holy.
Belongs to them. They get their first game on the board in our grand finals, and they are up by 1 in the reset.
Huge win. Huge win.
Ever need that? Not just the game on the board, but to break that streak from Optic Gaming. which was, as we said, one of the fastest
Hold on, chat. You have to see this.
in competitive Halo history. And the momentum
Shopify just posted a picture of Cycle transitioning over the last 3 years of when he signed in 2023 to now. Check it. Hold on. I'm also retweeting it, so if you look at my Twitter, you'll see it. But look at this. Started off young, even younger than he is now, and now just grown up to be one of the best players. They literally just posted this like a minute ago. True, what a glow up. Pure glow up from Cycle.
He was alive for what felt like a lifetime, an eternity, down here on the bottom of the armory. Just when you thought maybe he's going to take some damage and get taken down, the repulse keeps him alive for a little bit longer than Optic fans would certainly have wanted to see.
You saw last shot there, and the player cam also pop off. And if you're a Shopify fan, that's what you want to see, is them getting loud. We know from experience watching this team play that they're playing their best when their comms are frenetic, when they're all hype, when they're all loud, gassing each other up. No doubt there was a whole lot of that you heard during the listening. And unsurprisingly, based on the numbers, based on the control, Shopify is right back in this grand final and now find themselves only 3 games away from still taking the tournament.
It's just a lot of good for Shopify Rebellion to take away from that game. Not just the win, which is obviously, you know, #1 on the list of things you've got to do, but little things like controlling snipes, hitting good shots, getting overshields. How many times did we see a Shopify Rebellion member with an overshield in their hands? Poor old Legend, by the way. It's like that one's for the triple kill. I remember that.
We should mention as well that they were able to pair this. They weren't just simply keeping their teammates alive in Spiral and Elbow, which, you know, has a certain
Okay, what is the next game mode?
timing the overshield so well.
I don't know what the next game mode is.
Multi-kills around ring just
It
before the
is...
excellent snipe control as well. They were really, as you say, doing every single piece
That still has the first grand final. Oh, perfect. Slayer on Streets. This might be a bit tough. This will be tough.
One of those players from sneaking up and getting that bomb on. They're so smart at just making sure the kills mean something. Whether it's progress, whether it's trapping you on a spawn, Shopify really do have a
And hopefully,
when it comes to bomb. Now we move our attention away from that though, and
hopefully make it out.
Shopify have done onto something a little bit more straightforward. It's going to be first to 50. Slayer on Streets. Let's talk about those records.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at, specifically, as we look at Key Slayer's first here, 17 kills. Slayer stats in the grand final. Formal 14 for Legend, and also quite a KD.
Can we look at Shopify?
Final. I mean, that is absolutely unbelievable to be recording KDs like that in a first grand final, but it feels like storyline-wise and momentum-wise, all of that is put to the side, especially if you're on the side of Shopify Rebellion, because they're locking in now with a series lead.
Well, it looks like game 2 is almost ready to go. Optic have been testing, they've been bruised, they've been battered throughout this tournament. And it's just going to be another blow that they're going to hope that it's just a glancing one that they can add to the collection. Can Optic answer back after a strong performance from Shopify Rebellion in that first game? Head to the streets.
And what a grand final it's been so far at the first major of the year, whether you're joining us here on Twitch, on YouTube, in the Scump Watch Party, the Maniac Watch Party, LVT all around. Thank you for tuning in. It's been an unbelievable set of games so far, and there is still
Here we go.
more Halo yet to play. We're underway in game
Just kills.
Already on your pink streak. He is flying forward, but he can't
No!
get the finishing headshot. The final bullet to connect with Bound in that situation.
Huge flash shot was one. Or someone was up. Okay, already Formal is the only one up right now. Huge. One kill for each of us, that's huge.
Trying to get some eyes on it. Renegade will pick up a kill on the pink street, which gives Optic a little bit of space to play with.
How many people are still watching mainstream? 21k. Goddamn. Jesus, Legend.
Last shot, the Legend just did that too.
You get the feeling that every single 1v1, especially at this stage, and especially in a pivotal game 2 Slayer, is going to be so important. That 1v1 secures the camo from Renegade.
Okay, I don't like that at all.
A player with an unbelievable legacy who needs no introduction, but already defining a new era for himself this weekend in terms of consistency. What can he do with this camo?
We've seen some misplays with camo so far in this tournament where one player's gone a little bit early. Not enough damage being done, but that mistake is not being made.
Don't look.
elsewhere on the Pink Street. Optic are cleaning house, and it's going to be Formal trying to find the last player alive. He sticks him into PD in more than one way. A plasma grenade sends him to J when it's going to be 12 to 8. Renegade barely had to do anything.
Textbook from Optic Gaming. As we said, that single 1v1 at Cafe with the sidekick, pivotal in terms of securing the camo, securing the next few kills, and they slowly pick apart Shopify to now have a 4-kill lead.
Renegade finds another one, 4 and 2, double positive off the rip here for the man on your
Okay,
screen.
huge.
Slow it down for just
Renegade down.
2v2 as we turn attention back to bottom middle, and that camo is back up again.
Oh, no. God damn it.
There comes in from Legend once again. He's in the same spot. A little bit of deja vu, no problem for him. This camo is going to be big as well. It's still a 5-kill lead as Bound picks up another one.
Show the Renegade just picked up the camo as well. Indeed, he does get away
Oh
with
my
it.
God.
Shields, but still with his life in his own hands. Frosty
Boys, we need to get the camos. We need to play these camos.
rail. A little bit of damage done to Renegade here, but again, he's trying to wait. He's trying to play off of damage. He's trying to see if he can be maximum effectiveness when it comes to using his power up, but it looks like elsewhere Shopify Rebellion are winning those fights, and now they get flooded. It's 3 kills, the difference between the two teams.
See what World 2 can do. That's a big push on that last camo, and it felt like they could really run away with that, but instead the camo doesn't get involved as early as it needed to. Still
We need to secure camos more often.
Much more if they put that camo play together a little bit more evenly.
First few minutes of this game seem to have just flown by. 21 to 17 the score, 9 minutes left on the game clock. Shot finds one onto Renegade, a couple of players stacked up on the arcade side, so Formal says, you know what, I don't fancy that quite now. Legend will move in to clean up one of those.
What?
Kills traded out initially. See what Formal was able to do here. He does have help to see with that red gun. Kills traded out in the back of C, and now it's just
Huge last shot.
2-kill lead for Optic Gaming. Let's get into a listen in here as they try to extend their lead further.
There we go. I was say. Wait, we're getting a Shopify listen in? I thought we were getting a Optic listen in. This is... This lead is... This lead is getting away from us.
So as you would expect, Shopify sounding hype, sounding energized, but it's Optic Gaming who have this lead, who are looking strong in this position. Big fights going down around the camo. It kept getting traded back and forth, and it ended up being burnt.
Yeah, Optic Gaming controlling during all of that listening, and just as we said, it was just a 23-21 game, and Optic has done so well to make sure Shopify does not get back in this. It's 3 dead, Cycle last player alive here at PD.
8 kills the
8
difference.
kills down.
Go for Optic Gaming. Cycle. Repulse sticky, not quite good enough here for Renegade, but it's good enough to keep himself alive. And here comes the reinforcements
How do you fight
sprinting
against
towards PD.
How do you fight against that? We saw Formal do it earlier too. If you have a repulse sticky, you fly in. You have the option of dealing some damage, just getting out, and guess what? Your 3 teammates are going to fly in for you. Now an 8-kill lead for Optic Gaming. They're right back in this.
Renegade just consistently changing his last known location. Every time he's seen in a fight, backs down, runs away, takes a different angle. It's so difficult to track on the map. 8 kills still the difference.
Taking the Jason Bourne approach. Pretty hard to nail this guy down. 41 to 32, and he's right back in this series as well. He's 13 and 6 in this game.
Oh.
You get the feeling he's on that same form he was in that first grand final. Perhaps one more camo to play with 8 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
Takes the one with last shot. Last shot, that's a big win. That's a big win. That's a trade that does
We need to do. We need to play with camos more in this when we go to Slayer. We really do.
Every single camo, and that is why this score is looking like it does.
We never get camos. We never play for them.
Absolutely no rush for him. You got to call out the Royal 2's weak, and you have a feeling that's going to get flushed out in the L. It does indeed. will slowly, once again, pick apart these last few kills. Only 5 kills to go for Optic.
Now Legend has a little bit of freedom. Gets spotted out by last shot, but it doesn't matter. The help comes in. Cycle does get the back smack, but it's a kill that brings Optic closer and closer to tying
this will be
series
game.
up in our reset. Renegade will find the 49th. It's 1 to go here for Optic.
We always seem to fumble in Slayers.
Picks up that threat seeker, gets some damage in. He takes the one. Frosty will win it, but surely Legend will move in to clean up this damage. The nade goes down, the headshot comes in, and Optic tie this one back up. They answer back.
And now this is more what we're used to here. The back and forth gameplay between these two, where you have one team putting on a dominating performance, answered back immediately by Optic Gaming. They tie the series 1-1. We should mention they had also won that game type on land at the Kason Showdown. They do it again, but not just that. It was a narrow three-kill win the last time they played this. This time it was 50-39. A dominating win, and you have to think for the Green Wall as well as the Optic Gaming players themselves. That is a big
Why do they need to do a break every like 2 maps?
We'll go into game 3 all knotted up.
Just play the game. Please.
16 and 7 for Renegade in that Slayer. A huge performance from him. A Legend again in Slayers just goes so kind of, it's always underrated. It feels like his consistency when it comes to Slayers. 12 and 8 for him, and a lot of the time, like we mentioned, he's not the one who's picking up a sniper rifle off the rip. He's the one who's doing it most of the time with the bandit and some stickies, just getting the job done. So Legend again, a great performance in the Slayers.
This is
just the consistency when it comes to
absurd.
in those game types.
So impressed with the timing, the pacing of the kills out of Optic Gaming. As we said multiple times, we saw them just trapping that one single player in PD, for example, and then being able to easily flush that player out. And then keep in mind that those kills were often so late that they had the next spawn rotation very easily because they're killing the 4th player sometimes 5, 6, 7 seconds after the rest of the team. So their next collapse, they'll have a man advantage again. And they were doing so well just kind of maintaining their own shield, maintaining the timing of their pushes and their collapses, and it led to a really consistent lead for the entire game.
And it's consistent, like I mentioned, pickups of the camo. Every time we're seeing it on our screens in these replays, it's an Optic Gaming member who has that power up and is able to make a play off the back of it. And it's not just making a play with camo. You have to give up so much ground if you don't have it, trying to spot it out. You can't
I wish that game was closer.
each other and try and get a trade. And if you're in a position where a team is pushing with a stalker and some grenades, you're so tightly knit that one grenade can do so much damage that opens up the map completely.
Right. Keep in mind, if you were joining us earlier today, around 3 p.m. Central Time, we were in the Elim final, thinking this could be a pretty quick day, maybe one of the earliest Championship Sunday finishes we've seen in quite some time. And Shopify and Optic, for very good reason, and we're grateful for it, had different plans for us. We're in our second best of 7 if you're just joining us. Optic Gaming 4-0ing Shopify in your first grand final to send us to a second and tournament deciding best of 7. We wouldn't have it any other way. We're tied up 1-1 going into Stronghold's Recharge.
Now, good news for Optic fans. Not only are we going back to Strongholds, which looked pretty good for them on live fire, where they dominated Shopify Rebellion a little bit earlier on in the first series. At the Kasan event that we had just before this one, 250-39 on Stronghold's Recharge in the favor of Optic Gaming once again. So that is a very good sign for them.
I mean, anyone who watched the Kason Showdown will remember that was a shocking turn of events after Shopify was looking so good out of nowhere.
Didn't mean to elbow my mic.
Essentially, you know,
I didn't hit it hard, but it was enough to move it.
250-39 in Stronghold Recharge the last time these two met on land.
Yeah, I can't believe this stream has been going on for 8 hours.
1.52 Renegade. I think you didn't really need to look at those leaderboards to know who was going to be up there, but a 1.52 with the next closest is your teammate Legend on a 1.19. That is how good Renegade is playing.
Exactly. If you haven't seen this whole weekend, you're wondering, okay, really, these guys keep talking about Renegade, it's a new era, yada, yada.
There's no way Shopify is still in this, and Cloud9 is showing up in kill leaders.
A 1.5 plus KD. But that's exactly what Renegade's doing. He's brought a new level of intensity to Championship Sunday, and it is shown.
And remember, this is just the bracket. This isn't including pool play, right? So this is against the best teams. This is the teams who have fought out of pool play, who are going into that bracket play. And they've had to play a hell of a lot of series as well. This is the crazy thing. It's been that consistent across those games and series.
And look how close it is thereafter, right? As you said, Legend at a 1.19. Everyone else is within 700 hundreds, right? Yes, hundreds of one another. And then you have Renegade, the outlier. And like we said, we've known what Renegade is capable of through all of Halo 5, through all of Halo Infinite.
Okay.
But it feels
We
like
need a lock-in.
he's performing in these games, but I think the best way to say it is that he's brought a new level of consistency to every game, and the 1.52 KD explains that perfectly.
Yeah, just an incredible performance, but he's got to hope that it's a performance which pushes Optic over the line. It's just one of those tournaments where you look back upon it, it's like, I'm a 1.52, my job is to kill things, and we're not picking up a championship. It's a
Okay, Chad, I need to run to the bathroom real quick. Quick bathroom break, I'll be right back.
If they win it, he would not care one single bit. But it does show how important his contributions have been to the success. I think the resilience of Optic Gaming. Some of the series where they were struggling a little bit earlier, Renegade dragged them through those.
He really did. There were times where they needed someone to go off, and he's putting in, once again, not just double-digit numbers, but double positive numbers often. That's the only way you get to a 1.52, is half the time you're going double positive, if not more. He's going to look to do it again here. Once again, Stronghold's Recharge will be your game number 3 and your go-ahead game in the series.
And Optic Gaming are certainly heavy favorites if history tells us anything when it comes to this game type and even this game type and map combination. Like we mentioned, last time these two teams met up on this game type, 250 to 39. On LAN, Optic Gaming took it home.
And as you see, they have played Strongholds here at Arlington. Different map, but Optic did take that game as well, indicating that they are able to play at the pace that they need to. We're underway in game number 3.
Map number 3 of our best of 7, tied up our 1-to-1, just how you would want it. Eyes on Camo, no surprise, but look at this start. Look how quickly Shopify Rebellion are across the map. They double push tower, they take 3 members down. That Camo's there, and they're going to get C immediately.
Renegade was last player alive. Renegade also tries to go to B, which is going to cost them. He doesn't challenge at all, does not get the kill on Camo. Now Frosty here with Camo Shock. Big opportunity for him to start to pull away. They lose AC though, immediately.
Optic split across the map. They do lose AC, like you're saying, but they've got an element of control and a pinch going on here. Frosty has to take down Bound though. Bound's trying to play this one nice and easy. He doesn't have any shields. This is the shot. Royal 2 says, I got you, buddy. You get warm.
Still 2 dead. Renegade trying to peek Mount Ledge. BC will be flipped, but Optic doing very well from a disadvantageous position once again to now start flipping B as well.
Look how hard it is to hit Legend. Just G-sliding off of every single surface that's available. Frosty finally will cut him down as he decides to just take a more traditional route and just sprint in front of him.
Gonna dip, hope the rest of the game goes well. Bye-bye.
Before Frosty can get the shot off there in long haul. It was 2 dead for both sides, and a small lead here for Shopify.
Hopefully this goes well. It's looking not so far.
Dead, and they're gonna hold BC, and the game's still just within a few points.
One reflection of what we just seen in the first minute or so of this game.
They're very staggered. Okay, we're all back.
No camo, no shock,
All 4 back.
and now they're going into a lead. Shopify Rebellion were not able to cement any element of complete control on the map. Optic kept it scrappy, kept it messy. As Bound flies in for a trade. Trades when you're scoring, never a bad thing.
Never a bad thing. It covers a lot of ground in order.
That's true. Trades and scoring. It's huge.
Deals some damage, but has no interest in pursuing further. Instead, we'll just take the grapple, which is dangerous to think about. They're going to start to flip A.
Looking for a triple cap here. 1 dead on either side at the moment. Legend going to fly out towards that camo, or is he going to say, you can fly towards me? Uses the grapple to grab it.
At least our Apex team's having a much better time in their games. Our Rocket League team's not doing too bad either.
C will start to flip, but look at the score. It was just 18 to 7, and off of all that control, Optic Gaming now up 81 to 18.
However, 4 dead. Optic Gaming will fall, and now you're seeing the triple cap.
Yes, my cat just scared me.
Gets converted. Look at the spawns. Look at the info. Royal 2 watches 2 Optic players spawn in front of him. Has to back up and stay alive, but complete control of the map here for Shopify Rebellion.
So well, manages his shields there. Able to stay alive and now able to fight at B yet again. And Shopify now with their own trim cap, and they're right back.
That's not great. We're gonna lose B and A. Probably. Okay. That nade from Cycle was huge for B. Reset B. Do we cap A? No. Ooh. Do we get the triple cap? We do get the triple cap.
Also Bound with a staggered kill with the man advantage continuing, so still 2 dead for Optic Gaming. they've gotten 3 kills as Shopify since that last kill, and more damage at long haul. The triple cap continues, and they will go into the lead. Perfect timing on the spawn cycling.
And not even that, they step inside of Optic Gaming. They have to try and force A to stop the bleeding. It gives an
Okay.
indication of where they're spawning again. So
So we just swap A and C.
have been cut down. Optic have not had 4 on the map for the last almost minute of this game. The triple cap
Ooh, that was clean from Frosty. That was a clean shot.
starts to warm up with that shock.
Beautiful shot there to get that kill before getting taken down. Finally, C will flip for Optic, but not before a huge rally. Once again, it was 81 to 18, and Shopify goes on a 100-point stretch to take the lead.
No, Formal's gonna get the camo.
Camo not burned, bottom middle. Frosty on the move.
Wait, he never used it. Frosty, grab that. And popped it. That's big. Needs to cap B.
Into their favor. Frosty going to be approached by other players. Whoopsie!
Huge back smack. We do have the C cap. Can we finish the B cap? No, it's got reset. Okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Whenever you have a player dropping gold, they're going to traditionally be checking back left bat. He knew that. He goes instead to front left bat and gets a clean back whack.
They're trying to cap A again. We are trying to cap B. We need to finish that cap on B. Or not. I didn't realize we were 4 dead. That's not cool. I see things buffering now. Hold on, chat.
And as we said, this is the back and forth gameplay, that we're looking for and expecting between these two teams. And wow, Optic was very nice bit of
Chat, is everything okay?
They might even pick up a few more
Okay, things might be okay.
And again, off the back of it, they will continue scoring at AB and
I
continue
think it's just because we've been streaming all day.
Shopify lead. It was a 4 dead in the end.
Playing for the 2 cap as well, not overextending too much at this point here, Optic Gaming. So score is going up.
Is what I'm assuming at least.
To what Shopify
Because that's because we've been streaming all day.
But they don't want to risk that triple cap because they know it's a resource-heavy play. And if it doesn't go well, we've seen the control.
Yeah, I don't see
that Shopify Rebellion can get. Optic will go
anything else buffering. I think we're good. Okay.
How about the baiting and switching? A will flip. We'll see what they try to do here on C.
Okay, we take A.
For Optic Gaming, if they continue to pressure A or not.
Yeah, it looks like they don't have the numbers to really pinch this one. They're trying to get across to help Cycle out, who's managed to just about escape. We're going to do it. Legend now is going to push in, and Legend does get that kill. Cycle, no shields, bottom tower, no nades to flush him out, but it will be Optic who flip A.
Wow, how about Bound and Legend there working together? They knew they had the right damage at the right angles. Legend was essentially pushing into a 1v2 for a moment. But instead it's Cycle who actually goes tower, allowing A to continue to be open. Double. Formal almost getting the triple there. One player left in.
Oh my god, that's so true. Everyone, stretch, hydrate. I just ran the bathroom, so I did my stretching, but I'm not drinking water in a little bit.
Inside of C, they want this triple cap, and Renegade has a shot. There's not many better players in the world to watch. Hero recharge with this shock rifle, especially when he's in this.
Frosty's not doing great again.
11 at the moment in this game, but that could change and look a lot more positive, like the 1.5 that he's had throughout this bracket play.
And this lead continues with the AC hold. Shopify needs to find a way to get the break. They do. They get the first 2 kills. Oh boy, but Renegade answers back.
And it's 2 down.
And that stops the push against the
Okay, all 4 down.
But it was 4 dead on the side of Optic Gaming. Last alive on your screen is going to be Frosty, who will be able to flip A. But look at the flood. Optic get on the map first off that respawn. They are flying towards the pipes, but there's Cycle. He cuts them down.
A double.
Beautifully done there. And now Frosty's got 2 Optic players inside of the tower.
The reason Frosty
Come on, Frosty.
that angle was to get a very deep spawn in red pipes. They got a great spawn that they're able to take advantage of at gold. However, Optic answers back big.
We cap C. We lose a triple cap, but we have A cap. We lost A cap.
But gets the kill and manages to convert C. Now he's just trying to back up. He knows that Optic still have members around. Bounds in front of him. He'll take him down. And now Shopify turn their attention to flipping A. The scores are getting closer and closer. But here's Formal. Wow. The trade comes in. 3 dead for Optic.
Somehow Royal hits that. Royal 2 hits that instant. Legend was your last player alive in B and needs to try to hold on what will be a very strong push.
It's a huge. We reset the B cap.
If Bound dies here, this is trouble for Optic Gaming.
Bound does die. And they're spawning on the long haul. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Last player alive is Legend.
Come on, come on, come on.
Actually an elevator because last shot is
Commando's huge.
of C. Royal 2 with the camo as well is going to finish this off.
And we have a camo.
Optic is split across at elevator. They are spawning all over the place at the moment.
Reset A cap.
Triple cap is back for Shopify. They could go into a lead in a few seconds
This is huge. Okay, huge. Formal down.
Coming in from Shopify. They will go into a lead here. Optic trying to wrestle C back.
Huge.
And even though C is being converted, the double cap of A and B is still here with 4 alive for Shopify Rebellion. If they hold this push from Optic Gaming, this could be them going up 2-1 in this series.
Watch the damage, watch the kill feed. It's another first pick coming in from Cycle. That could actually seal the deal.
Oh my god. Royalty is right there. Holy, huge back smack. Do we triple cap? Do we triple cap? We do get C. Do we clear B? Triple cap B. That's it. That's game. Holy. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. My god. My god. A lot of serious faces, but best man smiling. That's a good sign. I'm done. It happens in everything. If our team's having fun and like having good vibes, then it's over. It's like over. Hopefully I don't regret saying that.
Trying to make something happen, trying to get out of their spawn cycle, but always collapsing on the first spawner. Optic also not waiting for each other, trying to make something happen, and maybe.
And that was a big lead too. Royalty clutched up. Frosty still like has not been able to get out of the gate at all that series. Even in the first best of 7, he had one good game, I think, in the last 7 games.
You're right, there was a couple of moments where that blender was just devastating for Optic Gaming. Shopify Rebellion kept split spawning them across the map. They would pick up 2 kills on spawners, fly across the map as a 4, and keep that going back and forth for what felt like 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6.
Royalty was doing so good that game.
Amazing back and forth here.
He like clutched up for us like crazy.
Then you see Shopify off of a triple cap go into the lead by quite a margin. Shots like that from Frosty as well. Later on, it's still Shopify leading, and Optic is about to go on a huge run of their own here, and just really tug-of-war style gameplay back and forth.
This is a beautiful double kill here. This is the definition of target prioritization. Coming in
Twitch was perfect.
Really good from them.
I wish they'd stop showing so much replays and just get on with the game.
Just around the 200-point mark.
A couple of decisions made by Royal 2 in that A game I just want to talk about as well. You saw Formal cut towards Turbine. He recognized the most important kill on the map with that grapple was Formal.
Actually, chat, I just saw Shopify Apex won map or won game 5 of 6 in their set today. Let's check out that clip real quick.
You can get the shield swap.
Oh god. Hold on.
And just go for the clean tree.
Stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. We gotta watch this clip real quick, chat. And see how Shopify won in Apex today. Coifel, empty, designing, incredible.
Oh, and Shopify then wrap up around, and Gilbert not
empty
expecting
down.
it in that moment there. NRG in trouble.
Gilded's broken.
After you saw Zainu just
Coifel.
pepper into them. Coifel now playing up the low ground. He climbs up onto Timmy.
Clean.
And Shopify
Clean,
from
clean,
the low
clean,
ground
clean.
take over NRG.
Of course,
and
empty
take
had the
over game number
Kraber.
5 as your winners.
Oh my lordy.
Huge.
They've done it so well though. Look at that. None of them go down. They haven't lost any health.
20 points.
They can get the shield swaps and just go for the clean.
Incredible. What a team. What a team we have over in Apex.
Like that, anywhere near that, if we're honest, if they want to take this game yet again. Shopify with a big opportunity.
Yeah, they're 1 point off of winning for the day for Apex, so hopefully we do that.
However, Optic Gaming knows they do not want to go even further down in this series. If they tie it here, excuse me, if they win here, we'll be all tied up heading into the latter half of the series.
Well, get ready for a brawler here. This is going to be, you get the feeling, a long,
Yeah, NRG 62, Shopify at 61, 9 Lives 43, FS 38, Purple Slushy 33, SES 31. We have a good lead. So here, and as long as 9 Lives doesn't have like an insane game in this last game, I think we'll be pretty set to place within top 2 of the day for Apex, which is nice.
see how Optic Gaming looked with their
We do have snipe. Is camo up? Can we grab? I like the colors on that sniper rifle from Frosty, or Royal 2.
Who has been hot with this weapon all finals long. Think about the first game, that assault that we saw on Fortress. Royal 2 with a sniper rifle in the armory. Well, this time he's got a chance to go back and do some more.
And we have camo.
There's only one of them here on Livewire.
Royal 2 sets the record for the longest hard scope at the C-Plat quick jump in history of play so far. And once again, I think a lot of people will have noticed, if you've been watching a lot of Halo Infinite, especially this season, conservative openings from these two teams, right? Really slow off the opening because each team just looking for solid control.
We just rush in there, huh? This is not the play I think we need to make, or not, or I'm wrong. They make that call that bounds right there, right?
Pressure going to be coming from Big Door in just a second.
Big trade. We do want like kills and less trades, so we can try to make this lead. As you say, Legend really not taking a good job clearing that.
There's going to be times where you need to make plays like that, and that's going to blow things wide open. Now 3 dead for Optic Gaming, all because World 2 sits in back A, sits in window, and catches Legend off guard. They will continue scoring. The irony is,
Big trade.
Recharge in the first series. You're not listening. He said, make sure we're checking our corners. Yes.
That's not good.
Sometimes you got to follow your own advice.
Oh god.
16 points have been put on the board, but Optic have managed to
Excuse me, chat.
ball into a neutral position. As the first kills are traded out between Renegade and Cycle. Formal looking for bodies at the moment. Can't really find
Ooh,
anyone.
no. Unfortunate. Big trade though, immediately. Big trade. This is a very low scoring game of oddball so far. And we have the next camo. Sniper up in 20 it looks like. I was gonna say, someone... Ooh, no, that's not good. Ooh. I can't believe we got that kill. Legend only went up.
Really well handled there by Shopify. They only had one camo player alive around the ball. Cycle bought up a lot of time, and they essentially play the ball around scoreboard to maintain the 20-4
Okay,
lead.
sniper's down. That's not great.
Low scoring for any level because of how these teams are training, like you say, Mark. Triple kill for Bound.
Okay, good trade. Or, well, not. We don't really want trades right now.
20 points on the board for Shopify, 11 points on the board for Optic.
Sure, we still have a lead, but we still need a bigger lead would be nice.
Perfectly displayed for you that it is expected that each player will be able to get at least do the expected amount of damage and kills, and you're seeing them just statistically hit that perfectly. Speaking of shots, Legend going to try to burn some ammo now. Also gets a stick, of course he does, and that's what we're talking about.
That's okay. That's fine. This isn't okay.
Because they're going to find a way to eke out extra damage. Optic Gaming now scoring, about to tie the game.
I just give you an indication as well. Like, Legend has to do something like that for Optic to get 2 or 3 seconds of ball time. That's how tight this game is. That's how evenly matched these two teams are. 20 to 15 of 5 points. 1 minute 30 left on the game clock, by the way.
I think everyone's starting to watch the game clock now with only 1:26 left. This is one of the lowest scoring games, not just of
We do need to secure the ball a little bit.
in an oddball in a grand final.
Well, it was 3 dead for Optic momentarily, and maybe this is going to be the biggest hold of the game. Coming in for Shopify Rebellion. Players flying through the big door.
Oh, that's not good.
Down, nor does Formal. Legend gets one, and just as I think it's going to be a hold for Shopify, it's 3 dead for Shopify. Optic break cleanly. And now Optic have that ball in their hands.
The thing is, Optic needs to hold this for a bit.
The push is still coming here. Renegade still with QT, and somehow, with 70 seconds left, it's just 28 to 21.
Perfect shots from him. Has the QT away, and I don't think he really wanted to, knowing where that old ball is.
Yeah, didn't want to, but it was 2. Whose numbers? I think Shopify's got numbers right now. I think they have numbers advantage. I think it's 3 up each. Ball reset is big. Frosty going down is not huge.
Formal does have that camo. Legend has that ball in his hands. And Psycho is the last alive for Shopify. 30 seconds left on the game clock. But Optic finally will get that ball for long enough to go into a lead.
They go back into the lead. What a huge use of patient camo from Formal yet again. We've seen him do it so many times. But the game is not over just yet. 30 seconds on the game clock, but potentially a lot more scoring yet to happen.
No cycle. Okay, one down, but we have two down. Legend has to run though. No, it's over. They're gonna take map 4. Yeah, okay. God damn. It's close though. Okay. Oh my god, I totally forgot that was map 1. Or round 1. Okay. This is still winnable.
You need to be ready to play so fast, but there are times where you need to be patient. You need to be slow and get control. And these two teams are
We have Snipe starting off. Good job. Cycle gets a nade. Okay, I don't love that we're 2 down already.
Frosty with this sniper rifle needs to start showing us why he is talked about as being the form player.
Come on, Frosty.
This time and Bound will collect that bounty now with the sniper rifle in his hand. He can lock down that camo lane.
Nice little body coming in for Bound. As we said, so difficult to push him, and the team is there to clean it up. 1 dead for each side.
Another body, another kill. Doesn't get traded, doesn't get a beatdown landed on him as well. Spike grenade should keep him alive for a few seconds, but more importantly, it's allowed Renegade to move in, pick that camo up,
And Renegade has a camo.
multiple kills, have oddball in the hands of Formal again.
Was 2 dead for just a moment here, but Renegade with the camo and the lead. This is very big in round number 2. Let's get into a listen and hear the hold.
Okay, now we're getting an Optic listen in. I thought we were supposed to go in like the Slayer map. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I have to say, there's no way we lose that fight. They're gonna get camo again. I don't think it's out yet, up yet, but they're gonna get it if they do. Oh my god, we have it. That's our first grab the whole. No, no, no! Oh my god, that was not good. No, 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 no. Why are we letting him play alone? Okay, huge.
Optic Gaming, 60 points on the board here. You can hear the comms. They sound pretty good, as you would expect at this stage of a grand final. How much is on the line?
Okay, huge from Royal 2.
Last 30 seconds or so have
Clean.
And there's a nuke from Royal 2.
What should have been a trade and a play ball instead becomes a huge Shopify advantage and opportunity. And what a shot.
Formal, where are you looking?
Dances around Formal. And now just like that, we're back to around the 44 game.
Still the ball in their hands. Here's Shopify. Optic just got to be careful with. Frosty trying to fly out. Last shot's going to find a kill.
We need to get...
Back to green. Grenade goes back towards
No.
Renegade and Formal find kills. It's 3 dead for
We have to fight for the ball again.
Need that oddball bottom middle as well.
It's 2 down, though.
Roll 2 with a very important kill there to just even things up just a bit here.
How do we not...
You heard Lunchbox
Okay.
listening and saying, let's take our time here, guys. They have allowed Shopify to come back within 30, but Optic Gaming firmly scoring once again. It's a 4v4 push, and the first pick comes in for Optic Gaming.
Michael gets put in his back there by Formal. Such an important kill for him. Renegade now in an important one of his own, and he'll win that. 3 dead
Oh
for
my
Shopify
god.
Rebellion, 75 points and rising.
This one was so much farther from us.
This round would put them on even footing in this series if they could close out.
Not the first time that Shopify tried to go very fast, and it cost them again in this game. That's why we see Optic Gaming leading 82 to 33. Still a lot of time on the game clock, however, so this one's not over. Legend is your last player alive here for Optic Gaming.
Last alive, trying to buy time,
No.
trying to wait for spawns to come in, and the spawns do come in.
Psycho playing kind of far is not
Legend, no shields.
super comfortable.
Who's gonna win this one? It's Psycho.
Okay.
And how important could that be for Shopify Rebellion?
I guess I'll just shut up then.
They keep themselves clustered up together with that ball in their hands, and they might give themselves a chance here.
And they get the late kill on Formal here in Rat as well. Formal is only just spawning right now, so the kills will continue to be traded out. However, Psycho's last player alive. He needs to have a very good rotation here towards teammates.
Tries to hit the G-slide, might have just missed that one.
No.
Down the chimney, it's not Santa Claus, it's going to be Legend who falls and steals that odd ball away. Now rotating back to tower. We haven't seen the odd ball near the tower many times in this game so far, and now he doubles back. 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that's it.
Getting closer and closer to a
Okay, we go game 5. Or map 5.
Legend has that ball in his
We were going to anyways, but
and Legend will hold that odd ball.
we didn't even play poorly. It just what happened.
And surprise, surprise, we are all tied up.
And this is how this rivalry has usually felt.
Right.
Just when you think someone might pull away, no. Series is tied up. Tied up 2-2 here. Just like we saw online leading up to this event. Just like we saw at the case on Showdown. It's another big win for Optic Gaming. 133 to 73 in terms of total score. But 2 rounds to 0, and the stats did not lie. Speaking of stats, Legend, 27 and 16 for him. What a performance.
A lot of ball time, if I wasn't mistaken, for him as well in that game. This is just, this series, these 2 teams, just, it's an absolute pleasure to watch it. And I think everyone who's watching is kind of just taking it in and realizing how special
Jesus
these series
Christ, this game.
WrestleMania weekend at the moment, and there's a chant that goes down when there's a good match. It's like, fight forever. I feel like play forever is kind of the motto when you watch these 2 teams going against each other. You could watch this series go on and on.
Why is WrestleMania getting talked about so much this week? There's been so much talk about WrestleMania this weekend on a Halo tournament stream.
And Legend again in these moments seems to be a player stepping up this time around for Optic.
Damn. Shopify ended with 76 points in Apex. We win for the day. That is huge from us.
Get out of dodge fast enough when you're going up against Formal. That was great camo play, by the way, against Formal.
No, our Rocket League team just needs to lock in.
And it felt like they were just firmly
They're not doing bad, but they could be doing so much better.
Earlier, they found themselves on the receiving end of a 2-0 loss. Fortress Bomb, instead, this time it was 2 rounds to 0 for Oddball Live.
They're at a Swiss stage of their tournament right now. And we need to win 3 games to move on to the next one, and we're currently 1-1, and we're down 1-2 in the series that we're in. But I think we just go match point. Okay, so we're match point in our second series.
For the killing spree as well.
So many medals just popped up on his screen. I don't actually know what he did.
Unbelievable. Also, this return to sender from Legend was fantastic. It was all Optic Gaming all the way in our game number 4. As we get ready for game number 9.
This is usually how the games go. It's usually back and forth and back and forth. Ah, that was so. Oh, we won that. Never mind.
Optic taking it 50 to 36. 67. I've also seen them play this earlier this weekend. We saw that 49-49 Slayer as well. Some team nades on the side of Optic Gaming. They're going to be looking to have a very different game here.
Yeah, let's not do that again. That's not really how anyone wants to see this game end with a team nade. That's the Lunch has just whispered that in the ear of a couple of players before they.
Another Slayer. Oh my God.
We're all tied up. Game number 5. This is just enjoy it, everyone. Just enjoy it.
These two teams tied 2-2 head-to-head at Arlington here. Solitude Slayer, Shopify Rebellion. Maybe a tiny bit of a statistical lead, but this one is going to go down to the wire as well, just in case you didn't catch it in the winner's bracket.
Chat, this stream has gone long enough. After this series, we're not watching anything else. I'm sending you guys away. I did not think stream was going to be this long today.
Things gone differently. So already a lot of history between these two. Cycle doesn't get the camo because Legend threads the needle over the pillar on the camo.
Mistake from Legend. He's going to look to right that mistake. And like you say, it's crazy that this game type is the one that decided if Optic went home 3-0, feeling good, nice early night, and instead they were here late after getting in early and have to fight their way through every single opponent that came up against them. SSG dealt with. Nemesis, revenge taken. And of course, a phase in elimination finals as well, 3-0. They just kept picking up steam.
We're losing. We're running behind.
Pretty good at the start of this one, 7-3 with Legend. 3-0 and a shock rifle in his hands. Really nicely done.
We need to win this Slayer and then win the next map. If we win this Slayer, I'll be okay. I'll be comfortable. And then I just have to hope we have to clutch up on the next map, because I really don't want this to go to a Slayer.
Instead finds a kill of his own. Legend just outputting so much damage at the moment, 4-0, but influencing a lot of damage across the map for his teammates as well.
Moments ago, Renegade was 0-4-1. Big assist coming in from him. Bit of a brawl.
Huge.
Wants to pick up all 3 of these if he can, but in the end, happy to get an assist on that one. Now 11-8, so a little bit closer here. Shopify somehow fighting out of some pretty tricky angles.
One thing that's really notable is the pace of this game. Like, both teams just flying at each other so far. Everyone wants to just get the upper hand. They want to flex their muscles a little bit here, but nobody's seemingly getting too much of a lead going their way. Optic do
from Frosty.
have that lead, but Shopify keep trading, and
The
now
lead is slowing. Or it's I don't know what I'm trying to say. What? Okay.
Once again, Teamfire allows them to trade continually. However, most importantly, what was just a 10-4 lead or so is now 16-13 off of a double kill coming in. Frosty doesn't burn the camo either. This is a big moment in the game. 3 dead.
That's not good.
Camo does get popped.
Legend has camo.
It's a 5-kill lead for Optic with the camo. They could run away with it.
This is
time those kills perfectly. Around that camo popping up on the map, they pick up the 3 dead, they get the camo, they back-to-back 3 dead. Shopify Rebellion, and that is why you're seeing that 6-kill advantage now that they have in the game. Legend, he's just all about info. I'm sure that he's got a pretty good indication without the camo about where these spawns are coming in and around blue, but he has a chance here to clean up some of the damage his teammates are doing. Just doesn't want to get stuck, gets 2 in that situation.
We can't trade. We can't trade.
World 2 gets that audio cue and knew he needed to fly out to try to neutralize the player there. In the end, they do trade, but not before a lot of damage is done in favor of Optic Gaming. 23-15, and as you said, it was managed and controlled chaos from both of these sides, but it's clear that Optic Gaming has come out ahead with quite a sizable lead.
We need to play camos also. Every time we don't play for camos, we lose. That's big, but we're 8 behind.
I was going to say, we saw conservative Renegade earlier. That was definitely aggro Renegade. But hey, when you have a cushion like this, you can get away with plays like that. 26-18 now.
So when you're dropping 1.52s across the tournament, you can pretty much do what you want.
Okay.
Again, something to highlight here. Optic Gaming in the lead, of course, but it's formal with a big performance
Okay.
so far.
Still 8 behind, 7 behind. No.
Those big
Okay.
performances in those Slayers where it's just let the side down a little bit. Well, no signs of that whatsoever here in Arlington. 7-5 as they continue to lead by 6 here.
Camo pops. I think Shopify might grab that one.
This is a big opportunity here.
Thank God.
Now
We got at
only
least
down by
8.
7, and the game is still within reach.
Okay, that was kind of big.
And what Last Shot does with this camo, alongside his spawners, is going to be really, really influential on how the rest of this game plays out.
Fortunately for him, like 2 teammates just fell alongside it, so he can't extend, he can't go forward because there's going to be multiple players if he gets called out and a bullet taken, they're just going to collapse onto him and it becomes a trade.
Look at the Optic Turtle. They're going to sit in Cafe and Blue, and they're going to make camo come to them. They're going to waste all the camo time, and they're going to win also the advantage. Look at that. It's a beautifully handled camo, well managed there by all of Optic Gaming. No kills recorded alongside the camo.
No.
Camo doesn't even get a trade in that situation. Royal 2 and Frosty will pick up a couple of kills, but the lead is continuing to extend here for Optic.
They're about to have another 5 kills behind.
Come Shopify Rebellion. They flood. They managed to get the kills. It was 4 dead for Optic Gaming. And now it's just a
But we're still 5 kills behind.
They have the pinch here, and they
Okay.
are starting to split spawn Optic. 2 alive on the map. Just trying to hide, trying to stay alive. They want 4 on the map desperately here, Optic.
Wow, this game is absolutely flipped on its head here. Here comes Optic trying to fight out of Hotel with all 8 players alive. Let's go do it. Listen with Optic Gaming.
Oh my God, we take the lead. Huge. Don't like the trade. Okay, they're up a kill now. Great. Oh my God, they're building a lead again. We're and they have camo and shock rifle. Okay, we go map 6, and then we need to win that, and then it's going to Slayer. Yeah, we're not gonna. Oh my God. It's gonna be because we can't close out a Slayer.
Can we slow down a little bit? Formal says in the listening, and then he takes the game over. The shock rifle, the camo, leaves him at 14 and 9, and it puts Optic.
We can't close out a Slayer, and it's gonna cost us.
They take the Slayer, and it's Formal who leads the way.
And you can read the lips on Formal. Very happy with the team after that one. They take control. They take over 50 to 38 is your final score. And in doing so, they take the series lead at 3-2. And we don't need to tell you watching in the arena or at home, there is so much riding on this series. This team assembled to break the second place curse that Optic Gaming was subjected to all of 2024. And with games like that, they now find themselves only 1 game away from taking the title.
1 more game. Optic Gaming, so close. And this would be one of the most historic, I think, tournament victories that we've seen in quite some time. Think about, again, what Optic have had to go through.
Exactly.
It's been crazy. Let's just start with the second place curse, right? That consistent story that was all of last year for the organization, for Formal in particular. Come into this season, look pretty good. Then all of a sudden, Shopify Rebellion pop up, start winning the onlines. We get to the first event, which is a little table setting, a little taster for the season. They come in second place, even though they split games. It's still second place. They then come into this event, they get beaten by Nemesis. An upset, we have to say. Nemesis were great, and have to go on this insane elimination.
Come on, Shopify.
With the power outage, which means they have to come back first thing in the morning, about 8 a.m.
Yes.
Finish that series out, which they lose. They then have to keep going.
We need to win this cap.
Fight their way through all day. They play their last series at about 10, 11
I would say around 14 hours later, the same day, Optic Gaming was in the elimination bracket, still fighting through just to get to today.
Still hear me?
And then getting to today, they have to go through phase.
Hello?
They look great.
Okay, you can.
It's been a historical run. And then they get to the grand finals. Shopify Rebellion, who have had their number.
I don't know what is gonna happen,
Through SSG as well.
Through SSG as well. Apologies.
but I am stressed.
They not only reset the bracket, they 4-0. It's one of the most
We
dominant
did worse in this Slayer than the first one. You're just not a Slayer team.
in front of their home crowd. They're doing it here in front of Maniac and the Watch Party. Shout out Collects, Lethal, and of course APG as well, holding it down. But there's still one thing missing, Andy, and that is one more game. One more game to call themselves champions and finish what has been the most ridiculous story and tournament run that we have seen in quite some time.
Could not agree more. The road that they have taken here, especially when you add the backstory of this roster assembling and dismantling a team that had just won a $1 million world championship, to then fight the road that they've fought, to have lost to Shopify earlier. All the talk, all the chatter, all the grinding, as we said, yesterday was probably a 14 to 15 hour day for Optic Gaming in the elimination bracket, but it only made them stronger, as we saw. Amazing games all day today. The 4-0 and now fighting for their lives here in the second series. But how about these last two games? It's a huge, huge turnaround for Optic Gaming. Now only one game away from taking the first major of the season.
The other side of the coin. Yeah. If Shopify come back here, boy, it's not going to be a nice place to be for Optic Gaming. It's going to be a very, very bitter pill to swallow after everything they've gone through to get to this point. Now, CTF Forbidden is going to be the game type that we go to. It's a game type which is very kind of unique when it comes to capture the flag game types in Halo Infinite. You've got dual snipers, you've got an overshield, but you also have the ability to take games over. You can double cap. And before you know it, that game, that CTF Forbidden can be done. And we're into, if it goes the way of Shopify Rebellion, a game number 7, Slayer Recharge, where your head is all over the place.
I am so glad this is game number 6.
Same.
This is such a visceral, in-your-face, dual sniper,
There we go.
fast-paced CTF match. And it's the
I don't like that Legend is up there,
to decide if we go to
but
game number 7 or not.
8 flag caps for the whole tournament between Royal 2 and Last Shot.
And also in this lobby, of course, Royal 2 and Last Shot not far behind as Optic Gaming retakes the stage.
Hopefully we win these. Hopefully we win these. Hopefully we win these.
One more game. One more game is all they need. For Shopify Rebellion, send it the distance. Make Optic sweat. Steal it away from under them. And I think you're right. CTF Forbidden being this game type is, oh yeah, like you say, it is going to be two just giants headbutting each other mid-map. And you're going to have the chance for those big moments that are going to decide if this tournament continues or if we'll be crowning our first major champion of the year.
And we should really mention LAN records so far, including the case on Showdown. Shopify Rebellion 5-2 in CTF, Optic Gaming 4-4. So if we are to believe that there is any statistical advantage here, we've learned that we can often throw. Exactly.
Yeah.
We've seen Shopify dominant on CTF with more than a 2x record in terms of win-loss. Optic Gaming even at 4-4. So we could get to a game number 7, but it's going to come down to these 12 minutes. And you can
I
tell
don't like
that
it.
expression on
Even if
Last
we
Shot's
win
face.
this capture the
They're
flag.
so close, he and Cycle, as they continue to write their careers, still at such a young age, trying to strip a championship off of the veterans on the other side of the stage. And Optic Gaming, they know they want to end it here. They do not want to go to a game number 7.
What an experience this is for Cycle and Last Shot for your first finals as well.
Yeah.
They're going to take a lot away from this, regardless of which way we finally award that trophy that sat in the middle of this stage. This could well be the final game here in Arlington. Optic Gaming, if they take it, will reset the bracket and become your champions in one of the craziest tournament runs you have ever seen. But if you've watched these two teams throw down, ever since these rosters came together, you will know and you will feel that maybe,
just maybe, there's another twist here.
Take a look at this. Arlington CTF record's different from the total 2025 record. Optic Gaming with a slight advantage at 4-2. More games played, of course, over Shopify's 3-2. So, as we said, it could not be closer. We're underway in game number 6. Optic Gaming 1 game away. Shopify looking to close here to force a game number 7.
Will it be elation or will we see a little bit of a delay on who we are etching the name of?
Overshield
the
burned.
Trophy on that stage. Renegade's going to grab that sniper rifle. 2 dead though for Optic Gaming off the rip.
Again, tries to go for the 360. Under pressure, however. Frosty knows he needs to grab that sniper rifle. There's 2 dead here for Optic. Bound, staying alive, top sewers.
This is the Optic sniper rifle. This is not good news for Optic. It's 4 dead. They're spawning in the back of the base. 2 snipers in the hands of Shopify Rebellion.
We already have a flag pick. That's huge.
Flying through the skies. Royal 2 will find 1 on a spawner. Frosty just delaying it.
Let's go, Frosty.
We're destroying the body of Legend. This one's going home. Cycle runs it home.
Huge first cap. Huge first cap.
49 seconds flat on the first flag cap.
6-0 in the first cap within a minute. No way we get another one.
An incredible response from Shopify Rebellion.
There's no way they let us get another one, right?
Seconds or so in this game, they get that flag cap. Formal though, aggressively pushing through the hut towards the Mohawk. He's going to pick up a kill, and Legend and Bound follow suit. Last player alive is going to be last shot, and even though it was a scary start,
That was big.
they get the kills required to get that flag moving. But as you say, big kill.
Yeah, as I say, we need to worry about.
Last shot, beautifully done. He was the only hope for Shopify to stop that flag from going straight up the main ramp. And instead, he not only gets the kill, stays alive, and allows his team to push out of the base.
Last shot.
It's a big individual effort. He also leads the game and the team in kills here at 5-2.
Well, it seems the snipers have been
Okay,
put away
our
for a
flag
few
is
moments.
back.
The ammo has been used up, which means it's all about the grenades. It's all about the bandit. It's all about control of top middle. And this overshield is coming up. You can see Optic do not want to progress on the map. They want to hold this position, knowing how important that power up could be.
Last shot still alive in the exact same spot. Overshield should be a clean grab, and they're grabbing it as they are running it with 3 dead. This flag based on the numbers
No, okay,
alone
that's
should
Rebellion's.
absolutely go.
That's our flag.
Nobody in position outside of last shot. He's going to get spotted out. He's going to be cut down. And even though Shopify who strike first, here comes the counter punch from Optic Gaming. Renegade slide this one in. We are tied up at 1-1 here on CTF Forbidden.
Formal finally taken down, but Legend still has Overshield to play with. He does lose 2 teammates. However, this should be just enough positioning-wise in terms of the comp that they'll be able to get re-control of their base.
So the Overshield is converted into a flag cap. Although you feel like maybe they were going to get that flag cap even without the Overshield, with the Slays and the timing of them and the way that they got that flag moving almost immediately. Sniper rifles coming up pretty soon as well. We've seen Shopify really take advantage of that. Cycle will lose the 1v1 to Legend.
No.
And it's Royal 2 who starts running this flag. Interesting through the
Oh, wait.
by the looks of things, as Optic find themselves 2 dead.
Brown needs to stay
Never
alive.
mind. I thought it was our flag gun.
For both sides momentarily. Let's see what Formal can do.
No one with the sniper control though for Shopify Rebellion. So Formal knows he hasn't got to worry about that weapon going against him. He hasn't got to worry about a sniper bullet coming his way. Renegade is overextended himself and has got a
But
flag
they have
on
our
the
flag.
other side of the map. Really interesting split of resources across the map from both teams here.
Very good pressure from Cycle will allow presumably a player to grab snipe on the Shopify side of the map.
We cap our flag? We return our flag, maybe?
Pings exactly where the sniper rifle is.
And 2 dead though. And Formal somehow, what on earth?
Huh?
Somehow kills Royal 2.
I don't even know what happened there.
He hits it in such a small frame, I don't even think it was visible.
I could not tell you.
That was an unbelievable effort from Formal to hit that no-scope before getting taken down.
Overshield coming up. Commander flag cap. Last time we saw it being collected by Optic Gaming.
We need to get the overshield.
Sniper rifle in his hand. You've just heard the pop of the overshield, but where has it gone? Royal 2 has collected it.
Okay, huge.
3v3 on the map right now. Formal trying to push, trying to take maybe attention away from the Optic base towards the Shopify one himself.
And they're getting the kills as well. Bound just picked up another one. Finally, Formal is cleaned out, though, so they know the player is not behind them. However, still more work to be done if they want to get a flagpole here.
Royal 2 using these sticks, these logs, these branches to climb
Huge from
back
Royal.
towards top middle.
What are you doing?
Gets one as Optic will be 2 dead, but so will Shopify Rebellion. Big 1v1. Legend trying to slide and take one to the grave with him. Formal first one off the respawn here, going to try and just stay alive long enough for Optic to get on the map, but
Cycle has this sniper rifle. Spot's bound out, but just the timing eluded him as he went out of that scope.
And they're gonna call out Cycle back here.
Only one shot left, it doesn't connect here. In the end, good patience from Optic. They shut down that play from Cycle, and here they come top mid. Legend does not need an invitation. He is in your base.
You can see exactly why he's got the most black balls, right? He is immediately turning his attention towards the objective. He knows that if the kills are there, he's got to use that timing window to get the objective moving and then think about what happens afterwards. 2 dead here for Shopify. Formal. He's running that flag, by the way. And this might be an opportunity to go 2-1 up in this game. Cycle versus Renegade. Renegade will win that, and he's starting to get loud about it as well. Formal, by the way, as you can see on the indicator, as that flag back towards the base, he's running it to the front. He's jumping straight in. It's Optic, who are now 1 flag away from becoming your champions here in Arlington.
And just like that, the game-winning flag on the board.
Still winnable, but I can't say I have hope. Unfortunately. No way we let them just take another one.
Overshield coming up right now. Cycle trying to contest Formal for it. Top middle, but Formal picks up the kill. He gets the killing spree. He gets the overshield. And Optic might be thinking about closing this one out, but there's a backstab.
Okay, overshield's down.
Bound is running this one. He's trying to be sneaky. He's trying to get this flag moving.
Very big back whack indeed. Frosty tries to make an angle happen from Swamp.
Dead.
Gonna continue this run. Bound's gonna try to get
That's it.
last player alive. He had to get that kill.
We're not in position to do anything with that.
Formal's gonna be safe to grab it as well. He's gonna have the pillars to cover. Legend gets
That's
one.
it.
Legend bodies another, but keep your eyes on Formal. Formal, the man
That's
who
it.
put this squad together. The man who committed to being a champion this year. Can't quite get it done. As at the last second,
There's no one else there to get it.
Desperately trying to extend this series.
And the flag is pulled as well. We do have a counter pull coming in. Both flags off the stand.
Optic have the flag back at their base, but they do not have it capped. They need kills. Formal back off the respawn. Might be able to get a touch on this one. He does get it. Actually, Renegade.
That's not good.
But it's 3 dead for Optic. They were seconds. They were inches away from being your champions here in Arlington. But Royal 2, not only is the return come in, Royal 2's running this one for Shopify now.
Here comes Legend. He needs a miracle. He might try to get a last second flagpole here. I don't know if he has the timing.
It's tied up.
Oh my god, that trade could have just saved us. That's not good. We need Frosty to live. We need Frosty to live. It's okay. Last shot's back. Cycle's back. Royal 2's gonna be back.
Shopify traps in the back of the base. Maybe the play call from Optic there was give this one up. We'll play for map control. You've got to think ahead if you're Optic. You cannot let what just happened affect.
Nope. No.
Tries to get that flag moving again.
They got the first pick. However, kills are traded out. They're trying to make something happen quickly, and it might cost them.
3 dead for Optic. Legend does get the overshield though, so Optic will be able to keep pressure on it. Legend can output damage onto numerous players.
It's a burn essentially. It's an important play from Legend. Really, it's the denial of the overshield that's much more important
that's big.
than the grab. Obviously, no control gain. Simply denying that overshield was everything now. 3 dead for Optic Gaming off the rip again. Renegade is the only spawner. It's a main ramp flag run.
I cannot believe this.
Oh my god.
Got this one up the main ramp.
Last shot, please.
Last shot. He's got this one back under the bridge. Last shot, Legend. Can you run to Legend? Legend's the overextender here for Optic. He can save the tournament for them right now. But all of Optic are falling. Frosty and Royal 2 combined.
Legend down.
Somehow or other. Shopify Rebellion send us the distance.
Okay, we just need to win.
Optic
We just need to win.
millimeters away from calling
We just need to win one Slayer. We need to win one Slayer. And we're $100,000 richer.
And they send us the distance. Game 7, bracket reset. Next one is all that matters. I am at a loss for words. What do you want?
Oh, we need to lock in so bad. We need our mental like so high right now.
Grand finals in the history of the Halo Championship Series with Formal mid-flight G-slide on the flag gets taken down. We're going to see it in the highlights. My God.
Formal's got his wings out. He's thinking about what's about
Hold on, chat. We do have to check in on Boys Critical and see what he's doing. Let's see what he's got going on. How is he freaking out? Let's see what's happening over here. God damn it, there's an ad. Okay, well, give me a second.
Cannot wait. Don't know how this to see it again.
Why is this not playing?
An
Okay, there we go.
unbelievable game time. Like I said, I was glad this was game number 6. And I think everyone at home and in the arena
His chat's taking it well. I'm looking at his chat. There's a copy pasta quoting Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this green wall.
Perfect run after perfect run. Formal brings this flag home. Man, I'm happy to sit here and watch
That's
all
so
of these
funny.
highlights. At this stage in the game, it's 2-1 Optic Gaming with
I can't believe that's how he's going. How his stream's going.
Just an epic. That's the only way you can describe it. Whenever these two teams match up,
Someone
it's like,
saying we win when Voice Critical gives up is when we start winning. Okay, let's see how he's doing. Is he saying anything right now? He's not. He is sitting silently in his room. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected out of him. This is insane. This is insane. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this green wall. 2000, Jesus Christ, 2,000 some odd years ago, you died on the cross for our sins. And now, on this holy Easter night, we beseech you to deliver us another miracle. Give us Game 7. Give us the major. So funny. We needed to win this. I think this game is gonna bite us. This or the oddball. Either of these two. Having Optic win two rounds in a row is gonna. If we lose, is what's gonna cost us.
Game number 7.
Shopify have stepped away from the stage for just a few seconds here. Optic still sat there waiting. And I think this is a deliberate ploy from Shopify Rebellion. Let them think about what just happened, how close you were, but not close enough. I think the more time that Shopify take here, the more it's going to hurt Optic, the more they're going to be thinking about it. But at the same time, Optic have been through it all. We've mentioned it has been just emotional, physical roller coaster for them to get to this point.
Frosty and Last Shot need to pick it up. 94 kills, 30k damage, and this best of 7. Royal 2 is insane.
Just under a 1.0 on each team, and we could not be any closer.
We are doing better stats-wise.
Incredible. We know many of you are joining us from all around the world, staying up.
You know, damage is pretty evenly spread. Last Shot's getting tons of damage. He's just not getting kills. Or for the kills he is getting, he's just not saving his life. He's just getting kills and dying.
Separating these two for a German title.
It's been an eventful weekend, to say the least. And now we head towards one more game, and we will decide who's going to be our champ. It has been an incredible tournament, and just a reminder, everyone, if you're watching here, if you're watching at home, wherever you're part of this, this is the first event of the season. The first event of the season is providing us with this level of entertainment, this level of skill and ability. And if you're watching some Halo Infinite for the first time, welcome. We hope that you're going to be here to stay.
We've seen these two teams, play this exact game type a few times. It was a 50-47 win for Shopify Rebellion, so a 3 kills separating the two.
It's quite big between these two.
It's true, it's a massive lead when we're talking about these two teams, but a 3-kill win at the Kason Showdown in this exact game type, which I think tees us up perfectly. We've already seen them play it on land. And barely anything separating the two. And I cannot get over that game, that
Can we talk about that, Nate, a little, just for a second, by the way? The way it bounces, it literally lands at the foot of the flagpole. Right. And then, but he timed Nate perfectly where he still gets the spread.
Okay, we're back.
Him actually getting the kill with the bandit as well. So the timing was insane. If the nade is like a foot off, Former's probably got enough shields to make it. It is pixel perfect. And that's not...
All we need is a good lead off the rip from this match. As soon as this game starts, we need to hit a good lead. And we should be fine.
I think once again, Optic Gaming got a little bit impatient thereafter, right? The game wasn't over.
Stop showing Optic stats. Show Shopify stats.
A little bit too quickly. We've seen them do that in this series before. It costs them in the end. Taking a look here at some Optic shooters. The Slayer stats so far in the grand
Why are
final,
we not looking at
both of them on a
shooters from each roster?
in the Slayers.
Why are we looking just half of them?
Just to highlight, and Renegade, we talked a lot about him. Legend is doing a lot of this without picking up power weapons. He's not first in line to find a sniper rifle. He'll be picking it up off the floor, off of a body. Whereas Renegade is going to be given that responsibility a lot of the time for Optic, which just gives, again, more weight to how impressive those Slayer stats are for Sabri, for Legend on Optic Gaming. One thing to note on the Slayers that we've seen so far in these series, Optic have been heavily on top when it comes to this particular game type. But what is the psyche? What is the mentality of Optic going into this game 7 after what we just saw?
And how about we just saw from Formal, right? Just closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Let's not forget, we've also seen historic moments from Formal on Recharge Slayer before, right? With him having the camo. And guess what? Getting no-scope by the shock by who else? Royal 2, who's on the other side of the stage right now. This is a historic battleground in year 4 of this game, where each of these players will have different stories. Does Optic Gaming find revenge and justice in the team change?
Okay.
Or is it all for naught? Is it another second place for
I
Optic?
don't like that we're taking this long.
Do we see Last Shot and Cycle getting their first LAN win ever? And the veterans Royal 2 and Frosty being justified in their team change? Only one of those stories can be true. Only one side of those stories will take place.
Oh, nervy looking faces out there, and understandably so.
Everyone's looking like Formal. Big deep breaths for the green wall here in Arlington, and from everyone joining us around the world. Once again, huge shout out to everyone who has stayed up with us on the Scum Party here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Maniac Watch Party, LBT, and everyone else co-streaming. It's been historic, and we are getting ready for the final match of the evening. One game of Slayer to decide who will hoist the trophy and take the first major of 2025.
A few more seconds to wait as we have the lobby remade here, but
Why they? Oh God, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good.
It's just like you say. It's fascinating. You talk about some of those moments with players that have interacted with those big kill moments, those big swing moments. The Royal 2 Formal camo, shock rifle on Battle Edge. One of the big parts of Halo history now. There's just a moment that will be remembered, and you get the feeling in a Game 7 there has to be a moment like that that is going to be remembered. That's going to swing that trophy from one side of the stage to the other into the hands of one set of 4 players. These are the kind of circumstances that you can't prepare for. This is just instinctual at this point. You can do everything, you can scrim, you can talk, you can go through experiences, but this is just what you're made of. This is just what you are as a person. This is just performing when you have to. And making a play that's going to win your team a championship.
And not forget, not just the entire offseason, but all of last year has built to this moment. Like we said, Optic Gaming is tired of second place, and they built a team to make sure it does not happen again. All of that loading all the way into this game. It just feels like there's so much on the line for this year, right? How do you start this year? It would be a statement for either side. The rivalry that we knew would be the 2 teams to watch, the 2 teams we knew would be in a grand final, but we had no idea it would be quite this good.
Oh my God, come on.
The distance, and it will be just 12 minutes and 50 kills to decide who starts this year ahead. Let's take a look at the Slayer record so far.
7-3 for Shopify Rebellion, 9-5 for Optic Gaming. Optic have won both Slayers, however, in the Grand Finals reset. Something to keep in mind for Optic fans.
Which was completely different, keep in mind, from the winners quarterfinal that we saw. And we are underway in game number 7. All right then, Arlington.
We need a strong lead out of this. No, 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 no.
They have put on quite the show in our first HCS major of the
Nope,
year.
not good. Not good. Not good.
Followed up by Bound. It's a 2-0 opening strategy. That's going to give the lead here to Optic.
Not good.
First 3 kills now, 3-0. Shroud also goes down here on Camo. Legend able to grab it. And what an opening, what an opportunity for Optic Gaming. You also have a feeling the green is going to be loud for every single kill in this room.
I think that's just going to settle the nerves
No.
here for Optic Gaming as well. If they lose that opening strand, that opening battle,
We can't trade. We can't trade.
all of a sudden, the memories are erased. A 5-kill lead off the break here.
All we've been doing this game, this whole series, is just trading kills. We can't trade. We need to play camos. Or is it grapple instead of camo? We need to play for everything.
If they don't take this game, it will all be for naught. Game has come to an absolute standstill. And this game has been these 2 series.
That's not good. We need... We don't want this to be a slow game. We need to get a lead. Not good. Or... Yeah, no. Not good. Not good at all.
Forward down to no shields. Somehow stays alive as well. By doing so, Frosty gets involved to take him down.
You get the feeling there should be even more than 10 for at this stage of the game. No trade comes in. World 2 going to stay alive back tower.
That's good. That's what we need. We need to get kills without trading.
And finally, he's taken down. It's 11-6. And to be honest, I feel like Shopify should be very happy they've kept the game this close.
11-8 now. As we see the next camouflage popping up bottom middle. That's going to be the point of contention for both of these teams. Almost not important to get it as much as it is to make sure that your opposition don't get it. It really is. You can burn it, and that's
okay.
It really is just like last game. It's really about denying here. Royal 2 with it.
I know we do have camo.
You have a feeling Optic Gaming got greedy at 6-1 with Shock and Grapple. Did they need to flush out tower? Did they need to get into that dicey situation? Now they only lead by 1.
Info coming in from Royal 2. Frosty finds 1. Bounce slides out, but it's 2 kills.
That's not good.
And it's 3 dead for Optic Gaming, and Shopify have turned that table.
We need to keep these spawns
only by 1.
staggered.
They have their first lead of this
No, 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 no.
Remarkable resilience here from Shopify. Trailing 6-1, they slow the game down to a crawl and somehow find the lead now, tied at 16.
Bound gets the pick to give Optic a 1-kill advantage. Now he's flying.
Chat, Gary is here. I don't know if you can hear him. Mikey the cat. No, that's not good.
No shields, but Renegade's here to support him. Most of the Shopify Rebellion players are trapped in and around the elevator, and if they're quick here, Optic Gaming, they might have a pinch, but that flank on the C play is going to slow things down just a little bit. There's a
Oh, that was big.
for last shot, and the grapples across map for Renegade are just not working out.
Renegade wanted to capitalize on the damage at Whirlpool. Instead of grabbing the shock was not grabbed instead. They're now trailed by 3 kills here. Once again, it's big play calls coming in from Optic, and twice now they didn't pay off.
Renegade not looking. Doesn't look both ways when he crosses the street. Somehow
Big trade.
With a trade though, it's a 3-kill advantage here for Shopify. A cycle. Looking for information, looking for any damage he can output at the moment. The pings are coming in here, and he's taking a sneaky little jump. Former's going to be in front of him. It will only be a trade. 2 kills, the advantage for Shopify.
Unbelievable turn of events and swing here in this game. Keep an eye on the middle right now. This camo could determine who wins this tournament.
Bounce got the shot, can't quite connect with the headshots. That one's going to be good with the bandit though. Tries to push in front of this camo. The shroud goes down as well.
Stop.
Optic should, and I say should, be in a position to get away.
I know, you always tend to know when stream's about to end and come in here and bug me.
If it was burnt or if someone has managed to collect it.
Big trade there for 3.
Big trade. That's not good.
Burn bottom middle, there's 3 dead for each side, and it's still just a 1-kill
Okay.
for Shopify.
Everyone's spawning back.
Once again, no surprise, but Cycle right now popping off 11-2 on the other side. It's Bound 10-7.
Well, back to a standstill. Optics set up around the pipes and the glass. It's tower and A here for Shopify.
That's not good.
I like this play from Renegade. He's trying to up the pace. He's trying to take advantage, and he gets that shot back in their hands.
We know somebody's over there. Why is it not?
But elsewhere on the map, it's Formal and Bound.
Wow.
Who pick up kills, and Optic now have a 2-kill advantage.
Beautifully done there, and I
No,
love this.
no.
Last shot. Hiding on the crate, and now a 3-kill lead. The Let's Go Optic chant erupts.
And as Legend said a little bit earlier in this listening, in this series, check your corners, and last shot does exactly that.
No,
and just
no.
like this now, this is 32-29. mid-game. Let's get to a listen in with Optic Gaming.
How is Renegade still alive? Thank Christ.
We're here. Two teams here. Go, guys. Go, weak glass shot. Go, weak glass shot. Go one shot. Absolutely, Bellatron. We're not there. You put top here. Campbell's up, guys. They're gonna
Okay, we have lead again. It's 2 down for Optic.
Campbell's almost out. Ready. They got like 3 seconds to Campbell, 5 seconds to Campbell.
Scratch jockey, one shot glass, getting out.
Ready. Okay.
Get up.
Needles. They're trying to hold me, guys. They're trying to hold me.
Make that battery.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
One kill, the difference between these two teams as we come out to listen and understandably Optic sounding a little bit stressed.
Frosty there alone in red pipes. They're going to try to collapse on him if they can. You can see it here in third person. And they will be able to now.
They will too, but Royalty's able to get it again immediately.
10 kills to go for Shopify, 11 for Optic. Formal gets one. We're tied up at 40 to 40. Nothing between these two teams again.
Unbelievable. Optic.
Royalty, no, Royal. No, Royal. No. No.
Here comes Renegade. Here comes Optic. They go into a 3-kill lead. They just need
No.
Just trailing moments ago, they brought this game not only back, but as you say, a 3-kill lead at this stage is massive. They're going to look for the opening damage here, but otherwise, they can really let their opponents come to that.
Royal 2 and Frosty need to lock in right now.
They're not going to make the same mistake as last time. They are going to slow this down. They are not going to force the pace. They don't want to make mistakes.
No.
Legend, though, he's there to take down Royal 2. And there's a cushion starting to develop here for Optic Gaming, but if they learn anything from that previous game, it is not done.
Okay, 3 down.
And Cycle
We're 2 down, and Cycle has camo.
Down by 2. How does he play this?
Huge kill on Formal. No.
Cycle's down! The camo is down! And Optic now find themselves just 3 away.
Renegade makes a hero play. He makes sure that they burn camo, and he does it so well. Now 48 to 44. 2 kills to go for Optic.
Royal 2 gets 1, but it is just 2 to go.
No. That's it.
Taking some angles as Formal gets the 49th on the board. Renegade is on the hunt.
That's it.
He wants
That's
it to
over.
be his, but it's Formal. And Shopify turned up. Here it is. Formal moves in. Formal gets the kill. Formal gets the kill. And Optic will complete the ultimate story. Champions here in Arlington the hard way. The most difficult way possible. But they reset the bracket. They break the curse.
Unfortunate.
They can call themselves champions.
And Formal wastes no time.
We probably should have won that so sooner.
Optic Gaming has earned it through an arduous
Well, chat.
offseason.
Thank you for sticking out with me today.
Weekend run that will never be forgotten from the elimination
Long ass stream. I'll see you all Tuesday.
and a bracket reset.
If
Game 7
you enjoyed hanging out with me today,
A lot of teams would not have
click
made it
on
back
this
from what
link
happened
real
at the end of that
quick.
CTF Forbidden. That would have broken them.
1 second.
This roster is built for success, was built
Is that it?
to win.
If you enjoyed hanging out with me today, hit that. That takes you all my socials, both YouTubes, content for those soon. One VOD channel. Main channel content coming soon. TikTok content coming soon. Link to my TikTok's on there. All my socials. You'll find out what I'm streaming, when I'm streaming, all that sort of stuff. Other than that, thank you everybody for tuning in. I will see you all on Tuesday or something. I don't know. Bye-bye, everybody. Actually, you know what? Nah, I'll just close. Okay, bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.